Even big bosses just need proof of assets to buy on credit, like a tab. It's rare for anyone to carry a few millions worth of goods. This isn't the pre-apocalypse where a piece of jewelry or a car could be worth that much. Now everything has to be real useful supplies. The price list in the apocalypse is very different from before. Why don't we just wait? 20 minutes isn't long, and it'd be good for our general manager to meet such a promising young person. Jing Shu asked, "Are you sure you can't access my information?" Supervisor Wang nodded regretfully. "After the reforms, it's too strict. Not just your info, even your number and transaction records are hidden." Jing Shu finally relaxed and smiled. "Then there's no problem. You want a 10 million appraisal? How about you do it right here?" Supervisor Wang was stunned. Wait, could she really have 10 million's worth of goods? She didn't look the part, just a young woman with 2 suitcases. Jing Shu had Tank set down a suitcase, and with a click, she opened it. "I checked your price list in the lobby, so I have a rough idea of your rates. Here, the longer the shelf life, the easier to store, and the higher the energy and nutrition, the more valuable the food." Supervisor Wang nodded. In a world short on supplies, many foods had become luxury items. "And I saw the wanted list in your task center. I happen to have several of those items." Jing Shu unzipped a side pocket and pulled back a black cloth, revealing a suitcase full of pale yellow crystals. It was crystallized honey. Supervisor Wang rushed over, squatted down, and stared in disbelief. "Is this?" "Yes, you're not mistaken. This is freshly harvested pure honey. Each jar is 1 kilogram, 10 jars in total, plus 1 jar of royal jelly, also 1 kilogram. If kept cold, it'll never expire." Jing Shu took out a jar. Seeing Supervisor Wang's dazed look, she explained, "This isn't the watered-down, syrup-mixed honey you find outside. Real pure honey never goes bad." Supervisor Wang was excited. "I know, only real honey is like that. Is this post-apocalypse honey?" Jing Shu nodded. "That makes it even more valuable. These days, salt is still produced, but sugar is rare and honey is even rarer. But the quality still needs to be tested and graded." It wasn't that people faked things, but the rarer the item, the more detailed the grading, and the price difference between grades was huge. Jing Shu nodded, and Supervisor Wang called over 3 more people, real experts, with a full set of tools. People outside grew curious at the commotion at window 3. Only high-grade and special items get this treatment. Whoever's inside must be something else. Jing Shu. She'd wanted to keep a low profile, but now she was attracting even more attention. The honey and royal jelly were sampled and tested. Supervisor Wang was lucky enough to taste a bit and nearly fainted from happiness. The sweetness melted in his mouth, bringing back memories of his youth. He felt like his soul was leaving his body. After the tests, the experts all nodded at Supervisor Wang, who announced, "Both the honey and royal jelly are top grade. Right now, top grade pure honey is priced at 20,000 virtual coins per 100 grams, and royal jelly at 100,000 per 100 grams. If you consign them to the exchange, you could get even more, maybe double." Jing Shu nodded. That was fair. "So, your goods are worth at least 3 to 5 million virtual coins." Supervisor Wang sighed. Just a few days ago, someone had sold regular sugar-mixed honey for over 10,000 coins. It was clear that in the apocalypse, pure, high-quality, rare goods would only become more valuable. Supervisor Wang coughed. Since her status was special and the requirement was just to show 10 million's worth, she'd already brought enough. He was about to process her entry, worried she might be embarrassed if she had nothing else. But just as he was about to say something, there was a loud zip. Jing Shu unzipped the bottom of the suitcase, revealing another neat row of items. Supervisor Wang was dumbfounded. Jing Shu was unfazed. She was planning to sell it all anyway. Supervisor Wang was a bit uncertain. He leaned in, whispered with his colleagues for a while, then turned back with an awkward but polite smile and asked, "Miss Jing, may I ask about the items in your suitcase?" "Truly, you live long enough, you see everything." No, really, he'd never seen anything like this before. He tried to justify it to himself. It's not that he'd never seen it, just that you can't judge by appearance alone. Jing Shu, satisfied, took out one of the boxes. She had to thank Grandpa Jing for his craftsmanship. Before leaving, she'd thought about bringing something valuable to the capital, just in case she needed to pull strings or make a deal. Like the old folks who used to sew silver or gold into their underwear for emergencies. After much thought, she decided to bring some professionally processed, dried blood mushrooms. Grandpa Jing had said, "As the saying goes, clothes make the man, saddle makes the horse. Good things need good presentation. Look at those farmed ginsengs. They come in boxes worth tens of thousands and look impressive. We can't fall behind." So, over several nights, Grandpa Jing used fine sandalwood to make 10 exquisite boxes, then mounted the blood mushrooms inside with gold thread. The classiness shot through the roof. The dried blood mushrooms, which looked a lot like dried shiitake but with a blood-black color, were almost unrecognizable if you didn't know what they were. "Yes, these are blood mushrooms, comparable to lingji. I just processed them specially, but don't worry, all the nutrition is still there," Jing Shu explained. Supervisor Wang looked enlightened. "I thought so. Fresh blood mushrooms are a hot commodity here. They only grow underwater, and since last year's earthquake, they've become even rarer. I haven't seen a single one this year. But I've never seen dried blood mushrooms before because—" He gave an embarrassed smile. "They're so rare and hard to store that as soon as they're dug up, they're snatched up. Who would keep them until New Year's, let alone dry them?" "Supervisor Wang, these dried blood mushrooms are huge, bigger than any we've seen before. That's why I didn't believe it at first. I thought it was some fake like those sweet potato flower sea cucumbers." Supervisor Wang rubbed his hands, a bit embarrassed. "These are so precious, but how do we appraise them?" Before he could finish, Jing Shu pulled out a small leftover piece from her pocket. "Same as always. Sample for slicing, the rest gets appraised when sold." Tank exclaimed, "Wow, so the mushrooms we ate yesterday were blood mushrooms? No wonder they tasted so good." Supervisor Wang and his team nearly coughed up blood, looking at this big dummy with envy. The dried blood mushrooms were quickly appraised and declared the most precious, top-tier ingredient in the apocalypse, something you could only dream of finding. When they first appeared, a single blood mushroom could be traded for a house, the equivalent of 3 years' salary for an average person. Back then, the only problem was storage, so people sold them quickly. Now, it had been a year since any had appeared, and the demand board at the trading club had a long waiting list. The price had soared to 100,000 per mushroom. Supervisor Wang quickly finalized the grading and pricing. In terms of quality, both the nutrition and the unique health benefits, longevity, immunity, blood replenishment, exceed previous records, so we rate these as superior plus grade. In terms of size and weight, these dried blood mushrooms will expand even more when soaked, so we'll price them by the gram. And with their long shelf life, their collectible value is several times higher, so we're setting the value of these blood mushrooms at over 5 million virtual coins. Even as he said it, Supervisor Wang could hardly believe it. The club's daily turnover was in the tens of millions, and he'd seen plenty of good stuff, but this was on another level. The woman in front of him gave him the illusion that top-grade honey, premium blood mushrooms, these were things sold by the gram or piece, not by the kilo or in batches. "So, does my net worth qualify? Can I go in now?" Jing Shu asked. She wasn't worried about the blood mushrooms being exposed. She'd already arranged for Duo to act as a shield if anyone came asking. This was a great opportunity. In the future, Jing Shu could quietly count her money in the background, while Duo took the heat for being the big seller. No problem at all. Jing Shu received an electronic card showing a balance of 10 million trading coins. With this, she could buy whatever she wanted first and settle up after selling her goods, just like a credit card. Supervisor Wang quickly processed her paperwork and personally escorted her to the real 8th floor, drawing a string of amazed looks. "Haven't seen old Wang fawn over someone like this in ages. There must be some real treasures involved. I'm calling old Lu to come watch the show." In the elevator, Jing Shu suddenly asked, "Supervisor Wang, if I want to sell everything today and get a lot of trading coins, will the price drop if there's too much good stuff?" "Absolutely not. No matter how much good stuff appears, the price won't drop. If the price is right, the club will buy it all. In fact, half of what you'll see in the club today was bought back by us. Plus, the 8th Floor Trading Club isn't just offline, it's connected to the National Big Data System. I've already sent out a member alert, so even those who can't make it in person can bid online with virtual coins. You can rest assured about the price. Supervisor Wang looked like he was wearing sunglasses, with a cool BGM playing in the background. Impressive! The older the wiser. Jing Shu gave a thumbs up. So, this trading club must have a lot of good stuff, right? Price didn't matter, she had plenty of money now. To Jing Shu, money was just a string of numbers. Jing Shu was led up to the 8th floor, to the central hall of the 8th Floor Trading Club. The place was brightly lit and bustling, by far the most pre-apocalypse atmosphere Jing Shu had seen since the world ended. The trading center actually looked more like a hotel restaurant. The hall was huge, with a platform in the center, and scattered around it were booth seats, each equipped with a leather sofa for 4 and a dining table. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The reason Jing Shu said it looked like a restaurant was because the tables were actually covered with all kinds of food. Even from a distance, Jing Shu could smell the aroma. As expected, this place was on a whole different level from the black market. Far more upscale. Impressive. Perhaps noticing the confusion in Jing Shu's eyes, Director Wang arranged for her to sit at a booth near the central platform and smiled. All this food is provided for free. Tank scratched his head regretfully. If I'd known, I would have brought my little sister. What a loss. Jing Shu coughed, then, seeing Tank's eager look, quietly asked, Director Wang, is the food here rationed or unlimited? If it were unlimited, we'd just make it a buffet. But Zhao Zhang will take extra care of you later. Fatty Wang gave her a knowing look, wiped his hands, and got up to leave. We're about to start, but there might be a lot of people today, so this spot might be reassigned soon. There was a wide variety of food, each type divided into 4 portions. Unusually, there was even red wine. The pastries were delicate cream bread, the fruit was cherry tomatoes divided into 4, and the snacks included peanuts, sunflower seeds, and dried banana chips. Each person even got a serving of ginger brown sugar tea and a small meat pie. The trading club had really gone all out. Just the value of this food was worth several hundred virtual coins per serving. The delicious aroma came from the meat pie, fried to a golden crisp without any extra seasoning. Jing Shu immediately ruled out steak. With her top-tier foodie experience, she'd never had anything like this before, so it was probably synthetic, maybe a new post-apocalyptic food. Jing Shu couldn't help but think of the synthetic meat formula ZS880 she'd brought back from America, which she'd handed over to Qianduoduo for research. The main issue was still cost. Mass production at a lower cost was the real challenge. Could it be that the capital has solved this problem? My synthetic meat formula is mainly protein-based, and mentor Wu Yui suggested using cockroaches as the main ingredient since they're high in protein. That could work, but we're still waiting for the capital's biotech labs to cultivate the right bacterial colonies to mass-feed the cockroaches. Jing Shu gave all her snacks, fruit, and bread to Tank to take home to his sister. Then, still thinking about cockroaches, took a bite of the meat pie. After Tank packed up all the food, he looked at Jing Shu expectantly and asked, What does the meat pie taste like? Is it good? It's a bit gamey, just salted, no other seasoning. Not sure what kind of meat it is. See, there are meat fibers, but it's mixed with starch. It's very soft, kind of like dumpling filling. After eating, Jing Shu knew the meat pie wasn't made from the synthetic meat she'd brought from America, because this one actually had real meat. Mass production was impossible. Tank was envious. If only my sister could eat this kind of meat pie every day. Jing Shu quietly thought to herself, if synthetic meat could be mass-produced in the future, maybe it'd be best not to tell the public what the raw materials were. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. As long as it tastes good, that's enough. The trading club finally began. The host was actually Director Wang. As he walked onto the stage, he winked at Jing Shu, a look only a major investor would give. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 8th Floor Trading Club. I'll be your host today. Surprised? All right, let's get to the point. Please open your big data apps. We're going to update the on-site data. The hall quickly filled up. A mother and son and a young man were assigned to their booth. The young man, wearing glasses and looking a bit dull, opened his phone expressionlessly. Jing Shu and Tank followed Director Wang's instructions, curious about the club's new trading method. The woman wore a qipao with her hair in a bun, exuding a classic charm, and paired it with a white mink stole. She sashayed over, pulling her 8-year-old son to sit down. "Oh my, they have pan-fried meat pies today. Cheeky, come try one. Oh, Cheeky, that's someone else's food, you can't just take it." The young man. The little rascal ran over and stuffed a piece into his mouth. "You naughty child, I told you that's not yours. Sorry about that, handsome young man." The young man just sat there expressionless. Jing Shu reminded her, "Your meat pie is untouched, you can give it back." The woman glared at Jing Shu, then awkwardly said, "I accidentally spat on it while talking just now, sorry about that. I'm sure this handsome young man won't mind." She then gave Jing Shu a disdainful once-over, thinking, where did this country bumpkin come from, dressed so clumsily, though her skin is well-maintained, so dewy. Youth really is wonderful. The young man said nothing, and the atmosphere turned cold. The woman skillfully opened her big data app. Jing Shu quickly understood what Director Wang meant by updating data, because soon the big screen on the central platform displayed a 3D model of the hall, showing everyone's positions and the items up for trade. Jing Shu realized the tedious process before entering the 8th floor club now made sense. It was much more convenient this way. Now, in the simulation, Jing Shu could see the needs list and items for sale for Ms. Jing, Mr. Zhao, and Ms. Luo at table A04. It felt like playing a game. Each player sat at their table displaying their wares and needs, and everyone could browse others' stalls at will. The trading club acted like a GM system in a game, overseeing everything. They were mainly responsible for quality appraisal and price stability. Items priced too low would be bought by the club, and those priced too high would be restricted. Most importantly, as a middleman, the club was responsible to both parties. Here, as long as your items were legal, no matter how valuable, they'd be protected. Every item had a traceability code and was permanently protected, like luxury goods with a binding tag. So, everything traded here was high-end, no more toilet paper or raw materials like in the black market. Jing Shu checked the young man, Mr. Zhao's, purpose for coming to the club and found a long list of needs, each with an ideal price. Very convenient. All right, as usual, please enjoy the delicious food while voting for today's most wanted item and the most anticipated item for sale. In 3 minutes, we'll officially begin today's trading session. Now, let's down this glass of Apocalypse Red Rose and start today's party. Everyone, please enjoy yourselves. At this point, it felt even more like a social gathering. After Fatty Wang finished his toast, the atmosphere in the room grew livelier. Most people were sampling the snacks while checking out the new information on the trading club's system, like what novel items were available, everyone's wish lists, and the current purchase prices. Items in high demand would see their prices rise, while those with a surplus would drop in price. Jing Shu also discovered she could directly browse the club's inventory. She was so moved she almost teared up. It felt just like online shopping in the old days. Who would have thought that, even in the apocalypse, she could still see such a dazzling array of goods in the big data system? It almost made her feel like life was normal again. But there were big differences from online shopping, too. For example, food was only divided into organic and regular. The prices for organic food had so many zeros tacked on that even a rich person like Jing Shu was taken aback. Still, she had to admit the high price was justified. For instance, a small box of premium black truffles cost 200,000. A box of white truffles was 300,000 per gin. A special Aris muskmelon was 100,000 each. Grade 9 ribeye was 100,000 per gin, and 10 Shangri-La Matsutake mushrooms were 100,000. Jing Shu had to admit she was tempted. The good stuff in the capital far exceeded her imagination. There were even things she'd never tasted before, like that muskmelon. In Wucheng, there were plenty of Hami melons, and she'd even grown a batch in her own space. But because they were too sweet, her family didn't really like them, So Jing Shu mostly made them into dried hammy melon snacks and stored them in the fridge, putting them out on the coffee table as treats. Of course, it wasn't just hammy melon. There were also raisins, dried apples, dried peaches, and her favorites, dried kiwi and banana chips. But because she had so many, they weren't really in demand. She'd never tried this cute little muskmelon before. Next was the other category, which was a bit of a mixed bag. Jing Shu checked some of the price lists and found them pretty reasonable, in line with market rates, though prices kept rising due to supply and demand. As the apocalypse dragged on, the prices of these luxury goods would skyrocket like real estate once did. No matter the era, the rich never lack money. They only lack good things. The poor, on the other hand, can't afford anything and lack everything. In her previous life, Jing Shu never understood why someone would spend thousands of virtual coins on a worthless snack. In this life, she got it. When these expenses are just a drop in the bucket for you, buying anything is like spending a penny. The difference between a penny and a dime is nothing. Would you spend a penny on a steamed bun, or a dime on abalone and Buddha jumps over the wall soup? While Jing Shu was absorbed in searching for good things from the capital, the mother and son next to her finally set their sights on the young man, who was still expressionlessly focused on his data. The brat quickly ate all the young man's food. When he didn't react, the woman grew bolder, sweeping the rest of the banana chips and all the communal peanuts and sunflower seeds into her bag. The once full table was instantly cleared. If she'd had a container, she probably would have taken the red wine too. Only then did the woman start sipping wine and leisurely cracking sunflower seeds, muttering, "These are a bit stale. Must have been stored too long. When will we ever see sunshine again in this damned apocalypse?" Director Wang's assistant, Xiao Zhang, was very attentive. Seeing the empty table, he quickly brought 2 more servings and placed them in front of Jing Shu. "Miss Jing, this is the 648 set from Mr. Wang. Please enjoy." "Thank Mr. Wang for me," Jing Shu replied with a smile. "Ch, which old guy is playing tricks again? I've been sent gifts before too," the woman muttered, both envious and a little jealous, nudging her brat. The brat, seeing the hot meat pies, immediately reached out. With his experience in freeloading, he knew no one could beat him to the punch. As long as he stuffed it in his mouth first, the adults wouldn't take it back. His mom had told him that everyone here was a big shot and cared about their image, so even if he snatched food, no one would scold him. But Jing Shu was faster. With a swift move, she packed both servings into a black bag and tossed it to Tank. "Take it home for your sister." Tank grinned and nodded, feeling grateful. He and his sister had already planned to give Jing Shu a big gift before she left. The brat was frustrated, and the woman rolled her eyes at Jing Shu, thinking about whether she could try her luck with the burly Tank. He looked simple enough, maybe easy to manipulate. She figured she had the skills. Jing Shu had no intention of indulging people like that. Right in front of the brat, she took out a pack of crispy noodles, crushed them with a snap, sprinkled on the fragrant seasoning, and the aroma filled the air. The brat started drooling on the spot. Oh my, what heavenly smell was this? It was amazing! Jing Shu and Tank quickly finished the crispy noodles. Then she casually took out a small can of newly traded canned yellow peaches, popped the lid, and the sweet scent wafted out. The brat burst into tears. "I want some! I want some!" The woman pulled her son aside, whispering, "I got you plenty of sunflower seeds. We'll eat them at home." Jing Shu took a big sip of the sweet, icy syrup and sighed, "So good!" The brat finally broke down, wailing loudly and drawing a lot of attention. Suddenly, their table became the center of the room. The woman glared at Jing Shu, knowing she'd done it on purpose. "Just you wait. Your name is Miss Jing, right?" "Humph." With that, she scooped up her bawling child and hurried away, looking quite disheveled. The air at Jing Shu's booth instantly felt fresher. At this moment, the expressionless young man spoke up. "She's a famous socialite in the capital. You should be careful around her for a while." Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. A socialite? The kind she was thinking of? Still, this Ms. Luo did have a great figure, everything in the right place. The young man nodded and explained. "Yes, Rumor has it she's connected to more than 50 high-ranking officials. Impressive. The circles here really are messy. Jing Shu shook her head. Honestly, she wasn't too worried. It was just a socialite. Pillow talk might be powerful, but in the apocalypse, what really matters is your own strength. And she didn't just mean brute force. As the saying goes, a whip can't reach beyond its length. Thanks for earlier, the young man said, handing over a sheet of paper. These are some data I've compiled. I hope they'll be useful to you. Jing Shu took the paper, puzzled. Seeing her confusion, the young man explained with his usual blank expression, Hello, my name is Tang Tuoguan. Wherever there's a market, there are merchants. I'm a new kind of professional in the apocalypse known as a buyer agent. My usual business includes buying low and selling high, helping people purchase things, bargaining on their behalf, appraising goods and prices, and sourcing the best items from around the world. If you ever need something specific or special, you can contact me. I can get it for you. After he finished, Tang Tuoguan added, Anything at all. There was an inexplicable confidence in his words. Jing Shu nodded in understanding. Sourcing the best things from around the world sounded impressive, and Tang Tuoguan's supply channels seemed solid. But with a name like Tuoguan, which means trustee or custodian, did it imply something more? Jing Shu glanced a few more times at this unremarkable-looking young man. He seemed almost too calm for a businessman. Could he really make money? Jing Shu looked down at the data on the paper. Tang Tuoguan explained, Not everything at the trading club is priced fairly. The first half of the sheet lists overpriced items. The second half lists those at reasonable prices, good for buying in. If you have the means, I suggest you buy them all. Think of it as an early investment. Jing Shu saw that the sheet listed items from the trading club, their original prices, suggested price ranges, predicted prices, and historical prices, very detailed. Not only that, it included the prices at which today's attendees were selling their goods. It was clear Tang Tuoguan had just compiled this data on the spot. The sheet also listed the highest demand items and estimated prices. What impressed Jing Shu most was that it was all handwritten, yet the tables were as neat as if they'd been printed. Every number was clear at a glance with thoughtful notes. Truly a foolproof data sheet. Tang Tuoguan really lived up to his name. Jing Shu flipped the page and saw the predicted rankings for most anticipated items for sale. The top 3 were tobacco, alcohol, and tea. This showed that, in the current apocalypse, the wealthy weren't lacking food. What they craved most after a good meal were these luxuries, which were sure to sell well. Tang Tuoguan explained, The most anticipated items are the easiest to sell right now. Because they're easy to store, there's still a decent supply. As long as the price is right, someone will buy. There's no chance of getting a bargain here, but the upside is that prices and supply channels are stable. Jing Shu nodded. The highest demand list, on the other hand, was live poultry, seasonings, and top-tier ingredients. Tang Tuoguan continued. The most in-demand items are the ones in shortest supply. As long as they appear, prices will only go up and will keep rising in the future. I've seen what you're selling. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll get a good price. Congratulations in advance. But I suggest you trade for some live poultry and top-tier ingredients. These will only get rarer. Thank you, Jing Shu smiled, already thinking about what to buy. All right, esteemed members, the voting results are in. Please look at the big screen. Let's first see today's most anticipated new item. Fatty Wang was a bit excited as the screen changed. In the virtual 3D simulation, dozens of light columns appeared, each representing a vendor, all selling tobacco. That's right. Today's most anticipated item is still tobacco. The vendors have brought brands like Zhonghua cigarettes and handmade cigars, all authenticated by professionals. There's not much, so please buy directly on site. After 60 seconds, the trading channel will be locked. Any tobacco priced below market value will be bought by the 8th floor trading club at the base price, Fatty Wang announced. This method was truly impressive. Anything priced below market value would be bought up, ensuring that almost everything sold out. This greatly sped up the flow of goods and guaranteed the club's profits. Once sellers had money, they'd buy other things. As long as goods kept moving, the market stayed alive. Just as Tang Tuoguan said, the prices for tobacco from a dozen vendors varied, but a carton of soft Zhonghua was already tens of thousands of virtual coins and still sold out quickly. The trading model was interesting. All kinds of tobacco quickly had their base prices entered, and even the homemade cigars were priced and sold. Everyone seemed to reach a consensus and stopped bidding up the prices. After 60 seconds, all the tobacco was gone. Jing Shu clicked her tongue. If Uncle Jing knew his cigars could be traded for thousands of bug cakes or hundreds of steamed buns, what would he think? The second most anticipated item appeared, just as Tang Tuoguan predicted: alcohol. There was a wide range, from ordinary to premium, but Jing Shu wasn't interested. Aside from Uncle Jing and her father occasionally having a drink, her family didn't need much alcohol. Besides, she had plenty of her own homemade medicinal wine for rheumatism, and after her trip to America, she'd brought back all kinds of red wine. Tang Tuoguan got to work. The alcohol market was tricky. As he operated, he said, "Buying alcohol is like buying real estate. Buy when prices are rising, not falling. Don't bother with cheap red wine. Old brands have more collectible value. For investment, you have to consider taste and popularity." Jing Shu blinked and nodded. She only cared about useful supplies and top-tier ingredients in the apocalypse. "I'm investing in you," Tang Tuoguan said, his fingers flying as he bid several times. The alcohol market was complicated. Some bottles were ignored, while others became hotly contested. "Huh?" Jing Shu blinked. Tang Tuoguan continued, "Your items won't appear on the most anticipated or most needed lists. If I'm right, they'll be revealed last." It's an open secret at the trading club. On one hand, your goods are in short supply, so to encourage competition, they're kept hidden at first. On the other hand, the club wants to reveal them last. Think about it. By then, people who've already spent all their money, or who don't have enough, might borrow to buy. And once they borrow, there's interest. So, one side wants to reduce competition, and the other wants to earn interest. That's why top items never appear too early. Jing Shu's eyes lit up. So her goods were the main event today? She could get a great price? Wait, she'd actually come to buy, and selling was just a side thing. The items Jing Shu was interested in soon appeared, a batch of specialty foods from the capital. What made them especially precious was that they were all freshly made, like Daoxiangkun pastries, the Beijing 8, and other traditional treats that still existed even now. In this round of trading, since the varieties were the same, more than a dozen vendors were selling them. Because of the high costs in the apocalypse, the prices were steep, but at least the taste and quality were guaranteed. These were about the same as the ones Jun Bao had given her last year. Jing Shu had always craved these little snacks. The things you can't get are always the most tempting. Ever since she'd tasted them last time, she couldn't forget that explosion of flavor on her tongue. The key was, she just couldn't replicate that deliciousness at home. Isn't that frustrating? So when the pastries came up, Jing Shu went full country bumpkin and entered bids for every single one, whether she'd tried them before or not. Even the usually expressionless Tang Tuoguan looked at her in surprise as her hands flew across the screen, muttering, "Meat floss cake, apple crisp, pine nut corn cake, meat floss roll, matcha pastry, taro pastry, mung bean cake, pineapple cake, red bean pastry, chestnut pastry, and the famous Beijing 8, Fu character cake, taishi cake, longevity peach cake, double happiness cake, silver ingot cake, rolled pastry, chicken oil cake, jujube flour cake, and sachima. I didn't even get to try them all last time." A small portion of pastries wasn't as expensive as Zhonghua cigarettes, but buying out the whole category was still a hefty sum. The prices for pastries had been stable, but as soon as the trading channel opened, Jing Shu snapped them all up at low prices. Some of the most popular ones quickly went to auction. But Jing Shu kept following up, and since the prices were stable, there was no need to go crazy. The result was that she single-handedly bought out the entire category. Don't underestimate these pastries. One or two might not be worth much, but when Jing Shu swept up the lot, it totaled $1 million. Certified big spender. Miss Jing's name quickly became a hot topic at the trading club. Many people wondered who she was. Who could be so bold as to buy up all the pastries? After all, in this apocalypse, when most people struggled just to eat, there weren't many who could drop $1 million just on pastries. For the rest of the session, Jing Shu showed everyone what it meant to be rich. If she was interested in something, she bought it, never worrying about the price. In her view, as long as the price wasn't outrageously above its value, she'd bid right away. No one understood the future trends of the apocalypse better than she did. No one knew which supplies would become more precious. People like Tang Tuoguan could only predict. Jing Shu was a cheating prophet, so she was even more confident. So when it came to scarce goods, Jing Shu didn't care about the price and just went all in. Her 2 decades of single life had given her lightning-fast reflexes, and with the time limit, she nearly poked a hole in the plus button on the big data screen. The results spoke for themselves, and then, by sheer coincidence, Jing Shu came across a pair of live bamboo rats. Yes, a breeding pair. To be honest, in 2 lifetimes, Jing Shu had never eaten rat before. She'd seen it in movies and documentaries. Bamboo rats were not only virus-free but also delicious, bred quickly, and ate anything. This hit all of Jing Shu's requirements for a post-apocalyptic pet. 1. Edible or with byproducts. 2. Fast breeding and omnivorous. 3. Tasty. She didn't care much about combat ability. After all, her spiritual spring could turn even fat chickens into beasts, so as long as the animal had value, she wouldn't pass it up. Besides, it was already the 4th year of the apocalypse. Such rare and delicious livestock couldn't be missed. Even if her family couldn't accept eating them, Jing Shu figured she could breed them and develop bamboo rats as a high-end food source. And speaking of combat ability, any social animal, especially rodents, could be terrifying in numbers. If they were raised with her spiritual spring, hundreds or thousands of bamboo rats hiding in the dark could be formidable. In the Ice Age, they might even be useful for digging, tunneling, and scouting. So, Jing Shu was determined to get these bamboo rats. A breeding pair was rare, and even at the trading club they attracted a lot of attention. The price kept climbing, but no one could outbid Jing Shu. In the end, she secured the pair for $3 million. Live animals were just too rare in this era. When the 2 skinny, dirty, shifty-eyed little creatures finally landed in Jing Shu's hands, all she could think was, which tastes better, roast bamboo rat or braised bamboo rat? Only kids make choices. I want both. Tisk tisk, it'll take at least a month, Jing Shu said regretfully, shaking her head. A month? Tang Tuoguan was starting to find Jing Shu impossible to read. He didn't understand what she meant by a month. According to his data, bamboo rats topped out at $2 million. If it were another type of livestock, the price might be even higher. After all, bamboo rats didn't have a huge fan base, especially among the wealthy. Jing Shu just smiled and said nothing. What she regretted was that she'd have to wait for these 2 to breed a few litters before she could enjoy the delicacy. She was just impatient, that's all. As for how many trading coins she'd spent, she didn't care. To her, those numbers meant nothing compared to the security of having live, breeding animals in the apocalypse. As a bonus, the seller even threw in some bamboo and a guide to raising bamboo rats, as thanks to this rich boss for driving the price so high. Bamboo rats don't have to eat bamboo. They're omnivores and will eat vegetable scraps, watermelon rinds, anything. Still, Jing Shu planned to plant some of the bamboo in her space and on the villa grounds. She'd heard pandas loved bamboo too. Who knows? Maybe she could raise a panda someday. As Jing Shu was quietly laughing to herself, Tang Tuoguan tapped her and brought over something from the big data marketplace, pointing to a machine. This thing's been listed for ages. Judging by your recent actions, I think you might need it. Why had this item been sitting in the marketplace for so long with no buyers? It meant either the price was too high or there simply wasn't any demand for it in the current market. If something was truly good, everyone would be scrambling for it. The importance of supplies in the apocalypse was clear from today's trading session. The most expensive items were always sustainable livestock with byproducts, followed by consumable luxuries like tobacco, alcohol, and tea, and then raw materials. But none of these were staple foods, which says a lot if you think about it. While the trading club was auctioning off ducks, Jing Shu shifted her attention to the item in question. The picture showed a medium-sized machine. The description read, freeze dryer. Freeze dryer? Jing Shu frowned and kept reading. After use, vacuum freeze drying removes 95%, 99% of water content, allowing the dried product to be stored long-term without spoilage. Because drying happens in a vacuum, there's very little oxygen, so even easily oxidized substances are protected. So, Jing Shu looked up at Tang Tuoguan. Tang Tuoguan nodded. You can make freeze-dried milk powder, freeze-dried meat, freeze-dried foods, and so on. The shelf life is long, and the nutrients don't degrade. You can also compress the dried goods. Jing Shu's mind cleared. She really did need this. For example, her dairy cows had just calved again, and there was so much milk that even with daily milk tea, milk skin, cheese, yogurt, and other products, she still had a surplus, especially with the cows in her space where the milk was piling up. She'd been thinking of making milk powder next time. Things in her space could be kept fresh, but the surplus from the villa was prone to spoilage. It might look like she had plenty now, but when the Great Migration came, there would definitely be shortages. Fresh vegetables could be dried in the West Mountain, but with freeze-drying, she could preserve a much wider range of foods. Jing Shu checked the price. 3 million trading coins. These weren't virtual coins, but a special currency set by the trading club based on market value, usable only on the 8th floor. That's expensive. Jing Shu glanced at her recent purchases. She'd started with 10 million, but now only had 5 million left, and she hadn't even bought that much yet. If she spent another 3 million, she wouldn't be able to buy much else. Back when she bought land and built a factory, she only owed the town government a few million virtual coins. Of course, inflation had changed things since then. Besides, with the weather so cold, people could just leave things outside to freeze solid for storage. Freeze-drying wasn't in high demand right now. But the compression feature is really tempting. It would save a lot of space, and the food could be rehydrated later. When the Great Migration comes next year, even with all the supplies in my space and a double-decker RV, I still won't be able to take everything. Jing Shu hesitated. Tang Tuoguan fell silent, then started calculating with his pen. Finally, he said, If I'm right, you'll end up buying it. I suggest you do. It's a complete set, and there aren't many left. Sure, the temperature keeps dropping and more people are using the natural freezer outside, but no one knows what the next disaster will be. Yes, a disaster every year had become the norm. No one knew what would come next. There were even special departments for disaster research and prevention, preparing for the unexpected. For example, the recent mudslide had been anticipated, so supplies were moved and the affected area cleared quickly. You could say the government and people of Huaxia had adapted well and could now avoid disasters much more effectively. But what really pushed Jing Shu to buy the expensive freeze-drying equipment was something else. Each auction category went by quickly, 1 or 2 minutes per item, leaving little time to think. Many people bid impulsively, since some things once missed were gone for good. Rare old hens and sows fetched sky-high prices, but Jing Shu wasn't interested. She already had plenty in her space. What caught her eye was feed. Not ordinary feed, otherwise she wouldn't have bothered. She already had vegetable scraps, eggshells, bones, and homegrown grains. The tons of feed she'd bought before the apocalypse were almost gone, but she wasn't about to pay a premium for regular feed. No, these were live feed insects. Before the apocalypse, Jing Shu had bought almost every kind of poultry and plenty of feed, but she'd forgotten about feed insects, those protein-rich bugs. Now, some breeders were selling live insects. Of course, they weren't selling at pre-apocalypse prices. These bugs were now classified as livestock and protected. If you wanted your poultry to thrive in the apocalypse, these high-protein insects were essential, especially for boosting egg production. So live feed insects were now more expensive than luxury freeze-dried meats. The breeders were smart, too. They sold the insects as breeding stock. Just imagine, those plump, wriggling bugs packed tightly in containers. each one worth hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands. This batch, 100 grams, is top-quality mealworm stock. They eat anything, adapt well, and are highly nutritious. Add them to the diet of fish, chickens, or any poultry, and their nutrition will skyrocket. Most importantly, they breed easily in the apocalypse. Each can lay 601,000 eggs before dying, with a new batch every 10 days and full maturity in a few weeks. You don't need to buy much, just a little to start breeding at home. In a month or two, you'll have enough to feed your poultry. You only need to add about 10% to their feed. Even Jing Shu was fascinated. The breeder then introduced several other types of feed insects, big and small, from expensive golden nobles to cheap, low-maintenance bugs. There were even high-quality maggots for sale. Yes, high-quality maggots. They were tricky to raise and required special feed, but they were high in protein. If you mix 20% maggots into poultry feed, your chickens could lay an extra egg every day. Wow! As it turned out, these maggots weren't being sold as breeding stock, but in bulk. What Jing Shu hadn't expected was that, compared to all those other feed insects that were tricky to breed and required careful attention, the most popular item from the breeder was actually a huge batch of high-quality maggots. As soon as the maggots appeared, they were snapped up by the hundreds of kilos. It turned out that the wealthy preferred to buy ready-to-use products. Breeding feed insects was expensive, finicky, and troublesome, so it was much more convenient to just buy maggots and feed them directly. So, while all kinds of live feed insects were expensive, no one was competing with Jing Shu for them. She didn't hesitate. She bought them all. Every single type, not missing a one. That's how bold she was. For the highest protein species, Jing Shu planned to breed them carefully. Yellow mealworms, darkling beetles, woodworms, earthworms, brine shrimp, white termites, and so on. The one that made things easiest for her was the bloodworm, an excellent natural bait for fish, highly nutritious, and recognized worldwide as the best live feed for tropical fish. As long as she put them in her space and added some spiritual spring water, they'd be the best live feed for all kinds of fish. They bred quickly, almost as well as redworms, and didn't take up much space. A single clump could contain countless worms. After Jing Shu swept up all the live feed insects, she started hearing all sorts of speculation about her identity. I was just wondering if this person would compete with us for poultry. After all, there's less and less poultry for sale at these trading events. This year's been bad, like a curse. Poultry breeding rates have plummeted, making them more valuable than ever, but she didn't even bid. She just bought up all the feed insects. Maybe she already has plenty of poultry at home. I've got 7 or 8 myself. Can you ever have too many? Then why buy so many bugs? Maybe she wants to do what the breeder does and use them as breeding stock. I heard she's from out of town, so it's none of our business. When box after box of different insects packed in soil was delivered, even the usually expressionless Tang Tuoguan gave Jing Shu a strange look. Can you imagine spending hundreds of thousands just to buy so many bugs? Even though they really were valuable. Normally a few virtual coins would be enough for daily needs. Even someone with a stable job might only make 1,000 a month, which was still less than the value of a few of these bugs. This, perhaps, is the power of capital. After all, 99% of the wealth is in the hands of 1% of people. Sometimes what looks like extravagance is just daily life for these people. They're not even showing off. The lives of the rich are just that simple and unpretentious. This little episode prompted Jing Shu to go ahead and buy the entire freeze-drying equipment set for $3 million, because she suddenly realized that with all these feed insects, she could spend the next year breeding them like crazy, then turn them into freeze-dried meat or powder, nutrient-rich, storable, and space-saving. That way, when the Great Migration came next year, she wouldn't need to bring so much feed. The compressed freeze-dried meat would take up hardly any space and be easy to carry. Just like dried black fungus, a little would go a long way. Add in other freeze-dried vegetables, foods, and fruit, and she'd be able to bring even more supplies. Buy! I'll take it! Jing Shu quickly spent her entire 10 million trading coins, almost forgetting she'd come to sell things too. But as the event went on, demand clearly dropped, and the stockpiles grew. Still, The 8th floor trading club bought everything at market price. Market price fluctuated daily. If no one wanted something, the price would drop, and if demand rose, it would go up. The market price was always lower than the seller's asking price. Some sellers were willing to sell cheap, others weren't and would cancel the deal, but they still had to pay a 0.1% booth fee. No matter what, the 8th floor trading club never lost out. By the time Jing Shu was yawning, the people around her were getting more and more excited. Those in the know realized it was time for the real treasures to come out. Previously, sellers would be invited on stage to introduce their goods, but this time, Director Wang himself, after straightening his tie, took the stage with excitement. Now, up for auction, 10 jars of honey, each weighing 1 kilogram, and 1 jar of royal jelly, also 1 kilogram. This is top-grade pure honey, professionally certified. The quality is absolutely the best I've ever sold. It will never expire, and you can request a second inspection after purchase. We'll also add a traceability code. Bidding starts now and ends in 2 minutes. Jing Shu was surprised that Fatty Wang gave her an extra minute for this item, meaning more time for people to bid and a higher final price for her honey. There were plenty of buyers for honey in the demand list. The price of pure honey was soaring, sold by the gram. Sugar was already expensive, much harder to refine than salt, and beekeeping was even harder than farming. Honey was rarer than poultry, more nutritious, and so its status in the apocalypse was even higher. This is the real highlight today. Old Lou dragged me here for this. I've never seen it for sale before. Old Wang's honey only yields a little each year, and it's always pre-ordered. This batch is from out of town. Soon the numbers on the 11 virtual booths started skyrocketing. Royal jelly, which was even rarer, saw its price soar. Even Fatty Wang was surprised. These usually calm, gentlemanly types were now frantically tapping their screens. They wished they had more hands, and even then felt their reaction speed wasn't fast enough. After a minute and a half, the bidding slowed. No matter how good something was, once it exceeded its value, or if people thought the money could buy other food, the bidding would stop. As the 2-minute mark approached, there were a few more bids, but not much. The price had reached saturation. "This is the highest price I've ever seen honey sell for," Tang Tuoguan remarked. All 11 jars sold for a third more than expected. One big shot bought the royal jelly and 5 jars of honey in one go, spending millions without batting an eye. Clearly not short on cash. Fatty Wang rubbed his hands together. "See? Good stuff always fetches a good price. Now for today's real surprise." Huh? Wasn't the honey the surprise? By unit price, honey was definitely one of the most valuable items today. Poultry might be expensive, but not as rare as honey, and honey is a consumable after all. Fatty Wang rubbed his hands together. Let's take a look at today's grand finale. Dried blood mushrooms. So, have any of you heard of them? It was the same old trick. This batch of dried blood mushrooms had been placed at the very bottom of the list. So many people hadn't noticed them. Those who did were all old hands and kept quiet, so a lot of people missed out. Otherwise, with the way things usually go, this item would have easily made the most anticipated list. So when Fatty Wang announced it as the grand finale, everyone understood. But what are dried blood mushrooms? I thought blood mushrooms couldn't be dried? I've heard of blood mushrooms. If I'd known there'd be some today, I would have brought my goods to sell. What a sly fox. Only telling us about the blood mushrooms now. He just wants us to borrow money. But hasn't it been over a year since blood mushrooms last appeared? This time, even Lord Long is here. Looks like they'll all end up in his hands. So what? Lord Long just has money. Don't you know there are even bigger players here today? This'll be fun. Let's see which big shots fight it out. Some people were here for the show. Some were sharpening their knives, but Jing Shu was just counting her haul for the day. With just honey and some cultivated blood mushrooms, she'd traded for so many rare supplies. She felt a deep sense of happiness. Shopping really does lift your mood and give you a sense of security. Fatty Wang cleared his throat and personally brought out 10 boxes. He gently brushed his hand over the wooden boxes, took a deep, intoxicated sniff, and then opened them to reveal the dried blood mushrooms, beautifully mounted in gold-threaded frames. The screen zoomed in, accompanied by a dynamic yet tranquil piece of music, instantly elevating the atmosphere. Even Jing Shu felt like, wow, this was like appraising a priceless antique. After showing the dried blood mushrooms from every angle, Fatty Wang began his introduction. These blood mushrooms are different from before. They've been specially processed into dried blood mushrooms. After professional testing, their nutritional value and unique properties have been very well preserved. Please take a look at our inspection report and compare it to previous blood mushroom reports. You'll see these are nearly twice as potent as regular blood mushrooms. On the screen, 2 detailed inspection reports appeared, with key features and data highlighted for easy comparison. And most importantly, these have been specially processed and can be stored for years without losing their properties. That's extremely rare. Now the crowd started to get excited, and some people were clearly tempted. You can also see that these are much larger than ordinary blood mushrooms. So, after discussion, we've decided to auction these 10 dried blood mushrooms by the gram. There aren't many. This is a rare opportunity. And to make sure everyone can bid to their heart's content, I've used my authority as director to triple your usual credit limit for free. So, even if you don't have enough money, don't worry. Such a dog move. Knew he'd pull this trick. Damn, looks like I'll have to sell a kidney. The crowd grumbled, but everyone still applied for the extra credit. In this era, money wasn't worth much, but everyone had supplies. They might complain, but they all had real goods to trade. It was just a matter of paying a price to cash out. Everyone had seen the goods and knew they were the real deal. Fatty Wang gave everyone a minute or two to gather their trading coins, then announced, "All right, the grand finale is about to begin. The countdown is still 2 minutes. This time we're starting the auction by the gram. You can see the weight of each dried blood mushroom clearly marked." The dried blood mushrooms varied in size, so auctioning by weight was fair. Jing Shu lounged comfortably on the leather sofa, a little excited herself. If this worked out, she could use Qian Duoduo to trade for all sorts of rare and useful things in the future. In her previous life, Jing Shu had been so traumatized by hunger that after her rebirth, she hoarded food above all else. Her space could grow and store food, so she had everything she needed to eat, but was starting to run low on other things. Still, it wasn't a big problem. Under the warm lights, with bold music and a 5-star hotel atmosphere, the room fell silent. Only the sound of frantic tapping on screens could be heard. Fatty Wang, calm and collected, stroked the blood mushrooms and occasionally said, "A miracle for replenishing blood, prolonging life, especially good to have on hand for emergencies." Which ancient noble family didn't keep some ginseng in reserve? That really got people going. In these times, who with a big family business didn't want some insurance? The numbers on the screen soared. If the trading club didn't have rules to stabilize prices, limit price hikes, and cap the final bid within a set range, some of the big shots would have thrown down millions right from the start. After all, the trading club was the face of the capital, representing the city's prices. With inflation still rampant, they had to limit price surges and keep auctions from getting out of hand. So, in the end, the 10 dried blood mushrooms sold at the highest price allowed by the cap. Strangely, halfway through, Fatty Wang was called away. When he returned, his expression was a bit odd, but most people just thought he'd gone to the restroom. Those in the know realized something must have happened. After all, some things can't be measured by price alone. Jing Shu didn't care about any of that. Fatty Wang's assistant, Xiao Zhang, was attentive as ever and brought her 2 more 648 sets. Tank was a bit disappointed. By the time the grand finale came, he couldn't afford anything. Maybe he was just here to be a porter. Tang Tuoguan said flatly, "Your goods were hidden by the system." Jing Shu was puzzled, then realized, of course that was normal. If her goods hadn't been hidden, she wouldn't have believed it. But there's no need to think the world is dark. This is just part of the rules. This is my big data number. Interested in working together? Tang Tuoguan handed over his phone. "I'm at your service. Leave it to me, this is the managed mode. Jing Shu's sharp eyes noticed that Tang Tuoguan's phone showed he'd snagged 2 dried blood mushrooms. Just seconds earlier, Jing Shu's account had suddenly increased by 7 million. She'd sold at a sky-high price. Compared to being hidden, you're even more impressive. I'd like to work with you. Tang Tuoguan, always expressionless, was unexpectedly interesting. I was just helping Lord Long buy them. That man has a lot of resources. If you're interested, I can introduce you in the future. Jing Shu didn't know if this Lord Long was someone like Qian Duoduo. She'd heard his name several times tonight, but only by reputation. She hadn't actually seen him. It was a bit of a pity. She knew Lord Long was somewhere in the trading club, but unlike someone as distinctive as Mababa, he didn't stand out in a crowd. Oh well, maybe I'll meet this Lord Long next time. After adding Tang Tuoguan's contact, Jing Shu said, You'll be interested in Lord Long. No one isn't interested in him, Tang Tuoguan replied. Jing Shu just smiled politely and muttered to herself, It's not like he's money. No one can be universally liked. Even money has always carried the stench of copper, so not everyone likes it. The trading event was drawing to a close. Next came the process of re-inspecting goods and adding traceability codes. After all, when you're spending millions, you have to be thorough. After all the taxes and fees were settled, Jing Shu found she still had nearly 1 million left on her trading card. That meant that after selling her goods and buying so much, she still had a hefty sum of trading coins. Trading coins could only be used in the 8th floor trading club. They were useless outside. Converting them to virtual currency incurred a hefty fee, and Jing Shu didn't plan to do that anyway. She still owed a lot of money to Wucheng. Besides, in the coming days, it was better not to have too much money sitting in her account. No one can see how much material you have, but your money is easy to track. The 5th year of the apocalypse was about to bring a great famine. When everyone suffers together, that's the real rule. So, what should I do with this money? With her departure from the capital imminent, Jing Shu thought for a moment. Then her mind cleared. She handed her card to Tang Tuoguan. There's about 1 million on this card. Tang Tuoguan took the card, looking at Jing Shu in surprise. 1 million was the minimum threshold for entry to the 8th floor trading club. It was a significant sum. So? Aren't you called Tang Tuoguan? So help me manage it, will you? Tang Tuoguan nodded almost without hesitation. I want 10% of the profits. No problem. Oh, and if you come across anything good, help me get it. Jing Shu still couldn't forget all the organic goodies in the capital. In Wucheng, aside from Chanduoduo, almost no one could afford such organic fruits and vegetables, except for her, with her cheat of a spatial dimension. Jing Shu turned to Tank. From now on, every 3 months, he'll help me transport things. If you have anything, just give it to him. It was all thanks to adopting that goose. At least it gave Jing Shu a transport route in the capital. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine how she'd move goods over such a distance in the apocalypse. But now, with the 5th year approaching, even the upper echelons would have to tighten their belts as staple foods became scarce. Tang Tuoguan seemed to want to say more, but finally asked, What are you planning to do about the blood mushroom supply? After all, anyone who could bring out 10 at once surely had more. Jing Shu smiled. There'll be news when the time comes. Don't worry. She'd leave it all to Qian Duoduo. He already had so many debts. What's one more? Let him take the heat. Jing Shu was really preoccupied with her new pets. She couldn't wait to put the bamboo rats in her space and speed up their growth just so she could taste their delicious meat sooner. She also needed to put some of the feed insects into her space to breed and mature so she could make as much freeze-dried insect feed as possible before the migration. In short, Jing Shu had plenty to do and no time to waste here. So she parted ways with Tang Tuoguan, leaving the rest to him. She wanted to see if this trustee could really live up to his name. She'd bought so much this time, including a full set of freeze-drying equipment. Of course, anyone who could afford such equipment didn't need to worry about electricity. There was no way Jing Shu and Tank could move it all themselves. Luckily, the 8th floor trading club helped transport everything back. She'd also used up all the Wucheng medicine she'd brought. Otherwise, with all her mountains of daily necessities, toilet paper, food, equipment, and so on, there was no way she could have afforded the shipping. She'd really gotten a great deal. When she arrived, it was a lively scene. Over 30 pharmacists in total. On the way back, it was much quieter. Wang Danai stayed in the capital with most of the Wucheng supplies and pharmacists to work in the new factory, producing medicine day and night. It was a matter of life and death for countless people across China, no joking around. Jing Shu was very understanding and considerate of the pharmacists' work, even spending public funds to have Tank get some grain to give everyone a better meal. In any case, Jing Shu's mission in the capital was complete. The harvest this time was so rich, she didn't want to leave. Seeing the plane loaded almost entirely with her supplies gave her a deep sense of security. The black gloves on her hands moved softly, smooth, shiny, comfortable, and warm. Maruko, however, bared her teeth and hid behind the fat chicken, clearly wary of Jing Shu's hand. She could sense something. The fat chicken, meanwhile, glared at the thing at Jing Shu's feet. Puffing out its plump chest, wings akimbo like a tigress, it paused, realizing the pose wasn't elegant, and quickly changed it. It wiggled its ample rear, preened its feathers, struck a seductive pose, and stretched out its long, beautiful chicken legs, batting its eyes at Jing Shu. Jing Shu. Isn't it just a duck? Is all this really necessary? Tank kept insisting it was a goose, but to Jing Shu it looked just like a tiny, palm-sized gray duckling with all the features of a duck. Well, maybe it was a goose in duck's clothing. Maybe it would turn into a swan like the ugly duckling? That's right. This little thing was Tank's big surprise for her. And it really was a surprise. If she was right, this was a post-apocalyptic evolved creature, an aberrant animal. Tank hadn't dared to get it officially appraised because, well, you know what that would mean. For now, Jing Shu knew enough about it and named it Little Gua Gua, Little Melon. After all, Tank had only given it to her after they boarded the plane, persuading her with emotion and reason to accept this precious gift. What a scene it was. A big guy suddenly pulling something out of his pocket, tossing it down and trying to run away. Of course, Jing Shu grabbed Tank and made him explain. It turned out that he and his sister had always felt indebted to Jing Shu for her kindness. But since she lacked for nothing, they never knew how to repay her. After all, what could they possibly give her? By chance, while herding the geese, they'd found a little duckling mixed in. Don't be fooled by how small Gua Gua was. Tank had actually found it 3 months ago, but it never grew. At first, he thought it was malnourished and took special care of it, but it still stayed tiny, eating and pooping a lot but never getting bigger. That's when Tank got suspicious. He secretly gathered information and, following the detailed guides on the big data network, observed Gua Gua's physiology. He finally determined that Gua Gua was a mutant male goose, though the exact breed was unclear. Gua Gua was just too small and hadn't developed the features needed for identification. The current apocalypse laws were clear about mutant creatures. 1. Mutants must be able to survive harsh environments. 2. They must be able to find food in any environment and possess dark matter. 3. They must have unique traits. That unique trait could mean many things. When Tank talked about Gua Gua's traits, he hesitated, only saying, "Anyway, after raising it for so long, my sister and I both agree. It's not an ordinary goose. People who like it really like it like my sister. People who don't..." Tank gritted his teeth, remembering the chaos it had caused, and couldn't help but cover his face. Some people really hate this little guy. Oh, and this gander can even herd our other geese. The dozens at the Grain Bureau all listen to it. Maybe it's a king among geese. I hope you can raise it well and that it'll be as useful as fat chicken someday. Only someone like Jing Shu could raise a fat chicken. This mutant goose would be wasted in their hands, and they had no better way to thank her. They hoped it would help her in the future. What could Jing Shu say? She could only accept this little gander that looked like a duck. Tsk-tisk. Dahua and Gudan were now big and strong, with wingspans over a meter. So handsome. But Guagua was only palm-sized. If she wasn't careful, she might accidentally sit on it and squash it. All right, fat chicken, take Maruko and go play. I need to study this little thing. Jing Shu gave Fat Chicken and Maruko some beef jerky, finally sending the jealous pair away. The plane began its descent, engines roaring, lights dimmed, and warm air blowing from the vents. Jing Shu squinted, picking up little Guagua. It wasn't shy at all, quacking and affectionately pecking at her black gloves. Amazingly, the soft, blood-sucking leech glove actually got a tiny piece bitten off by Guagua. The leech, probably asleep, didn't expect to lose a bit of flesh and, in a rage, immediately tried to wrap around and devour Guagua. Luckily, Jing Shu reacted quickly, forcing the leech back into glove form and, at the last second, stashing Guagua in her space, saving it from disaster. Once inside, Guagua stretched comfortably and fell asleep. Jing Shu was speechless. All in all, the return to Wucheng was smooth and uneventful, so much so that Jing Shu, who'd been on edge the whole way, felt silly for worrying. After all, half the plane's cargo was hers, and she couldn't store these legitimate goods in her space. Along the way, Jing Shu studied Guagua as thoroughly as she could. Why, as thoroughly as she could? Because she wasn't sure if Guagua was intelligent. After giving it some spiritual spring water, she could control Guagua completely, but she noticed something different. Unlike all her other pets, Guagua's mind was a total blank. No desires, no thoughts, nothing. For other pets, like Fat Chicken and the termites, their intelligence and desires were obvious. With the space and spiritual spring, Jing Shu could sense what they wanted and what they were thinking. Even the new blood-sucking leech was always thinking about eating and mating. Even pets with almost no self-awareness still projected feelings of hostility or friendliness. But Guagua was different. She couldn't sense anything at all. It was like an emotionless machine. As for its abilities, it was just a sticky, muddled mess. Although Guagua was a mutant gander, she didn't know what use it would be. Most importantly, it couldn't lay eggs like Fat Chicken. What use was a gander? If only ganders could lay eggs, Jing Shu thought with a sigh. Her desire to train this mutant gander faded a bit. Still, Guagua was a mutant, an evolved creature adapted to the apocalypse, the second mutant animal she'd acquired after the red energy dinosaur chicken, not counting the defective second-generation dino chickens. Jing Shu's attention soon shifted to other things in her space. Honestly, she was busy every day. With the space upgraded, there were more fields, more animals, more fish and shrimp, more byproducts. Even without the spiritual spring, she had to slaughter a batch every month or two. Her dream in her previous life was to count money until her hands cramped. Now, she never expected to spend so much time on these chores. If only there were an intelligent creature in her space to help harvest, feed the animals, and organize things. In Thailand, they trained monkeys to pick coconuts. Jing Shu wished she could train a monkey to help on the farm. But monkeys were probably extinct by now. Back to the present, the bamboo rats and feed insects in her space had already started getting spiritual spring water. Time was running out. After a stable 5th year, she'd be on the move again. She'd learned from her past life, you can never have too much, only not enough. Never put all your eggs in one basket, and never keep all your trump cards in one place. Because you never know which will come first, an accident or tomorrow. Wucheng, at last. Welcome home. Jing Shu never expected that both Old Zhou and Jin Tianqi would come to meet her at the airport. If you're coming to pick someone up, just pick them up. Why bring so many people? They'd even formed 2 rows of a welcome party, holding up signs in the dead of winter. Low-key, please. A little more low-key. Honestly, when she got off the plane and saw this scene, she was moved to tears. In that moment, she truly felt a sense of belonging. Of course, everyone was bundled up in all kinds of cotton-padded jackets, carrying all sorts of odd packages. No more fashionable, glamorous looks, no more city lights, just muddy ground, simple clothes, and old equipment. The apocalypse had come, but it hadn't destroyed humanity. Life was hard, and many people were just numb, but at least they were alive. Nothing is more important than that. Jing Shu took a deep breath. As the vice president of the Wucheng Pharmaceutical Association and the team leader for this mission, she shook hands with Jin Tianqi, and someone snapped a photo to record the moment. "You've all worked hard." She was sure this would be the main story on Wucheng's news today. Jing Shu was still wrapped up in her thick coat, so tightly that even people who knew her might not recognize her. But from a distance, she spotted the little old car parked in the corner, with a man standing by the hood, carefully smoking a cigarette. When he saw her, he was so excited he forgot to smoke. It was her dad, here to pick her up. Even from afar, she could see that, thanks to better nutrition these years, he'd put on a little weight, and his face looked younger. In this life, her dad was much more handsome. Winning the competition in the capital was a surprise, and the benefits and cake to be divided up were probably already being listed in detail the moment the results were announced. But this time, Jing Shu didn't know why, but she just wasn't interested. She only wanted to go home. After being away for over a month, all she wanted was a good meal with her family. "Master, I won't be attending the awards ceremony later. After we settle the accounts, I'll need to borrow the association's car to take all my things home." "Jing girl, are you sure? This is such a good opportunity." Old Joe couldn't stop smiling. Jing Shu had given him so many surprises. He looked her up and down, then praised, "New gloves? They look great. Black and shiny, almost transparent. Things from the capital really are different." "Huh, I like these new gloves too." Jing Shu glanced at her blood-sucking leech gloves. When they turned a bit transparent, it meant the two leeches were mating. Within a few meters, they'd already scattered countless eggs. If there was any danger, the leeches could instantly move to the threat and completely hunt down the intruder. Who would have thought that their constant mating, especially after being fed spiritual spring water, would become their greatest strength? The invisible shield wall they created in this range kept Jing Shu safe and gave her a huge advantage. With the spiritual spring, the range was growing, and her protection and first strike ability were even stronger. "All right, Master. I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going home. See? My dad's here." Jing Shu smiled for the camera, quietly talking while occasionally answering Jin Tianqi's questions. "Was it hard? Was the trip smooth? Any problems? How did you solve them?" "You did great, and won resources for Wucheng." Jin Tianqi was as kind as ever. Jing Shu knew that was a skill all leaders had, always seeming approachable. All right, is one truck enough? Let them help you move your things first," Old Joe asked. Maybe at least 3 trucks?" Jing Shu said, a little embarrassed. Big Yellow Teeth was stunned. "Jing girl, did you move the whole capital back with you? Is the chicken okay?" The most painful part. After confirming Jing Shu was safe, her dad's first question was about the chicken. Fat Chicken strutted out from behind Jing Shu, chest puffed out, looking like, "If you don't want me, someone else will." It even shook its plump feathers. After molting, its new feathers were much lighter in color, but each one was top quality, tougher and more durable in the apocalypse. Her dad nodded in satisfaction. His job was done. His daughter was safe, and the family's beloved Fat Chicken was fine. "We've prepared some of your favorite food at home. Let's go." Just then, a little head poked out from behind Jing Shu. It was Maruko, hunched over and hard to spot, blinking her big eyes and scratching herself. "This is—" Before he could finish, an even smaller guagua waddled out, quacking, pecking at her dad's shoes, trying to bite off a piece. After a few failed attempts, it ate some dirt, then swallowed it with a tilt of its head, all under her dad's astonished gaze. "These are—" Her dad looked confused, but his expression quickly changed as the movers started hauling over box after box, loading up the trucks, filling 3 of them. This... It seemed like all her dad could say today was this. Actually, she'd brought back even more from America, but most of it was hidden in her space, some secretly stashed in the basement, and only a portion shown to the family. But this time, everything from the capital was legitimate. No need to hide it. For her family's happiness, Jing Shu even slipped some things from her space into the pile, just to make it all look above board. All right, let's go home. These are just things I brought from the capital. Not that much, really. The movers rolled their eyes. Their backs and legs ached from loading 3 trucks, and she said it wasn't much. Most of it wasn't even food, just toilet paper and equipment. If it were food, it'd be worth a fortune. Wucheng was in a bad way this year. Of course, Jing Shu wouldn't show off her food. She'd repackaged everything tightly. The temperature in Wucheng had dropped again. Sitting in the BYD, Jing Shu looked at Maroko, feeling a headache coming on. How was she going to arrange things for Maroko? After a few days of careful care, the once skin and bones Maroko finally had a bit of flesh on her, and her temper had mellowed a lot. Being with Fat Chicken, she seemed to find some kind of animalistic resonance, interacting with it in a beastly way. But Jing Shu felt this wasn't a long-term solution. After all, Maroko was still human. Even if she'd regressed and mutated from consuming too much of the red liquid, losing her mind and reason, at her core, she was still a person. If she stayed with Fat Chicken too long, Jing Shu worried she'd end up like a werewolf or a caveman. For now, Jing Shu didn't dare give Maroko any more red or black liquid. She didn't know what further stimulation might do to her, so she needed to research it thoroughly before making any decisions. So what to do? Maybe bring Maroko home for a few days? But Grandma Jing was especially soft-hearted toward children like this. If she got attached, it would be a problem. While Jing Shu was still struggling with what to do, she saw Hao Yunlai standing dumbly at the gate of their villa, staring up at the dark sky. Jing Dad smiled. We really have to thank Hao Yunlai these days. I don't know what kind of strange luck he has. Whenever something weird happens, it always seems like it's about to affect us. But in the end, we're fine. Jing Dad scratched his head, thinking about how odd things had been lately. If Hao Yunlai wasn't around, nothing happened. But when he was, something always did. But it never actually hurt their family. Strange, right? Jing Shu just chuckled. Hao Yunlai's constitution was always weird. Rumor had it he'd cursed his whole family, and now their ghosts haunted him. Sometimes he even talked to himself. Jing Shu had never seen any ghosts, but right now, Hao Yunlai really did look like he was chatting with a crowd, which was a little creepy. Hao Yunlai came by every so often, partly to get diluted spiritual spring water to help his condition, and partly to help out around the house. Grandma Jing liked him a lot. He always seemed dazed, but he was obedient and worked hard. When the car stopped in front of him, the still groggy Hao Yunlai finally noticed them. He saw Jing Shu and looked surprised, even a little aggrieved. You're finally back. I've been feeling weird lately. Jing Shu kicked Fat Chicken out of the car. You're a grown chicken now. Go do some work. Then she started unloading bags and boxes, asking, What's been weird? Had he gotten a dose of red energy and started to devolve too? She wondered if Hao Yunlai would turn into a gorilla, but he looked normal enough. Hao Yunlai blushed, embarrassed and unable to speak. While he was stammering, Maroko suddenly rushed over and hugged his leg, refusing to let go. What's going on? Jing Shu called out while telling her dad to organize the unloading. Maroko had always been wary of everyone except Jing Shu and Fat Chicken since losing her mind. She'd never been this close to anyone else. This was a bit much. Maroko chattered away in some unintelligible language. Even animal whisperer Jing Shu couldn't understand, but it was clear Maroko had found a sense of security with Hao Yunlai. Hao Yunlai was startled, but then his expression changed to surprise. He patted Maroko's head and said, She smells like me. She's used that energy too? Jing Shu nodded. She overdosed. That's why she lost her mind. Hao Yunlai grew serious, losing his usual lazy look. With his curly hair and serious face, he was unexpectedly handsome. This might be atavism. I've been having some strange behaviors myself lately. Strange behaviors? Like what? Jing Shu looked him up and down. Hao Yunlai fidgeted, blushing like a shy girl, making Jing Shu both anxious and curious about what kind of animalistic urges he was talking about. Finally, Hao Yunlai found a way to change the subject. Just now, I felt like she was treating me as her mother. Jing Shu. This child's name is Maruko. She's a girl, an orphan. She lost her mind after overdosing on experimental drugs in the capital. I saw they were going to get rid of her as a burden, so I rescued her, Jing Shu explained. Maruko, huh? She's adorable. She must have been terrified. So, what are you planning to do with her? Hao Yunlai looked up at Jing Shu, a glint in his eyes. I haven't decided yet. How about letting me take care of her? Hao Yunlai said seriously. You? A grown man? Can you handle it? Jing Shu looked at him doubtfully. It's fine. Maruko thinks of me as her mother. Even if I don't know how, I can ask my mom and my sister. They'll help. They like Maruko too because she smells like me. Maybe being together will help my own condition. Don't worry, I'll report back to you regularly. I promise I'll take good care of her. Jing Shu had known Hao Yunlai for years, but this was the first time he'd spoken so much, so seriously. She trusted his character, and she'd been struggling with what to do with Maruko. If their powers came from the same source, maybe they really were the same kind of people now. It was probably better for Maruko to be with him than with her and Fat Chicken. Jing Shu ignored his comment about asking his mom. He always said weird things. All right, let's try it for a while and see if Maruko improves. Hao Yunlai left with Maruko, or rather, Maruko clung to his leg like a baby monkey, full of security. Jing Shu gave him plenty of Maruko's daily necessities, clothes, food, and formula. Maruko definitely needed some nutrition. After seeing them off and finishing the unloading, Jing Shu realized Fat Chicken had already dragged its luggage inside, looking for hugs and comfort, while Guo Guo was nowhere to be seen. Turns out it was in Grandma Jing's arms being called my little darling. Jing Shu sighed and said to Grandma, Grandma, Guo Guo is a boy. A boy? What does that mean? Jing Shu sighed and said to Grandma, Grandma, Guo Guo is a male. A male? What does that mean? A male means it can't lay eggs. Not being able to lay eggs means it eats for free and wastes food. That's just how things are in the Jing family. Like with their hens, Dahua and Godin, Grandma checks under Dahua every day for eggs and gives her extra nutrition, like more insect feed. Godin, on the other hand, doesn't get such good treatment. In the Jing family, unless a male animal is used for breeding, it's basically useless. Except for the mutant dinosaur chicken, of course. That rooster has to mate with dozens of hens, so Grandma gives it special care too. Just a male? Grandma was stunned for a moment, then looked Guo Guo up and down again. Jing Shu added, And it's a gander. Jing Shu thought Grandma would throw Guo Guo out or say, a freeloader. But to her surprise, Grandma actually admired it, saying, This must be some new breed of gander. I've never seen one like this. When it grows up, we'll pair it with Dahua and see what kind of chicks we get. Oh, enough about that. Your food's getting cold. Hurry up and eat. Only then did Grandma seem to remember Jing Shu was home, smiling as she shooed her inside, still hugging Guo Guo and refusing to let go. Jing Shu clicked her tongue. Guo Guo really was charming, so loved by Grandma. Meanwhile, Fat Chicken looked dejected, so Jing Shu gave it a gentle nudge. I'll give you something tasty later, come on. Fat Chicken perked up and followed her in. As expected, Mom was at work. Wu Yui was still doing research in Shishan and rarely came home, and Third Aunt Jinglei was busy too. The situation was getting worse. Grain was running out, even the reserves were almost gone. What could they do? They had to make earth cakes. It was a huge project. Spend a lot of virtual currency to buy dirt, hire people to filter it, then hire more to make it into edible earth cakes, sell them at a higher price to recover some virtual currency, and store some for later. The local government was forward-thinking. After all, it was already the 4th year of the apocalypse. Earth cakes were still edible for now, and with the current mudslides, dirt was still easy to dig. If they didn't stock up now, once the mudslides stopped, even earth cakes would be hard to come by. That time was coming soon. Wu Cheng's temperature was dropping fast, and the mudslides were starting to solidify. Without enough food reserves, until new apocalypse foods were developed, many people would starve. Even digging dirt was getting hard now. Jing Shu listened to Grandma talk about everything that had happened in Wucheng lately while she devoured the food on the table. Dishes Grandma had made just for her, knowing she loved meat and hearty soups, including a big pot of chicken soup. Your third aunt has a heavy workload and targets to meet. She has to store enough food before the temperature drops, so she's been working herself to the bone. Your mom's struggling too. Sigh, this world. Grain is so hard to get. I heard the authorities are spending a fortune to start up the artificial sun, just to make more food. Grandma sighed as she stroked Guagua. She used to think the government was the backbone. If the government was there, nothing was unsolvable and everyone would have food. And for a long time, that was true. China always had reserves to keep everyone steady. As long as the reserves weren't gone, there was hope. But things had changed so much in the past few months. Even her third daughter said things were bad, and her daughter-in-law had been sighing for days. Ordinary people just dug dirt for virtual coins, as long as they had something to eat. Jing Shu's return felt like a pillar of support. Grandma instantly felt safer. She glanced at Jing Dad, who was busy sorting supplies, and whispered to Jing Shu, "Don't let anyone know about our food, not a soul, especially now. Things are so tense. I keep feeling like the sky's about to fall. No matter how much we store, it's never enough. Maybe I'm just being paranoid." Even the elderly could sense how dire things were. "Of course, Grandma. I brought back a lot of food and supplies this time. We'll stash it all away and tell no one. I'll show you what I brought in a bit." Jing Shu laughed, feeling especially happy. After dinner, Jing Shu started sorting through all the goods she'd brought back from the capital, some of it from her space, just to make it look legitimate, like various fruits and foods which helped improve the family's quality of life. When she took out all the fresh fruit, even Grandma was stunned, and Dad and the usually silent Grandpa were left gaping. They'd never seen fruit like this before. "These melons, peaches, durians, cherries, we can eat them now and plant the seeds for later. Then we'll always have fruit." The family didn't have many kinds of fresh fruit, just a small greenhouse, some bees, and a few common varieties. In the apocalypse, fruit was rare. There were all sorts of other novelties too. After showing off everything, Jing Shu started bragging about the mountain of toilet paper and household goods, saying which gifts were for Dad, which for Grandpa, which for Grandma, making Grandma laugh with delight. Jing Shu loved showing off her gifts to her closest family, but when they saw the big equipment at the end, the whole family was shocked. "What's this for?" Jing Shu explained the freeze-drying machine and how to use it. "Now we can make nutritious freeze-dried milk powder, veggie chips, anything we want. It'll never spoil, and we'll never waste milk again." They had plenty of eggs, especially with fat chicken, but eggs were easy to use up or trade. Milk was harder to deal with. With the freeze-dryer, it was like having a precious ox in ancient times. Grandpa immediately kicked Guagua aside and, with Dad, set up the machine in the backyard, ready to freeze-dry anything with a short shelf life. It seemed the men in the family didn't like Guagua much. Jing Shu noticed Grandma still holding Guagua like a treasure. But after that, Jing Shu got busy. There was so much stuff, all sorts of odds and ends. Grandpa and Dad went off to tinker with the freeze-drying equipment, while Jing Shu and Grandma started sorting through the mountain of supplies filling the living room. When she was buying it all, it just felt like numbers. Just buy, that's all. With excellent service and help with transport, it didn't seem like much, just a few truckloads. She'd just been showing off everything to the family, but now, faced with the mess, sorting and categorizing it all, Jing Shu couldn't help but miss the days when Zijing was around. Speaking of which, Jing Shu had to mention Zijing's obsessive neatness. Zijing was meticulous about everything, always making sure things were perfectly organized. With Zijing around, even picking silkworm cocoons was easy. Jing Shu saved so much effort. Now that Zijing was gone, they didn't raise as many silkworms since Grandma couldn't handle it all alone. Zijing had gone off to volunteer, wanting to help more people. By now, she should be coming back soon. She'd suffered and worked hard, but in Jing Shu's opinion, Zijing was just too kind. Still, if not for Zijing's kindness in the previous life, Jing Shu wouldn't have survived her hardest times. So Jing Shu didn't judge. So long as Zijing didn't betray her, she'd always treat her as a good sister. But sorting all these supplies, organizing and categorizing them and checking the current inventory, this was Jing Shu's favorite thing. It was addictive, giving her a real sense of security. Jing Shu also had a good habit. Every time she took stock, she'd record everything in a little notebook, then store it in her space for easy reference. It was more convenient to keep records on her phone, but in this era of big data, there were no secrets. So Jing Shu either used a phone with no SIM card or just wrote things down by hand. Her notebook was packed with 4 years' worth of inventory, where she got each item, and regular updates to cross off what had been used. That way, she always knew exactly what she had and what was left. Of course, not everything was stored at the villa, even though it was safe for now. This trip to the capital had topped up all the household supplies, enough for years. Some less essential items were marked with a yellow circle just to keep an eye on. Anything running out was marked red so she could post a request for more. Now her medical supplies and equipment were pretty complete. She might not have the miracle spring water, but she'd grown batch after batch of rare herbs in her space and learned some traditional medicine recipes from the association, enough to handle emergencies. What she was really short on was anesthetics and painkillers. She could grow some herbal substitutes, but for the real thing, she'd have to ask a doctor. In case of injury, those were crucial. Back in Wucheng, Jing Shu was busy sorting supplies and managing her various businesses. She hadn't realized before, but now, with more and more responsibilities, there was always something to sign or handle. She was run off her feet, and only now realized just how many businesses she had. It was like that saying, telling one lie isn't scary, but having to tell 1,000 more to cover it up is exhausting. Like how she'd started out just wanting to build a red threadworm factory, but then, to keep it running, she had to partner with Zhishan for energy and gas and plan for the 5th-year migration. Because the factory had spare land, she started raising sulfuric acid ants, producing a steady supply of acid for fertilizer and for the local government. She'd also taken over the local landfill, becoming the dump manager, just to cut costs and get more fuel for the factory and to stockpile for the migration. Later, she partnered with Bug Lady Xiao Wei, acting as a middleman, trading rice, flour, oil, and daily goods for hundreds of giant bugs, which were then processed into meat patties, and the profits reinvested in the factory, creating a cycle. In the end, was it all for nothing? No, not really. These businesses had snowballed, getting bigger and bigger, until she had to start new ones just to keep the chain running. If one link broke, the whole thing would stall. Now, Jing Shu understood the secret. If you have a problem, go to the government. If you need money, go to the government. If you can borrow, never use your own. She'd become the kind of capitalist she used to hate. But as she'd once said, I hate those big corporate capitalists. Unless it's me, then forget I said anything. Now she had to count her shares in Zhishan and in the biotech company. Not to mention all the smaller ventures. Jing Shu spent a few days lost in this self-satisfaction. Of course, her return home had caused a stir in the family, especially with all the rare things she'd brought back. Not to mention the fresh blood and bamboo rats, which she insisted on raising in her own room, showing how much she valued them. Meanwhile, batches of feed insects were hatching. Grandpa had more work. He had to set up a special bug breeding room in the backyard. With temperatures outside dropping below -20, the family had to run the boiler and underfloor heating 24/7 to keep the house and yard warm, so there was no worry about livestock freezing. Jing Shu, meanwhile, was breeding insects like crazy in her space. She'd decided that in the coming years, these feed insects might replace fresh grains, since there wouldn't be many fresh vegetables after the migration. So, the more bugs the better. She'd freeze-dry them all to save space. Sure enough, the Wucheng news was all about the triumphant return of the Pharmaceutical Association, though the details were vague. Just a brief mention of the competition in the capital, with no inside info. But that was fine. The key was, they even showed Jing Shu in her big winter coat, smiling and waving as she got off the plane and shook hands with Jin Tianqi. Jing Shu looked so rustic in that video. Sure, sometimes being rustic is a kind of beauty, but this was just too much. Even she couldn't bear to watch. Luckily, because it was dark, her face wasn't very clear. She comforted herself. It was all for the sake of keeping a low profile, nothing to worry about. With the poor lighting, most people wouldn't recognize her anyway. Her family didn't see it that way. Under Jing Dad's urging, everyone gathered around the TV, watching the Wucheng local news with great interest. Jing Dad kept pointing at the screen, saying he'd been right there at that moment, and when the camera panned over him, he even jumped up and shouted excitedly, only to be smacked back down by Grandpa with a chopstick. "What are you yelling for? Sit down, you're too noisy." Jing Dad grumbled and sat. Jing Shu's mind drifted off. Honestly, she wasn't too worried. At this point, not many people still watched TV or the news, since everyone was glued to short videos on their phones. Just then, her phone started buzzing. Jing Shu had a bad feeling. Sure enough, her high school group chat was blowing up. Scrolling up, she saw they were discussing the video of her in the big winter coat, shaking hands and smiling. "Isn't this Jing Shu? Jing Shu, is that you?" "Looks a lot like her, but this is the news." The chat was full of people debating whether it was her. Some said it was. After all, she'd worn that same coat before. Others doubted it since it was the news, not like that time with Zishan Corp. Both sides had their arguments, but most people just couldn't believe it. After all, who would think an old classmate could reach this level? See that guy with the big yellow teeth? He's so old and only a vice president of the association, but this young woman in the coat is also a vice president? Jing Shu had always seemed mysterious and impressive, with a strong enigmatic aura. She could even hang out with Su Mary, who clearly admired her, and everyone knew about her share in the coveted Zishan Stone Garden. But even so, it was hard to believe someone so young could be vice president of the association and get a VIP airport welcome. Most people just didn't buy it. Jing Shu shook her head. Even though plenty of people awed her and Su Mary, since no one had any real proof, she just pretended not to see it. Su Mali wasn't around either. She'd been busy lately, and Grandma said the villa next door had been empty for days. Honestly, Jing Shu had mastered the art of playing dumb like a pro. Soon the group was distracted by a new topic. To stimulate consumption and find new food sources, Wucheng was holding a post-apocalypse new food contest. Basically anyone, whether digging dirt, working, or just passing by, who discovered a new edible species could submit it for research. Or, if you could cultivate, discover, or synthesize a new food, you could enter it in the contest. The prizes were generous, lots of virtual currency, a house, and many smaller prizes and participation awards. And it worked. People really did find some new edible species, though most tasted bad or had side effects. But that didn't matter anymore. The news ended, and Jing Shu was finishing her second meal at home. She thought the matter was over, but then her university group started buzzing. She was about to mute it. She barely knew anyone from college anyway. There were over 90 people in her class, and with electives mixed with other classes, she'd forgotten most of their names. She'd rarely spoken in the group, even after the apocalypse. There was hardly any interaction. Jing Shu had gone to a third-tier arts college in Wucheng. Tuition was expensive, so most students came from well-off families. There was a lot of comparison, and everyone cared about looks and body management, expensive cosmetics, private trainers, beauty supplements, you name it. The pure campus beauties had flawless faces and perfect figures, all maintained with millions spent on upkeep. Some people still believed in the fantasy of pure beauties falling in love. Jing Shu used to envy that, but 10 years of apocalypse had worn away all her edges and illusions. Now, she just wanted to live simply. So in this life, she didn't care about those things anymore. Frowning, she saw she'd been erred again. Who was it? She clicked in. Sure enough, it was the same news video, and the group was in an uproar. Jiang Changke. Jing Shu. That woman in the news is you, right? Looks just like you. Liu Xia. Lots of people look alike. Who's Jing Shu again? I don't remember. Cheng Long. How could someone from our school do that? No way it's Jing Shu. I know her. I even chased her once. Haha. And so the topic took off, even turning into an argument. Liu Xia. Cheng Long, you've got kids now and Tang Yuan is in the group. Aren't you afraid she'll smack you? Cheng Long. It was just for fun, lost a bet, that's all. Just playing around. Jing Shu finally remembered who Cheng Long was. He really had chased her once, but she'd been focused on acting and stardom, so she'd ignored him. She remembered because her dorm mates had tricked her into a dinner, but when she arrived, only Cheng Long was there. He said everyone else would come later, and naive Jing Shu ended up eating a meal with him alone. Jen Hu. Now I remember. Jing Shu became an influencer, selling stuff online. After that, who knows? But how could she represent the Wucheng Pharmaceutical Association? That's not something you can just join. Liu Xia. Exactly, Jing Shu never studied pharmacy or medicine. That's a total career switch. Up to this point, the conversation was still normal. Nothing too strange except for Cheng Long's comments, which made Jing Shu uncomfortable. She just found him annoying. These days, Jing Shu was more sensitive. She rarely had to put up with this kind of thing anymore. She quietly made a note of Cheng Long in her little black book. Words have consequences. It should have ended there, but Jiang Changke just had to jump in. Jiang Changke. Heh, you guys compare for yourselves. I took our graduation photo and some old group pics, ran them through professional software, and it's definitely the same person as in the video. Hey Jing Shu, big shot, my stomach's weak, I'm suited to being a kept man. Will you support me? Liu Xia, Jiang Changke, stop joking. If you want to be a simp, don't do it like this. You really think a few photos prove anything? Tang Yuan, come on. You all know Jiang Changke is always lying. Back in college, he said his family was sick, borrowed money from everyone to invest in some shares, and ended up owing people money. He still owes me 500. Cheng Long. But Jiang Changke's analysis does seem right. It really does look like Jing Shu. If someone from our class made it this far, that'd be amazing. Jing Shu, since I once bought you dinner, can you hook us up with a good job? I hear the association's hospital and cafeteria have the best benefits. Tang Yuan. You shameless jerk, you bought her dinner? Regret being with me now, huh? Cheng Long, you scumbag, if she's so successful, why don't you go back to her? Jiang Changke. Tang Yuan, keep your man in check. Look, here's a photo Cheng Long secretly took, and his first WeChat Moments pic is him eating with Jing Shu, haha. Jing Shu frowned. What was this troublemaker trying to do? Stir up drama on purpose. Sure enough, Tang Yuan exploded, launching into a tirade. Tang Yuan. You two are a pair of dogs. The woman's shameless, eating with random men, and the man spreading his seed everywhere. Already has a kid and still hasn't deleted the photos. #YZ%. Cheng Long couldn't take it and started cursing back. I've been nice to you, but if you keep running your mouth, I'll come to your workplace and deal with you. Jiang Changke. To Cheng Long, go for it, bro. How are you going to deal with her? Is it what I'm thinking in broad daylight? Tang Yuan. Get lost. Cheng Long. Get lost. Liu Xia. Oh, I get it. Stop fighting everyone. Jiang Changke is saying Jing Shu is the woman in the news for a reason. He must have gotten some benefit from her. Jing Shu, come out and clarify. Don't fake it. It won't do you any good. Jing Shu. What's wrong with this group? Why would she fake something like this? Liu Xia kept analyzing. Don't forget, there's that bankruptcy auction for the so-called elite club. People who owe the government virtual coins or had debts before the apocalypse or committed crimes are having their assets auctioned by the court. Lots of people want to get a bargain. Elite club? Jing Shu really hadn't heard of it. She'd just gotten back and hadn't been socializing. Liu Xia. But not just anyone can get in. You need a high-level invitation. In our group, only Lan Shao has an invite, so Jing Shu must have given Jiang Changke some benefit to get him to vouch for her. If we all believe it, she can get an invite and go bargain hunting at the auction. Jiang Changke. You're overthinking it. I didn't even think that far. But I'm telling you, the woman in the news really is Jing Shu. You've pissed off the wrong person. Let's see what happens. Liu Xia. So scary. Tang Yuan. Yeah, I'm so scared. What? You won't help us get a good job? Wang Miao. About this elite club, everyone says it's like picking up free money if you get in. I wish I could go, but I don't have the connections. Lan Xiao, can you lower the bar? Liu Wen. I want to go too, just to see. I heard you can get everything from houses and land to secondhand goods, all at rock-bottom prices. Guo Chiran. I heard they have everything. Houses, land, villas, even used stuff and daily necessities, new and old, move-in ready, you name it. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. She already had plenty of stuff. She wasn't interested in this elite club. After 2 rounds of splurging in the capital, there was little she still needed. Jing Shu smirked. Who would have thought a debate over whether she was in the news would lead to all this? Whether it was her or not, what did it matter? These people really overthink things. Jing Shu wasn't a saint. After being randomly insulted, she just wanted to hit someone. She didn't like arguing. She preferred to settle things with her fists. If you have a problem, don't just talk. Don't hide behind your screen and curse. Jing Shu's fists were already itching. Just then, someone else spoke up in the group. Lan Xiao. Don't be so extreme. If it's real, it can't be faked. If it's fake, it can't be real. If Jing Shu really is the vice president of the association, she doesn't need my invite to get into the elite club. If she's not and she asks me for an invite, then it's obviously fake. Right, Jing Shu? Liu Xia. So, when the time comes, we'll just see if Jing Shu is there or not and we'll know if it's true? Jing Shu finally snapped. She had to admit, sometimes cursing people out felt great. No wonder there were so many keyboard warriors. Jing Shu. Liu Xia. What does it matter to you if it's true or not? Is it really that important? If you're so bored, why not figure out how to get in yourself? And you, Xiang Changke, delete your messages now. You've violated my privacy. If you don't, you'll have to deal with the consequences. Tangyuan Chenglong, I won't comment on your drama, but you both owe me an apology and need to delete your comments. It's fine, I know you won't apologize. I'm just following procedure. Jing Shu's flurry of messages blew up the group, tagging everyone who talked about her. Tang Yuan. So what if I don't apologize? What, you want to hit me? Come on, let's see how you used to seduce people. Jing Shu replied. It's too late for you to apologize now because I'm already angry. Don't say I'm bullying you later. Jing Shu really didn't want to do this. It felt too much like bullying. Why do some people always insist on kicking the iron plate? Tang Yuan. What? You're going to come to my door and hit me? Try it. See if I don't kill you. Who doesn't have connections these days? So what if you're some vice president? How powerful can you be? You think you can cross industries and control me? I work for the power grid. Come if you dare. Jing Shu. I won't hit you. In a bit, you'll hit yourself. You're so tough now. Just don't apologize later. Have some backbone. Tang Yuan. Pfft. Only an idiot would apologize. Come on, come now or I'll look down on you. Don't try to act tough with me. I've been playing this game for ages. Jiang Changke. All right, big shot, I was wrong. I'll delete everything right now, all my previous messages. You all better apologize too or you'll be in trouble. Do you know how powerful a vice president is? She could crush you with a finger. And those of you sucking up to Lan Xiao, he's nothing compared to Jing Shu. What's this 4 young masters of Wucheng nonsense? You think hanging out with Jin Baba makes you special? 4 young masters of Wucheng? Jing Shu had never even heard of them. Jiang Changke was really stirring the pot, drawing everyone's ire and getting himself lumped in with Jing Shu. She was speechless. Where did this clown even come from? She barely remembered him. Jiang Changke, stop pretending. You still owe us money from back when you played the sympathy card and borrowed from everyone. Guo Chiran. Keep acting, you're pretty good at it. How much virtual currency did you get for this? Scammer. Liu Xia. The 4 young masters of Wucheng are all big shots. Jin Baba's dad is the real boss of Wucheng and Lan Xiao is his sworn brother. That's real power. Lan Xiao's family is influential too and he's helped our school with jobs. Can Jing Shu really compare? Jing Shu understood now. Jin Baba? That was Jin Tianqi's son, the one who'd stolen her supplies and made her so mad she stormed Jin Tianqi's house. She and Jin Baba had a grudge. And now he was one of the 4 young masters of Wucheng? The group chat exploded. Even Lan Shao started erring Jiang Changke, warning him to watch his mouth or else. Lan Shao really had influence. Many people in the group owed their jobs to him. As soon as he spoke, the group's tone shifted in his favor. But Jing Shu's issue wasn't resolved. Plenty of people were siding with Tang Yuan, calling Jing Shu and Jiang Changke scammers. Now that Lan Shao had spoken, they doubled down, even digging up Jing Shu's old influencer days to mock her for failing as an actress and becoming a streamer. On the surface, it looked like Jing Shu was at a disadvantage, but that wasn't really the case. See, online arguments are always this intense. The more repressed people are in real life, the more aggressive they are online, acting like they rule the world and can destroy you both online and off. It was like the apocalypse had erased the rule of law. The flame war continued, with Liu Xia and others leading the charge, some cursing Jiang Changke while flattering Lan Shao. Lan Shao seemed to enjoy having everyone in the palm of his hand, occasionally saying, "Fine, I'll add a few more spots for the elite club, but like I said, if you're really qualified, you don't need my invite. If you're not, I won't invite you." Liu Xia: "Wow, see? Lan Shao is amazing. He can get more spots for the elite club. Is it your family's event? Can you take me in to see the world? Not like some people who play games and lie, pretending to be a vice president just to get in. Trying to steal a chicken and losing the rice. Bet you paid Jiang Changke a lot for this." Lan Shao was modest. "It's not my family's event, just using Jin Baba's connections. His dad runs Wucheng after all." Just then, Tang Yuan, who'd been quiet for a while, suddenly posted a video and ee-yed everyone. Everyone was stunned and clicked to watch. Slap, slap, slap. A series of crisp slaps rang out. It was a video of Tang Yuan slapping herself, one after another, leaving red marks. She was ruthless. As she slapped herself, she said, "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was just jealous and couldn't get over it. I'm an idiot. I'm really sorry, Jing Shu. Please forgive me. I know I was out of line. I thought you wouldn't do anything to me. I'm sorry. I have no backbone. I'm scared." Everyone was stunned after watching the video. "What the heck just happened?" Liu Xia: "Tang Yuan, what are you talking about? How can you bow to evil? Did she threaten you? Tell me. I'll stand up for you." Tang Yuan: "Get lost, you're just stirring the pot. I suggest you apologize too." Liu Xia: "Seriously, how could you do this? I was just trying to help, and you side with the enemy? That's just ungrateful." Tang Yuan had been the loudest just minutes ago, then disappeared, and now she was a different person. While everyone was still confused, Liu Xia posted a half-minute voice message, full of fear and panic, apologizing. Only then did the group realize something was off. Jing Shu's influence was really that strong? Just a few minutes ago, people were cursing her, and now Tang Yuan was slapping herself and apologizing. What did Jing Shu do? Jiang Changke: "Ha ha ha. Tang Yuan, why are you bowing and apologizing? At most, she could use her connections to get you fired. Is a job really worth it? Look at your husband Sheng Long. He's been silent this whole time. You were cursing and now you're almost kneeling and he still hasn't said a word. Tisk, scumbag." Honestly, this Cheng Long was something else. Silent from start to finish. Lan Shao: "Tang Yuan, Shluxia, you don't need to worry about your jobs. No one can touch your positions. I arranged for you to get those jobs and I won't let anyone embarrass you. Jing Shu, jokes are jokes. And even if you have power, don't joke about people's livelihoods. Rest assured, even if you put in a word, they won't lose their jobs. After all, I have a say at the power grid." Jing Shu: "Do I need to use such low-level tactics?" Jing Shu laughed coldly. Threatening people's jobs was beneath her. If she wanted to deal with someone, she preferred more direct methods, stones, knives, guns, or other ways. Even a soft knife could kill without blood. Using jobs as leverage was petty and risky, especially if someone like Lan Shao refused to play along. Why bother humiliating herself? Tang Yuan: No, Lan Shao. Jing Shu really didn't threaten me, really. Please don't ask any more. I was wrong, Jing Shu. Please forgive me. I didn't know who I was messing with. She wants my life. My life." Tang Yuan was full of regret, cursing herself for provoking this devil. Lan Xiao, we're all classmates here, let's talk things out. Jing Shu, whatever connections you used, there's no need to make things so tense. We'll all see each other again. Jing Shu asked, Tang Yuan, Clusia, did I threaten you? Let's clear this up. Did I threaten you or not? I have a clear conscience and I don't want anyone thinking I'm a bully. Tang Yuan, no, please, don't say anything. I was wrong, I beg you, don't say it. I'll apologize in the group every day if you want, just please forgive me. Now the university group was curious. What on earth had Tang Yuan done to be so scared? Did Jing Shu have some secret on her? Even with Lan Xiao backing her, Tang Yuan was terrified. She must have something to hide. Jiang Chengke. That's what a real boss looks like. A single finger and the ants are crushed. Weren't these people so tough a few minutes ago? See what happens when you cross a real boss? Shut up, stop talking. Jing Shu was exasperated by this troublemaker. If not for Jiang Chengke, none of this would have happened. She couldn't even remember him from college. Lan Xiao. All right, enough. Here's what I'll do. Since everyone's so interested in the elite club, I'll get 5 more spots for you all, plus 10 temporary worker spots for the day. You won't be able to bid, but you can work as staff and see the event, and get a free meal. Jing Shu, whether it's true or not, I invite you to the elite club. How about it? Let's let this go. And if you know anything, you should know I have a lot of say at the power company. Let's all get along, okay? Wow, Lan Xiao is amazing. He can get so many spots. I want to go too. I want to work there. Count me in. Jing Shu couldn't help but laugh. If she hadn't checked up on Tang Yuan, she wouldn't have known Tang Yuan was already involved with people in Lan Xiao's circle. And not just him, but also his rival. No wonder Tang Yuan was so scared of exposure. Her secrets were enough to ruin her. No wonder Lan Xiao was so eager to protect her, not realizing he'd already been betrayed. And Tang Yuan's husband, Cheng Long, wasn't any better. The apocalypse had made everything messy. What a tangled web. Jing Shu looked at Lan Xiao with a bit of pity and said playfully, Save the invitation for someone who needs it. I don't want it. Let's end this here. Just be careful not to invade people's privacy in the future. I'm not easy to deal with, and I might do something that really scares you. Next time, if you provoke me, it won't be this simple. It was a bold statement, but no one dared argue. Even Jiang Chengke fell silent. But Lan Xiao's offer was too tempting. The elite club was a big deal, and the conversation quickly shifted to that. There's an extra spot, we all want to go. With over 100 people in the group, more and more started vying for a spot. Lan Xiao enjoyed the power to decide who could go. Being the boss in someone else's territory gave him a special thrill. All talk about whether Jing Shu was really the vice president faded away, and Tang Yuan and the others didn't dare stir up trouble again. Jing Shu soon forgot about it too. After all, she didn't need anything from the elite club, and with these competitive classmates, she didn't want to stand out. Back in college, everyone was always comparing themselves. There were definitely other hidden talents in the group besides Lan Xiao, but in the 4th year of the apocalypse it was best not to draw attention, otherwise trouble would follow. Funny how life works? The things you don't want to do, fate keeps pushing you toward. Not even 2 days after things quieted down, Jing Shu got an invitation from Li Yichen asking her to attend the elite club. I'm not going. The factory's struggling and we owe the government a lot of virtual coins. I don't have spare money for auctions, Jing Shu replied, making up an excuse. Li Yichen, sipping the turtle snake wine Jing Shu had given him, looked blissfully happy. After a big gulp, he said, Really? That's a shame. We're going on official business to recover some supplies for the new district. But I heard there will be a lot of mobile villas this time. Didn't you ask me to keep an eye out for those? Mobile villas? Jing Shu's eyes lit up instantly like a 150,000-watt light bulb. Oh my God, Jing Shu has been thinking about a mobile villa for a very, very long time. Back when she first set up the red threadworm factory, she already had this idea in mind. As for why she chose that location for the red threadworm factory, it was because that geographical spot had, over 10 years in the apocalypse, almost miraculously avoided all natural disasters. Even after migrating away, a few years later, she still had to come back. Of course, after the migration, there was indeed a period of comfortable living, but in the apocalypse, not every place remains suitable for habitation. When it became impossible to stay, and for various other reasons, she had no choice but to return. By that time, Wucheng was already riddled with holes, and there were very few places left that were still livable. The Red Thread Worm Factory was one of those rare gems, a perfect place to live. Even the villa she currently lived in wasn't as good anymore. Although Jing Shu had upgraded the Red Threadworm Factory to be quite impressive, there weren't any new buildings. There was still a space the size of a football field left empty at the back, which Jing Shu had deliberately reserved for herself. This was her little selfish plan at the time. She wanted to keep that area for herself, just in case she needed to develop it in the future. It was her backup plan. That's why she'd always been thinking about a mobile villa. Sure, an RV would work, but it just wasn't as comfortable as a villa. She never really expected she'd actually get one. But today, Li Ruotian told her there was a mobile villa. Really? What kind of mobile villa? It's not just one of those ordinary prefab mobile homes, is it? Those are way too common. Jing Shu pressed for details, not noticing how excited her tone had become. Li Ruotian took out some promotional materials from the Mingliu Club and handed them to Jing Shu. See for yourself. These are all high-profile items at the club. The models, sizes, and materials of the mobile villas are all clearly listed. Jing Shu quickly looked through the materials, her mouth gradually falling open. She couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Damn, these mobile villas were way too luxurious. There were 10 custom-built units available, each a 2-story spacious home, already fully decorated, top tier in every way, with the best materials, and you could inspect them on the spot. Li Ruotian cleared his throat. You're lucky, really. The real estate company is about to go bankrupt because they can't pay their debts, but they still need to exchange these assets for food or apocalypse supplies. No virtual currency auctions, so you don't have to worry about not having money. Just bring some of your red thread worm cakes, and you'll definitely be able to get one. Jing Shu discreetly wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. She'd seen the mobile villas but hadn't looked at the detailed specs yet. Still, she was sure this was exactly what she needed. Desperately needed. Jing Shu nodded reservedly. You're right. So, when does the Mingliu Club event start? Is the transaction done on-site or through a trust? Tomorrow. Transactions are usually done on-site since the local government isn't involved this time. They just want goods. They're trying to raise food, so they're even selling off some supplies. Otherwise, why bother with a club event at all? He didn't go into detail about the source of these items. Jing Shu nodded. Looks like tomorrow she'd have to bring a lot of worms. She felt a bit embarrassed. She didn't have anything else valuable to offer, so worms it was. But she was determined to get that mobile villa no matter what. Having settled things with Li Ruotian, Jing Shu had already forgotten all the unpleasantness that had happened in her university group chat. Now all she could think about was the mobile villa. This was the foundation of her future survival. The quality of life she'd have in the apocalypse would depend on just how luxurious this mobile villa was. So, after parting ways with Li Ruotian, Jing Shu immediately called the Red Thread Worm Factory. Get the worm cakes ready. You're coming out with me tomorrow. Yes, send 5 trucks over first. Jing Shu knew that trading worm cakes for a mobile villa would require a lot, so she thought about bringing out some rarer items, like dried blood mushrooms, honey, or ham, like she did in the capital. But this was Wucheng, and Jing Shu didn't want to risk attracting attention. Now, as long as it was food, she wasn't willing to trade it anymore. These things were too eye-catching. It wasn't showing off wealth, it was asking for trouble. Or maybe she should wait until after the 5th year of the apocalypse, when food would be even more precious and anything edible would be hard currency. But Jing Shu didn't want to wait. Who knew if she'd get another chance? So tomorrow it was. She'd get that mobile villa. No matter how many worm cakes it took, Jing Shu wouldn't feel bad. After all, worm cakes hadn't reached the level of rice or flour yet, and even a lot of them wouldn't attract too much jealousy. The key was that daily production of red thread worm cakes was already very high. Although half were sold throughout Wucheng every day, the other half was stored in case of future food shortages. Jing Shu had even built several extra warehouses just for this. Since she'd decided to go for it, Jing Shu made thorough preparations. She also asked a few friends about the mobile villa at the Mingliu Club, estimated the price, and even tried to gauge how many people were interested. This time, the Mingliu Club was using the mobile villa, the nearly extinct Jinhua Sao, and the entire New World Mall property in Wucheng as their main attractions. Any one of these three would be enough to shock everyone in Wucheng. Sigh, if I weren't so busy, I'd want to see the event myself, Jing Shu's mom said regretfully, shaking her head. Lately, she'd looked a bit haggard, stressed out by all the agricultural department's production issues. Jing Shu's dad wasn't doing much better. Running a farm was tough these days. Temperature, breeding, feed, all sorts of issues. Taking care of these former domestic animals was like looking after national treasures. Domestic animals used to be easy to breed and keep alive, but in the apocalypse it was much harder. Each one had to be treated like a protected species. Recently, Jing Shu's dad revealed that several animals at the farm had developed melanin in their bodies. They'd mutated, which meant they could survive in the apocalypse. But all these mutated animals had been taken away for research. Survival of the fittest, those who are weak are destined to be eliminated. But mutated animals didn't have superpowers. They just had melanin in their bodies, allowing them to survive. They still couldn't reproduce in large numbers. Tiskisk, Jinhua pigs, and female ones at that. Do you know how famous Jinhua ham used to be? Now Jinhua pigs are nearly extinct. This Mingliu Club event isn't just a bankruptcy auction, Jing Shu's dad said with deep emotion. Oh my God, Jing Shu has been thinking about a mobile villa for a very, very long time. Back when she first set up the red threadworm factory, she already had this idea in mind. As for why she chose that location for the red threadworm factory, it was because that geographical spot had, over 10 years in the apocalypse, almost miraculously avoided all natural disasters. Even after migrating away a few years later, she still had to come back. Of course, after the migration, there was indeed a period of comfortable living, but in the apocalypse, not every place remains suitable for habitation. When it became impossible to stay, and for various other reasons, she had no choice but to return. By that time, Wucheng was already riddled with holes, and there were very few places left that were still livable. The red threadworm factory was one of those rare gems, a perfect place to live. Even the villa she currently lived in wasn't as good anymore. Although Jing Shu had upgraded the red threadworm factory to be quite impressive, there weren't any new buildings. There was still a space the size of a football field left empty at the back, which Jing Shu had deliberately reserved for herself. This was her little selfish plan at the time. She wanted to keep that area for herself, just in case she needed to develop it in the future. It was her backup plan. That's why she'd always been thinking about a mobile villa. Sure, an RV would work, but it just wasn't as comfortable as a villa. She never really expected she'd actually get one. But today, Li Roshan told her there was a mobile villa. Really? What kind of mobile villa? It's not just one of those ordinary prefab mobile homes, is it? Those are way too common. Jing Shu pressed for details, not noticing how excited her tone had become. Li Ruotian took out some promotional materials from the Mingliu Club and handed them to Jing Shu. See for yourself. These are all high-profile items at the club. The models, sizes, and materials of the mobile villas are all clearly listed. Jing Shu quickly looked through the materials, her mouth gradually falling open. She couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Damn, these mobile villas were way too luxurious. There were 10 custom-built units available, each a 2-story spacious home, already fully decorated, top-tier in every way, with the best materials, and you could inspect them on the spot. Li Ruoshin cleared his throat. You're lucky, really. The real estate company is about to go bankrupt because they can't pay their debts, but they still need to exchange these assets for food or apocalypse supplies. No virtual currency auctions, so you don't have to worry about not having money. Just bring some of your red threadworm cakes and you'll definitely be able to get one. Jing Shu discreetly wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. She'd seen the mobile villas, but hadn't looked at the detailed specs yet. Still, she was sure this was exactly what she needed. Desperately needed. Jing Shu nodded reservedly. You're right. So, when does the Mingliu Club event start? Is the transaction done on-site or through a trust? Tomorrow. Transactions are usually done on-site since the local government isn't involved this time. They just want goods. They're trying to raise food, so they're even selling off some supplies. Otherwise, why bother with a club event at all? He didn't go into detail about the source of these items. Jing Shu nodded. Looks like tomorrow she'd have to bring a lot of worms. She felt a bit embarrassed. She didn't have anything else valuable to offer, so worms it was. But she was determined to get that mobile villa no matter what. Having settled things with Li Ruotian, Jing Shu had already forgotten all the unpleasantness that had happened in her university group chat. Now, all she could think about was the mobile villa. This was the foundation of her future survival. The quality of life she'd have in the apocalypse would depend on just how luxurious this mobile villa was. So, after parting ways with Li Ruotian, Jing Shu immediately called the Red Threadworm Factory. Get the worm cakes ready. You're coming out with me tomorrow. Yes, send 5 trucks over first. Jing Shu knew that trading worm cakes for a mobile villa would require a lot, so she thought about bringing out some rarer items, like dried blood mushrooms, honey, or ham, like she did in the capital. But this was Wucheng, and Jing Shu didn't want to risk attracting attention. Now, as long as it was food, she wasn't willing to trade it anymore. These things were too eye-catching. It wasn't showing off wealth, it was asking for trouble. Or maybe she should wait until after the 5th year of the apocalypse, when food would be even more precious and anything edible would be hard currency. But Jing Shu didn't want to wait. Who knew if she'd get another chance? So, tomorrow it was. She'd get that mobile villa. No matter how many worm cakes it took, Jing Shu wouldn't feel bad. After all, worm cakes hadn't reached the level of rice or flour yet, and even a lot of them wouldn't attract too much jealousy. The key was that daily production of red thread worm cakes was already very high. Although half were sold throughout Wucheng every day, the other half was stored in case of future food shortages. Jing Shu had even built several extra warehouses just for this. Since she'd decided to go for it, Jing Shu made thorough preparations. She also asked a few friends about the mobile villa at the Mingliu Club, estimated the price, and even tried to gauge how many people were interested. This time, the Mingliu Club was using the mobile villa, the nearly extinct Jinhua Sao, and the entire New World Mall property in Wucheng as their main attractions. Any one of these 3 would be enough to shock everyone in Wucheng. Sigh, if I weren't so busy, I'd want to see the event myself, Jing Shu's mom said regretfully, shaking her head. Lately, she'd looked a bit haggard, stressed out by all the agricultural department's production issues. Jing Shu's dad wasn't doing much better. Running a farm was tough these days. Temperature, breeding, feed, all sorts of issues. Taking care of these former domestic animals was like looking after national treasures. Domestic animals used to be easy to breed and keep alive, but in the apocalypse it was much harder. Each one had to be treated like a protected species. Recently, Jing Shu's dad revealed that several animals at the farm had developed melanin in their bodies. They'd mutated, which meant they could survive in the apocalypse. But all these mutated animals had been taken away for research. Survival of the fittest, those who are weak are destined to be eliminated. But mutated animals didn't have superpowers. They just had melanin in their bodies, allowing them to survive. They still couldn't reproduce in large numbers. Tisk, Jinhua pigs, and female ones at that. Do you know how famous Jinhua ham used to be? Now Jinhua pigs are nearly extinct. This Mingliu Club event isn't just a bankruptcy auction, Jing Shu's dad said with deep emotion. The rest of the family didn't seem very interested in this Mingliu Club event either. Grandpa Jing was still busy making worm nests, and Grandma Jing worked from morning till night. Just feeding the family's poultry was a huge project. So forget it, Jing Shu would just go by herself. After all, buying a house and expanding the family business was a small matter. No need to tell them. She'd just surprise everyone later. The next day, Jing Shu dressed formally and left the house fully prepared. She finally took off her heavy winter coat and changed into a fluffy black convertible down jacket. Underneath, she had to wear a bulletproof vest and a bulletproof helmet. These were her standard gear for going out. In the apocalypse, with all her wealth, what if she got targeted by bad people? But if anyone had bad intentions, they'd better not blame her for using her little fists on their chest. This time, the Minglu Club event was being held at the New World Mall in Wucheng. The mall had just been built in the development zone before the apocalypse hit and had barely opened before disaster struck. After the apocalypse, most of the supplies were moved out. So what was being auctioned was the land itself, which was now very valuable. After all, Wucheng and the surrounding towns had been flooded, and there were very few places left to live. Finally, someone had set their sights on this entrepreneur's mall. Jing Shu had been here in her previous life. It was super fancy. Back then, people claimed it would surpass Wanda Plaza, offering everything from entertainment to food to sleep, all in one place. Coming to the New World Mall again in this life, everything had changed. After the second year's flooding, the third year's earthquake, and now mudslides, the mall survived only because it was in the suburbs, though inside it was already dilapidated. But now, whoever could buy this whole 9-story mall would have a factory, a place to live, whatever they wanted. It was still very attractive. Jing Shu's goal this time was simple: the mobile villa. That was all she cared about, nothing else. The first-floor exhibition hall of the New World Mall had clearly been cleaned up. Yesterday, the university group chat had been in an uproar. Classmates who went to work at the Minglu Club had been called in early to clean up mud, remove algae and plankton that had soaked for over a year, haul mud, wipe down and rearrange tables, and so on. They'd been exhausted for days. Luckily, meals were provided, and the promise of seeing the club's wonders kept them going. Otherwise, they would have quit long ago. They'd even hung up virtual screens, laid carpets, put up signs, turned the power back on, and got the air conditioning and lights working. Now it finally looked like something. Walking in, the vast open space of 700 or 800 square meters was still impressive. In the center were rings of open elevators, with the second, third, and fourth floors rising above. When the mall first opened, it had been packed with people. Of course, what really made Jing Shu's eyes widen wasn't this, but the 3 different villas standing right in the middle of the exhibition hall, each one exquisitely designed, luxurious, and grand. Jing Shu immediately set her sights on the largest and most luxurious mobile villa. Honestly, this mobile villa was even more extravagant than she'd imagined. It was exactly what she'd always dreamed of. Just the exterior alone completely won her over. She wondered what the inside was like. No matter how expensive it is, I have to get this mobile villa, Jing Shu thought, practically drooling as she stared at it. She was so absorbed that she didn't even notice someone calling her several times. "Stop staring and go find your seat. I have my own spot and some people to meet, so I'll head over first," Li Ruoqian said, leaving Jing Shu alone. Well, except for Xiao Lu, the accountant from the red threadworm factory. Jing Shu wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, pulled down her hat brim, and tried to make herself less conspicuous. Low profile, always low profile. But just then, someone came barreling straight at her. Jing Shu wasn't paying attention and collided with him. The person who ran into her was sent flying several meters and landed with a thud. It sounded painful, and then came the wailing and screaming. The faces of the people with him turned pale. Immediately, the attention of everyone who'd been looking at the exhibits shifted over. "How do you walk? Are you blind? Didn't you see where you were going? Apologize. Waiter, where's the waiter? Come help." Jing Shu frowned and looked closely. Oh, what a coincidence. She actually ran into someone she knew. Tsk, tisk. The one lying on the ground wailing was none other than Jin Baba, the son of Wucheng's top official Jin Tianqi. He and Jing Shu were old enemies. Their last grudge hadn't even been settled yet. If it weren't for Jin Tianqi's sake, this little brat would have... Jin Baba clutched his chest, feeling like his ribs had shattered. It was like he'd crashed into a chunk of iron. He was in so much pain his eyes were tearing up. He opened his mouth to curse, but when he looked up and saw who it was, the words died in his throat. Jin Baba glared fiercely at Jing Shu, Truly, enemies meet on a narrow road. Several of his cronies rushed over to help him up. It took a lot of effort to get him standing, and he kept wailing, trembling as he stood. His friends immediately started cursing again. "Well, did you get hurt? Need an ambulance?" "Tskisk," Jing Shu said, arms crossed, mocking. One of the young men supporting Jin Baba snapped, "Didn't you see how badly you knocked the young overlord down? You vicious woman, aren't you going to apologize? If anything happens to him, can you afford it?" "Oh? Young overlord, huh? Did anything happen to you? Do you need me to apologize? Wasn't it you who ran into me? I should be the one yelling harassment here." Jin Baba looked fierce but didn't dare say anything. He kept grimacing in pain, remembering what his uncle had told him. "Don't mess with this woman. She's trouble." He knew she was tough. He'd suffered twice at her hands and couldn't even complain. Lately, she'd gotten close to his cousin Jun Bao, which was even more infuriating. The young man supporting Jin Baba sneered, "Who do you think you are, yelling harassment? Who'd believe you? Maybe you just want to take advantage of our young overlord." "She's Jing Shu. Damn, isn't that Jing Shu? Classmates, look, isn't she just like in the photo?" At that moment, a male student in a waiter's uniform shouted excitedly, pulling out his phone to show the other waiters, and even showed a man in a suit in the crowd. Jing Shu frowned. What was with this loudmouth? Who was he?
"I'm Zhang Changke! Boss, I'm Zhang Changke! I've studied your photo hundreds of times. I'd recognize you anywhere."
Damn, it's not like they have some deep-seated hatred, but it really felt like, "I'd recognize you even if you turned to ashes." Jing Shu was helpless. How did she run into this weirdo again? The tall, skinny Zhang Changke ran out of the crowd, still showing off and introducing her to the university classmates, afraid they wouldn't recognize her. "See? Big Boss Jing Shu came by herself. Yes, this is Big Boss Jing Shu, I guarantee it. She didn't even need an invitation from young Master Lan. That's what makes a real boss. So, Lan, what do you have to say now?" Zhang Changke asked the refined, bespectacled young Master Lan in a suit. Young Master Lan adjusted his glasses and walked over to Jin Baba, politely asking, "Brother Ba, are you all right? Do you need a doctor? Leave this matter to me. I'll make sure you get a satisfactory answer." Jin Baba turned his head away arrogantly. "I'm fine, no need to deal with it." Damn, it hurts so much. My toe hurts like hell. I really want to rub it, but I can't show how much pain I'm in. I need to find a quiet place to rub it out of sight. Young Master Lan frowned and turned to Jing Shu. "You're Jing Shu, right? I don't know how you got in, but hitting someone at this trade event gives us the right to have the organizers kick you out. You must apologize for this." "Yeah, apologize. You even dared to bump into Brother Ba." "Do you know who Brother Ba is? You're finished. Even if the King of Heaven came today, he couldn't save you." "Oh, so this is Jing Shu? Look at her outfit. Maybe she's a golden phoenix. Too bad. Looks like she's messed with someone she shouldn't have." Jing Shu's accountant, Zhao Lu, frowned and was about to call for help, but Jing Shu stopped him, shaking her head to signal him to stay calm. There were also some silent people in the crowd, just clenching their fists. Tang Yuan and Liu Xia. They stood behind young Master Lan, not daring to speak, but secretly hoping Jing Shu would get taken down a peg. Jing Shu glanced around. This young Master Lan was something else, getting almost all the university classmates to work as waiters, and some in plain clothes must have been extra spots. So what? Just because you have more people and louder voices, you're right? The manager in charge arrived, and seeing that it was Jin Baba involved, he hurried over to ask what happened. Jin Baba looked impatient. Everyone was wasting his time, and he just wanted to go rub his foot. "So, Jin Baba? You want me to apologize?" Jing Shu wasn't in a good mood either. She dropped her mocking tone, frowned slightly, and stepped forward, her aura instantly overwhelming. She wouldn't embarrass Jin Tianchi in public, but in private, she'd make sure Jin Baba suffered in silence. Enough! This ends here," Jin Baba shouted angrily, then turned and hobbled away toward the restroom. With the main character gone, everyone else quickly followed, leaving behind a crowd who'd been hoping for more drama. Young Master Lan looked puzzled. He glanced at Jing Shu. She dared to call Jin Baba by name, and Jin Baba wasn't even mad? That didn't make sense. The manager let out a sigh of relief. What's up with the little overlord today? He's always causing trouble. He's a real menace. If Brother Ba hadn't spared you, you'd be dead today. Let's go, let's go. Consider yourself lucky. Jing Shu snorted. Yeah, lucky Jin Baba ran off fast. The crowd quickly dispersed. Some were disappointed, but since the Mingliu Club event was about to start, everyone's attention shifted back. I'll serve the boss. Boss, if you need anything, just say the word. Where are you sitting? What's your seat number? Jiang Changke followed along eagerly. Jing Shu, with a headache, ignored him and wandered around until she found her seat. Her seat was called a connections seat, the best spot reserved for insiders. She wasn't even in the same area as Li Ruoxian, so she was very close to the display stage, able to see the auction items up close. After all, this wasn't the capital. There were no 3D virtual screens, and the lighting wasn't great. The key was, there weren't many people, and the area was divided into 4 small sections, each with screens for privacy. It was like a front-row private box, each with about 30 seats. Jing Shu had just sat down on the cold chair when the curtain was pulled open. Jin Baba, carefully rubbing his chest and then his butt, limped in with a large group. They looked up and were both surprised. Did you come to the wrong place? Jing Shu asked. No, I didn't. My dad arranged this spot for me. Jin Baba answered instinctively, then got annoyed, but quickly realized that if his dad arranged it, it must be right. Maybe he'd put Jing Shu here on purpose. Everyone's eyes lit up at that. Is he the top official? Looks like it. Even though this isn't a government auction, all the proceeds have to be handed over to the authorities. I heard these are all assets from people in trouble or bankruptcy. Brother Ba is amazing, booking such a big spot in such a powerful place. We made the right call coming. Young Master Lan asked. So she's the one who's in the wrong place. Manager, could you come here? And waiter. Jin Baba waved irritably. Forget it. She's not in the wrong place. Let's get started. I've got things to do. Should have let my uncle handle this. Shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Jing Shu and Xiao Lu sat confidently in the very best front and center seats. Jin Baba sat not far away, with young Master Lan and Jin Baba's cronies in the second row, and the rest of the seats filled behind. There was no food or water provided here. It was very basic. The chairs were cold. Thoughtful Xiao Lu had already wiped down the chair, laid a blanket over it, and brought an extra chair as a small table, covering it with a pink and white tablecloth. Then he took out a thermos, made Jing Shu a cup of coffee, and added 2 big pieces of rock sugar. He also set out 4 small plates with banana chips, dried fish, peanuts and sunflower seeds, and cherry tomatoes. Please have a snack, Xiao Lu said, then stood to the side with his briefcase, looking just like a bodyguard. Not only were the people behind them stunned, muttering damn and swallowing hard, even Jing Shu was shocked by the scene. It's the apocalypse, and someone comes to an event with this much food? You think you're here for a show? Xiao Lu really knows how to serve. Bringing food for the boss? Jing Shu swore she hadn't brought any of this herself. Jing Shu glanced at Xiao Lu again. He was the accountant, a young man in his 20s, quiet and well-mannered. From how he'd immediately tried to call for help when she was being scolded earlier, it was clear this young man had his own ideas. Promising? Jing Shu thought, taking a sip of coffee without showing any emotion. She frowned slightly. This was the old 1 yuan a pack Nestle coffee, a bit bitter. Honestly, it couldn't compare to the top-quality coffee she'd brought back from America, but being able to get coffee at all these days was already impressive. Since things were already so extravagant, Jing Shu didn't want to force her taste buds to suffer. So she quietly took out a packet of milk from her pocket, squeezed it into the coffee, and found the taste much richer. Xiao Lu silently gave her a thumbs up. Look at that. No wonder she's the boss. She's just awesome. Damn. Impressive. So classy. Quick, give the queen a throne. Jin Baba grumbled. Lan, what's going on? Didn't you say I'd be comfortable today? Compared to Jing Shu, his own setup was totally lacking. Look at her. A chair with a blanket, a table with a cloth, legs crossed, snacking, and a bodyguard standing by. Looking at himself, his whole show was a loss. Damn, he'd already lost twice today. Lan looked a bit embarrassed and nodded. I'll arrange something right away. Damn it, there was nothing to eat in this place. The Mingliu Club was so broke they couldn't even afford underwear. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tricked his university classmates into working as free labor. Jin Baba grumbled in extreme dissatisfaction, but the Mingliu Club event was already starting. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm your host, Xiao Shuai. No need for small talk since we're all insiders here. Let's get started. The host, wearing a big black cotton coat and covered in mud, spoke without much ceremony. The organizers were just too poor with a limited budget, so... Xiao Shuai tapped the microphone. He had to hurry since he wasn't sure if the battery would last until he finished. He sped up. All right, I know what everyone's waiting for. The first item up for auction is our amazing, nearly extinct Jinhua sow. Bring out the sow. Buy a sow now and get a boar for free. Can't find good breeding stock? Prices too high? Getting squeezed by others? No need to worry anymore. This solves all your breeding problems right at your doorstep. Take the sow and boar home, and next year you'll have piglets. The year after, those piglets will have more piglets, and soon you'll have piglets everywhere. As Xiao Shuai spoke enthusiastically, two waiters huffed and puffed as they brought in two pigs. They weren't big, a bit thin, but clean. It wasn't that they didn't want to fatten them up. If you have pigs, you must have feed. But this was just the reality of the apocalypse, just like the geese raised by the capital's grain bureau. There were good things, but the environment made it tough. Jing Shu even suspected there was some unknown gas or element in the air harming all living things. There were gasps of amazement from the audience. At this point, pigs weren't just pigs. They were like two walking Ferraris or Maseratis. No, they were two gold mines that could make money. All right, the nearly extinct Jinhua sow is up for auction. No virtual currency, no fake bids. We have government officials on site to check your assets. If you fake a bid, your property will be confiscated, so think carefully before bidding. Let me stress again, this Mingliu Club event is special. Only physical goods of equivalent value are accepted. For items of equal value, we have the right to choose which goods to accept. All right, the sow is worth the equivalent of 10,000 virtual coins. Let's start the auction. How terrifying is it when even virtual coins can't buy things anymore? Very quickly, people started bidding. These pigs had huge investment potential. No matter how you looked at it, you couldn't lose. Fabric worth 20,000 virtual coins. Petroleum worth 25,000 virtual coins. Oh, and to save time and prevent malicious bidding, each person can only bid 3 times per item. Each auction item has a tracking code. If you resell after buying through a proxy, there's a 2% fee. Xiao Shuai rolled his eyes, reciting the rules mechanically, cursing the organizers in his heart for being so greedy. Basically, instead of slow, incremental bidding, everyone was encouraged to make big, bold offers. If you wanted, you could have someone bid for you. Just pay the fee. The hall went quiet for a few seconds. No one raised the bid until after a long pause someone shouted, "Food worth 200,000 virtual coins? Supplies worth 400,000 virtual coins?" The hall buzzed again. Such high prices dashed 99% of people's hopes of getting the sow. Was this really a bargain hunt? The item was great, but it even made the classmates behind Jing Shu scream. Hundreds of thousands of virtual coins worth of goods, what did that mean? These days, a whole house was only worth a few thousand or 10,000 virtual coins. Even those from well-off families only had a single home, and the highest salaries were just a few hundred virtual coins a month. 700,000 in goods. The bidding slowed. It wasn't that people didn't have money. Many had plenty of virtual coins, since the government had forced everyone to exchange for them. But now, to trade so many actual goods, it hurt. Soon, no one else bid. Just as Xiao Shuai was about to close the auction, Jin Baba shouted, 1,000 in goods. With that, the whole place erupted. A pair of pigs, traded for 1 million in goods. How many truckloads would that be? Was it worth it? Not at all. Even if the pigs had piglets and those piglets had more piglets, it still wasn't worth it. Ordinary pigs never cost this much. The host Xiao Shuai called out several times, and when no one else bid, he announced, 1,000 in goods, sold. Please complete the transaction on site. Professionals will handle the handover. Everyone, please wait a minute. If there's any fraud, we'll re-auction. Wow, Brother Ba is amazing. Brother Ba just spent 1 million. So cool. Did I hear that right? Brother Ba really spent 1 million on a pair of pigs? Soon, professionals came to inspect, and 2 waiters led the pigs over. The waiters were university classmates, winking and looking excited. After all, these were 2 living pigs. How long had it been since anyone had seen a live pig? Pigs were now limited edition. Just seeing one was an eye-opener. The professionals quickly finished verifying the goods, and after confirming everything, they tagged the 2 pigs with tracking codes and numbers. The pigs officially belonged to Jin Baba now. Brother Ba, your dad is the boss of Wucheng. To be blunt, isn't Wucheng basically your family's? If you want something, you get it. Why bother bidding for these pigs? Couldn't you just take them? Yeah, exactly. Jin Baba snorted disdainfully. My family is my family. Wucheng is Wucheng. You think I'm some local tyrant? Still, he'd managed to save face this time. Jin Baba looked smugly at Jing Shu as if to say, see how I can throw money around? Isn't it impressive? The staff and Jin Baba's people went outside to handle the handover and transfer the goods, leaving the 2 pigs in their cage, snorting and squealing. The attentive waiters occasionally fed them some feed. At this moment, everyone in the box was focused on the 2 pigs. Brother Ba, can I touch them? Brother Ba, can I take a photo with the Jinhua Sao? Jin Baba waved his hand even more proudly. Careful, these pigs are delicate. Everyone cheered and crowded around to see the pigs. The Mingliu Club auction continued. Host Xiao Shuai cleared his throat. All right, now for the main event. See those 3 mobile villas on display? These are the mobile villas we're about to auction. They were built by Wucheng's largest real estate company, Greenland Group, fully furnished and ready to move in. The quality is guaranteed, and all materials have been certified by government professionals as the best available. Because Greenland Group owed the government too much money and couldn't pay, they're using these villas to pay off their debts. I don't need to explain the functions of a mobile villa, right? The posters made it clear. There are so many disasters these days, and you never know what's coming next. Over the years, countless people have lost their homes to disasters. If you have a mobile villa, you can be prepared for anything. Now, we're auctioning off 10 mobile villas, and the government will only accept food as payment. Other goods aren't eligible. The starting price is food worth 300,000 virtual coins. Let the bidding begin. Trading houses for food. Before the apocalypse, no one would have believed it. But now, it was reality. The Wucheng government was racking its brains to gather food from every possible source. It was hard to imagine that things would be even worse next year, but with Jing Shu around this time, and all she'd done behind the scenes, hopefully there wouldn't be as many people starving to death as in her previous life. Many people in the audience felt regret. The mobile villas were great, but first, their current homes were already good enough. They didn't want to trade so much food for a mobile villa, especially with food so scarce now. Second, since only food was accepted, many people with other types of goods were out of luck. There was nothing they could do. Food was now the hard currency, more precious than gold ever was. So anyone bidding on a mobile villa with food was definitely not short on resources. As it turned out, there were quite a few people in Wucheng who weren't short on resources. Very quickly, the 10 villas were each bid up to 500,000 in value. Compared to the Jinhua Sao, the villas had even more potential. Just the mobility alone meant you could move at any time if danger came. A huge guarantee of safety and peace of mind. Even the people in the box who'd been playing with the pigs turned their attention to the stage, exclaiming in awe. Since they were close to the display, when host Xiao Shuai opened up the villas for everyone to see, they could get a clear look. Luxurious decor, exquisite interiors. At a glance, it was like stepping into a mansion. If you could own such a mobile mansion in the apocalypse, what more could you want? Host Xiao Shui read from his script bit by bit, but it didn't stop the crowd of bumpkins from staring starry-eyed, full of longing and envy, as the prices steadily climbed. "Brother Ba, aren't you gonna bid on a mobile villa?" "Yeah, Brother Ba, these look amazing. No matter what disaster comes, with a mobile villa you can go wherever you want." Jin Baba snorted dismissively. His father hadn't given him permission, so how could he dare bid? He grumbled, "Where's Lon? Is it that hard to get some food?" The atmosphere instantly cooled and no one dared say another word. Zhao Lu took out his calculator and started tapping away, then quietly reported, "Boss, based on the expected final price and the supplies we brought, buying 5 villas won't be a problem, but some have already been reserved and a few are set aside for insiders, so I suggest we go for 3. Jing Shu raised her eyebrows, about to say something, but Zhao Lu continued, "Boss, I'll start the bidding for you. After I use up our 3 chances, you can jump in at the end." So thoughtful. He'd even considered this. Zhao Lu's voice was very soft, but the box was so cold and quiet that people overheard. "Tsk, tisk, tisk. Thinking about buying 5 mobile villas? Who do you think you are talking so big? I really can't listen to this kind of bragging. I couldn't hold it in just now. Not even in the movies do people boast like this." Whispers spread. If you said you wanted one, fine, but saying you wanted them all was just showing off. Just then, the prices for 3 of the villas suddenly shot up to 1,000, half again as much as the others. Someone had made a move. Then 2 more villas were bid up to 1,000. In the blink of an eye, only 5 lower-priced villas were left. Jing Shu ignored the kids behind her because she recognized the bidder. It was the steward from Qianduoduo's family. The other person who bought 2 villas was also familiar, the meticulous old butler from Su Mali's family. All right, these were the real big shots. Jing Shu stopped pretending and waved her hand. "Zhao Liu, let's start. No more waiting. Please begin your performance." The group behind her nearly had to cover their mouths to keep from laughing, eager to see just what kind of performance this would be. Were they about to see someone show off and then get slapped in the face? Honestly, everyone was looking forward to it. "Ha ha ha, come on, let's get started. Honestly, I can't wait. We can shout a few bids too, right? Someone will always raise the price anyway." Do you know there are special staff outside recording every bid? If they decide to randomly check your assets and find out you were making fake bids, the consequences are serious. At this moment, Lan Shao arrived with a huge platter of food. Who knows what he had to do to get it, begging and paying high prices everywhere. But to cling to Jin Baba's leg, any price was worth it. There was a wave of sighs, so it was that strict. "Well, it's just a probability, right? They can't check everyone, haha." Jiang Changke, as always, had to contradict everyone. No one wanted to bother with Jiang Changke anymore, because Zhao Lu had already raised his sign and called out, 3 villas, 800,000 virtual coins each. His voice wasn't loud, but it was steady, as if it was no big deal. But it really shocked the group behind him. Damn, he really dared to bid. Impressive, just for the guts to show off, I'd give him 99 points. Aren't they afraid of being checked? Even if he's Jing Shu's bodyguard, he can't have that much in assets. Lan Shao adjusted his glasses. If someone guarantees it, they can still bid. But does Jing Shu really have that much money? Yeah. Jin Baba ate the food Lan Shao brought, looking very unimpressed, but he held back from mocking Jing Shu. That woman was richer than anyone. He'd seen her supplies before and was jealous. Who knows how much she'd stockpiled since then? But he couldn't admit defeat. He had to be just a little better than her. Trying to get a villa for 800,000 was obviously unrealistic. The 10 villas quickly climbed to around 1.1 million each before the bidding slowed. Zhao Lu precisely raised the bid by 100,000 each time, pushing the price to exactly 1.1 million virtual coins, just a bit less than the others. Number 567, 3 villas, 1.2 million virtual coins each. Jing Shu smoothly made the final bid, pushing the price to this point, making it tough for anyone else to outbid her. Even Jing Shu had to admire Zhao Lu's precise calculations. Without him, she could have just jumped in at the end with a high bid, but having someone to help in advance was convenient and saved a lot of virtual coins. The classmates behind her were left gaping. Was this for real? She really bid 1.2 million per villa and wanted 3? What was she planning? Even if you're rich, isn't one enough? Lan Xiao frowned, more and more confused. This was beyond his understanding. I'd like to ask a presumptuous question. Lan Xiao's tone was much more humble now, none of his earlier pride. Zhao Lu stood straight and replied coolly, "If you know it's presumptuous, then don't ask." Lan Xiao. Everyone. Damn, that's badass. Someone quickly posted this epic moment in the university group chat, live blogging. Jing Shu just bid for 3 villas. Jin Baba covered his mouth, trying not to laugh. After all, Lan Xiao was one of his people, but for some reason, seeing someone get put in their place by that woman was just so satisfying. Sold. With the host Zhao Shuai's confirmation, the 10 villas were finally sold at an average price of 1.2 million each, with some minor differences. Now please wait a few minutes for both sides to complete the handover. After all, this is no small sum. But these villas are really worth it. Greenland Group will even provide 2 free moving services. Just give your address later. Zhao Lu started tapping away on his calculator, while Jing Shu sipped her coffee, waiting for the staff to settle up. The room was much quieter now, with a sense of disbelief lingering, but some people were already spreading the news on their phones. Jin Baba spending $1 million on 2 pigs had already blown their minds, but now Jing Shu was spending 3.6 million virtual coins for 3 villas? Even if you're rich, isn't this a bit much? Most importantly, this time, it wasn't virtual coins, it was food. I told you the boss is awesome, but you didn't believe me. The vice president of the Pharmaceutical Association, how could she not be rich? Do you know how expensive medicine is now? There's no way she's short on money. If you want to cling to her now, it's too late. Haha, good thing I did it early. Zhang Chengke was about to keep rambling when Jing Shu shot him a look and he shut up. While they waited, host Zhao Shuai regretfully announced, 1 villa has been sold at 118 million to the last bidder. After checking, Mr. Li's food supplies were insufficient and the government is now handling it seriously. It was just a small incident, but it made some classmates excited. Do you think Jing Shu's food will be enough? After all, 3.6 million worth of food is a huge amount. Who knows? Maybe it's medicinal herbs? Those are expensive. Just a few ginseng roots are worth a lot. Must be embezzled. Zhao Lu cleared his throat. Who just said that? Say it again, I'll record it and take legal action. The whispers stopped. Jing Shu smiled and shook her head. She didn't really care about these things. There was too much of a gap in status, like an eagle and an ant. But having someone who cared was nice. Finally, it was Jing Shu's turn. With a swish, the door opened and more than a dozen staff members came in. To speed things up, each had their own job. They all looked expressionless and businesslike. Jing Shu, please scan your face to confirm your identity and prepare your goods for inspection. What a scene. No one in the room dared say a word except for the 2 pigs still grunting. Someone whispered in the back, Brother Ba really is impressive. The staff were all so polite to him earlier, smiling like crazy. Beep. The lead staff member's face suddenly changed, stunned. The whole room tensed up. What happened? Could it be she really faked it and got caught? The next second, the lead staffer smiled, grinning from ear to ear. Hello, hello. Your file only shows approval, but we can't see what kind of food you're trading. Her clearance was so high they couldn't see anything, so she was a real big shot. What was going on? Did that staff member have a split personality? One second he was so serious, and the next he changed so fast it caught everyone off guard. Zhao Lu coughed modestly and stepped forward like a bodyguard, saying, The 3.6 million virtual coins worth of red thread worm cakes are in the parking lot outside. Our people are already waiting for the handover. Please hurry. This is a big job. Worm cakes weren't worth much, so there were a lot of them. All right. I'll call people to handle it right away. You all can rest here for now. Wang Hong, tell them not to be so strict. Just do a rough count, we're in a hurry. And this kind of bulk worm cake is exactly what we need right now. Miss Jing, you're a lifesaver. If you have more worm cakes, could you sell us some more? The staff weren't just enthusiastic, they were almost fawning, which left Jing Shu's university classmates completely stunned. Jing Shu was a bit surprised herself. She paid the government every month using worm cakes to offset her debts. She asked, "I thought I already had a partnership with the government?" The staff member smiled awkwardly. "We're from administration and logistics. Your partnership is probably with the higher-ups directly. We're a different department. The higher-ups allocate some to us, but even so, it's hard to get enough food for our staff." "So, does this transaction benefit your department?" Jing Shu asked. The staff member answered honestly. "As long as the original bankruptcy debts are paid off, any profit left is ours. The higher-ups only want the debt repaid. The rest is for us." Jing Shu nodded in understanding. "Zhao Lu, check how much red thread worm cake we have left." Zhao Lu tapped away on his calculator and said, "Boss, we have over 2 million virtual coins worth left, about 200 tons of worm cakes." "How many tons?" In the apocalypse, food was still measured by the ton? The people behind her seemed stunned. Even if they didn't eat this low-end food, they knew a worm cake cost 1.5 virtual coins, very cheap. But hundreds of tons? That was a terrifying number. Was it real? Now everyone looked at Jing Shu differently. Lan Shao's body seemed to stiffen, his face dark as he lowered his head, lost in thought. "How much is a few hundred tons of worm cakes?" "Isn't Jing Shu with the Pharmaceutical Association? How did she get into the worm cake business?" "Yeah, did she monopolize all the worm cakes in Wucheng?" While her classmates were still in shock, the staff member looked at Jing Shu with stars in his eyes, as expected of a big shot. If it were rice, he'd be worried about affording it, but this cheap, filling food was exactly what they needed most. Jing Shu nodded. "If I can sell it all today, you can keep the profit. If not, I'll sell the rest to you at the virtual coin price." In short, she wasn't planning to take any worm cakes back with her today. "Really? That's great. Thank you so much. Wang Hong, get those guys ready to unload. Are they done counting? Okay, got it. Miss Jing, your transaction is complete. We'll report it right away. By the way, I'm Wang Miao. If you ever need help with administration or logistics, just call me. You guys, don't just stand there. Get a heater for Miss Jing." In the blink of an eye, a few more people rushed in, carrying a small heater to Jing Shu's feet and adding coal. "Miss Jing, please rest here. The counting is done. For the villa address, just tell Wang Hong. He'll arrange delivery. If you need anything else, just ask him. I've assigned him to you. I'll go handle the paperwork now." The staff left, but a man was left behind to serve Jing Shu exclusively. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this even possible? This was just too much. Now Jing Shu was even better equipped. A heater, tea and snacks, a comfy chair. She only needed a personal masseur to complete the set. "Boss, you really hid your skills well. I never thought the affordable worm cakes I eat every day were your business. Boss, since we're classmates, can you give me a discount? My family's short on food. I want to buy some in bulk." Zhang Changke jumped out excitedly. "Pfft, Zhang Changke, you never did anything right, and now you want worm cakes? You just want to resell them, don't you? Shameless, always sucking up for money." "Yeah, Zhang Changke, pay back what you owe." Zhang Changke waved them off disdainfully. "Get lost. I'm talking to the boss. What's it to you? If you don't see the situation clearly now, it's too late to suck up." At this moment, Lan Shao stood up and coughed lightly. "Jing Shu, so you're in the worm cake business? Amazing. Looks like we really misunderstood you before. I want to sincerely apologize for the unfair treatment you received because of my oversight these past few days. I'm truly sorry and hope you can forgive me. I'll also clarify this in the group chat. Also, as compensation, I'd like to give you 500 kilowatt hours of electricity for your home. If you ever need anything, I'll help however I can." Wow, Lan Shao is so generous. Electricity is so expensive now, we only get half an hour a day, not even enough to charge our devices. Jing Shu closed her eyes to rest, a bit surprised. These people were even softer than she'd expected. But it made sense. If she were in another business, Lan Shao probably wouldn't be so humble. It was only because she had so much cheap food that he wanted to get some at a low price. Even the government couldn't feed its people, let alone his power grid. Zhao Lu stepped forward, blocking Lan Shao's view, and said firmly, "Your apology is too late. If you'd apologized when we were first treated unfairly, it would have been fine. But our boss doesn't accept your apology now. Please return to your seat and don't disturb her rest. And don't even think about our business. The worm cake trade is fixed with the government and not open to the public, so even if you beg my boss, it's useless." With just a few words, he shut down all of Lan Shao's plans. Apologize, offer something, and try to get some food. Worm cakes were cheap. Rice was too expensive for wages. Lan Shao had never been so humiliated, especially not by a classmate's assistant. For a moment, his face turned dark, veins bulging. You're not even Jing Shu. Who are you to speak for her?" At this moment, Jing Shu half closed her eyes and said calmly, "What Zhao Lu said is exactly what I wanted to say." The atmosphere in the box chilled again. No one expected Jing Shu to be so blunt, so bold. Even Lan Shao didn't get any face from her. In their eyes, Lan Shao was the campus big shot. Rich, powerful, in charge of the power grid, a real heavyweight. Where did Jing Shu get the confidence to go up against him? In recent years, Lan Shao had become the bread and butter, the boss, the big brother for many people. Lan Shao already lowered himself to make peace, and Jing Shu, you're still like this? Yeah, what's the big deal? It's just a bunch of bugs. Is it really worth acting so high and mighty? Exactly. You really think you're something special? Who in Wucheng doesn't use electricity? Who hasn't needed Lan Shao's help at some point? Lan Shao's face turned even darker, almost purple. He clenched his fist and pointed at Jing Shu, nodding. "Fine, Jing Shu, just you wait." But he didn't dare say anything harsher. After all, food was really scarce now. Jing Shu remained lazy and indifferent, clearly not taking Lan Shao seriously. She didn't even bother to shift her position. Jin Baba watched the drama with a grin, munching on his food, and even shook his head in mock disappointment. He was just here for the show, and would have loved to see a fight break out. Just as the tension peaked, the door suddenly burst open. A chubby man rushed in, shouting, "Baba, Baba, come on, let's go, hurry up and come with me." Jin Baba, who'd been enjoying the show, frowned. "Uncle, what's got you so worked up? What happened? Is someone here to rob us?" Jin Baba actually got excited at the thought. After all these years in the apocalypse, could something this bold still happen? With all the security and hidden muscle at this event, if someone really tried something, it'd be a good show. As if to confirm his uncle's words, the whole building trembled, and rumbling sounds echoed from outside. Nervous voices rose in the hall, and the auction was temporarily halted. Host Xiao Shuai tried to calm everyone, telling them to stay put and not panic, and activated the alarm. He reassured everyone, "Don't be afraid. No matter what happens, there's strong armed security outside. All we need to do is not make things worse, blah blah blah." Junjia was sweating bullets. "For heaven's sake, stop making trouble and come with me now. If we wait any longer, it'll be too late." The room quieted down. Everyone realized something was wrong. If even someone like Jin Baba was being evacuated, it couldn't be good. Jin Baba didn't care. What hadn't he seen before? There was even a government military unit here today under his dad's command. What was there to be afraid of? "Fine, let's go. But what about my people? They should come too, right?" As he left, Jin Baba made sure to look out for his crew, which made Lan Shao's face look a little better. He was starting to get nervous too. If this really was a once-in-a-century robbery, it was safer to stick with Jin Baba. Junjia dragged Jin Baba out. "Your friends will have to wait. There are only a few spots right now. I'll have Zhao Zhang take care of your friends. Don't worry. Oh, Jing Shu, you're here too? Come on, let's go." Jing Shu frowned, then nodded, quickly got up, grabbed her ever-present black case, and signaled Zhao Lu to follow. The man assigned to serve her said, "I'll go check on Captain Wang Miao's situation." Jing Shu sensed something was wrong. With her cautious, survivalist nature, she'd already placed snakes and bugs at the entrance and around the area as a precaution. Now, even though it didn't seem like a robbery, all her creatures were sending back anxious signals, very uneasy. Something big was about to happen. Jin Baba was dragged away, still protesting. "At least let me bring someone. Lan Shao, you come with me." Of all the people, Lan Shao was the most useful and pleasant to have around. "There's no time. Let's go. I'll have someone look after your friends," Junjia said impatiently. Jin Baba protested. "Why does Jing Shu get to bring someone? I want to bring someone too. Lan Shao, come on, hurry up, I don't believe this." Lan Shao hurried after them, sticking to Jin Baba like glue, not daring to let go. The rest were left behind, looking complicated. "They're gone. Looks like this is serious. They're not taking us? That's so unfair. What on earth is happening?" At this point, Jiang Changke piped up. "Let's not run around. If something happens, just stick with host Xiao Shuai. I bet he'll be safe. Besides, we're so poor, even robbers wouldn't bother with us. Girls, make yourselves look ugly. Guys, look as miserable as possible." Jiang Changke, like a star in the night, gave everyone a good plan. Meanwhile, Junjia hurriedly led Jing Shu, Xiao Liu, Jin Baba, and Lan Shao out of the building. Lan Shao now realized Jing Shu seemed to have connections with Jin Baba's family. Otherwise, why would Jin Baba's uncle take her along? Who was Jing Shu, really? Wasn't she just an ordinary person, not even a minor internet celebrity? As they ran, Jing Shu sent more snakes to scout ahead. Soon, she figured out what was happening. Outside the New World building, chaos reigned. It wasn't a robbery, which eased Jing Shu's mind a bit. She wasn't afraid, but if she had to reveal her abilities, it would be a hassle. But then Jing Shu couldn't help but curse. If she had to sum up her feelings in 2 words, it would be, "Oh shit. It's over, we're too late, we're completely cut off. You dawdled too much." Junjia scolded Jin Baba, who was still confused. "What's going on? Why are you so worked up?" "Mudslide, it's here." A massive mudslide came, surging in from all directions, as if it was going to swallow the entire area. But that was just an illusion. The real crisis wasn't the mudslide itself. It was only a visual effect. Jing Shu, with her night vision ability, could see clearly. The New World building was like a new tectonic plate, directly cut off and floating away. The building was like a lonely island, drifting on the sea, moving away from its original location at an incomprehensible speed. The scenery around them changed, becoming unfamiliar. Even after 10 years in the apocalypse, Jing Shu wasn't entirely sure what was happening, but she had a rough idea. This was probably the plate movement that started in the 2nd year. These plates could move randomly, or for other reasons. It could be a mountain, a piece of land, whatever the cause, it scrambled the map, and the original place was no longer where it used to be. Unfortunately, the ground beneath Jing Shu's feet was one of those plates, and it had started to move. Junjia pulled out his phone, cursing. There were reports earlier about a massive mudslide that might flood the New World building, so we were preparing to evacuate, but the signal was weak and got blocked. All our distress signals were sent out, but I knew something would go wrong. Then the ground started cracking, and all the roads out broke off one by one. Jing Shu took out her phone. No signal. She asked, "After the signal was blocked, did you send anyone out to get help?" "Let's go ask Wang Miao if anyone got out," Junjia said, kicking the ready SUV in frustration, then led the group to the other side, shouting, "Wang Miao, how is it? Did anyone escape?" Wang Miao, the administrative and logistics manager, replied in anguish, "There wasn't enough time to evacuate. Only 3 convoys got out. One was surrounded and swallowed by the mudslide, and we couldn't rescue them. The other 2, I don't know if they made it through. We just didn't have time." Jin Baba stared, the headlights illuminating the scene. Only now did he realize they were no longer in the suburbs. It was like they were on a boat, floating, with the mudslide pushing the building along. It was surreal. It was as if the building was a small boat, and a vast river of mud was pushing it along. "All signals are blocked. We tried the transmitter just now. Completely useless, Wang Miao said, frustrated. There was no way to call for help. Everyone was stunned. They'd planned for all kinds of dangers, even sudden disasters, but no one expected to be separated like this, with the whole building floating in a sea of mud. What kind of situation was this? Even movies wouldn't dare write something like this, Jin Baba finally muttered. Junjie patted Wang Miao. With so many people missing, the higher-ups will definitely take it seriously. Don't worry, all we can do now is wait for rescue. If only we had a helicopter, at least we could get a fix on our location and get help quickly. Wang Miao sighed. The problem is, we can't get a fix. I don't even know where we've been taken. There are no landmarks, and the people who escaped don't know which direction we're drifting. In this situation, it'll be very hard to find us. The wind howled, showing just how fast they were moving. Junjie frowned. We must be going dozens of miles an hour. Let's just hope we stop soon. Their constantly changing position would make rescue even harder. At that moment, Li Rotian arrived with a team of armed guards, panting. I've just sealed off the building. No one will get out. We've got people stationed everywhere. I've checked the area. No immediate danger. I'll have people set up a perimeter to prevent anyone from falling off. Let's get together and make a plan before we go back in. Lan Shao quietly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a robbery, it was fine. Even if the whole building was swept away to who knows where, with Jin Baba and so many big shots inside, the authorities would definitely mount a major rescue. So for now, the best thing to do was wait for rescue, keep everyone calm, and make sure there are no casualties or internal conflicts, Junjie said. In this situation, he had the highest administrative rank. He was part of Wucheng's leadership after all. Yes. Understood. Wang Miao, get a list of everyone at the Mingliu Club event, tally up all personnel with the logistics chief, and figure out what food and supplies we have, what we're missing, and report it. We'll figure out the rest. Junjie really was a capable leader, even if he was a bit greedy. Jing Shu frowned the whole time, feeling uneasy. This situation, it wasn't her first time experiencing it. It was all too familiar. Things might not be so simple. If they just waited for rescue, it would be tough. Plate movement completely scrambled geography. It was like this in America, and in the mountains too. It was very possible they were no longer anywhere near Wucheng. Wang Miao pulled out his phone. There are 1,000 people at the auction, 300 staff and security, over 100 in admin and logistics, and 600 armed personnel. About 2,000 in total. Plus, the original developer, Boss Liu, and his 200 people are still living upstairs. Since we thought the auction would only last 2 hours, we didn't prepare extra food or supplies. The food and water we have will only last these 2,000 people a day or two at most. Because just before this, all the food and supplies in the parking lot were separated from the building. Now we're left with a bare building and nothing else. Boss Chief Liu. At that moment, the driver behind Wang Miao ran over excitedly, patting his chest. I was scared to death. While we were transferring goods, the ground split open, but our truck was inside. Otherwise, we'd never have seen you again. Xiao Lu's eyes lit up. He nodded and quietly pulled the driver aside to ask more questions, which meant Jing Shu's trucks full of red threadworm cakes were still here. But right now, no one cared about Jing Shu's truck driver. People can survive hunger for a while, but without water, they won't last long. If rescue doesn't come, we'll die of thirst. We need to plan ahead. Wang Miao, we must prepare for alternative food and water sources. Let's hurry back to the auction hall and start brainstorming ways to get water. Junjie might not know much, but 3 heads are better than 1. Li Ruotian stopped him. Wait. For water, we can do simple filtration. Send a team out to dig into the mudslide, gather stones, charcoal, sand, and dig more pits. We can make a basic filter. It's crude, the water will taste bad, but with enough people we won't die of thirst. But we're overlooking another point. We don't have much fuel. It's minus 30 degrees now, even colder at night. We'll need to boil water, and without bedding, people could get sick fast. Junjie nodded. Wang Miao, you handle what Li Captain just said. Take the logistics chief and tally up how long our supplies will last, what we have, what's public and what's private, and what else we can use. Then report back. Lee Captain, gather all armed forces, issue weapons, make sure every area is covered, patrol 24/7, and keep a close eye on Boss Lu and the Mingliu Club people to prevent trouble. I'll take a team to the auction hall, explain the situation, and we'll figure out the next steps. Lan Xiao said enviously. Brother Ba, your uncle is amazing. Jin Baba snorted proudly. My dad's even better. Our whole family is awesome. Jing Shu hefted her black case, glad she always brought it. It was her cover, and with her cautious nature, she never went out unarmed. The black case held weapons and food, so she could take things out without drawing attention. And her portable space had everything. She wasn't worried about food, water, or supplies at all. She just worried about when she could go home. Junjie led the group quickly back to the auction hall. Jing Shu quietly told Xiao Lu to have the driver take the goods to Li Ruotian, who would handle everything. In this chaos, she didn't want anyone to know she'd managed to keep several truckloads of worm cakes. Jing Shu sent out even more bugs to keep watch, spreading them throughout the New World building. It was as if she had countless eyes watching every move. If anything happened, she'd know immediately. Now was not the time for carelessness. She had to guard against both natural disasters outside and the 2,000 people inside. What if someone tried to target her or take advantage of the chaos? Jing Shu followed Junjie back to the now restless auction hall. Host Xiao Shuai was lounging in a chair by the fire, legs crossed, sipping tea, chatting idly with the anxious crowd. His laid-back attitude kept things from descending into chaos. Oh, look, the boss is here. Come on. Let the top official tell us what's happening outside. Are we in danger? Xiao Shuai quickly stood up and handed over the mic. There was no noise outside, no gunshots, so it seemed there was no immediate danger. The hall fell silent. Jin Baba, Jing Shu, and Lan Xiao returned to their box. Jin Baba swaggered in. It's fine, I'm back. With me here, you don't need to worry. No matter what happens, I'll protect you. Brother Ba, you're back. We were so scared. What happened out there? Lan Xiao coughed. It's nothing serious. Brother Ba's uncle is the top official here and he's making arrangements. As long as we follow orders, we'll be fine. No problem, we'll follow instructions. Everyone started chattering again, as if Jin Baba and Lan Xiao had never left. The truth was, even if Jin Baba had abandoned them, they'd have no choice but to smile and act like nothing happened. Xiao Lu pulled out a blanket for Jing Shu, set up the heater, and laid out snacks. Jing Shu sat comfortably, feet up, as Xiao Lu brought her coffee. She half closed her eyes, mind racing, while her bugs continued to scout the building. Next, she needed to know how many people were in the building, how many factions, whether there were any dangerous individuals, and what supplies and weapons were available. Junjie, clearly experienced, knew that in times like this, you can't tell the whole truth, you have to keep people calm. So he spoke lightly. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Actually, nothing major happened. No robbery or riot. You all know about the mudslide, right? Since we're in the suburbs, the mudslide was just a bit bigger than usual. Big enough to sweep the whole building away. What? Then what are we waiting for? Let's run! The hall grew restless again. If there was a mudslide, shouldn't they run for their lives? Calm down. Listen, this mudslide is a bit special. We tried to clear a path, but the road was cut off. Now our building is being pushed by the mudslide. We're not in the same place anymore, which is why there's no signal. But don't worry, we've sent a satellite distress call and rescue will come soon. Rest assured, professionals have checked. There's no other danger. The auction is temporarily suspended. Xiao Shuai, seal up all auction items for now. We'll resume later. All we need to do is wait for rescue. Junjie spoke naturally and sincerely. The hall quieted again, hearing that rescue was on the way and that they were only temporarily trapped with no immediate danger. Everyone finally relaxed. But, Junjie added, since this is just a temporary base, we don't have enough water. We'll have to filter some ourselves, and with so many people, we might be stuck here for a few days. As for food, Boss Lu, you and your 200 people have been living in the New World building. Could you provide us with some food? Junjie asked directly. Boss Lu, whom Junjie mentioned, was half reclining in a glass room on the second floor. Hearing his name, he lazily got up in his bathrobe, picked up the microphone and said, "Sure, no problem. We even have a big restaurant on the second floor and can provide different kinds of food. But I'm a businessman. Each meal will be sold at market price. There's no internet now, but we can keep a tab. I won't raise prices in this special period. That's already doing charity." "That's fine. We'll go by market price. How much water is left?" Boss Lou shook his head regretfully. "Someone just reported that the water pipes burst. We managed to save a little, but not much is left, and the filtration equipment is broken." Junjia nodded and continued. "I know many of you are temporary workers and don't have virtual coins to buy food. Don't panic. Next, we'll be digging pits outside to filter muddy water, and there will be payment for this work. If you have money, you can stay in the building. If not, you can choose to work. Our people will keep track." Many people in the hall quietly breathed a sigh of relief. In the apocalypse, food is the most expensive thing. At least now, if you work, you can eat. "All right, now I'll arrange accommodation. It's likely we'll be here for several days. To be honest, this is a commercial building, and we have over 2,000 people trapped here, but only about 50 rooms with beds. Who gets to stay? Who doesn't? To be fair, we'll auction them off. Highest bidder wins. The money will be used to pay for digging and filtering work. Boss Lou, is that okay?" Boss Lou waved his hand. He'd planned to auction off the building today anyway, but who would have thought the whole building would be swept away by a mudslide? Honestly, he was bankrupt and the building didn't even belong to him anymore. "Do you want to sleep in a room with a bed, or on the cold, dirty floor of the hall, crammed together with others?" The hundreds of people from the Mingliu Club, all real bidders, immediately started bidding for the 50 rooms. Jin Baba clearly didn't want to rough it and bid high, saying, "I'll bid for a room for you girls, better than sleeping on the hard floor." "Brother Ba, you're awesome!" "Brother Ba, you're my idol." Jin Baba was even more pleased with himself. Xiao Lu quietly asked, "Boss, do we need to bid?" Jing Shu shook her head. "We have our own villas." She never expected the mobile villas she bought as a backup would come in handy on the very first day. Xiao Lu gave her a thumbs up. Boss is always one step ahead. The 50 rooms were quickly auctioned off. Then someone asked, "What about those 3 villas? They can house a lot of people too, right? There are dozens of rooms inside. Can we auction those?" Junjia frowned. Right, there were 3 villas on display. He said, "All 10 villas have already been auctioned and handed over, so they're not up for public auction." "But there are only 3 here. How will they be divided?" "Yeah, if only 3 families get them, isn't that unfair to everyone else?" Only 3 villas were on display. The rest were still with the real estate company. Junjia waved his hand. "They'll go to whoever spent the most. First is Jing Shu, who bought 3 for 3.6 million. Second is..." This method was relatively fair. Jing Shu bought 3, so she definitely had rights to 1. The other 2 went to Qianduoduo's people and a family of 3 Jing Shu didn't know. So, for the next few days, Jing Shu finally had a private, spacious place to stay. No need to sleep on the floor. Even Jin Baba looked at Jing Shu with envy. Such a big villa, 2 floors, many rooms, beautifully decorated. Living alone was pure luxury. After the villas were assigned, Junjia began arranging everyone else's accommodations. The new world building was a mall, so there were no real rooms. Just open counters, clothing stores, etc., where people could sleep. Big stores housed more people, small ones fewer. Wang Miao and the logistics chief carefully assigned and recorded everyone's sleeping spots. Where you slept was set. If you wanted to change, you had to apply. No crossing boundaries or wandering around. Each floor and room had government managers to keep order called life teachers. For the next few days, to ensure everyone's safety, there will be daily roll calls and meetings right here. We'll report the current situation. Everyone must report daily to their life teacher, who will handle all living matters. Each floor has a military instructor. If there's any danger, contact them. No fighting. Violators will be punished under the new law. Very quickly, everyone trapped in the building found themselves under military-style management. But with thousands of people, not everyone was satisfied with their accommodations. Junjia handed the rest to Wang Miao. "That's it for now. If you need to change or have other issues, go see Wang Miao. The hall erupted as people rushed to Wang Miao. Some wanted to change rooms, some wanted jobs, others had all sorts of requests. At this point, Lan Xiao stood up and said, Jing Shu, your villa has so many rooms. Why not let some of the girls from our class stay, and let's give the room Brother Ba one to our principal. I just heard the list. Our principal is here, but he didn't get a room and was assigned to the big dormitory. The box fell silent as everyone looked at Jing Shu. Actually, Junjia had assigned by team, so there weren't big problems. Everyone in the box, including Lan Xiao's 100+ volunteers, were together. Xiaolu frowned, about to say something, but Jing Shu opened her eyes and said calmly, Sorry, I'm a clean freak. I don't like other people touching my things. Lan Xiao's face darkened. He tried. The principal is a good man, and he's old. Sleeping in the big dorm could make him sick. Don't you feel bad? Why not give him a room in your villa? I'll say it again. I don't like other people touching my things. If you want to be a good person, find the principal a room yourself. Jing Shu replied casually. But your villa's rooms are all empty. Isn't that a waste? We'll pass. The principal is a good man, but... Yeah, they said we might not even get bedding. How are we supposed to survive in this cold? Jing Shu looked up, stood, signaled Xiaolu to pack up, then picked up her case and walked out. If you want to play the hero, do it yourself. Don't drag me into it. Don't try to be a hero if you don't have the ability. With that, she left the box, leaving everyone with a cool, confident figure. Jin Baba clicked his tongue and shook his head. When he first met this woman, she was a bit reserved, hiding her strength. Now she was showing her edge without hesitation. As for the rooms, there's nothing I can do. You all saw how tight resources are. Either the girls give up their room and sleep on the cold floor, or the old principal does. Anyway, I'm done here. Going to check out my room. Oh, Lan Xiao, you'll have to look after those 2 pigs these days. Okay, Brother Ba, don't worry. I'll call you when it's time to eat. The girls discussed it and decided not to give up their room. There were too many of them, and it would be too inconvenient. So the old principal would just have to make do. Jing Shu and Xiaolu went outside to find Li Ruotian, who was sitting on the ground, sipping turtle snake wine. Ever since he got it, his rheumatism hadn't acted up. Around them, people were already digging pits and filtering water. I've arranged your truck and driver. They're under my management for now. I even got your driver and his companion a 2-bedroom, Li Ruotian said, smacking his lips. He figured he'd need to rely on Jing Shu a lot in the future. Li Ruotian was eager for Jing Shu to ask him for help. Was it really so hard to be useful? Thanks. I was worried they'd have nowhere to stay. But weren't there only 50 rooms with beds? Li Ruotian rubbed his nose and smiled. Just set up a frame, throw in some bedding, and separate it with a partition. Now it's a room. The real problem is the lack of bedding. We're using old curtains and fabric, but a lot of people still don't have blankets. Luckily, our team always brings gear when we go out, so if you want a private room, I can get you one. No problem. It'll use our own team's resources. Jing Shu nodded. Actually, I do want a private room. No problem. Just give me the name, and I'll have my nephew Li Chenglong set up a fully equipped room for you. Jing Shu gave him the old principal's name and told Xiaolu, Go get the principal, explain the situation and see if he needs anything. We'll meet back in the auction box later. Okay, boss. Xiaolu adjusted his glasses, admiring Jing Shu even more. A boss who handled things so quietly and efficiently was truly impressive. No one else realized that, while everyone else was scrambling for scarce resources, things were so simple for Jing Shu. Li Ruotian kept sipping his wine, supervising the work, while the walkie-talkie crackled with updates from every floor. The wind howled, bitterly cold, a sign that the building was moving even faster. To others, only the reflective surfaces showed any scenery, but with her night vision, Jing Shu could see everything clearly. Damn, Jing Shu muttered after standing for a while. Li Ruotian asked cautiously, What's wrong? Nothing. Jing Shu sighed, The feeling of being in the dark was something Li Ruoqian and ordinary people couldn't understand, but she could see it all. The building was like a ship, moving at about 20 km/h. Their building was wedged between two mountains, floating in a river of mud, surrounded by endless mountains and an endless sea of mud below. Pitch black. It would be incredibly hard for rescuers to find the New World building in these mountains. If they drifted to the end or crashed into something, it would be a disaster. But at this rate, even crashing into something to stop seemed unlikely. It was just too barren, nothing but desolation. The feeling was suffocating. Back to it. Jing Shu shook her head. Even with her abilities, she couldn't stop a whole building. This wasn't just a few houses, it was like a small island. She thought about piling up rocks in her space to try to wedge it, but by coincidence, Jing Shu's villa was assigned right next to the auction box. Just past the box, up on the display platform, was the villa's entrance. It was right under everyone's nose, but there was no better place to put it. Since the parking lot was gone, there wasn't much space and it wasn't safe outside. So, right under everyone's eyes it would be. Her classmates watched with envy, jealousy, and resentment as Jing Shu walked into the villa alone and shut the door behind her. Luckily, the villa's interior was private and enclosed, built to pre-apocalypse standards. As soon as you entered, there was a private courtyard with a garage on the right and the main hall on the left. It had 2 floors, 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a living room, and 2 kitchens. Everything you'd expect. Most of the furniture was fixed in place, cabinets, tables, sofas, beds, etc. There was no water or electricity, so cooking was out of the question. As soon as she entered, it was like the world outside faded away. All the noise and arguments became distant. In the darkness, Jing Shu stood with her case, half closing her eyes as she got to work. Her 2 soft gloves turned to liquid, sliding from her hands, carrying black cloth to seal every window and corner, making the villa completely private. Venomous snakes slithered out and countless bugs crawled everywhere, on the floor, walls, ceiling, eaves, covering every inch. They scouted the villa inside and out, checking for anything unusual, for red or black lights, for surveillance or bugs. Jing Shu also searched herself, and once she was sure it was safe, she turned on the energy-saving lights in the living room and kitchen. The whole villa lit up. She liked having light, even if it was faint. The villa's quality wasn't as good as the banana community's, but it was light, mobile, and foldable. The bugs vanished into every corner. The snakes disappeared, as if nothing had happened. Jing Shu fetched some supplies from her space. The villa was cold, so silk quilts were a must, and a heater too. Then she unfolded her portable bath and prepared to enjoy a hot soak. Afterwards, she drank some fresh watermelon juice from her space, ate some of her previously prepared roast meat, sausage salad wraps, and lettuce. Delicious. So satisfying. In that moment, it felt like she'd reached the peak of life. Fortunately, Jing Shu was always worried about emergencies, so whenever she had time, she'd make all kinds of delicious cooked foods at home. Various porridges and stews, spicy crayfish, braised meat pots, pan-fried steaks, braised lion's head meatballs, oil-braised prawns, roast duck, chicken steaks, and more, all prepared by the cubic meter. A rough estimate, just the food alone took up over 100 square meters. So, at this moment, her cube space was filled with delicacies. Whatever she wanted, she could take out still steaming hot. After eating, she'd have dessert, yogurt with sweet beans and taro balls, all kinds of fruit, making a fruit salad, absolutely wonderful. The leftovers went straight into her space to feed the pigs and chickens, nothing wasted. Sigh. It just feels a bit empty. I'm not used to being without fat chicken. Jing Shu hadn't been separated from fat chicken for years. Wherever she went, she brought it along. It gave her a sense of security and kept her from feeling lonely. She didn't know how long they'd be trapped here this time. Jing Shu still wanted to get back and prepare more. After all, the real storm was coming. And there's not even anyone to talk to. Jing Shu checked the time. It was still early. She tidied up the villa and added some traps, especially at the entrance and windows. If anyone tried sneaking in, they'd have only themselves to blame. Jing Shu was just that kind of person, always lacking a sense of security. After setting up all her homemade traps, she laid out bedding in the master bedroom and got ready to practice her Rubik's Cube. 4 hours of daily Rubik's Cube practice was non-negotiable. It was a matter of skill through repetition. There were formulas, but true mastery came from endless exploration and thousands of repetitions. Every time she leveled up, strange things would happen, and those oddities always seemed related to the new abilities she gained from the cube. After summarizing, Jing Shu categorized these abilities by size and importance: first realm, second realm, and so on. Currently, her cube's abilities were all at the second realm. If she reached the third, she guessed it would fully overlap with reality, meaning her cube space might truly exist in the real world. At that point, she'd be invincible and wouldn't fear the world collapsing. Strangely, this time the cube wasn't acting up. Since her last upgrade, there had been no weirdness, no 4 a.m. forced practice, no forgetting to practice. Everything was normal, and the more normal it was, the more uneasy Jing Shu felt, like something was stuck in her throat, restless. So she practiced the cube even more frequently. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The 2,000 people trapped in the new world building didn't have any major incidents. From the start, Junjia had organized full military management, keeping everyone tightly controlled. Of course, there were conflicts, but with the military as a backdrop, everything was resolved. People gradually got used to this way of life. Jing Shu mostly stayed in her villa, practicing the cube, feeding chickens, cows, and pigs, harvesting fresh vegetables for storage, or organizing her cube space. With resources tight, no electricity, and no heat, Jing Shu spent the last 2 days researching how to generate electricity in her space and bring it into reality. And she actually managed it. Her generator, running on diesel in her space, could be connected to the real world. The advantage was that it was completely secret. From now on, she'd never have to worry about power again. The downside was that Jing Shu had to be present and couldn't stray beyond her space's range, or the power line would be cut off. Back when her cube was at level 5, at the start of the apocalypse, Jing Shu had tried generating electricity in her space and sending it to reality, but it hadn't worked. Things had to be either in the space or in reality, never both. She'd regretted that for a long time. But after unlocking the second space, the cube and reality became semi-integrated, giving her this new ability. Jing Shu couldn't help but wonder, if she reached the third realm and the space fully overlapped with reality, would she be able to enter the space herself? If so, she could hide there in any danger, and with her understanding of the space, she could move around, drive inside, and use the space as a medium to move in the real world. She was really daydreaming now. All personnel, please come to the main hall immediately. We have an important announcement. I repeat. Jing Shu was jolted awake by the broadcast. Time to gather in the box again. Who knew what had happened now? She stuffed steak, sausage, and fried eggs into her mouth, quickly put on her bulletproof vest and helmet, drank a can of soy milk, put on her mask, and hurried to the box. Zhao Lu was already neatly dressed, had set up a blanket, brought over the little stove, and was heating a pot of tea for Jing Shu, waiting respectfully. "Boss, sit here. The heater's ready, have some tea. We'll see what's left in the cafeteria later." Zhao Lu sounded worried. Food was running out, and with 2,000 people, supplies were being consumed fast. But the boss's appetite was so small, like a mosquito. Just a bite or two, always with a picky look. How could that be enough? Jing Shu, hair a mess, sat down. The whole hall was dark except for a faint light on the stage, just enough to see host Xiao Shuai. The rest of the room was pitch black. Others arrived one after another, all shivering from the cold. Jing Shu, wearing her gloves, warmed her hands by the stove and sighed in comfort. "What's that smell? Smells like fried eggs." "No, it's steak." "Nonsense, you're imagining things." Zhao Lu sniffed. Sure enough, there was a meaty aroma with a hint of soy milk. It smelled amazing. Jing Shu discreetly wiped her mouth. These people. They could even smell what was at the corner of her lips. How freakish. She'd have to mask the scent better before coming out next time. All right. Is everyone here? Let's begin the briefing. Ahem. As soon as host Xiao Shuai spoke into the mic, the hall quieted down, though there were still some whispers. Just like any meeting, there were always people murmuring below. Everyone was concerned. After all, they'd been trapped for days, and it was getting unbearable. What I'm about to say is very important, so please remember it. 3 hours ago, a man and a woman snuck out after curfew, probably to do something private, and were dragged into the mud by unknown creatures, disappearing without a trace. When our people went to rescue them, all they found were some clothes and the sound of screams. There wasn't much commotion in the hall, just 2 people dead, which was pretty normal these days. People were more curious about who the couple was. With no privacy in the big dorms, it was no wonder people snuck out. After years of apocalypse, things like this happened all the time. You probably think this is normal, right? At first, we just felt sorry. The team on site was going to report back and identify the 2, but unfortunately, 3 hours have passed and we still haven't had time to check who they were. Because more strange, mud-covered creatures crawled up from the raging mudslide and dragged more of our people into the mud. We fired guns, but it was like shooting into the mud. No effect at all. We could only watch as our companions were dragged away and disappeared. We gathered more people, armed with torches, electric batons, and all kinds of weapons. After a fierce fight, the creatures left behind 10 corpses before fleeing back into the mud. But we lost 3 people and 5 were injured. It's clear there are many of these creatures. They're like beasts, strong, fast, amphibious, and immune to bullets, but they fear light, fire, and electricity. Now let's show you the corpses. After examination, we believe these are new post-apocalyptic creatures. The host gestured, and people brought the mutated creatures onto the stage. Under the lights, they looked hideous and terrifying, shriveled and dry. Each was over 2 meters long. Without the moisture of the mud, they quickly dried out like mummies, but their skeletons remained, like a fish's, but with fierce teeth and 2 claws. In short, a fish body, lizard claws, and a huge head that took up half its body. Jing Shu frowned, tapping her chair rhythmically. Strange. She'd never seen this creature before. She'd slept too soundly last night, and her bugs and snakes were only scattered around the building's perimeter. They hadn't raised any alarms, since their intelligence was too low. Unless Jing Shu herself was threatened, they wouldn't react, let alone record anything. After a quick examination, these creatures have been identified as omnivorous dark creatures. They can survive by eating mud, seem to have no gender, and their reproduction is unknown. They're highly dangerous, will hunt any living thing, and are very strong. Think of them as mutated baby sharks, evolved with claws and stronger teeth, now amphibious. Host Xiao Shuai relayed everything the authorities had told him, holding nothing back. After discussion, the leaders had decided to tell the full truth to keep people from being careless. After hearing this, Jing Shu quietly sent more snakes to patrol outside the building, ordering them to alert her if they encountered any dark creatures. In dangerous times, you have to tell the truth and scare people a bit, so they'll stay put and not cause trouble, Junjia had said. Sure enough, after Xiao Shuai's speech and the display of the dark creatures, the hall erupted. It wasn't so much the creatures themselves, but the fact that these man-eating things were lurking outside, and worse, they could climb up to the building. Xiao Shuai was pleased and continued, "What does this mean? It's like we're on a big ship, floating at sea, surrounded by sharks. And these sharks can climb aboard and eat anyone who's alone." The crowd was even more terrified. Before, being trapped was just anxiety. Now, it was real fear. So the new rule is, unless you have a pass, no one is allowed to leave the building. Anyone who does will be thrown out to feed the sharks, Xiao Shuai announced cheerfully, but no one objected. No one wanted to go outside now. Better to stay put. Oh, and because there are so many people, food is running low. Boss Lu has decided to double all food prices. Xiao Shuai announced the second rule. What? How can that be? We're already out of money. Yeah, the food's expensive and tastes awful. It's hard to swallow. It's mixed with mud now. Xiao Shuai nodded. So we need 500 people to dig defensive walls and set up traps outside. Those who do will get 3 free meals a day. If you didn't go, you might not be able to afford food. If you did, it was dangerous outside. Don't worry. We've found the dark creature's weaknesses. We'll protect you. The most conflicted were Jing Shu's classmates. They really weren't well off. Wait, has anyone seen Chung Long? He's not here. I haven't seen him since this morning. Where is he? Wasn't he with Sister Tang Yuan? Tang Yuan's voice trembled. He said last night he was going to help Brother Ba. Jin Baba's voice came. Don't talk nonsense. If I needed help, I'd ask Lan Shao. So where did Chung Long go? Could he be one of the missing two? But his wife Tang Yuan was still here. Jing Shu shook her head. She really didn't know what to say about this. It was just too bizarre. Someone had to go out to dig traps and build walls, and it was urgent. They were already counting people and rationing food. If you didn't go out to work, unless you were rich enough to buy food, you'd just have to starve. Meanwhile, the life teachers finished checking their assigned people and quickly identified the two missing individuals, reporting them. One was Tang Yuan's husband, Chung Long, and the other was a woman in her 50s who had come for the auction. No one expected Chung Long to get involved with a rich woman, let alone sneak out for a tryst. I knew Chung Long was always out at night these days. And he's had a lot of good food lately. Turns out he was being a sugar baby. Sister Tang Yuan, your Chung Long... Sigh, what can I say? Just hang in there. One moment he's here, the next he's gone. Some people laughed at Tang Yuan. Some gloated. Some just sighed at the unpredictability of life. Tang Yuan's face was dark, her eyes red, part anger, part something else. She glanced at the expressionless Lan Shao, bit her lip, and thought maybe she'd have to rely on him in the future. What are you looking at? Do you all have virtual coins for food? If not, go sign up to dig walls. If someone died, that's their fate. The rest of us have to keep living. Tang Yuan snapped, then ran off to sign up. As a woman with connections to Lan Shao, she'd at least get an easier job. If she was late, she'd be stuck digging pits. The rest hurried to sign up too. At least if you signed up now, you could get breakfast, and most people really didn't have the money for food anymore. Many had been paid in electricity credits, but you had to save some for later. In short, Junjia was a sly old fox. He understood people's minds and got everyone to work willingly. Once most people had left the box, Jin Baba came over grumbling. Hey, Jing Shu, can you do me a favor? No. Jing Shu didn't even want to deal with him. She turned to Zhao Lu. Let's go to the cafeteria. Hey, wait, Jing Shu, it's just a small favor. My piglets are out of feed. Can you spare some worm cakes? I just found out the pig feed was your worm cakes. I'll pay. I know you don't need money, so name your price. What would it take for you to give me some? Jin Baba pleaded. Lan Shao, cleaning the pig pen in the corner and giving the pigs hot water, looked over with a complicated expression. Jing Shu stopped and raised an eyebrow. How about this? I'll feed your 2 pigs until we're rescued, but when they have piglets, I get one. After all, these were nearly extinct Jinhua sows. She had black pigs at home, which were tasty, but Jinhua ham was famous, and she'd never really tried it. Good things are never too many, just like money. No way, that's too much. Jin Baba refused without thinking. Then forget it? Jing Shu walked off with Zhao Lu without looking back. Jin Baba stomped his feet in frustration, looking at his listless pigs. I'll find another way. There has to be other food. Lan Shao said quietly, We've tried feeding them other things, but they won't eat. They're used to worm cakes. They're spoiled! Jin Baba stormed off to complain to his uncle. He'd been in a bad mood. No milk, no snacks, just stale biscuits and dry buns. Nothing tasted good. Sigh, when will we be rescued? Boss, things aren't looking good, Zhao Lu said worriedly as he followed Jing Shu. That's an understatement, Jing Shu replied, shaking her head. They arrived at the New World's second-floor cafeteria, which Boss Lu had converted into a dining hall. People lined up at the windows for food, with someone recording each serving. Whether you were a high-rolling auction guest or a worker, everyone queued up with their bowls. It seemed Jun Jia and Boss Lu had struck a deal. Sometimes, If the lunch lady's hand slipped, you'd get even less. It wasn't good food, but now it was about whether you could get enough to eat. A young man pointed at his half bowl of black, unidentifiable mush. Can I have a bit more? That's it, move along. Outside workers get half a bowl. Complain and you'll lose your job, the lunch lady snapped, scaring him off. Behind him, a middle-aged man in a down jacket slicked back his hair and smiled. Miss, I'll buy 6 bowls, just put it on my tab, here's my ID. The lunch lady scoffed. You wish, 1 bowl per person, take it or leave it. I'll take it. The man quickly handed over his bowl, got a full serving, and moved on. Now, whether you were a millionaire or a pauper, you had to keep your head down. No matter your assets or status, if you didn't bring your own food, you had to endure. The cafeteria was crowded, with many windows, but in the first 2 days there had at least been some choice. Jing Shu had pretended to eat a bite or two. But today, there was only this black mush, made from who knows what, with a strange, unpleasant smell. Xiao Lu whispered, The driver said Li Roqian and his men have been digging up bugs and anything alive to chop up and cook because Junjia said things might get worse and we have to conserve food. So that's why breakfast looked like this. Some people probably couldn't even eat it. Jing Shu had noticed some of her bugs had gone missing lately, likely dug up by Li Ruoxin's team. She'd have to be more careful. Xiao Lu continued quietly. I also heard Boss Lu has started hoarding food. He doesn't dare openly defy the authorities, but he's definitely keeping some for himself. Who knows how much he has left? Jing Shu frowned. Maybe when she had time, she'd go investigate herself. The problem was, Boss Lu's room was made of special materials these days. Even her bugs couldn't get in. Otherwise... Boss, we still have plenty of worm cakes. Right now, only Li Ruoxian and Junjia know the exact amount. No one else does, and the truck is being guarded by Li Ruoxian's people at their camp. What should we do? As they walked, Jing Shu said, Don't touch the worm cakes for now. It's not just Boss Lu hiding food, others are too. Let's just keep an eye on things. With all the bugs and snakes coming out lately, Jing Shu had gathered a lot of intel. For example, she wasn't the only one whose food supplies hadn't been confiscated. Others had managed to sneak some into the building and were keeping quiet about it. In this situation, Jing Shu definitely wouldn't let anyone know she still had food. Boss, does that mean we'll have to live on worm cakes from now on? I really can't eat this cafeteria food. Xiao Lu looked at the black mush and couldn't bring himself to eat it. Just then, a noisy group burst into the cafeteria, Jing Shu's college classmates. They came in, grumbling and cursing. What the hell? They said they needed people, now they don't? Yeah, didn't they say they needed 500 people to dig? How is it full already? What are we supposed to eat? Zhang Hao, lend me some virtual coins. I maxed out my credit yesterday. They won't let me run a tab anymore. Get lost. That's what you get for not working these days. Let's go find Lan Xiao and see if he can get us a job. He's the one who brought us in. Why does Lan Xiao get all the women easy jobs and not us? Yeah, let's go find Lan Xiao. Even if he can't get us work, he can at least get us food. He was eating biscuits yesterday. Let's go ask Lan Xiao for food. The group stormed off again. Lan Xiao really had gotten himself into trouble. Jing Shu shook her head. Forget worm cakes. I can't get used to them. Come with me. Since the cafeteria food was inedible, Jing Shu stopped pretending. She quietly took her black case to the 2-person room shared by Xiao Lu and the driver. The driver was currently in the camp, watching over the truck with Li Ruoxian's men. Ever since they realized the worm cake truck might be the last food supply in the building, the driver hadn't left it for a second, convinced someone would try to steal from it, even though not even the soldiers knew what was inside. He ate worm cakes when hungry, slept in the truck when tired. Tough work. Xiao Lu was also exhausted, running around gathering intel and making careful plans. Jing Shu wouldn't let the 2 of them go unrewarded. Once in their room, Jing Shu closed the door, checked that no one was around, then opened the first layer of her black case and quickly took out 2 packages. Before Xiao Lu could react, she closed the case again. Boss, what are you doing? Zhao Lu's voice was thin and nervous. The boss rarely acted this strangely. What were those two things? These are for you and the driver. 1 pack each. If you get hungry, eat them quietly. Don't let anyone find out, Jing Shu said. Zhao Lu opened the package to find 5 fist-sized black rock-like lumps. What? What is this? Zhao Lu was even more confused. Lick it, Jing Shu said smugly. Huh? Lick a rock? Zhao Lu squeezed the hard lump, then finally licked it. A sour, tingling taste hit him, followed by a rich, milky aroma that filled his senses. His pupils dilated, his body trembled, he felt like he'd reached a new level of existence. He licked it again and again, the flavor growing stronger and more addictive. He couldn't stop. What is this? Yogurt nuggets, pure milk, fermented and concentrated. Each one contains 2 or 3 gin of milk. You can eat them slowly, they're very nutritious and filling, perfect for emergencies. Open the second pack, it's compressed biscuits. Half a piece is enough to fill you up. Ration these and you'll have enough for 10 days or half a month. They're hard to spot, so keep them hidden. Zhao Lu was so moved he couldn't speak. The boss was truly the boss. Boss, do you always carry so much stuff when you go out? Will you have enough if you give these to us? 1 pack would be enough for both of us. Jing Shu nodded. I've been through a lot, so I always bring enough food. Don't worry, I still have plenty. Ever since the discovery of the unknown dark creatures, the New World building had been a hive of activity. Digging pits, building walls. It was like robbing Peter to pay Paul, but in just 3 days they'd managed to surround the building with a 1.5-meter wall and a deep trench behind it. Because of the cold, the wall quickly solidified, giving everyone a bit of security, even though no one understood why the mud outside didn't freeze in such cold weather. No one was idle. Junjia kept people busy, building the wall higher, making weapons and traps from scrap. If you wanted to eat, you had to work. No exceptions. At this moment, Jing Shu felt like she was seeing the tyrant from the 5th year of the apocalypse. Truly like attracts like. In these days, the dark creatures hadn't returned, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. But a new anxiety set in. People were getting hungrier. What used to be black mush was now just black soup, barely anything left. Worse, it was full of grit and sand. Chewing hurt your teeth, swallowing was just as bad. Just as everyone's attention shifted to hunger and they fell into deep sleep at night, a sudden scream rang out in the building. Chaos erupted. Screams, alarms, and the sound of people running. The night patrol rushed inside. Help! Help! What's happening? What's going on? Ah! Screams, trampling, and strange chewing noises mixed together. The whole building was in chaos. Jing Shu's eyes snapped open. In her mind, all her bugs and hidden eyes sprang to life. Only the heat signatures were transmitted through the snake's eyes. She could only see many red energy bodies running around. The invasion of the dark creatures, on the other hand, wasn't very noticeable. Jing Shu realized that these dark creatures either had no body heat or their temperature was extremely low. The bug's vision was even simpler. She could see gigantic monsters rampaging throughout the building. Jing Shu checked the view outside the building. It was quiet, nothing unusual. In fact, the patrols were currently rushing into the building with torches and weapons. Because of the recent dark creature invasions, and since those creatures feared light and fire, there had always been lights burning around the building. Jing Shu quickly got up, grabbed 2 machetes, and carefully opened the villa's front door. At the same time, people from the other 2 villas in the exhibition hall also cautiously cracked open their doors to see what was happening outside. Li Yuetian's people told Jing Shu to hide and call for him if anything happened, then hurried off. After all, the lobby wasn't dangerous at the moment. The first-floor lobby of the building was very quiet, but the center of the New World building was hollow, so Jing Shu could see someone on the 4th floor desperately trying to escape, apparently so desperate that they chose to jump down. But as soon as they leapt into midair, a huge bloody mouth lunged up and swallowed half their body in one bite. Immediately after, the ugly crawling dark creature and the remaining half of the body fell from the 4th floor, landing with a thunderous crash. Ah! The people in the neighboring villa saw the shadow in the firelight outside and screamed in terror. "Shut up!" Jing Shu hissed angrily, but the screaming didn't stop. The crawling creature landed right outside the exhibition hall. No one expected such a huge thing to fall from that height and almost turn to mush, splattering on the ground. But after just a few seconds, it started crawling again. It was as if their bodies weren't made of flesh, but of mud. Jing Shu frowned. It was the first time she'd seen such an ugly creature. The corpses she'd seen before were just skeletons, but this one looked like a pile of mud, with a head resembling a fish, about the same size as its body, almost like a mermaid. Let's just call it a mud mermaid for now. She watched as the mud mermaid kept chewing the meat in its mouth, then slowly crawled toward the remaining half of the corpse. Jing Shu strode over with her machete. "Miss, what are you doing? Run! Get back in the villa and wait for rescue!" A man from another villa poked his head out and warned her. If there were no one around, Jing Shu would have loved to just drop a giant boulder from her space and smash these mud mermaids to bits. She didn't believe they could survive that. But with people nearby, and since there was only one mud mermaid right now, she had to quickly figure out their biggest weakness. In this apocalypse, even with the government's protection, you could only really rely on your own abilities. Ordinary people could die at any time. That's why these people didn't understand Jing Shu. Why not just wait for rescue? But Jing Shu wasn't stupid enough to just charge in with a knife. She still had her special Rubik's Cube space ability, which could control living creatures. As long as a creature had consciousness, she could manipulate its thoughts or create illusions to achieve her goals. She'd gained this ability when she unlocked the 7th level of the Rubik's Cube. At first, she could only control one creature at a time, and only one person. But after helping her aunt's daughter-in-law give birth and training constantly, she could now control quite a few creatures at once. The mud mermaid noticed Jing Shu and let out a low growl, continuing to eat. Maybe in its eyes, there was no such thing as fear or threat. Jing Shu moved faster and faster, eyes fixed on the mud mermaid. As it bared its teeth, she swung her machete down. The mermaid's head was huge. This was the biggest machete she'd bought before the apocalypse, but even so, it didn't cut all the way through in one blow. Jing Shu was incredibly strong now, almost terrifyingly so. She felt resistance and stickiness as she pressed down, finally splitting the head, but only half of it came off. There was no blood or fluid. The mud mermaid was like it was made of clay. Separating flesh and bone didn't affect its movement at all. Now she understood why they weren't afraid of bullets. With this structure, even if you shot them full of holes, it wouldn't matter. Many dark creatures in the apocalypse had this trait. They evolved toward darkness to survive, eating anything until they became neither human nor ghost. But it seemed to feel pain and started roaring, dropping the meat in its mouth and lunging at Jing Shu. Jing Shu activated her Rubik's Cube space ability, which could control conscious life forms within its range. The mud mermaid stiffened. Jing Shu seized the chance to chop off the rest of its head, completely separating it from the body. The mud mermaid struggled a few more times, then stopped moving. Jing Shu nodded. It seemed that this level of dark creature hadn't reached the invincible stage of the 5th or 6th year yet. Losing its head was still fatal, so it wasn't too troublesome. After the mud mermaid died, its muddy flesh quickly turned into a puddle, revealing white bones inside. The people who had been screaming behind Jing Shu suddenly fell silent, staring in shock. The man from the other villa was also dumbfounded. Was this real? This woman just chopped such a huge monster in half with 2 swings? That was incredible. The screams from upstairs hadn't stopped, which puzzled Jing Shu. Logically, these things should have crawled in from outside and passed through the first-floor exhibition hall first, so shouldn't they have attacked her group first? Why were there none on the first floor, but so many upstairs? Fortunately, there were instructors on every floor, and they were starting to organize people. The patrols outside and Li Yuetian's armed forces were all heading upstairs. Jing Shu squatted down and touched the huge bones. What a pity. The man from the villa cautiously came out and said, "What's a pity? Let's go. If more of them come, we won't stand a chance. We should hide in the villa. They probably can't open the doors. It's a pity that such a big creature doesn't have any meat, can't even be used as rations. What a waste. Jing Shu shook her head. If these things were edible, this place would be a gold mine. No one would have to worry about food. She figured that after this, they'd probably have to hire people just to catch these mud mermaids. The man in the villa now looked completely unsettled. He had originally wanted to get closer to Jing Shu, but now he took several steps back. This woman was just too terrifying. At a time like this, she was still thinking about whether these monsters could be eaten. Was she a devil? Wait a minute. These bones are so big they look like they might be edible. Even if they're not, maybe they could be used as weapons or for other purposes, like as raw materials, auxiliary materials, or even building materials. Jing Shu's eyes lit up. In the apocalypse, anything that could be eaten or used was a good thing, something valuable. The man retreated all the way back into the villa, thoroughly creeped out. He'd never seen anyone look at a pile of bones with such starry eyes. This person was just too scary. How about we go back inside and hide, if more of them show up? Whether or not the man jinxed it, no more mud mermaids fell from upstairs, but suddenly a bunch of them surged out from other corners. These mermaids could clearly sense where people were in the darkness. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy, oppressive footsteps sounded like death itself approaching. Their goal was obvious. They were heading straight for the villas in the central exhibition hall. Jing Shu frowned. There were too many of them. If she tried to chop them down one by one, she'd never make it in time. Most importantly, Jing Shu valued her life too much to put herself in danger. All her abilities, like controlling bugs and snakes, were physical. The gloves she had could kill a few, but that was far from enough. These mud mermaids were afraid of fire, light, and electricity. Suddenly, Jing Shu's eyes lit up as she came up with a plan. She turned to the people still peeking out and shouted, "Run! Get back in the villa and lock the doors. A lot of monsters are coming." As soon as she said this, the people in the neighboring villas immediately slammed their doors shut, and she could hear the sounds of them barricading the doors from inside. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Jing Shu cranked all the power generators in her space to maximum, then dumped all the wastewater she'd collected over the past few days onto the path where the mud mermaids were crawling. She laid out electric wires on top. Zzz. These mermaids were fast, at least faster than ordinary people. As soon as they crawled into the water, they started convulsing. Their bodies probably contained a lot of water, so the effect was even better than Jing Shu had expected. Any mermaid that touched the convulsing ones also started twitching, one after another, row after row. It was quite a sight. Before long, the mermaids were foaming black at the mouth, and after a short while they all died, turning into puddles of mud and white bones. Even though the water was diluted, it didn't affect the conductivity. Jing Shu was having a blast. This trick was amazing. It was like being a mage in an invincibility circle, casting AoE spells and racking up kills. Of course, there were always a few mud mermaids that didn't get zapped. Their targets were clearly the other people in the villas. They seemed to sense exactly where people were and charged straight at their targets. But since they didn't know where the doors were, they just crashed into the villas, slamming into the walls with their 2-meter-long, several hundred-kilogram bodies, making deep, thudding noises. The people inside started screaming, even though the creatures were only hitting the walls. Still, as long as they didn't hit the doors, there shouldn't be any major problems for a while. Jing Shu frowned. More and more mud mermaids were crawling out. This wasn't a solution. There were already dozens of white bones piled up around the villas. If this kept up, Jing Shu kept pouring water, expanding the electrified area, and sent bugs to search for the source. The screams from upstairs continued, but now she could also hear the sounds of weapons. Clearly, the fighting had begun. Jing Shu quickly found the source. The mud mermaids were crawling up from a sewer in one of the building's bathrooms. The sewer was connected directly to the mud pit below. Some mermaids kept climbing up, some headed straight for the first floor. Each seemed to have its own target. It was strange. They didn't crawl in from outside, but found such a hidden entrance. No wonder they'd infiltrated the building directly, but this entrance clearly wasn't the one the upstairs mermaids used. There must be another entrance above. Jing Shu glanced at her hand, which had just touched the bones, and silently washed it. That mud had a smell. Now that she'd found the source, she didn't waste any time. She went to the newly filtered outdoor pool, filled her space with water and dumped it all around the bathroom, then electrified it. Any mud mermaid that came up was instantly electrocuted. They were fearless, charging forward one after another, just low-level creatures with no sense of fear. She did feel a bit bad about the diesel fuel. She'd run all the generators at full power for a whole hour. The amount of diesel used was no joke. The dead mud mermaids piled up everywhere. The entire hall and connecting roads were covered in bones. You couldn't even walk without stepping on them. The mud covered the ground. You could imagine just how many monsters there had been. But eventually, it ended. The mermaids suddenly started retreating, as if they'd received an order. Before Jing Shu could react, a bunch of mud mermaids suddenly jumped down from upstairs, thudding to the ground. She felt like the floor was about to break. But jumping down was suicide. Only a few found the exit and escaped. The rest ran around in confusion and were all electrocuted. These bones are all good stuff. Jing Shu took advantage of the empty hall to collect as many as she could into her space, afraid someone would notice. Suddenly, there was noise from upstairs. Bright lights finally shone down. Li Yuetian led a large group down from above. If the monsters that had just escaped threatened the people on the first floor, it would be bad. But Li Yuetian, who had just come down, was dumbfounded. In the bright light, he saw Jing Shu looking innocent, bent over in rain boots and gloves, hugging a huge pile of bones. Beside her, there was a mountain of white bones. Jing Shu felt just as innocent, helpless, and speechless as anyone. She'd been happily collecting bones when Li Yuetian and his group arrived so quickly, and of all things, they had to shine their high-powered flashlights right at her. The people behind Li Yuetian looked like they'd seen a ghost. After what had just happened, everyone was scared out of their wits. Anyone who could hide behind a door was hiding. Who would come out to scavenge? Wait a minute, where did all these bones come from? There were way too many, and they looked awfully familiar. Weren't these the bones of the monsters that had just died? The soldiers who realized this all gasped. How many bones were there on this floor? They were piled everywhere. Come to think of it, the fighting upstairs had been intense, but not that many monsters had shown up. So how many had been on the first floor? No wonder it had been so quiet. Turns out they'd all been dealt with silently. Honestly, it was lucky so many dark creatures hadn't made it upstairs, or everyone might have been wiped out. Li Yuetian felt a bit awkward. He wanted to say something, but what could he say? Have you eaten? That would be ridiculous. So, he could only awkwardly point at the monsters that had just fallen from upstairs and ask, "Where did those dark creatures go?" But as soon as he asked, he realized how silly it sounded. The floor was covered in bones. Either they were dead or they'd run off. Wasn't it obvious? Jing Shu shrugged innocently. I don't know. I didn't see anything. Ahem. Li Yuetian stared at the ground for a long time. He had no idea how these monsters had died, but it seemed impossible, especially for a single person to have killed them all. Even with hundreds of well-trained soldiers, they couldn't have done it, let alone with almost no one on the first floor. He gave Jing Shu another long look. Thank goodness all the monsters had gathered on the first floor. Otherwise, there had to be some special method, and it was definitely this unassuming Jing Shu. Li Yuetian was wary of her. Just the fact that she'd gone to America with Yang Yang and brought back so much stuff showed she was no ordinary girl. So now wasn't the time to ask. Too many people around. After holding back for a while, Li Yuetian finally said, "How about I have Li Chenglong get some people to help you collect all these bones? Looks like you're working hard. There are a lot upstairs too, so we'll bring them all together for you." "Don't worry, no one's going to fight you for these bones. You can't eat them or do anything with them. Look how tightly you're guarding them." Jing Shu nodded happily. "Then I'll trouble Li Chenglong." So everyone acted as if nothing had happened. Li Yuetian didn't ask where all the bones had come from or what had happened. He just sent his nephew and a dozen others to help Jing Shu gather up all the unwanted bones. Jing Shu, as if afraid someone would steal them, even moved them into the villa, making everyone look at her strangely. Was that really necessary? Did they look like the type to steal bones? But right now, no one cared about the bones. Li Yuetian led his people to inspect the New World building, feeling that this dark creature invasion was very strange. Luckily, there was still a small medical team. All personnel, please gather in the main hall immediately. We're going to do a head count, provide free medical care for the wounded, and distribute food to everyone. I repeat. At the mention of food, even the nearly dead would jump up and rush to be counted. It wasn't that they didn't care for the wounded. There just weren't many this time. Most were either lightly injured or had been bitten to pieces and completely swallowed by the dark creatures. The power difference between the dark creatures and humans was overwhelming. It was like cats catching mice. They'd grab one, eat it, and wouldn't go after another until they were full, giving the rest a chance to escape. This trait meant that once the mud mermaids had food, they stopped moving, which kept casualties lower than expected. After all, it took them over 10 minutes to eat one person. These mud mermaids were terrifying. They ate everything, even the bones, chewing them to bits and swallowing them. Now there wasn't even a need to collect bodies. There weren't even bone fragments left. Of course, that meant no one knew exactly who was missing. Even Junjia rushed over this time, quickly organizing people for post-battle comfort and head counts. By the time everyone limped into the first-floor hall, Li Chenglong and the other soldiers had already cleaned it up. No more water or mud, everything spotless. As head of logistics, Wang Miao quickly contacted Boss Lu's people to cook up some dark, unappetizing food. For once, they even added some rice and flour to help everyone recover from the shock. Our hard-earned filtered water is gone. Wang Miao was speechless when he heard this. Did those monsters steal the water? Whatever, just make more tomorrow. For now, hand out the porridge. After that, Wang Miao sent over 100 logistics staff to each floor to collect remains, clean up, tally damaged supplies, and count everything. There was still a lot to do. During the chaos, everyone was panicked. After the battle, everyone was left shaken. It might sound unbelievable, but surviving left everyone even more frightened. The private rooms were filled with sobbing. Most people were just scared. The scenes they'd witnessed would haunt them for life. I was sleeping soundly when I suddenly heard chewing. I thought it was Zhu Liang snoring again, so I slapped him, but my hand hit something hard and it hurt. When I opened my eyes, I was so scared I peed myself. A huge monster was breathing its stinky breath, chomping down on Zhu Liang. I was scared to death. Zhu Liang was done for. There are more than 10 shops in the 4th-floor hall, none with doors. 7 or 8 dark creatures rushed in at once. It was a massacre. Luckily, us girls had a special room. It was crowded, but at least the monsters didn't break in. We were terrified just listening to the screams outside. Zhao Lu, still shaken, rushed over. Only after confirming the boss was safe did he relax. He pulled out cloths and blankets from his bag, handed them to Jing Shu, then lit the stove and made tea. As the fire glowed, it illuminated the faces of her classmates, all still in shock. There were noticeably fewer people in the room. Many had blood on their faces and hands. No one knew if it was their own or someone else's. Some were injured, lying on the ground and groaning. Jin Baba appeared, clutching his teddy bear, his face pale and weak, clearly forgetting this was a public place. Lan Shao was also badly shaken. He staggered over and pushed 2 chairs together for Jin Baba, letting him lie down. Liu Chengkai, he's not going to make it. He's shaking, he's lost so much blood. The bleeding just won't stop. Suddenly, someone cried out. By the light of the stove, everyone made way and rushed to look at Liu Chengkai. Jing Shu frowned. She had some impression of Liu Chengkai. He used to be the class sports monitor. She remembered that in her previous life, when she failed PE, he'd quietly given her a passing grade. Cold, Liu Chengkai mumbled, curling up into a ball. Jing Shu waved her hand. Move him over by the stove to warm up. The stove was too hot to carry him, but they could get him close. The boys quickly and carefully moved Liu Chengkai over. On the display platform, Junjie was already organizing the floor supervisors to do a head count, and Wang Miao was distributing porridge, while the medical team began treating the wounded. It was anyone's guess when it would be their turn in the private room. The firelight shone on Liu Chenkai's face, making him look deathly pale, his lips purple. He seemed a little better with the warmth. Jing Shu squatted down to check his wound and frowned. Was his hand bitten? A short boy stepped forward and said, head down, Liu Chenkai saved me. When the monster came, he pushed me out of the way, but his hand got scratched by the monster's teeth. The soldiers arrived just then and saved us, but for some reason his wound keeps bleeding. I tied it off with my shirt, but it didn't help. Jing Shu examined Liu Chenkai's arm. The wound wasn't large nor near an artery, just a shallow cut about 10 centimeters up his arm, barely through the skin. But blood kept flowing out. He'd already lost a lot of blood. If it kept up, he'd go into shock. In fact, he was already showing signs. His mind was fuzzy. Is Liu Chenkai going to die? He looks so pitiful. We've already lost so many classmates. Xiao Ju is gone too. Jing Shu turned around, swiftly opened her black case, took out a small box, and closed the big case again before anyone could see inside. No one saw what she did, but they heard 2 sharp snaps. Jing Shu placed the small box on top of the black case and opened it. Inside were 3 layers. The first layer was filled with all kinds of knives, pliers, needles, and tools, all gleaming coldly. It was a complete surgical and multi-purpose kit. Everyone, including Xiao Lu and Jin Baba, was stunned. What a professional set of tools. Jing Shu opened the second layer, which had many small compartments, each filled with tiny pellets, powders, and even liquids. No one knew what they were, but they looked high-end. She took a black pill from one compartment and put it in Liu Chenkai's mouth, then used scissors to clean up the area around the wound, cutting away the makeshift bandage. Instantly, more blood gushed out, like a little fountain. Jing Shu quickly cleaned the wound with iodine, sprinkled on some powder, and the blood seemed to slowly clot. Damn! Jing Shu is amazing! She carries such professional gear. If you told me she wasn't from the Pharmacists Association, I wouldn't believe it. Jiang Changke jumped up excitedly. I told you, she's a boss. She's the president of the Pharmacists Association, and you still don't believe me. It's no use. The bleeding won't stop. Just then, a group of people came in, the floor supervisors, Wang Miao with the porridge, and a medical team. The speaker was Dr. Zhang from the medical team. Wang Miao smiled and introduced him to Jing Shu. This is Dr. Zhang, our attending physician. Dr. Zhang was completely bald, with a big beard, a bit chubby and short, and a little arrogant. He led his team in, white coat billowing. He glanced at Jing Shu's medical kit and snorted, Your tools are even better than ours. Then he looked at the patient's wound and shook his head. The wound isn't deep, but it's contaminated with too much dark creature saliva. There's no way to stop the bleeding. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Is the saliva poisonous? Dr. Zhang nodded regretfully. There's a component in the saliva. On its own, it's nothing, but if you have a wound, it prevents your platelets from clotting. The wound will never heal. Actually, this was supposed to be classified, but do you know what happened to the lightly injured people after the first dark creature invasion? Jing Shu shook her head. She really didn't know. Except for the first one who bled out and died, the rest survived, Dr. Zhang said. Isn't that good? So there's a way to save them. Jing Shu relaxed, thinking it wasn't as bad as she'd feared. Dr. Zhang sneered. Only by cutting away all the surrounding tissue. The longer you wait, the deeper the saliva penetrates and the more flesh you have to remove. The previous injured all had to have limbs amputated. This one's been over an hour. It'll have to be amputated too. Jing Shu frowned and turned to Wang Miao. Everyone who was injured before had to have amputations? Wang Miao closed his eyes in pain and nodded. We tried everything else. Nothing worked. We just did a count. If you're willing to have an amputation, sign up quickly. 1 cut and your survival rate is 90%. If you keep bleeding, you'll die. Of course, amputation is free right now. The government will cover the 5,000 virtual coin surgery and medicine fee. But there's no anesthetic, and you'll have to pay for painkillers and anti-infection meds yourself. About 1,000 virtual coins. Think it over. Liu Chengkai woke up and heard this. He bit his lip. I don't have any money. He was terrified of the pain, but even more afraid of dying. Bro, I'll help you. I'll borrow it if I have to. You saved my life, I'll get the money. I only have 10 virtual coins, but you can have them. The classmates were all miserable. Some started crying at the thought of amputation. Jing Shu pointed at his arm. But the bleeding stopped, hasn't it? So do we still need to amputate? Everyone looked over, blinking at his arm. The blood really did seem to have stopped. Jing Shu was a little scornful. Her powder was grown in her space. Its effects were incredible. How could it not stop the bleeding? Dr. Zhang came over, eyes wide, peering at the arm in disbelief. It really did seem to have stopped. But just then, the scab on the wound suddenly popped off and flew onto Dr. Zhang's bald head. Blood gushed out again. All at once, the blood sprayed out like a fountain, splattering all over Dr. Zhang's face. Quick! Bandages! Dr. Zhang hurriedly called for his team to bring bandages and quickly wrapped Liu Chengkai's arm. The blood was still gushing, but at least it wasn't spraying anymore. Just a moment ago, Jing Shu had been wondering how her miracle medicine from the spiritual spring could possibly fail, and the next moment she was proven completely wrong. Painfully so. She fell into deep thought. It's not that it doesn't work, it's just that it only lasts a few minutes. The scab will always get washed away. Dr. Zhang shook his head. Make a decision quickly. Once we finish registration, we'll start amputating for everyone who needs it. Amputating together. That sounded terrifying. Liu Chengkai gritted his teeth. I'll do it. I'll have the amputation. I can't die. My family needs me. No matter how much I suffer, I can't die. He was terrified of death. If he died, what would happen to his family? With a snap, Jing Shu opened her small case. Let me try one more time. Dr. Zhang didn't object, just shrugged indifferently. Jing Shu had Liu Chengkai bite down on a towel, then picked up her surgical forceps. I'll stitch up the wound and use medicine again. If it doesn't work, then you can amputate. Liu Chengkai nodded. What other choice did he have? Jing Shu started stitching with catgut. She was fairly experienced, though not as skilled as a real doctor. But it would do. She was worried the wound wouldn't heal, so she sprinkled on more of her special powder before stitching. She put in over 20 stitches, tight and deep, leaving no gaps at all. The pain nearly made Liu Chengkai pass out. There was no help for it. Jing Shu didn't have any anesthetic on hand, and the anesthetic powder in her space hadn't been fully developed yet. She'd have to work on that when she got back to the Pharmacists Association. If her family ever got hurt like this, it would be a real problem. Jing Shu wasn't just being nosy. Helping him was helping herself. If she got bitten by a mud mermaid and started bleeding, what would she do? She couldn't just amputate, could she? After stitching and applying medicine, things improved. The blood wasn't gushing anymore, but it still seeped out slowly, as if the skin couldn't hold it in. It was strange. There were no gaps in the stitches. Maybe this was what Dr. Zhang meant about the lack of platelets, like someone with leukemia, unable to clot, always bleeding. Do these mud mermaids have some kind of tetanus bleeding debuff? Jing Shu frowned. It was the first time even her space-grown medicine couldn't solve a problem. That meant maybe these mud mermaids were products of another dimension. Dr. Zhang shook his head and sighed. He'd stayed behind hoping to find a solution, and he had to admit he was impressed by this girl. Her medicine could at least stop the bleeding for a short time. They'd tried everything and only come up with scraping away flesh and amputation. Wang Miao and his team quickly called roll in the private room. Every time a name was called and no one answered, everyone fell silent, feeling a pang of grief. There had been 100 people. Now only a little over 80 remained. Fortunately, only one was injured, thanks to the timely rescue. All right, let's distribute the food. Jin Baba irritably pushed away the dark, unappetizing food. Give it to someone else. Jing Shu gave her share to Liu Chengkai. He ate 2 bowls in one go, looking much better, though still pale from blood loss. Thank you, Jing Shu. If it doesn't work, I'll wait for the count and then go for the amputation. I don't want to die, Liu Chengkai said, head down, tears streaming down his face. Jing Shu nodded. Honestly, Liu Chengkai was the most determined survivor she'd seen in all her years in the apocalypse. People like him deserved to live. Just then, screams erupted outside the private room, startling everyone. The soldiers rushed out and Jing Shu quickly followed. The other classmates, panicked, hurried out too, thinking another monster had come. But the screams came from outside Jing Shu's villa, near the display platform. The villa's front door was open, and 2 people were crawling out, screaming in pain. Once everyone realized it wasn't a monster attack, they relaxed and watched the 2. Li Chenglong and his team arrived first. Jing Shu strode forward, shook her head at the 2 poisoned men. Someone had tried to sneak into her villa while she was gone and got bitten by her guard snakes. These 2 tried to break in and steal from my villa while I was out. My pet bit them, Jing Shu explained to Li Chenglong. When Li Chenglong's men dragged them out, both were already dead, their faces dark purple. Boss, they're both gone. Everyone gasped. Damn, that was ruthless. All eyes turned to Jing Shu. What kind of pet did she keep that could kill 2 people so quickly? Li Chenglong nodded. Drag them out and deal with them. Then he addressed the crowd. Let this be a warning. According to the new apocalypse laws, if you break into someone's home, the owner has every right to deal with you as they see fit. Don't even think about taking advantage of the chaos. And so, the 2 who just entered the door and died of poisoning were dragged away. Many people looked at Jing Shu with complicated expressions. Anyone who'd had ideas about her villa quietly gave up. In the apocalypse, you couldn't underestimate anyone who lived alone. They had to have some real skills. Jing Shu's classmates were even more shocked. They looked at her like she was a monster. The old Jing Shu hadn't been intimidating. But now... Boss, you're amazing! What kind of pet do you have? Jiang Changke shamelessly asked. Jing Shu ignored him, her gaze falling on the pile of mud mermaid bones in her villa. People always said you are what you eat, and where there's poison, there's an antidote nearby. The mud mermaids left nothing behind but bones. Could there be something in those bones that counteracted the saliva toxin? Jing Shu's eyes lit up. She rushed into the villa, grabbed a big bone, then, just to be safe, also took a mud mermaid tooth and started grinding them up. With her strength, she quickly ground them into powder. Should it be used externally or taken internally? Dragging a pile of eerie bone powder, Jing Shu sprinkled it on Liu Chengkai's arm under the complicated gazes of everyone around. Liu Chengkai's arm had been bleeding for a long time. His classmates were all anxious. He'd been losing blood for so long, and it was still flowing just as fast as when it started. They were terrified it would be just as Dr. Zhang said, that he'd bleed out completely. As soon as the bone powder was applied, Liu Chengkai let out a blood-curdling scream, the kind that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. The noise was so loud that even Li Chenglong, who was busy outside, rushed over, thinking something terrible had happened in the private room. The bone powder dissolved into Liu Chengkai's arm with astonishing speed, then hardened, eventually forming a layer of pure white skin that clung tightly to his body. No, it wasn't just skin. The bone powder had become a new layer of skin on Liu Chengkai's arm. Miraculously, the bleeding stopped. The bleeding stopped! It stopped! It stopped! The classmates shouted in surprise and joy. Jing Shu, still not quite reassured, grabbed Liu Chengkai's arm and twisted it around, even taking a knife and slicing at the new skin. It was tough. An ordinary blade couldn't cut through it. Whoa, this is awesome! Liu Chengkai, you've turned into a stone man! Liu Chengkai, how do you feel now? Liu Chengkai wiped his sweat and said weakly, It just feels numb all around, no pain at all, but otherwise nothing special. It doesn't hurt anymore. Jing Shu nodded. It seemed the mud mermaid bones really were the antidote. They could stop the bleeding. Even though the new skin looked odd and might draw stares in the future, It was better than losing a limb, right? Once she was sure there were no side effects and the bleeding had truly stopped, Jing Shu quietly told Xiao Lu, "Go find Dr. Zhang and tell him I've found a way to stop the bleeding." She didn't mention the bones at all. Jing Shu had her reasons for keeping the bone powder a secret. Thinking of the villa full of bones, she couldn't help but smile. She trusted Xiao Lu to handle it discreetly, and sure enough, he didn't make a fuss when he got there. At that moment, the third floor of the New World building had been cleared out as a temporary treatment area, with over 50 patients gathered there. All of them had been bitten or scratched by mud mermaids and were bleeding uncontrollably. More than half had agreed to pay the high price for amputation, while a smaller group agreed to amputation without medication. Anything to survive, otherwise they'd just have to wait for death. But the situation was grim. Dr. Zhang couldn't worry about whether the patients were scared or not. He had to save the most critical cases first. The worst off had both legs bitten off. Now it was just a matter of sawing off another chunk. 2 or 3 others died from blood loss before they could be treated. The third floor was filled with wailing, screaming, and blood. It was like a scene from an execution ground, everyone waiting in terror. Some had only a small cut. Others had half their bodies bitten off, all waiting for help. The authorities wouldn't give up on saving anyone. It was up to the patients to choose. Time was of the essence. The faster, the better. The patients lay in rows, Dr. Zhang and his team sawing in front, with the medical team behind handling bleeding, injections, and medication. When Xiao Lu found Dr. Zhang, the doctor was covered in blood, holding a saw to someone's backside. It was a shame. Just a scratch on the butt, but now the whole lower half had to go. "Wait! Stop!" Xiao Lu shouted, sounding like he was delivering an imperial edict. Dr. Zhang frowned, and the patient under the saw trembled, a foul stench filling the air. He'd wet himself in fear. "I don't want to be cut! I'd rather die than be cut! It's too horrible!" Dr. Zhang was annoyed. This kind of thing needed to be quick and decisive. The patient had been ready, but now he'd lost his nerve. What a pity. "What is it? Did that kid finally agree to amputation? Get in line then. We're only halfway through. Don't waste time." Dr. Zhang wasn't surprised. After all these days, they'd tried everything. If they still had pre-apocalypse technology, maybe they could have found a solution. Xiao Lu leaned in and whispered, "My boss found a way to stop the bleeding. She's already stopped it for that patient." "What?" Dr. Zhang wiped the blood from his face, incredulous. "How is that possible? What method? What did she use? Is it medicine? Can it be used for everyone? How did she do it?" Everyone behind Dr. Zhang perked up their ears. Even the patients lying in rows stopped screaming. The entire third floor fell silent, a strange, eerie silence. "You should go see for yourself. I don't really understand the technical stuff," Xiao Lu said. He'd seen his boss grind up the bones and apply the powder, but who knew if there was some special technique involved? He couldn't just say anything. He had to be responsible. Dr. Zhang, still holding his electric saw, couldn't wait any longer and rushed off, his assistants carrying the equipment and shouting as they followed, careful not to damage the precious machines. So, a blood-soaked doctor with a saw burst into the brightly lit hall, causing another commotion. Li Chenglong, who had just come from the private room, heard the new screams and rushed out again. He was exhausted. Couldn't these people stop making such a fuss? Dr. Zhang is so dramatic. Anyone who didn't know better would think this was a movie. Even movies aren't this wild. The soldiers behind Li Chenglong muttered as he wiped his sweat. These people were really playing with his nerves. "Where is it?" Dr. Zhang charged into the private room with his saw, determined to see what method that woman had used. Liu Chengkai was so scared he nearly wet himself. He shook his head desperately. "I'm fine. I don't need an amputation. I'm really fine." Dr. Zhang tossed his saw to an assistant and rushed over. When he saw Liu Chengkai's arm, white and stone-like, his jaw dropped. He examined it carefully. "It's like stone. So hard. How did it fuse with the skin? How did you do this?" Jing Shu, crouched in the corner grinding bones, wiped her sweat. "Oh, Dr. Zhang, you're here. Quick, take this bone powder and use it on the patients. It'll stop the bleeding." If this is true, then there's no need to fear these creatures in the future. Of course, the third vaccine function of the bone powder still needs to be tested. That's simple enough. Just keep a few blue uniformed merfolk alive during the next attack and test it then. Most importantly, at this stage, all the bones are monopolized by her. Because everyone thought those creepy bones were worthless and disgusting, no one had any interest in collecting them. Especially after Li Ruoqian saw that Jing Shu wanted bones, he had Li Chenglong give all of them to her. So, for now, she has a monopoly. As for next time, Jing Shu narrowed her eyes. Li Ruoqian might just take them for himself, or maybe whoever kills the monster gets the bones. Thinking of this, Jing Shu couldn't help but wish these mud merfolk would come more often. After finishing her experiments and coming to a conclusion, Jing Shu didn't want to stay in this blood-soaked, pig-slaughtering environment any longer. She left. Before she could go, Dr. Zhang called out to her with a complicated expression. "Once we're done here, we'll report this. You've made a big contribution this time." Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. "I'm not providing bone powder for free, you know." She didn't care about commendations. What use were awards in the apocalypse? Dr. Zhang assured her, "Of course, don't worry, you'll get what you deserve." "What? The bone powder isn't free." "Yeah, it's just monster bones. Why should it cost money?" There were murmurs of confusion around. Dr. Zhang coughed. "Otherwise, who else could get these bones? We'll pay a high price to buy them. The key is, whoever discovered that bone powder can stop bleeding. I'll make sure they get a first-class merit award." Everyone fell silent. The doctor was right. Who would have thought monster bones could stop bleeding? And who would want so many creepy bones anyway? Thinking about those monsters, invulnerable to blades and bullets, thank goodness the town had hundreds of soldiers with torches, electric batons, and other weapons to finally kill them. Otherwise, anyone who ran into them would be dead. After quietly giving Xiaolu some instructions, Jing Shu happily returned to her villa. No matter how others felt, Jing Shu was in a great mood. After a nice hot shower, she got to work, grinding bone powder. It was a huge job. Even though the mud merfolk bones weren't that hard, and it wasn't difficult for Jing Shu to grind them in her space, there were just too many bones. A rough estimate: a 2-meter-long skeleton weighs at least 100 jin, about 50 cows. And with the yard and her space full of bones, how much did that add up to? If bone powder weren't so valuable, Jing Shu would have outsourced the grinding, but she didn't trust anyone else. This was something she had to do herself. She also fed the bone powder in different proportions to chickens, ducks, fish, shrimp, etc., keeping them separated, just like when she tested the spiritual spring water. She mainly wanted to see if the bone powder had other functions, but that would take some time. Jing Shu just had a feeling the bone powder had more uses, just intuition. After the battle, the New World building was under repair for 3 or 4 days. Jing Shu's villa cabinets, under the bed, and cupboards were all piled high with white bone powder, some of which she stored in her space. These days all she did was grind bone powder. Aside from releasing more bugs for security, she didn't care about anything outside the villa. The commendation hadn't come down yet, but even though the higher-ups were swamped, they still sent Jing Shu a reward: some precious coal, some bottled water, and pre-apocalypse braised pork cans. Jing Shu was surprised. These were the most urgently needed supplies right now. She hadn't expected Junjia to get them. That smiling tiger really had some tricks up his sleeve. That afternoon, Jing Shu was taken to the open meeting room on the 2nd floor of the New World building, the same place Boss Lu had watched the auction from above. No one said what it was about, but Jing Shu guessed it wasn't good. From the outside, it was a small, independent glass room. Whether you could see inside depended entirely on the people within. But once inside, Jing Shu could see the entire 1st-floor lobby, the 3rd and 4th floor corridors, and couldn't help but click her tongue. What a great spot. The small room was already full, about 20 people, some looking at the view, some watching others, some pretending to nap, but no one spoke. The atmosphere was icy. Boss Lu lounged in a bathrobe and slippers on the boss's chair, spinning left and right, making squeaky noises. Jing Shu found a seat at the edge and sat down, quietly observing the others. Junjie sat to the lower left, with Li Ruoqian quietly standing behind him. Even Jin Baba was there, pouting next to Junjie. When he saw Jing Shu, his eyes lit up and he kept winking at her. Jing Shu pretended not to notice. Scanning the others, most of the 20 or so people were familiar faces. At the last auction, they'd all been big spenders, the upper crust of Wucheng, the elite among the auction crowd. You could say everyone here had their own private room. They were all powerful people. Boss Lu, seeing everyone was present, spun his chair and teased, "Brother Jun, tell us, why'd you sneakily gather us all here?" Junjie stood up with a smile. "It's nothing much. Just wanted to let everyone know. The town's food stores are completely gone, not a grain left. There's not even dinner for tonight. We'd like everyone to pitch in and bring out your private food stores so we can all get through this together." Several people's faces changed, but no one spoke. Who would dare? They'd thought rescue would come in a few days, but it's been over 10 days with no news. Food was too important. Jing Shu quietly observed the middle-aged man next to her. He'd pulled his hat low, head down, hands trembling. The room was silent. Junjie kept smiling. "No need to pretend. According to our records, none of you have been to the cafeteria lately. Are you all cultivating immortality and living on air? Who'd believe you have no private food? Otherwise, we wouldn't bother you. Since you're all here, I've already ordered a thorough search of the new world. Every room will be checked, and all food will be confiscated. It's fair. No one will be missed." At this, quite a few people's faces finally changed. Jing Shu, however, remained calm. There was no food in her villa, only piles of bone powder. The only black box was in her hands, and most importantly, Junjie knew about her red threadworm cakes. "You can't do this. This is illegal." When they heard that Junjie was going to search every single room, leaving no place untouched in a carpet-style search for food, many people finally couldn't help but change their expressions. Everyone who had food here had gotten it through various coincidences or had just happened to bring food for auction. In short, with no idea when rescue would come, food was their greatest lifeline. Junjie laughed, a hearty, booming laugh. The whole room was filled with a strange atmosphere. Some people lowered their heads, some stood up, some resisted in frustration. To ask these people, who had survived 4 years of the apocalypse, to hand over all their food, obviously they were unwilling. Junjie's laughter only made everyone more uneasy. Then the man sitting next to Jing Shu, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly stood up and asked, "Where's Boss Lu? There's no way the owner of New World doesn't have a stash. If he brings out all his food, I'll bring out mine too." Boss Lu was dragged into the fire. Everyone's eyes turned to him, including Jing Shu. Based on her recent sweep of the building, she knew quite a few people had hidden food, but she wasn't sure about Boss Lu. There was a fully sealed room. Even bugs couldn't get in. The door hadn't opened in days. If Jing Shu guessed right, it was probably a giant walk-in safe and cold storage. Could there be something good in there? Jing Shu had a fleeting thought of robbing it, but quickly shook her head. Boss Lu hadn't done anything bad, and after robbing high-end luxury goods from America, her standards had gone up. Unless it was rare livestock, fruit, or crops, she wasn't interested. No need to risk exposing her space for some ordinary stuff. Boss Lu lounged in his chair and lazily said, "I've already contributed all my food. Brother Jun even said he'd give me a first-class merit medal later." Everyone gritted their teeth. Who was he trying to fool? But they also understood. Boss Lu was on Junjie's side, a total bootlicker. What to do? They were unwilling, reluctant to hand over their food. Seeing their hesitation, Junjie fanned the flames. "So, you don't want to be rescued? Fine, I'm the only one who knows the satellite password. From now on, I won't call for help. Let's just wait here to die, the sooner the better." Everyone's faces changed again. This was a threat. Drifting on this isolated island, if there was no rescue, who knew how long they'd be stuck? Under such harsh survival conditions, who could last? Every day of delay meant more danger. You're all witnesses. For the next 24 hours, I absolutely won't call for help. I'll stay here with you. Whoever calls for help is a dog." Junjie got comfortable, crossed his legs, and sipped hot tea. Jing Shu kept her head down and said nothing. She knew Junjie was bluffing. He didn't even have the satellite equipment, so how could he call for help? But it seemed the effect wasn't great. Everyone was still thinking, "Better you than me," and kept quiet. At that moment, an inconspicuous, balding, middle-aged man in the corner spoke up. "Director June is doing this for us, for everyone's survival. I want to be rescued and leave this damned place as soon as possible. I won't say more. I've been hiding 200 cans of braised pork and I'll hand them all over." Old Lou, really? Wow, when did Old Lou get so righteous? After that, one or two more people contributed some food. Some dried plums, some biscuits. Jing Shu realized Junjie had planted shills in advance. Otherwise, why would she have gotten braised pork cans as a reward earlier? Seeing the room go quiet again, Junjie stood up and waved his hand, giving the order, "Except for those who just volunteered, search everyone else's rooms and bring out all the food." Up until now, there had been some negotiation, but now he'd dropped all pretense. Many people stood up in protest. They'd thought Junjie wouldn't dare use force, but never expected he'd go this far. "You can't do this. This is private property." "I'll hand it over. I'll contribute. Just don't search my room." "Too late." Junjie kept smiling and gestured for everyone to sit down. "No need to get worked up. The search has already started. Just wait here and don't do anything rash." Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. She finally understood. This was all a play directed by Junjie, just to consolidate all the remaining food. That earlier threat was just an excuse, a pretext to go from soft to hard tactics. If she guessed right, several of the people here were in on it with Junjie. The people in the room were anxious but didn't dare act out. Soon, Li Chenglong led a team to search everyone's rooms, inside and out. And sure enough, they found quite a bit of food. Truly a wide variety. The tally was done in front of everyone, and food was piled up. Many people looked terrible, some were shaking, but there was nothing they could do. They wanted to protest, to resist, but with guns pointed at their heads, what could they do? So much for trying to reason. Wang Miao arrived with another team, a bit embarrassed. From the third floor up in the residential area, except for Boss Lou's place, we didn't find much food. Of course, everyone was living in the lobby now, and after so many days, there was nothing left to eat or use. What could possibly be hidden? Their pockets were emptier than their faces. Keep searching. Go through the whole building. Don't miss anything outside either. Look for loose soil pits, hidden compartments. Don't let anything slip by, Junjie ordered. Everyone's faces got even worse, except for the yawning Boss Lou, the distracted Jin Baba, and the unconcerned Jing Shu. As time passed, almost all the food in the building was consolidated. Jing Shu estimated that, rationed, it would last everyone 2 or 3 days at most, a drop in the bucket. Jing Shu pretended to nap, but in her space she was feeding pigs, harvesting vegetables, and drying fresh produce into veggie chips. Now that her space could generate electricity, things were much easier. Soon there were footsteps outside again. "Report! We found a tunnel in the first-floor plaza restroom, and inside the tunnel a huge stash of food." The middle-aged man next to Jing Shu trembled and fell to his knees. Everyone was excited. Jing Shu frowned. Was this the restroom where all those mud merfolk kept coming from? How had she missed it? Or was it just a coincidence? Anyway, no matter what, finding food in the restroom was truly unexpected. In fact, it instantly made Jing Shu lose her appetite for it. If the food was really distributed to everyone, she planned to give her share to those in need. Junjie raised his eyebrows. This was a pleasant surprise. He quickly said, "Bring it all in so everyone can see. By the way, whose is it?" Everyone looked different, but no one answered. Soon, large sacks, over a dozen, were carried in, all covered in dirt. Li Chenglong shook off the dirt and casually opened one. The contents were revealed. "What is it?" "It's black. Are you sure this is food?" Li Chenglong frowned, reached in and grabbed a handful. He couldn't tear it apart. It was all tangled together like seaweed, tough and stringy. He brought it close to his nose, then finally put a few strands in his mouth to chew. He frowned, showing a strange expression. It tastes a bit bitter, and there's a fishy smell. Very odd, but it should be edible. As long as it was edible, that was enough for Junjie, who visibly relaxed. It was the apocalypse. Who cared if it tasted good? As long as it kept you alive, that was enough. Hearing it was indeed food, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Whose food is this anyway? At least tell us what it is. Don't worry, everyone's contributions are recorded. After we're rescued, you'll be compensated with virtual currency and given an honorary title, with the same benefits as a town government employee, Junjie said with a smile. At this, the man next to Jing Shu finally stood up. Since the food had been found, there was no point denying it, especially since there were benefits. It's mine. Li Chenglong began counting the strange food. The others stayed silent. Junjie looked at the unfamiliar man and asked, "Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before." The middle-aged man stared at the food and said, "My name is Daji. I brought this green algae from the south a few days ago. I was going to auction it, but then all this happened." When Li Chenglong finished counting the so-called green algae, Daji looked a bit relieved. It wasn't all the food he'd brought. Thinking of this, he relaxed and introduced, "Green algae is a new food developed in the south. It's cheap to produce, but filling. Of course, it doesn't taste great. This batch is cooked and ready to eat. I'm willing to contribute it all." After all, things had come to this. Junjie laughed. Good. On behalf of the town government and everyone in the building, thank you. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. Everyone who contributed food will be remembered. With this, we can last another 10 days or so. We'll definitely hold out until rescue arrives. After all the food was confiscated, Junjie was very satisfied, and when he was satisfied, he liked to set the mood. When these people arrived, at least they could eat their own rations. Now, they had nothing left, only the cafeteria food. It's about mealtime anyway. Since everyone's here, let's eat together. Li Chenglong, take some ingredients and have people cook. Make sure it's nutritious and fair for everyone. No matter what, Junjie represented not just the town government, but also had an armed force behind him. Who would dare make trouble? At this point, everyone was as meek as quails. A group of people looked grim. Before, at least they had biscuits and canned food. Now, let's see what the cafeteria could offer. Jing Shu didn't look too happy either. At a time like this, refusing to eat would be a clear sign she was hiding food. She quietly gripped her black box. Luckily, no one was paying attention to it. After all, how much could fit in a box that size? The meal came quickly. Each person got a bowl and a spoon, both made from clay, shaped and fired by Wang Miao's team a few days ago. They weren't very sturdy and broke easily, but at least there was plenty of clay in the building. Then Li Chenglong, carrying a bucket, ladled out half a bowl for each person. Half of it was soup. Jing Shu stirred her bowl with her spoon. There was Daji's green algae, a few tiny pieces of meat, some dried plums, and some bugs caught by Li Ruotian's team, a real hodgepodge. It smelled sour, fishy, and a bit rotten. She'd eaten worse. Just finishing a bowl of corpse bugs could teach you humility, but that was in her previous life. Not only Jing Shu, but everyone else looked unhappy. After all, they'd never eaten such awful food before. Even in the apocalypse, they'd had white rice. Never been this desperate. "Eat," Junjie said, taking the lead and eating with his head up. "It's not as bad as you think. At least there's meat." Jin Baba rolled his eyes, looking everywhere but at his food, refusing to eat. But seeing Junjie eat, the others slowly started, as if facing execution, opening their mouths and closing their eyes. Jing Shu calmly picked up her bowl, tipped it back, and in that instant sent it all into her space, then replaced it in her mouth with ordinary rice. Not bad," she said quietly, relieved at her own cleverness. She'd just fed all that food to her pigs, But even they turned up their noses at the black stuff. Even her space pigs wouldn't eat it. Jing Shu was speechless. She gave it to the chickens instead, who weren't as picky and ate it all up. At least it wasn't wasted. Jin Baba finally pinched his nose and ate. He had no choice with his uncle watching. Ordinary people couldn't even get food. All right, that's it for today. If anyone finds someone hiding food or any hidden food, let me know, Junjia said seriously. No more, no more. You've taken it all. Of course, I'll definitely report it. Now that all their food was gone, they certainly wouldn't let anyone else keep theirs. Junjia had them supervise each other. Jing Shu sighed quietly. Things were getting worse. Oh, Jing Shu, come with me. Everyone else left, but Jing Shu was called away, to the soldiers' camp. She was a bit disappointed. She'd wanted to see what was in Boss Lu's safe. Before leaving, Daji looked like he wanted to say something, but in the end, he left. Jing Shu quietly made a note of this person. Jin Baba looked at Jing Shu with disdain, unable to understand why his uncle valued her so much. In the past, his uncle had always looked down on Jing Shu, thinking she was just a yellow-haired girl not worth paying attention to. That was Junjia's previous opinion of Jing Shu. The truck stopped steadily at Li Ruotian's place, and the driver stood guard, fully alert. Junjia finally spoke. The situation is very serious. We have to save ourselves. We can't go on like this. Whatever you say, I'll do it. Jing Shu nodded. The situation was indeed serious. The building had been drifting on a mudslide for so many days, with no GPS or positioning. Even she didn't know where they were. For a rescue team to find them was like looking for a needle in a haystack. She didn't know how her family was doing. Hearing she was missing, they must be worried sick. Junjia sighed, his face full of worry. Once pampered, he now looked much older in just a few days, with more white hair, and his once chubby face had become thin and dark. We're planning to use your insect cakes. Today we've searched every possible place for food or hidden food in the building, as you saw. Even with the extra green algae, it won't last long for over 2,000 people. And now, besides passively waiting for rescue, we don't know how long it will take. It's very possible that we'll starve to death before rescue arrives. Jing Shu stroked her chin and pointed at the ground. If it comes to it, we can mix the insect cakes with dirt to stretch them out. Even if the insect cakes run out, we can eat dirt. She was proud of her insect cakes. Real minced bugs, cooked and salted, pure meat patties. In the apocalypse, that was high-end pure meat. Add insect cakes to soup and you'd have a fragrant meat broth. Junjia shook his head. The soil in this mudslide is strange. We didn't want to use your insect cakes at first. We tried making dirt cakes like in Wucheng, had chefs bake them and got 10 volunteers to try them, but the soil here is too sticky. Even after filtering it many times and using the finest dirt, the cakes wouldn't digest. Some people died after 3 meals, some after just 1. Stomachs bloated to bursting, so dirt cakes are out. In fact, by this time, most of Wucheng's soil should be frozen due to the weather, making dirt cakes harder to make, but at least they wouldn't kill you after 1 meal. Eating too many dirt cakes always caused big bellies, undigested elements. In the apocalypse, you'd see many skinny people with big bellies from eating too much dirt. But soon, they might not even have dirt to eat, because winter was coming. I understand. The insect cakes are the last rations. Once we use them, we have to have a backup plan. We can't just sit and wait to die. When the insect cakes are gone, it's really over, Jing Shu said calmly, understanding why Junjia had called her today. Junjia looked at Jing Shu with admiration and sighed. I never thought that over 2,000 people would have to rely on your insect cakes to survive. They'll last us a month or 2, but we really can't just sit here. And we're almost out of fuel, too. In this cold, people could freeze to death. What about Boss Lu? Does he have a backup plan? Jing Shu finally asked, curious. The area went quiet. Jin Baba snorted even more disdainfully. We can't push him too hard. I heard he has an armory with forbidden weapons, food, people, and weapons. If we fall out, it'll be bad. For now, our goals are the same. As long as we're not starving to death, we should get along. Today's food search was also to reassure him, Junjie explained. An armory? Jing Shu was a little curious, just a little. So, what do we do next? Jing Shu asked the key question. Gather people, call in experts from all fields, especially those who can repair ships, anyone with experience or theoretical knowledge. We need to either stop the building or steer it in the direction we want. At the very least, we need to know where we are or where we're heading. The last bit of red light faded from the gray sky. Night fell completely. A cold wind blew, and Jing Shu wrapped her coat tighter, nodding. Junjie was right. It was time to act. It's dark, Jing Shu said, but she could still see the scenery clearly. Everything was unchanged, as if they were drifting endlessly in a black sea, with no end in sight, not even a real island. This needs you to say? Jin Baba grumbled, unhappy that his uncle valued Jing Shu more and more, even though he didn't see what was so special about her. Junjie glared at Jin Baba. Baba, watch your mouth. I'm putting you in Jing Shu's care next, so apologize. Sorry, Jin Baba said reluctantly. Junjie turned back, now kindly, and said, Yes, it's dark. It's always dark. Since the apocalypse, the sun hasn't come out. Isn't that normal? Jing Shu shook her head. It's not the same. She could see outside clearly. She had night vision, so she could sense the weather better. What's different? Junjie seemed to realize Jing Shu had some insight. Even in the apocalypse, without the sun, the earth still rotates. There are still nights, with sudden drops in temperature, and days with faint light. Junjie nodded, so you could still tell day from night. Jing Shu took out a notebook and handed it to Junjie. Since we got trapped, I've recorded the time of sunrise, daytime temperatures, sunset, and nighttime temperatures every day. The notebook had detailed dates, temperatures from morning to night, and times for sunrise and sunset. Junjie frowned. Jin Baba frowned. After looking it over, Junjie said awkwardly, Jing Shu, just say it directly. I don't really get this stuff. Jing Shu smiled. Every region has a time difference, like how the capital and Wucheng are 2.5 hours apart because of geography. If we really are drifting at 30 kilometers per hour, how far have we gone after all these days? No matter how wide the mudslide is, we should have hit something and stopped by now, or at least run aground, right? Where are we drifting to, endlessly like this? How could there be such a huge mudslide sea in China? Junjie immediately nodded. Jing Shu was absolutely right. Many people in the team had been wondering the same thing. Even at a slow speed after so many days, they should have reached the end by now. According to geography and common sense, this just didn't make sense. Jing Shu continued. Simply put, Wucheng and every other province have time differences. The northwest is huge. Even within our own province, the easternmost and westernmost cities are an hour apart. Junjie's eyes lit up. You mean we can figure out where we've drifted by tracking sunrise and sunset times? Jing Shu nodded. That's about right. Look, I've been recording since the first day we started drifting. It's been more than 10 days, but the time difference on my records is minimal. At most, sunset is half an hour later than before. This means we haven't drifted very far. It's also possible we've just been going in circles most of the time. If sunset comes earlier, it means we're drifting toward Xinlan province. If it's later, we're drifting toward the other side of our own province. As for which city we're near, that's hard to say. Maybe we've left Wucheng, but we definitely haven't left the province. Jing Shu remembered clearly. Xinlan City is an hour ahead of Wucheng. Although there are time differences across the country, everyone uses the capital's standard time. For example, in winter it gets dark in the capital at 5 or 6 in the afternoon, but in Wucheng it's 7 or 8, and in cities closer to the border, it's 8 or 9. In summer, it might not get dark until 11 or 12 at night. People in the south always found this strange. It's dark for us at 6, but you're still in daylight at midnight? But that was all in the past. After the apocalypse, everything was in chaos. Seasons, daylight, everything. But Jing Shu's data from these days was reliable. She would keep observing. If the time difference started to cycle, it might mean they were stuck in a giant whirlpool, the building just spinning in circles. But that would take more time to confirm. At least now they knew roughly which direction they were drifting, and even how far. Good, very good. I never expected we'd have someone as talented as you here. I can't believe you thought of this. Junjia was full of praise. Jing Shu smiled lightly. It's just that, with the apocalypse, the weather's so messed up that no one pays attention to this stuff. The simpler something is, the easier it is to overlook. Besides, most people are just hoping for rescue. As for more detailed geographic analysis, I'm not an expert. So most people wouldn't think this far. But Jing Shu was different. She'd died once, and after all she'd been through in the apocalypse, she knew you could only rely on yourself. From the very beginning, she'd been looking for ways to save herself, even if some ideas were wild, like controlling the building. But she never stopped trying. Good, good, good. I'll go gather people who know about this and have them help analyze. Jing Shu, you've made a huge contribution. Junjia looked hopeful for the first time. Jin Baba opened his mouth but in the end said nothing, just muttering to himself. We learned this in middle school. But then the apocalypse hit, and now it's just online classes. The town government wasn't planning to restart the college entrance exam, and online classes had changed. Instead of heavy academic content, they focused on the most urgently needed skills: liberal arts, science, practical skills, social studies, and so on. After high school, you could apply for a temp job with the town government. Sigh. I haven't logged in to water my crops in days. The vegetables in my Chinese class app are going to die, and I'll fail this semester, Jin Baba thought, fingering his dead phone. The Chinese class was a separate app, like a virtual farm, teaching you how to grow different fruits and vegetables, control temperature and humidity, and catch bugs. In a normal world, Jin Baba would be a carefree college student by now. What a shame. He stomped his feet like a child, bored as he listened to his uncle and Jing Shu discuss their action plan and other confidential matters. His uncle really valued Jing Shu. Suddenly, Jin Baba looked up because he heard Junjia say, Jing Shu, I have a favor to ask. I might be very busy soon, maybe even unable to look after myself. So please help me look after Jin Baba. If anything happens to me, at least keep him alive. My sister and brother-in-law only have this one child. Was this entrusting his child to her? Not just Jin Baba, even Jing Shu was surprised. Was this really necessary? But seeing how emotional Junjia was, she nodded and agreed. Uncle Jin has always looked out for my family. Don't worry, I'll take care of Jin Baba. That was a promise. Junjia finally relaxed. Jing Shu was reliable. She'd survived the hell of America, and even if others didn't know, he did. From what Yang brought back, he was sure Jing Shu had some special abilities. More importantly, he'd heard from Ling Yi about people's fear of Jing Shu, and after seeing all those corpses suddenly appear in the lobby, Junjia knew Jing Shu was anything but simple. If everyone else died, Jing Shu would still have a way to survive. Entrusting the child to her, he trusted her character and ability. Uncle. Jin Baba was upset. Was his uncle planning something dangerous? Uncle, I don't care. If you die, I won't live either. Nonsense. We all have to survive in this apocalypse. Jin Baba finally nodded, then turned to Jing Shu. Fine, you're in charge of feeding my 2 pigs until we're rescued. If they have piglets, I'll give you one. His 2 pigs had been looking worse and worse lately, and with no rescue in sight, Jin Baba finally gave in. He could still sneak some pig feed through his connections, but it wasn't exactly above board. I want 2, Jing Shu said, looking up. You, don't push it. Jin Baba was anxious. He'd heard Jin Huasao's only had a few piglets at a time. 3 then? 2 is fine, 2. I'll leave the pigs to you. Jin Baba grumbled. But he had no choice. Everyone was relying on Jing Shu's insect cakes now. Don't worry, I'll take care of them. Jing Shu glanced at Jin Baba, deciding that if necessary she'd save his life. After all, the Jin family's influence in Wucheng was huge. Jin Baba stomped his feet and stormed off. That day, the weather was gloomy, and a cold wind howled. It was getting colder and colder, but the mudslide showed no sign of freezing. Completely unscientific. Jing Shu had quietly put on another sweater and extra thermal underwear, looking a bit bulky. Many people in the building were already shivering, huddling together for warmth. There was no other way. Now the whole building was as cold as an ice cellar. They couldn't run around to warm up since that would burn too many calories. So everyone just piled up in the lobby, piggyback style. No one had bathed or changed clothes in ages, and even in the cold, there was a strange smell. The whole building was filled with this stench. That day after Junjia returned, he immediately called an emergency meeting and came up with several self-rescue plans. As he'd said, he was now extremely busy, and several plans were being implemented at once, so you could see a lot of people with jobs to do. As usual, after roll call in the private room, Jing Shu gave Xiaolu some instructions, then got up with her tools. "Hey, wait, Jing Shu, where are you going?" Jin Baba called after her. Jing Shu turned and pointed at the homemade fishing rod in her hand. "Fishing." "Fishing?" Jin Baba looked at the steel rebar in her hand, wanting to say something but stopping, his expression odd. Seeing Jing Shu about to leave, he said, "Wait for me, I'm coming too." He wanted to see what she was up to. Jing Shu walked ahead, minding her own business, with Jin Baba following close behind. After they left, their classmates started whispering, "What are those two up to? Didn't you see that thick steel rebar? Jing Shu holds it like it's a fishing rod. So scary." The real question is, since when did Baba become Jing Shu's little follower? "Lan Xiao, you're close to Baba. What's going on?" Lan Xiao rubbed his red, swollen hands and gritted his teeth. "No idea. I'm so jealous of Baba. He's got connections, so no one gives him chores. Look at Lan Xiao, he has to work with us. Still, I envy Jing Shu. She can leave the building whenever she wants and doesn't have to do chores. Why don't they have to work? Because we have to work for our food. I don't think Jing Shu even eats in the cafeteria. Maybe she runs her own little kitchen." Jiang Changke moved his sore elbow and said, "Big shots like her and Baba probably eat biscuits. By the way, the food lately tastes like it's got red thread worm cakes in it. I eat those a lot. Very familiar." Many classmates' eyes lit up, especially Lan Xiao, who now had to eat the same food as everyone else. "I heard there's a reward for reporting hidden food. But they're our classmates. Aren't you curious what Baba and Jing Shu eat? Why don't they share with us?" There were patrols outside the building. After the tragedy the other day, no one was allowed out, and there were 24-hour patrols inside and out, covering every corner. "Gee, got a minute?" Li Chenglong handed over a steaming clay cup of hot water, grinning. "Have some. It'll warm you up. It's cold outside." "No thanks. I'm heading to the perimeter." Jing Shu watched as Li Chenglong organized dozens of soldiers for a big project, filtering water, boiling it on the spot, and using the leftover dirt to make bowls. Fuel had just been sorted out in the past few days. Someone with expertise had built a biogas system using human waste, though it was risky and could go boom at any time, so it was set up at the far edge. At least it was a perfect cycle. Over 2,000 people's waste made biogas for fuel, mud from the landslide was filtered for water, and the leftover dirt was fired into various daily necessities. But now, with everyone eating less, even the waste had decreased. A lot of people only went once a week. "Gee, I'll go with you. It's dangerous outside. What if a monster jumps out?" Li Chenglong put down his warm cup and led Jing Shu to the outer edge. Jin Baba looked at Li Chenglong with disdain. Such a suck-up. But quickly followed Jing Shu. The wind was strong and everyone pulled their clothes tighter. Soon they reached the boundary where a 1-meter-high wall had been built. Jing Shu easily jumped up, looking at the surging black mudslide, constantly churning and splashing up. It was as magical as ocean waves. They were at the stern of the ship, with the building angled 35 degrees upward so the mudslide couldn't flood in. Otherwise, Jing Shu would have thought the building was actually a powered ship. Li Chenglong climbed up easily too, scratching his head. "It's pitch black, can't see a thing. But my uncle says you're here to stargaze and do big things. If you need anything, just ask me. I'll get it done. Fishing. Let's see if we can catch anything. Jing Shu swung her steel rebar, long, sturdy, just right, then cast her homemade fishing line, baited with worm cake, out into the mudslide. The fishing line instantly sank into the mud, and with the building's movement was soon swallowed by the black mudslide sea. Jin Baba's mouth fell open. Was she really here to fish? Li Chenglong blinked. As expected, nothing Jing Jie did was ordinary. He didn't get it, but as long as it was important, that was enough. Gurgle. Li Chenglong's stomach rumbled. He coughed awkwardly. Maybe I'll go back and drink some water. At least it fills me up. Jin Baba snorted even more disdainfully, but climbed up anyway. Gurgle. Now Jin Baba's stomach growled too. I just used too much energy, he said awkwardly. Lately he was eating worse than the pigs. He just couldn't stomach the cafeteria food. Gurgle. At that moment, Jing Shu's stomach rumbled too. Awkward silence. The three looked at each other. Jing Shu sighed, took out some black rock-hard yogurt curds from her pocket and handed them over. Eat. Li Chenglong grinned, took one and bit down hard. Jing Jie really was something. Still had food at a time like this. Impressive. Crunch. He almost broke a tooth, tears springing to his eyes. Suck on it, not bite. It's cheese curd, hard as a rock. Don't want to lose your teeth, Jing Shu reminded. Soon, the three of them were sitting on the wall, each sucking on a cheese curd, taking it slow, no way to rush, and biting was impossible. Tastes good, but it's hard work, Li Chenglong complained. Shut up. Train your tongue. With enough practice, you'll be able to win over any woman, Jin Baba said. Wow, Baba, you know a lot. Is this really how you train your tongue? Like this? Be flexible. Don't just stay still. Use the tip of your tongue. Jing Shu. If you keep messing around, I'll kick you both back inside. Word was someone had reported Jing Shu for hoarding food. Xiao Lu earnestly handed Jing Shu her personal teacup, adding, It's cold outside. Have some hot water. There was no tea. Just whatever they could scrounge up. Li Chenglong, as if learning something new, gave Xiao Lu a thumbs up. Look at how well he does his job. No wonder Sis never takes water from him. Jing Shu nodded and naturally accepted the cup, then looked at the two groups outside the villa. On one side was the building's armed squad, a dozen people blocking the villa entrance. On the other was Lan Shao, leading a bunch of curious college classmates, with a crowd gathered all around. I heard someone's hoarding food. If they find it, we'll all split it. Split it? How much could that be? When they go into search, let's sneak in and grab something ourselves. Jin Baba snorted, but still patted the yogurt nuggets in his pocket. He really didn't want Jing Shu's private stash to be confiscated. Otherwise, he wouldn't get any more. Li Chenglong also touched the yogurt nuggets in his pocket, then strode forward. What's all the noise? What's going on? Li Chenglong was the second in command of the team and Li Yichen's nephew.
Captain Li, we got a report from these people that this villa is hoarding food,
Zhang Shan replied loudly. Jin Baba also stepped up, dissatisfied, and asked Lan Shao, What's going on with you guys? Got nothing better to do? Who reported this? Who was the idiot trying to get at his yogurt nuggets? No way. He had to make a good impression on Jing Shu today, so she'd give him more. No one in the crowd spoke. Then Zhang Changke jumped out, pointing at Lan Shao with a mocking tone. It was Lan Shao who reported it. He insisted on it. I tried to stop him, but couldn't. We're all classmates. What good does it do you to report her? You just can't stand to see others doing well. Lan Shao's face turned red and green with embarrassment. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Under Jin Baba's glare, he stammered, It's not like that. Oh? Then what is it? Jin Baba asked, hands on hips, eyeing Lan Shao with disappointment. He'd thought Lan Shao was good at reading people and making them comfortable, but he never expected him to go after his yogurt nuggets. Wasn't it supposed to be an anonymous report, with a reward if it was true? What a scam. With so many people here, what was he thinking? Why not just send that brainless Tang Yuan girl to do it? Lan Xiao couldn't handle being called a traitor by his classmates and could only say, "I was just joking. Everyone's taking it too seriously." He shot a look at a few female classmates. Jiang Changke looked at him like, "Yeah, right." Among the girls, Lan Xiao still had some status, especially with those close to him. Tang Yuan spoke up. "Yeah, we just wanted to see if Jing Shu had anything good to eat." "Just curious, that's all." Jin Baba nodded in satisfaction and gave Li Chenglong a look. "See? Just a joke, a misunderstanding. Let's all disperse." Li Chenglong agreed. "All right, Zhangshan, let's go. It was a misunderstanding." Zhangshan was about to call it off when two more people stepped out of the crowd. "No way. We can't just let this go. We heard this guy say he had proof. He's never eaten in the cafeteria, so he must have a private stash." "Yeah, let's search first." Lan Xiao's face turned purple-black. When had he ever said that? Jin Baba was furious, ready to curse. What was with Lan Xiao spreading these rumors? Lan Xiao shook his head desperately. He didn't care about Jing Shu, but he didn't want to offend Jin Baba either. When did Jin Baba start siding with Jing Shu? At that moment, more people started shouting to search the villa. Jing Shu frowned, feeling something was off about the sudden appearance of these people. She glanced at a man in the crowd with his hat pulled low. That was Daji, the one who'd hidden food in the bathroom tunnel. When Daji noticed Jing Shu looking at him, he turned and left. Jing Shu wasn't even angry yet, but Li Chenglong was. Anyone who messed with his sis was messing with him. Li Chenglong grabbed Zhangshan's megaphone and shouted, "Quiet! You want to search the villa? I think you just want to steal something in the chaos. Don't want dinner tonight, huh? Let's see who here said Jing Shu was hoarding food and wanted to search the villa. Step forward." Jing Shu facepalmed. Why was Li Chenglong cursing people out? Was he that anxious? Sure enough, as soon as he said that, people started pushing back. "Oh, so you're just protecting your own? Not letting us search the villa?" Something fishy is going on for sure. Even Lan Xiao seemed to sense a turning point. Tang Yuan lowered her head and clenched her fists. She wanted nothing more than for Jing Shu to get in trouble. She couldn't figure out what Jing Shu had been secretly eating to actually gain weight. Don't get it wrong. In the apocalypse, gaining weight was a compliment, a sign of envy and jealousy. Jing Shu actually wanted to say, "Go ahead, search all you want. If you find any food, I'll believe you, but there are still plenty of snakes and bugs in the villa. If you get bitten, don't blame me." As the argument heated up, suddenly a gunshot rang out and another team arrived. Someone shouted, "Captain Li is here." The whole hall fell silent. Li Yixin arrived with his team. Just one sharp look from him and the place went dead quiet. He stepped up on the platform and spoke into the megaphone. "You can search. Why not? But first, whoever said they wanted to report and search the villa, step forward. You, and you. Come here." He pointed at several people. Lan Xiao shook his head like a rattle drum. "I didn't report anything." No way was he getting involved now. The others hesitated. Li Yiqian continued. "It's not this complicated to report an ordinary person, but you're reporting Jing Shu, and she's not ordinary. By the way, did you know? All the food for the 2,000 people in this building, the red threadworm cakes, are provided by Jing Shu alone. Whether you get your next meal, whether everyone here eats in the coming days, all depends on her. Hoarding food? She's the one who's been feeding all of you, saving so many lives, paying out of her own pocket every day. And you still want to report her? Don't you feel guilty?" Li Yixin's rebuke echoed through the building. For a moment, the hall was utterly silent. No one said a word. Li Yiqin made Jing Shu sound so selfless and noble that even she felt a little embarrassed hiding in the background. In reality, providing food was a win-win. It wasn't exactly charity. Even Wu Cheng's second-in-command, Junjia, had guaranteed her that everything was accounted for. The food she provided was exchanged for contribution points, which served as the internal currency for the local government. To be honest, Jing Shu was even thinking about staying here longer and consuming more food. After all, The red threadworm cakes that were only worth 2 million virtual coins could be exchanged for contribution points, which could be used to get restricted items. It was very hard to earn contribution points within the government. It was just like the internal point system of the Wucheng Pharmacists Association. They dangle a big carrot in front of you, and the highest level points could be exchanged for rare, top-tier items you'd never expect. But the people in the hall didn't know any of this. After hearing Li Yiqian's speech, many felt ashamed. So, all the food we've been eating these days was provided by her. We've been trapped here for so long, without food we'd have starved to death. We're only alive because of her. All the food we have now is hers. How is that hoarding? Li Yiqian was very satisfied with this outcome. He pointed at the people who had just tried to report Jing Shu for hoarding and said, "You want to report the person who's been feeding the whole building? Fine, we're fair here. The ones who wanted to search the villa, no more food for you. Figure it out yourselves. Li Chenglong, take these people inside and search for food." The moment Li Yiqian said they'd get no more food, not even worm cakes, and would have to starve, their faces changed instantly. No, we don't need to search. We were just joking. We didn't know Miss Jing Shu was the one providing our food. She's our savior. Please forgive us. I don't want to search either. I was just joining in. I don't know what I was thinking. The ones who'd been making the most noise all changed their tune. They realized they'd kicked a steel plate and that, from now on, their meals depended on Jing Shu. Li Yiqian's face turned cold. Instead of making trouble, why not do more work? That way you'll get more to eat. With that, he left with his team. Li Chenglong grinned. Had enough of the show? Or do you all want to go outside and cool off? Everyone's faces changed, and they quickly left. The college classmates were all in awe. The news was too shocking. They never imagined that all the food, all the worm cakes they'd been eating, came from their unassuming classmate, Jing Shu. Zhang Changke said smugly, "And you were all jealous that Jing Shu didn't have to work. She really does have the right not to." Whether she was hoarding food or not didn't matter anymore. Even if she was, so what? The whole building depended on her. But the people in this hall didn't know any of this. After hearing Li Yiqian's speech, many felt ashamed. So all the food we've been eating these days was provided by her. We've been trapped here for so long. Without food, we'd have starved to death. We're only alive because of her. All the food we have now is hers. How is that hoarding? Li Yiqian was very satisfied with this outcome. He pointed at the people who had just tried to report Jing Shu for hoarding and said, "You want to report the person who's been feeding the whole building? Fine, we're fair here. The ones who wanted to search the villa, no more food for you. Figure it out yourselves. Li Chenglong, take these people inside and search for food." The moment Li Yiqian said they'd get no more food, not even worm cakes, and would have to starve, their faces changed instantly. No, we don't need to search. We were just joking. We didn't know Miss Jing Shu was the one providing our food. She's our savior. Please forgive us. I don't want to search either. I was just joining in. I don't know what I was thinking. The ones who'd been making the most noise all changed their tune. They realized they'd kicked a steel plate and that, from now on, their meals depended on Jing Shu. Li Yiqian's face turned cold. Instead of making trouble, why not do more work? That way you'll get more to eat. With that, he left with his team. Li Chenglong grinned. Had enough of the show? Or do you all want to go outside and cool off? Everyone's faces changed, and they quickly left. The college classmates were all in awe. The news was too shocking. They never imagined that all the food, all the worm cakes they'd been eating, came from their unassuming classmate, Jing Shu. Zhang Changke said smugly, "And you were all jealous that Jing Shu didn't have to work. She really does have the right not to." Whether she was hoarding food or not didn't matter anymore. Even if she was, so what? The whole building depended on her. The point was, if you wanted to survive and eat, you had to rely on Jing Shu. Jing Shu wanted to keep a low profile and say it was no big deal, but now her classmates looked at her differently. Several even came up to her. "Jing Shu, can you give me a few more worm cakes?" I never thought you were such a big shot, Jing Shu. Please take care of me. I can even warm your bed. I'm an electric little motor with adjustable speed. Fast, slow, shallow, deep. They call me Mazda. Think about it. Pfft. Jing Shu ran away. After her identity was exposed, she felt awkward around her classmates. Now, whenever she looked at someone, her first thought was, "Are you just after my worm cakes? Do you want my food, or do you want me?" Jing Shu admitted she was starting to understand what it meant to be lonely at the top, and why emperors longed for a confidant. But that didn't stop her from hiding out in her villa, sneaking extra snacks, and eating to her heart's content. When she was bored, she'd pick a cucumber from her space and eat it fresh, or cut up a watermelon, or have some fruit. Tangerines, peaches, lychees, strawberries, whatever she wanted. The only regret was not daring to eat durian because of the smell. The days that followed were much calmer. No one came to bother Jing Shu, and life seemed to return to its usual rhythm. Everyone had their own tasks. Jing Shu was woken up every morning by the whistle, wishing she could take back all the yogurt nuggets she'd given Li Chenglong. He was the one who made everyone gather in the hall at 7 a.m. for roll call. It was just like military training. She couldn't even sleep in. Still, Jing Shu's life was comfortable. At night, she had a thick silk sleeping bag, snakes and bugs stood guard, and she slept peacefully in her quiet villa, except for having to get up so early. She'd gotten used to showing up with messy hair for roll call in the first-floor lounge, holding a 10-minute meeting to review yesterday's progress, discuss today's plans, and give a quick summary. Then everyone would go to the cafeteria for breakfast. Jing Shu used to be discreet, but after that incident, she just had Xiaolu bring her food openly to the villa. She'd nap after roll call, then get up to do her real work. That real work was fishing. These days, Jing Shu had more and more tools, and even turned her fishing spot into a real office. That's right, she built a windproof earthen hut by the outer wall of the building, using some worm cakes to hire workers. Her college classmates, of course. Inside was a heated earthen bed, with a fire burning underneath. Jing Shu would sit on it, nice and warm. Next to it was a clay stove, where she'd keep a kettle simmering with tea, yogurt nuggets, and milk powder. The tea and milk would bubble together into fragrant milk tea, warming both hands and stomach. In front of the hut was a row of steel bars, wrapped with all kinds of wires and electric cables, and beside it a small generator and motor. These were borrowed from Dr. Zhang, who was grateful to Jing Shu for finding bone meal to solve a bleeding crisis, and generously provided the materials. Zzzt. Electricity crackled through the wires, deep into the muddy sea. Li Chenglong and the others had no idea why Jing Shu was doing this. Jing Shu never explained. No one understood, but no one dared to ask. In everyone else's eyes, Jing Shu could be living comfortably in her villa, but instead she braved the cold to suffer outside. Why? Yeah, why? Of course, it's because there's good stuff. Otherwise, why would she spend so much time and effort out here in the freezing cold, just to drink the northwest wind? A few days ago, Jing Shu had been anxious. After all, being stranded on such a huge, deserted island, what if she could never get back? But ever since she discovered this treasure, she wasn't in a hurry anymore. She even treated it as her daily work, doing it seriously. If she weren't so lazy and worried about drawing suspicion, she'd have stayed in that little earthen hut 24/7. At this point, there weren't many things left that could truly attract Jing Shu. She never expected that the little white dots in the mudslide sea would turn out to be a special kind of energy. Jing Shu had previously collected black energy and red energy, each with its own unique uses and abilities. They were all types of dimensional energy, extremely regional, rare, and one of a kind. At least, outside those places, Jing Shu had never encountered anything like them again, which she found a bit regretful. So, she named this rare, chance-encountered dimensional energy white energy. The white dots came in various sizes. Each newly formed white dot would be guarded by a mud mermaid until it matured, at which point the mud mermaid would eat it. Her Rubik's Cube space had only been able to upgrade thanks to finding those energies, And now this white energy was another opportunity for an upgrade. The frustrating part was that upgrading the Rubik's Cube space now required not only completing a difficult restoration task within a set time, but also filling it with a specific type of dimensional energy. So the appearance of white energy was a timely blessing. Naturally, Jing Shu wasn't in a hurry anymore. The best thing would be to collect enough energy to upgrade her space. Too bad it's so slow. At her current turtle pace, progress was just too slow, nothing like that time in America when she'd just scooped up a whole crystal of energy at once. Rome wasn't built in a day, I'll just have to take it slow. Anyway, she had milk tea to drink, beef jerky to snack on, and sometimes even braised lion's head meatballs or spicy crayfish. Life was pretty good. If conditions allowed, Jing Shu would love to roast a whole pig or lamb. Her space had just produced another litter of piglets, and the lamb was nice and tender. If nothing else, a pot of lamb stew with radish in this cold weather with a sip of lamb soup would be perfect. A slow simmer, bubbling away, was just right for now. Too bad the aroma would drift for hundreds of meters, getting stronger and stronger. Jing Shu didn't dare risk it. Sigh. Jing Shu sighed. In this cramped, unfree place, it was so hard to eat something really good. After a few days of experimenting, Jing Shu had discovered some clues about the use of white energy. If red energy had a regressive gene effect, then white energy had healing properties. But it wasn't just simple healing. How to put it? After studying these energies, Jing Shu found that each had a positive and a negative side. The downside was that it made the user's whole body stiff and petrified. One of the chickens in her space had been petrified, which made her heart ache for a long time. Was beggar's chicken not tasty enough? Was spicy chicken not good? What a waste of a chicken. A petrified chicken was useless. Just a white stone sculpture, crumbling if you tapped it. The black, fat pig in her space still ate as much as ever, but since it hadn't eaten as many white dots, it was just stiff all over, hopping around like a zombie. Jing Shu wondered if she'd invented a new kind of zombie pig. Could it still be slaughtered and eaten? She decided to wait and see. So far, white energy seemed to have no other use except upgrading her space, but even that was enough to keep Jing Shu happily tied down here collecting it. Meanwhile, the mud mermaids in the mudslide sea were feasting, showing no signs of petrification or stiffness. On the contrary, they were immune to physical attacks like living mud and extremely sensitive to electricity. They even developed a bleeding buff ability. Jing Shu stared at the never-solidifying mudslide, deep in thought. Could it be that the mud mermaids didn't petrify because of something in the mud? Suddenly, Jing Shu sat up straight. Her eyes widened, as if she'd seen something incredible in this dark world. "No way!" Jing Shu exclaimed. A whole row of steel bars was an impressive sight. The wires stretched deep into the mudslide sea, forming a huge net, just like Jing Shu's own eyes, letting her sense the world below. There weren't too many or too few white energy dots, and each one was guarded by a mud mermaid. But ever since Jing Shu learned how to channel electricity down there, she could always snatch them away at the last second. But today, beneath the building, there was a dense cluster of white energy dots. In Jing Shu's perception, the world below was almost completely filled with white energy. She didn't even have to try. Just dropping a wire down would reach some white energy. There were so many. But Jing Shu wasn't happy. In fact, her face turned ugly. There was more white energy here than she'd seen in all the previous days combined. That meant the area was packed with mud mermaids, countless swarming everywhere. Did we drift into the mud mermaid's nest? Jing Shu couldn't imagine what would happen if all the mud mermaids rushed ashore at once. It would be a massacre. Luckily for now, the mud mermaids were more interested in the white energy. No, this is much more dangerous than before. Jing Shu worried as she carefully collected the nearly mature white energy dots, stunning a mud mermaid with electricity and snatching the energy from right under its nose. From her observations, as long as there was no danger, a mud mermaid would only eat a white energy dot every few days, just enough time for a new one to form below. And so the cycle continued. Jing Shu worked quickly, and the sudden disappearance of white energy left the mud mermaids confused. With their low intelligence, after being stunned and waking up to find the energy gone, they just swim off to look for more elsewhere. Jing Shu even considered capturing a few live mud mermaids to study in her space. In theory, she could bring them in, but every attempt failed. The space seemed to reject a certain energy in them. She guessed it was a dimensional issue. "Ji, my uncle's calling you. Hurry up and come with me." Li Chenglong's voice rang out. She could see him running over from a distance, looking anxious. Jing Shu frowned. She didn't want to leave. Her Rubik's Cube space needed to be upgraded as soon as possible. "What is it?" "Maybe we can do it tomorrow instead." To be honest, even if something was up, there wasn't much Jing Shu could help with. Li Chenglong soon ran up to the hut, inwardly admiring how his sister always managed to do such high-level work, and said, "After all these days of observation, we've made some new progress about our location. My uncle said to call you over to discuss the next self-rescue plan." Hearing that, Jing Shu quickly got up and followed Li Chenglong to the 7th floor of the building, Boss Lu's territory. It was Jing Shu's first time here. Boss Lu had built a fully enclosed titanium alloy room, like a safe, in a hidden spot on this floor. No one knew what was inside, and though Jing Shu was curious, she'd never had time to check it out. Today's meeting spot had been a hot pot restaurant before the apocalypse. Now it was dilapidated, the bright red decor and dim firelight making it feel a bit eerie. Only a few big round tables and the empty yuan-yang hot pot in the center remained. Most of the wooden chairs had been used as firewood. Even the decorative red curtains and screens had been turned into makeshift blankets. "Sit wherever you like," Li Yitian said, sitting on the platform's hot pot, to Jing Shu and Li Chenglong as they entered. Jing Shu thought it was a shame. Maybe she should swipe a hot pot later so she could still have a proper hot pot meal someday. Everyone was here, some squatting on tables, some slumped over them. The most outrageous was Boss Lu, who'd turned a big round table into a giant bed, lying on it under a thick blanket, yawning. Besides familiar faces from the local government like Jinjia, Jin Baba, and Wang Miao, the rest were all Boss Lu's people. An old bald man was writing and drawing on a door panel, looking very serious. When he turned around, Jing Shu recognized him. It was her old university president, Wang Zhuren. "Let me explain our current position in detail. It's a bit complicated." President Wang was about to launch into a long speech when Boss Lu interrupted. Boss Lu was clearly annoyed. "We don't understand all that. Just tell us where we are and how to get back to Wucheng. That's all we need." The old president sighed awkwardly. "Based on the time differences from earlier, we should have kept drifting west, but..." "But what? You're killing me with suspense, old man," Boss Lu urged. "But the time difference keeps changing. Sometimes early, sometimes late, according to..." The old president started rambling, and Boss Lu was lost, as were the other underachievers in the room. "So, where were they exactly?" Li Yitian said in a low voice. "So, President Wang, you mean that a few days ago we were still drifting but now we're just circling around this area?" President Wang wiped his brow. These people didn't even know basic geography. He was a math teacher, not a geography teacher. This was exhausting. Good thing he was well-read and knew a bit of everything. "These people are worse than the worst students I ever taught," he thought. Then, spotting a familiar face in the crowd, wasn't that Jing Shu? She'd arranged a private room for him, and a young man named Xiao Lu had been helping him with his luggage and looking after him these days. President Wang cleared his throat and shook his head. "It's not that simple." These people were impossible to explain things to. He scratched his head, his teacher's instincts kicking in. "Jing Shu, why don't you come up and solve this problem for everyone?" After he said it, he realized something was off. But Jing Shu was already walking up, taking the homemade pen and flipping the door panel to a new side. She drew a big circle, then a smaller one inside it, then another, each one shrinking, finally pointing to the center. One continuous line, spiraling inward to the center, like an end symbol. Jing Shu's expression was serious. For days she hadn't understood why, in the first 10 days, they'd been moving in one direction according to the time difference. Then, after another 10 days, it changed. Then the cycle shortened to 7 or 8 days, then 5 or 6, then 3 or 4. It wasn't until President Wang's explanation that she finally understood. See this diagram? This is the route we've been taking. We've been circling like this. At first, it took 10 or 20 days to make a big loop. Now, a small loop might not even take a day, which is why the time differences have been so strange. Jing Shu's drawing was so simple that even Boss Lu, a self-proclaimed underachiever, understood. He nodded. So, how do we get back to Wucheng? How can we contact people there? Jing Shu shook her head. It's not about whether we can get back to Wucheng. The real issue is the danger we're facing next. Danger? What danger? Boss Lu was used to comfort. Other than that one monster attack, things had been pretty peaceful. We might have been drawn into a vortex. The speed is getting faster and faster. When we reach the center... Jing Shu didn't finish. The danger wasn't just the vortex. Under the building, there were countless mud mermaids. If they all came up, it would be a total wipeout. Her Rubik's Cube space couldn't take people in, so even she might not survive. She had trump cards, but unless everyone else was dead, she wouldn't use them. Her secrets were hers alone. In the worst case, she could only save herself. Now, everyone realized how serious the situation was. Nothing could survive the center of a vortex storm. President Wang nodded in satisfaction. Finally, his point had gotten across. Not bad for a student he'd taught, well, lectured at anyway. President Wang cleared his throat and continued. According to the timing, in 2 days we'll be at the center of the storm. What happens there, I don't know. The building might sink, or maybe there'll be a new exit. My suggestion is, don't just sit and wait. At the very least, we need to steer clear of the storm's center. The building was like an island. How could they control its direction? Even ships weighing dozens of tons need huge anchors and propellers. How can we control an island this big? Junjia spoke up. Actually, we've been building a giant makeshift paddle. We've used all the steel and materials we could find. Maybe we can steer a little. Wang Miao added, we've also organized people to make emergency rafts. If it comes to it, we'll abandon the building. Abandon the building? Jing Shu's mobile villa was still on top of it. Unless it was absolutely necessary, abandoning the building was not an option. Even in the worst case, Jing Shu didn't want to go through another mudslide migration on foot just to get back to Wucheng. No matter how heavy a snail's shell is, it's still home. Jing Shu's thoughts drifted. She didn't really follow the rest of the discussion. Under these limited conditions, there probably wasn't much more they could come up with anyway. She only snapped back to attention when President Wang gently patted her shoulder, reminiscing about the last graduation ceremony 4 or 5 years ago and the touching moment when they'd taken a photo together. This time I'm here for the auction too. Who would have thought? The old principal sighed, lamenting his bad luck. Jing Shu came back to herself and asked, "What are you here to auction?" The old principal didn't look like someone with money or power. The higher-ups allowed me to bring the last batch of wooden tables, chairs, and doors here to auction off, so I could trade for some food and pay the online teachers' salaries," President Wang said, a bit embarrassed. Strictly speaking, they were still part of the education system, officially employed, but now they'd fallen so far as to sell off school property. There was no other way. Students didn't pay tuition anymore, so the supplies from above were less and less. Most importantly, the times forced them to adapt. Physics teachers had to learn to develop apps. Language teachers had to learn to grow vegetables and grade homework on apps. Even he, a math teacher, had to keep up with the times. It was tough. Jing Shu nodded. Aside from being a bit long-winded and fond of lecturing, the old principal was a responsible leader. "Did you sell the stuff yet?" He shook his head. "It's not my turn yet. Send it to me later? I'll trade you worm cakes for it." Her expanded worm cake factory needed more tables and chairs, and the staff dorms needed doors. The old principal agreed excitedly. The atmosphere in the building was a bit bleak. These days, the food was just worm cake boiled into mush, no more green algae or anything else. They were really living off their reserves now. If the worm cakes ran out, there'd be nothing left. Li Yitian had increased the workload. And after dealing with a few slackers, things got even quieter. Jing Shu could see the numbness in these people, living like zombies day after day, not realizing they were in grave danger. Even the usually noisy college classmates had quieted down. The heavy workload kept them moving in the cold, and hunger and exhaustion filled most of their days. That left little time to think about anything else. Except for Jin Baba, that annoying guy. Every day, he hugged 2 lively Jinhua pigs in the first-floor lounge, talking to them and stroking them gently. He even brought the sows everywhere, giving up his old teddy bear. Jing Shu thought maybe Jin Baba had some weird obsession with pigs, until she saw him drooling and then hurriedly wiping his mouth when he saw her. That's when she realized. The poor kid was craving meat so badly he was about to go crazy, his eyes practically green with hunger. Poor thing. That night, Jing Shu roasted a suckling pig in her space to satisfy her own cravings. It was her new method, roasting directly inside her space. The downside was that the smoke and smell couldn't escape, wasting 2 cubic meters of space. She'd have to air it out somewhere open later. Full and content, Jing Shu was ready to sleep, knowing tomorrow might bring a tough battle. But just then, her snake sent her a message. "It's dodgy. Not sleeping again. What's he up to this time?" Jing Shu yawned, got up and left her cozy down comforter, shivering in the cold. Ever since she'd suspected Dodgy was up to something, she'd planted spies around him. He'd been pretty well behaved lately, only sneaking into the underground tunnel to steal some of his own hidden food, which Jing Shu didn't care about. The little snake followed Dodgy as he left his room and headed up to the 7th floor, Boss Lu's territory. Since the Mud Mermaid invasion, the building had 24-hour patrols, but maybe Dodgy was just lucky. He made it all the way to the 7th floor without running into anyone. Jing Shu quietly followed, curious what Dodgy was up to. The whole building was silent except for the sound of snoring. With so much work during the day, not enough to eat, and no entertainment at night, everyone slept deeply. Dodgy crept into the first room, the hot pot-turned meeting room, and headed for the old kitchen, tapping and knocking on the walls. Jing Shu slipped in too, grabbing a relatively clean Yuanyang hot pot from the corner, planning to use it for a spicy and mushroom hot pot later. Even though the building was pitch black from lack of resources, Jing Shu's vision was unaffected. She saw Dodgy's actions clearly. He was heading straight for Boss Lu's sealed room, the one behind that wall. Jing Shu found it odd. She'd thought about going back to sleep since that room had never been opened and even her bugs couldn't find a way in. Dig through with bugs? Who knew what that room was made of? Probably stainless steel reinforced with rebar, maybe even bulletproof. But just as she was thinking this, something strange happened in the building. Jing Shu heard a rustling sound, and to her shock, a mud mermaid dropped down from the ventilation duct. 1, 2, 3. These mud mermaids were a bit smaller than before, but not by much. They moved with purpose, each one crawling toward the supposedly impenetrable, fireproof, bulletproof room. Jing Shu was utterly stunned. What the? Could Dodgy actually control these mud mermaids? But just as she was thinking that, a terrified scream rang out. "Don't come any closer! Ah, help!" Dodgy's scream echoed through the building as he cowered in a corner, his legs shaking in terror. The noise drew the patrol and Boss Lu's people. Jing Shu saw Dodgy's terrified face and trembling legs. "What's going on?" Jing Shu was dumbfounded. So Dodgy couldn't control the mud mermaids after all? Crunch. A mud mermaid bit into the wall, taking a huge chunk out and exposing the steel room inside. One after another, the mud mermaids started gnawing at the wall, revealing the mysterious room inside, made of who knows what material. To the mud mermaids, the wall seemed incredibly fragile. Just a few bites and they could chew through it. Even the soil-reinforced concrete and rebar became food for them. This truly surprised Jing Shu. She hadn't expected their bite force to be so terrifying. Maybe it had something to do with their saliva, but as end-of-the-world dark creatures that fed on white energy, it was only with that energy that they could be so powerful. What a waste if this ability isn't used for digging tunnels, Jing Shu thought. In fact, she'd already made a deal with the bug queen Xiao Wei. If all went well, they'd ramp up the breeding of engineer bugs and tunnel-digging bugs. If things were on schedule, the bugs should be ready to start digging a tunnel by now. This tunnel was a massive project, stretching from Wucheng all the way to the distant south. It was one of Jing Shu's preparations for Wucheng's migration. But now, stranded on this deserted island for a month or two, she had no idea if Xiao Wei had started yet. And even with the bug's digging skills, the project was so huge it might not be finished by next year. But if a whole swarm of mud mermaids could dig too, the odds would improve a lot. If the migration could go through tunnels instead of braving the freezing weather outside, fewer people would freeze to death, there'd be fewer encounters with terrifying dark creatures, and the journey would be much faster. Most importantly, they could scout the route in advance. If the tectonic plates shifted, they'd know ahead of time and could warn everyone. Now, when Jing Shu looked at the mud mermaids, her eyes sparkled. They might not be as versatile as Xiao Wei's bugs, which could both eat meat and dig, but at least there were a lot of them. The problem was, how could she tame so many mud mermaids? Even with her space's power, Jing Shu couldn't control that many. It would be like a drop in the ocean. How can I make the mud mermaids work for me? Jing Shu mused, watching them chomp down on the steel room. Crunch. Zit. The sounds of metal being battered rang out like heavy metal clashing. But soon the mud mermaids' teeth started breaking off. Many lost their teeth trying to bite through what seemed to be a solid steel room. But they didn't seem to feel pain. Even toothless, they kept ramming the room with their bodies. Jing Shu could clearly see that the steel room was at least several dozen centimeters thick, and it was being deformed by the assault. Daji, terrified, cowered in a corner, finally realizing what was happening. He looked at the mud mermaids in confusion, even more bewildered. Patrols and Boss Lu's people, hearing the commotion, rushed over with flashlights. Jing Shu quietly found a dark corner to observe, sending out more bugs to scout the perimeter. The mud mermaids under the building were restless, but none had climbed up from the shore. So where did these mud mermaids suddenly coming from the vents come from? Daji seemed just as baffled, but soon fell into deep thought. Why were the mud mermaids ignoring Daji and focusing on gnawing through this super tough room? What were they after? The people in the building already had experience dealing with these creatures. They charged in with electric batons, torches, firebombs, and shields, aiming for the eyes and burning their mouths. As for this batch of uninvited guests, the other mud mermaids' eyes glowed green, and they immediately attacked, seeing them as a delicacy. In that instant, their beastly nature returned, and a wild melee broke out. But some mud mermaids kept attacking the steel room. The two sides quickly clashed, and more mud mermaids kept pouring out of the vents. But with the building's defenders now experienced and using electricity and fire, the fight was at a stalemate. Jing Shu heard Li Chenglong's shouts and the building's alarm. Both sides' numbers kept growing. So, why is this happening? Jing Shu frowned, unable to figure it out. She glanced at Daji and suddenly saw excitement, greed, and disbelief in his eyes. Daji, who'd been worried about being bitten, now crept closer to a corner of the steel room, staring at it like a treasure trove, wondering what was inside. Piles of white rice and flour, maybe even mouth-watering ham. Sausage. I want sausage, Daji muttered, drooling. Jing Shu. Crunch. The fully armored steel room, under the relentless assault of the mud mermaids, slowly buckled and caved in at one corner, then split open. What happened next was inevitable. Daji's face lit up with wild joy. Taking advantage of the chaos, he crawled inside. Soon his ecstatic laughter echoed out, and Jing Shu crept closer in the darkness. No one was paying attention to them. Everyone was focused on the mud mermaids. In the dim light, Daji found bags of sealed rice. The small room was packed with all kinds of food. In the darkness, he checked each item, hardly able to believe it. Smoked chicken, my favorite. Sausage, my favorite sausage. This is amazing, amazing. It was a food paradise, filled with nearly extinct delicacies. Almost everything he loved was here. Was he dreaming? Suddenly, a faint light flickered on and a gun pressed against Daji's head. He looked up with difficulty and saw Boss Lu, face dark, wearing a bathrobe. Do you think you'll live to eat any of this? Boss Lou growled, glaring at this clueless intruder, then at his doomsday fortress, which had just been breached by monsters after only a few minutes of attack. This supposedly impenetrable secret room was something he'd built on a whim before the apocalypse, thinking that if debt collectors ever came for him, he'd have a place to hide. He'd stocked it with 10 years' worth of food and weapons, and after the apocalypse, he'd kept adding to it, never willing to use any of it himself. He'd survived all this time without ever opening it, just guarding the building because he couldn't move this iron lump. He never imagined that today monsters would break it open, and the most infuriating thing was this guy, here to scavenge. Anyone who tries to take his precious stash is asking for Boss Lou's life. Especially now, with his carefully crafted doomsday fortress suddenly breached. His secrets were about to be exposed. Boss Lou's face was full of murderous intent. He wanted this man dead. Cold sweat poured down Dodgy's face. He never expected that after breaking in, there'd actually be someone inside. He put on a pitiful face. Wait, don't kill me. This is a misunderstanding. Let me explain. He quietly pulled his hat brim lower and touched the lump on his neck, all the while screaming in his heart. Help, help, someone save me. Can those damn monsters come save me? In the darkness, Jing Shu narrowed her eyes, quietly watching everything. She wanted to observe a bit longer. She always felt there was something strange about this Dodgy. She had a hunch that this disaster and the mud mermaids were somehow connected to him. Maybe he really did have some weird ability. She couldn't let her guard down. Just then, a few mud mermaids at the door suddenly went berserk, ramming the steel room. The opening was too small and their bodies too big, so their huge heads got stuck in the hole, gnashing their jaws as they tried to squeeze in. They wanted in, but couldn't fit. Boss Lou was startled, almost dropping his weapon, but seeing this, he let out a slow breath. He glared at the intruder, narrowing his eyes. He needed to deal with this trouble first. His secret couldn't be exposed. The authorities knew he'd hoarded supplies, but not how much. They could use each other, but if this was discovered, it wouldn't be so simple. This was his guarantee for the rest of his life. He couldn't risk it. He slowly raised his gun. Dodgy's face fell, looking more miserable than ever. Even though Dodgy seemed to sense something, and the monsters did seem to do things he desperately wanted, right now the monsters couldn't get in to save him. With a thud, Dodgy dropped to his knees, begging for his life, promising he didn't care about the stash, just let him go. At death's door, Dodgy's memories flashed by like a movie on fast forward. All this weirdness started on the day of the auction. Dodgy was an outsider, a small-time trader hustling between cities in the apocalypse, making a living off local specialties. He was always careful and thorough. So on auction day, he scouted every corner and accidentally discovered this special spot on the 7th floor. He thought it was just a hidden compartment and, curious, started poking around. While digging at a corner, he accidentally uncovered a fist-sized white bug. It scared him half to death, but he kept digging. White fluid sprayed all over his face. Disgusted, he tried to throw the bug away, but before he could, it leapt up, wriggling like a shrimp, and landed on his neck. And bit him. It hurt. Dodgy tried to pull it off, but the bug burrowed into his flesh. Right after, the building started shaking. When Dodgy was called to the main hall, he realized there was now a lump on his neck. No matter what he did, he couldn't get rid of it. It was like it had fused with his flesh. Later, Dodgy noticed something strange. Whenever he had a strong wish, for some reason it would come true, always involving those monsters. The people who mocked or bullied him all died, bitten to death. One survived, but lost his lower body. Might as well be dead. Dodgy tried 3 times, and each time his wish came true, except once when he wanted to see what was in that woman's villa, which didn't work. "I want to live. Save me. I don't want to die," Dodgy screamed in his heart, clutching the lump on his neck. All of this was connected to that white bug. Zut! The mud mermaid at the hole was electrocuted, and in the dim light a woman entered. It was her. Dodgy's pupils shrank. "Save me! Save me! Who's there?" Boss Lou pulled out another gun, pointing it at the newcomer. He was on edge. Too many people were about to learn his secret. He should just kill them all. Jing Shu walked in slowly. Outside, the chaos raged, so for now no one noticed them. But with such a big secret room exposed, it wouldn't stay secret for long. Sigh. Once the fighting outside is over, people will come here, Jing Shu said, eyeing Boss Lu, then glancing at Daji with suspicion. Don't be nervous, Boss Lu. It's me, Jing Shu said softly, her voice soothing and calming. Under her suggestion, Boss Lu paused. In the darkness, a bit of liquid sprayed out, filling the small room with a strange scent. In just a few seconds, her two little cuties had covered the room with their secretions and quietly entered Boss Lu's body. She'd never had a chance to use her little cuties before, which was a shame. Their greatest strength was being able to completely control a person in a short time, killing without a trace. Even doctors couldn't find the cause. The biggest drawback was that they could only control one person at a time, and the range was limited. From farther away, she couldn't control Boss Lu. Jing Shu's suggestion ability was also useful, but it could only guide, not fully control. She'd need Boss Lu's cooperation for the next bit of acting. With Boss Lu fully under control, Jing Shu let out a quiet sigh of relief. The mud mermaids had suddenly gone berserk and blocked her view, so she'd had to show herself. The controlled Boss Lu snapped, "It's you! What are you doing here?" making it clear they at least knew each other. Jing Shu didn't answer, instead turning to Daji. "Want me to save you?" Daji nodded frantically. "Save me! I don't want to die!" He glanced outside. Monsters couldn't get in, and with a gun to his head, this woman was his only hope. "Agree to a few conditions, and I'll save you," Jing Shu said, using her Rubik's Cube space's suggestion and mental interference on Daji. But surprisingly, her usually effective ability didn't work on Daji. His eyes darted around, clearly not under her influence or control. Daji's identity was even more intriguing now. If a little intimidation could get him to spill some secrets, that would be ideal. The controlled Boss Lu said impatiently, "He's discovered my secret. He must be eliminated. But if you agree to my request, maybe I'll spare his life." Daji didn't dare hesitate anymore. No matter what, he agreed first. "Whatever you want, just say it. If I can do it, I will. I just don't know what you want from me." He was broke, out of virtual coins. What could they possibly want from him? "Well, let's see if you're worth the price," Jing Shu said, slowly approaching Daji, watching him carefully, her guard up. The world was full of strange things. In China, there were people with odd abilities, like Hao Yunlai, like Zhen Nantian. Daji looked weak, but Jing Shu couldn't be too careful. Privately, she'd already prepared all her trump cards. If anything went wrong, she'd kill to keep her secrets. Daji saw hope and nodded eagerly. I'm useful, I must be worth it." He instinctively pulled his hat brim lower, not knowing what this woman wanted from him. "Good. Then let me ask you a few questions to see if you're valuable," Jing Shu said deliberately. "Ask." Daji suddenly had a bad feeling. He'd wanted to stall for time, hoping the monsters outside would break in and save him, but these two weren't easy to fool. Most importantly, neither was simple. Should he kill everyone? But then he couldn't go back. Should he try to control everyone? In an instant, Daji's mind raced. Jing Shu's first question. "The mud mermaids outside, that's what I call those monsters. Why don't they attack you? It's not a coincidence. I noticed it last time." Daji was shocked. He hadn't expected anyone to notice. He himself could hardly believe it, but he rolled his eyes and stammered, I don't know either. I noticed it too, but I'm not sure why. Maybe there's something special about me." He was half lying, half truthful. Suddenly, several more mud mermaids tried to squeeze through the opening in the steel room. This time, they seemed smarter, expanding the hole as they rammed it. It looked like they'd be able to get in soon. Daji's eyes lit up with hope. "I see. You're useless. Not worth the price to trade with Boss Lu for your life. Boss Lu, do as you please. I thought you could control these monsters. What a waste of my time." Jing Shu waved her hand, but her eyes stayed on the frenzied mud mermaids outside, feeling a strange unease. Bang! A gunshot. Boss Lu seemed to miss, hitting Dodgy in the thigh. Dodgy screamed in pain. "Sorry to frighten you. My aim's not great. I'll try harder next time," Boss Lu said, raising the gun to aim again. "I'll talk. Don't kill me. I can control those mud mermaids, really. Don't kill me." Dodgy realized they weren't bluffing. If he didn't show his value, they'd really kill him. "Boss Lu, give him one more chance. Let's hear if he's got anything useful. This is your last chance. Don't waste it." "If you're quick, I can still get a doctor to treat you," Jing Shu said, frowning. If he really could control the mud mermaids, it would be a huge opportunity. She needed a lot of them for tunnel digging. The meat wasn't edible, but they had other uses. The mud mermaids outside grew even more frenzied. Could Dodgy really control them? Clutching his wound, Dodgy began, "Here's what happened." Jing Shu listened, frowning, while Boss Lu remained expressionless, still under her pet's control. "So, it's not that I can always control them, but as long as I have a strong wish, the mud mermaids will help me make it come true," Dodgy explained, glancing at the steel room, hoping the monsters would hurry up and get in to save him, or kill everyone else. Jing Shu stepped closer. "So, you're saying, after being bitten by a white bug, you became like this. Where's the white bug?" I threw it away," Dodgy said, eyes darting, pulling his hat lower again. "Why do you keep pulling your hat down? What are you hiding? You've been doing that since I first met you," Jing Shu said, and with a swift motion, yanked off Dodgy's hat, revealing a fist-sized, grotesque lump on his neck. The lump was still wriggling, as if alive. Dodgy backed away, clutching the lump, not knowing what to say. As Jing Shu frowned, wondering if the lump was the bug, something suddenly changed. Whether it was from blood loss or the lump sensing danger, it suddenly began to swell at a visible rate. Dodgy only had time to let out a scream before his head was twisted 180 degrees by the swelling lump, his face pressed to his back. Not only that, his whole body began to swell, and then, bizarrely, he started to petrify. Jing Shu leapt back, instantly summoning half a stone slab to shield herself, safety first, though the space was too small for a full shield. The moment she finished, there was a deafening explosion. Dodgy's entire body exploded, countless stone fragments shot out like shrapnel. Even with Jing Shu's quick reflexes, the powerful shockwave and flying debris left her badly injured. Boss Lu, still under control and standing behind Dodgy, fared even worse. His face was unrecognizable. A third of his flesh sheared away. The fortress was a disaster. Sealed bags of rice burst open, spilling everywhere. Smoked ducks and chickens were skewered with stone shards. Jing Shu guessed these were Dodgy's petrified remains. Her two little cuties quickly retreated to her hands. Dodgy was gone. In his place was a white tadpole-like bug as thick as an arm. Jing Shu stared at it, thinking, this white bug must be connected to the white energy and the mud mermaids. The negative effect of white energy, petrification, was on full display here. This thing should be valuable, right? Jing Shu didn't have time to think further before the bug, no, to be precise, the tadpole-like creature magnified countless times, suddenly extended its tiny-looking tail, which instantly grew several meters long and shot straight into Boss Lu's body. It began greedily sucking his blood. Jing Shu immediately threw a fishing net over it. No matter what, she had to restrain the bug first and see if it could be tamed. With her space ability, she was confident. The net landed perfectly, trapping the big bug. The dumb creature didn't even react, just like the mud mermaids, who ignored everything else when eating. "Get in!" Jing Shu tried to put the bug into her space to tame it, but unexpectedly it didn't work. She frowned. She'd already tested that she couldn't collect mud mermaids from a distance in the mudslide sea. But if she made physical contact up close, she could still put them in her space. Right now, she had two mud mermaids sleeping soundly in her space. Dodgy hadn't been affected by her Rubik's Cube space earlier, probably because of this bug. So this bug is a product of a dimensional space. My Rubik's Cube space can't take in living things from other dimensions just like it can't take in people? Chirp, 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 chirp. In just a few seconds, while Jing Shu was thinking, Boss Lu was sucked dry. The bug in the net started to struggle and let out a piercing, penetrating sound. The noise was so sharp that Jing Shu's eardrums nearly burst, blood instantly streaming from her ears and her head ringing. But that wasn't the worst part. The mud mermaids lurking under the building seemed to receive some kind of signal. They began swarming up from all directions. The 1-meter-high walls and traps were no obstacle. The terrifying mud mermaids climbed up one after another. They charged straight into the building. Jing Shu's bugs and snakes sent frantic signals from underground. Some unlucky snakes were trampled to death, others were eaten on the spot. From the information relayed, every mud mermaid around the building was on the move. There were so many it was impossible to count. Jing Shu clutched her ears, her world filled with a deafening roar. The sharp sound had left her dizzy and disoriented. She quickly swallowed a drop of spiritual spring water and felt a bit better. This is a total wipeout waiting to happen. I can't let this bug live. Jing Shu gritted her teeth. She had to destroy it since it could control the mud mermaids. If she couldn't have it, she had to destroy it. The sturdy fishing net instantly turned to stone and shattered. The bug, still chirping, writhed and whipped its tail at Jing Shu like a lash. Jing Shu's mind raced. According to Daji, he'd injured the bug with just a chisel when it was fist-sized. Now, in just 2 months, it had grown this huge. Who knew how long its tail could stretch? Mud Mermaid's weakness was fire and electricity. So, electricity first. As the tail whipped toward her, Jing Shu threw a dense iron wire electric net at it. The net, originally for home defense in the first year of the apocalypse, had been stored away when things got safer. The electric current crackled, pinning the bug to the ground. Strangely, while mud mermaids would be paralyzed by such strong current, this bug was completely unaffected. Its tail slipped right through the net and kept coming for Jing Shu. The net itself, after the bug writhed, turned milky white and crumbled to stone. Jing Shu cut the power, heart aching, 2 nets gone just like that. Ruthless, she summoned a giant boulder and smashed it down on the bug, flattening it. But it survived, recovering in seconds. That blood-sucking tail could drain a person in seconds. Instinctively, Jing Shu drew her butcher's knife and hacked at the tail, thick as a pig's. Swift, precise, and merciless. Crack! The white tail was severed at her feet. Jing Shu breathed a sigh of relief, only to see the tail twitch, then regrow rapidly, lashing at her again as if nothing had happened. She glanced at her knife. Its edge was turning to stone. She hacked again. The tail broke and regrew. Jing Shu. What the hell, is this endless? The mud mermaid horde had already broken through the main entrance, past the first line of defense, and poured in. With so many, not even a heavily armed army could stop them. Only a bomb could wipe them out. They were like locusts, leaving nothing alive in their wake. Jing Shu panicked. The worst had happened. She had to deal with this endlessly regenerating bug fast. White energy's effect was healing and petrification. Could she use white energy against it? Or would that just feed it? Frustrated, Jing Shu kept hacking at the regrowing tail, edging closer to the bug. Maybe if she chopped it into hundreds of pieces, it would finally die? Burn it? Or just blow it up right here? She tried fire first, reluctantly pouring barrels of gasoline over the bug and lighting it. The area around the bug began to petrify as the fire burned, but soon a huge stone shell formed, completely encasing the bug. She couldn't tell if the gasoline was being petrified or if it was the bug's own power, but the fire soon died out. Its tail emerged again, searching for something to suck. It wasn't afraid of fire, unlike the mud mermaids. It wasn't afraid of electricity either. So what was it afraid of? All over the building, screams rang out. The mud mermaids, in numbers far greater than ever before, quickly overran every corner of the first floor and began climbing higher. Jing Shu's palms were slick with sweat. What should she do? Her knife was completely petrified and shattered with a crack. She pulled another butcher's knife from her space. Thankfully, she had plenty. Suddenly, looking at the pile of severed tails on the ground, Jing Shu, almost on instinct, swept them all into her space. This thing should be valuable, right? Jing Shu didn't have time to think further before the bug, no, to be precise, the tadpole-like creature, magnified countless times, suddenly extended its tiny-looking tail, which instantly grew several meters long and shot straight into Boss Lu's body. It began greedily sucking his blood. Jing Shu immediately threw a fishing net over it. No matter what, she had to restrain the bug first and see if it could be tamed. With her space ability, she was confident. The net landed perfectly, trapping the big bug. The dumb creature didn't even react, just like the mud mermaids, who ignored everything else when eating. "Get in!" Jing Shu tried to put the bug into her space to tame it, but unexpectedly, it didn't work. She frowned. She'd already tested that she couldn't collect mud mermaids from a distance in the mudslide sea, but if she made physical contact up close, she could still put them in her space. Right now, she had 2 mud mermaids sleeping soundly in her space. Dodgy hadn't been affected by her Rubik's Cube space earlier, probably because of this bug. So, this bug is a product of a dimensional space. My Rubik's Cube space can't take in living things from other dimensions, just like it can't take in people. Chirp! Chirp, chirp, chirp! In just a few seconds while Jing Shu was thinking, Boss Lu was sucked dry. The bug in the net started to struggle and let out a piercing, penetrating sound. The noise was so sharp that Jing Shu's eardrums nearly burst, blood instantly streaming from her ears and her head ringing. But that wasn't the worst part. The mud mermaids lurking under the building seemed to receive some kind of signal. They began swarming up from all directions. The 1-meter-high walls and traps were no obstacle. The terrifying mud mermaids climbed up one after another. They charged straight into the building. Jing Shu's bugs and snakes sent frantic signals from underground. Some unlucky snakes were trampled to death, others were eaten on the spot. From the information relayed, every mud mermaid around the building was on the move. There were so many, it was impossible to count. Jing Shu clutched her ears, her world filled with a deafening roar. The sharp sound had left her dizzy and disoriented. She quickly swallowed a drop of spiritual spring water and felt a bit better. This is a total wipeout waiting to happen. I can't let this bug live. Jing Shu gritted her teeth. She had to destroy it, since it could control the mud mermaids. If she couldn't have it, she had to destroy it. The sturdy fishing net instantly turned to stone and shattered. The bug, still chirping, writhed and whipped its tail at Jing Shu like a lash. Jing Shu's mind raced. According to Dodgy, he'd injured the bug with just a chisel when it was fist-sized. Now, in just 2 months, it had grown this huge. Who knew how long its tail could stretch? Mud Mermaid's weakness was fire and electricity. So, electricity first. As the tail whipped toward her, Jing Shu threw a dense iron wire electric net at it. The net, originally for home defense in the first year of the apocalypse, had been stored away when things got safer. The electric current crackled, pinning the bug to the ground. Strangely, while mud mermaids would be paralyzed by such strong current, this bug was completely unaffected. Its tail slipped right through the net and kept coming for Jing Shu. The net itself, after the bug writhed, turned milky white and crumbled to stone. Jing Shu cut the power, heart aching. 2 nets, gone just like that. Ruthless, she summoned a giant boulder and smashed it down on the bug, flattening it. But it survived, recovering in seconds. That blood-sucking tail could drain a person in seconds. Instinctively, Jing Shu drew her butcher's knife and hacked at the tail, thick as a pig's. Swift, precise, and merciless. Crack! The white tail was severed at her feet. Jing Shu breathed a sigh of relief, only to see the tail twitch, then regrow rapidly, lashing at her again as if nothing had happened. She glanced at her knife. Its edge was turning to stone. She hacked again. The tail broke and regrew. Jing Shu. What the hell? Is this endless? The mud mermaid horde had already broken through the main entrance, past the first line of defense, and poured in. With so many, not even a heavily armed army could stop them. Only a bomb could wipe them out. They were like locusts, leaving nothing alive in their wake. Jing Shu panicked. The worst had happened. She had to deal with this endlessly regenerating bug fast. White energy's effect was healing and petrification. Could she use white energy against it? Or would that just feed it? Frustrated, Jing Shu kept hacking at the regrowing tail, edging closer to the bug. Maybe if she chopped it into hundreds of pieces, it would finally die? Burn it? Or just blow it up right here? She tried fire first, reluctantly pouring barrels of gasoline over the bug and lighting it. The area around the bug began to petrify as the fire burned, but soon a huge stone shell formed, completely encasing the bug. She couldn't tell if the gasoline was being petrified or if it was the bug's own power, but the fire soon died out. Its tail emerged again, searching for something to suck. It wasn't afraid of fire, unlike the mud mermaids. It wasn't afraid of electricity either. So what was it afraid of? All over the building, screams rang out. The mud mermaids, in numbers far greater than ever before, quickly overran every corner of the first floor and began climbing higher. Jing Shu's palms were slick with sweat. What should she do? Her knife was completely petrified and shattered with a crack. She pulled another butcher's knife from her space. Thankfully, she had plenty. Suddenly, looking at the pile of severed tails on the ground, Jing Shu, almost on instinct, swept them all into her space. Jing Shu was simply curious. What would happen if she put the bodies of the bugs related to the white energy into her space? Could she make use of them somehow? After all, it felt like a waste to just leave all those tails lying around. After 10 years of the apocalypse and severe material shortages, Jing Shu had become extremely frugal. Who could have guessed that this simple action would trigger such a reaction? As soon as the tails entered the space, they were automatically compressed and transformed into concentrated essence energy, which was then eagerly absorbed by the space itself. There was no room for negotiation at all. Jing Shu only managed to catch a glimpse of a flash of light, even more condensed than the white energy. And then it was gone. The Rubik's Cube space would only automatically absorb something without Jing Shu's consent if it encountered something that could upgrade it. Jing Shu's eyes lit up. When she'd put the white energy into the space before, she'd known it could upgrade the space, but the Rubik's Cube space barely reacted. Whether she fed it to the space or just stored it, it didn't seem to care much. But now, the bugtails were directly absorbed by the Rubik's Cube space, which meant their energy was even higher level and purer. Overjoyed, Jing Shu immediately put all the severed tails into the space. Each strand of purified energy, compressed by the space, flashed and then disappeared. A sense of hunger, excitement, and a craving for more and more energy came from the space, and Jing Shu realized that this time she'd have to rely on it to upgrade the Rubik's Cube space. Her eyes shining, she switched to using both hands to chop. She cut off as much of the bug tails as they were long, even going so far as to chop off half a bug's head, then just kept hacking away. With the hand speed of someone single for 30 years, her arms swung rapidly. She didn't care if it was a nose or an eye, she just kept chopping. When a knife became petrified, she tossed it aside and pulled out another. Most importantly, she threw every part that could be put into the space straight in. Jing Shu realized that the faster she chopped, the faster the tails grew back. The space kept sending out satisfied sounds, and it wanted even more of this energy. A message came from the scouts on the first floor. The mud mermen weren't even sparing the furniture and villas. Before, they'd just clumsily crashed around, simply grabbing people to eat, but now they were like destroyers, crushing everything bit by bit. I still have a little time. To test her theory, Jing Shu reluctantly took out the jumping zombie boar. She had no choice. She still didn't dare eat these half-petrified things. What if she petrified herself? So she decided to use it for an experiment. As soon as the zombie boar came out, it barely had time to jump before a bug bit into its belly. Turns out, it wasn't just the tails that could suck blood, the mouths could too. A few 100 pounds of fat pig were sucked dry in just over 10 seconds. All the blood and flesh were gone, leaving only a layer of skin. As Jing Shu suspected, the bug's regenerative abilities became even more formidable, healing almost instantly after being chopped. The bug's attacks also became much fiercer, forcing Jing Shu to fend them off while hurriedly tossing the chopped parts into the space. If she hadn't been drinking spiritual spring water for years, making her strong and tireless, she would have collapsed from swinging her arms so fast. The Mud Mermen army lingered a bit longer on the second floor, since it was the cafeteria and stored food for over 2,000 people. They ate everything, finishing all edible items in minutes, even gnawing the last chairs and tables used for fuel down to nothing. This gave the others a little more time to escape. Li Ritian, following Xiao Lu's suggestion, had people grab the last of the food and run upstairs during the chaos. Block all the stairways, set fires, or generate electricity, whatever it takes. We must stop these monsters. Xiao Lu had started looking for Jing Shu as soon as the chaos began. He went to the villa, but it was empty. Even the black box was gone. Seeing this, he suggested to Li Ritian that the driver and other soldiers should move some of the bug cakes out first. According to Jing Shu's habits, she never left food behind. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to move much. Jing Shu was sweating profusely, suffering but also happy. After all that time fishing in the wind and rain to collect white energy, she'd only gotten a little, nowhere near as much as she was getting now by chopping bugs for a few minutes. When the bugs' regeneration slowed, Jing Shu knew they were out of energy. Gritting her teeth, she threw in a whole cow. At worst, she'd eat less beef jerky for a while. She had to upgrade the Rubik's Cube space as soon as possible so she could carry more supplies when migrating. But the bugs' regeneration became even stronger. In an instant, a tail lashed out and struck Jing Shu's skin, sucking out a lot of blood in a split second. Jing Shu's face went pale, but her hands didn't stop. She kept chopping, even faster than before. Fortunately, this state only lasted a few minutes. A sense of fullness and satisfaction came from the space. When the bug's regeneration slowed again, the space stopped absorbing the energy and instead stored the compressed energy. Jing Shu let out a slow breath, gritted her teeth, and drank a drop of spiritual spring water to regain some color. Just as she was worrying about when the bugs would finally die, her head suddenly buzzed. A roaring sound filled her ears, and she felt dizzy but also strangely clear-headed. But before she could react, a bug's tail reached out and pressed against her neck, aiming straight for her artery. Before Jing Shu could respond, the bug that was supposed to suck her blood suddenly let out a miserable scream, struggled violently, and then seemed to be forcibly sucked toward Jing Shu. In the next second, the bug shrank rapidly, eventually becoming the size of a fingernail, and then unwillingly merged completely into Jing Shu's neck. A small, white tadpole-shaped mark appeared on her neck. Ji-ji-ji-ji. It felt like tens of thousands of ji-ji noises echoed in Jing Shu's mind. Unable to bear it, she collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the place was a mess. Of the 3 people originally there, Daji had turned to rubble. Boss Lu was just a skin, and Jing Shu lay in a pool of blood, while the battle outside was still raging. Jing Shu was only unconscious for a little over 10 minutes before she suddenly opened her eyes. Her head still hurt, her ears were still ringing, the bug's screeching had damaged her hearing, and even after drinking spiritual spring water, she wasn't fully recovered. But in the next second, a look of surprise appeared on her face. My Rubik's Cube space actually upgraded? It was that easy? It was just brute forced with energy. Every time the Rubik's Cube space upgraded, it would shut down, repair, and restart. But this time, it seemed like nothing happened. Jing Shu even felt like it hadn't upgraded at all. Oh no, the Mud Mermen have already reached the 7th floor. Even though this time the Rubik's Cube space upgraded much more simply, without the usual hours-long repair routine. During the brief period when Jing Shu lost consciousness, countless Mud Mermen had already swarmed in layer by layer, quickly reaching the 7th floor. This was the last place in the building where people could survive. The thousands of bugs and snakes Jing Shu had released had almost all been wiped out by now, barely daring to show themselves. Only a few bugs, trembling and hiding in the cracks of the walls, managed to escape disaster. The building was packed with Mud Mermen that ate anything. Even though Li Ritian and his people desperately defended every passage, using every method they could think of, they simply couldn't withstand the overwhelming, unstoppable tide of Mud Mermen. Jing Shu didn't have time to figure out what had happened when the bug tried to suck her blood. She knew she'd lost some blood, but what happened after that? Instinctively, she touched her neck, worried she'd end up like Daji, possessed or with a tumor, but nothing like that happened. Just a small bump, like a mole. No time to worry about that now. She couldn't even spare a thought for her newly upgraded Rubik's Cube space. She had to stop the mud mermen from advancing. If the mud mermen rushed in and ate everyone, what would she do alone afterward? The Gigi noises in her mind were constant, as if countless mud mermen were talking, but she couldn't understand them. It was like tens of thousands of ducks quacking at once, driving her crazy. If only it would quiet down, Jing Shu thought. And then, miraculously, the noise instantly stopped. All she could hear was the ringing in her ears and the faint screams from outside. Jing Shu's mind raced. She left Boss Lu's treasure room and mud mermen were still pouring down the passage. Li Chenglong and a group had already retreated to the next exit. No one was around to see what had just happened. In fact, many mud mermen passed right by Jing Shu, heading to attack the place Li Chenglong was defending. Not only that, but the mud mermen even made way for Jing Shu. Jing Shu guessed. Was she being treated like Daji? The mud mermen weren't attacking her anymore? Did she have the same privileges as Daji? Stop. Don't move. Jing Shu thought this, recalling that Daji had said he couldn't control the mud mermen, but if he had a strong desire, they would help him achieve it. Hold the line. As long as we're alive, as long as it's not the end, there's hope, Li Ritian shouted, ordering people to grab anything that could burn. Beds. Anything from the single rooms, door frames, bring it all here to burn. Tidan, guard the other passage. Captain, we've lost stairwell 4. They're in, they've broken through. When Li Ritian heard this, he rushed over like a madman. The central hall on the 7th floor was packed, people trembling in fear. If there were only a few hundred monsters, they could still fight back, but with tens of thousands crammed in and more pouring in, it was hopeless. Help! Save us! The monsters are in! The already crowded hall erupted in screams as people tried to flee, but there was nowhere to go. The mud mermen charged into the crowd, devouring people in a single bite. It's over, Li Ritian thought in despair. He shouted to Li Chenglong, "Have you found Jing Shu yet?" Li Chenglong replied, "I don't know, I came here right away." Junjia, holding Jin Baba's hand, sighed, "In this situation, she's probably not going to make it." Li Chenglong insisted, "She's so capable. She must be doing something we can't imagine. She'll be fine." Li Ritian muttered, "If she were here, maybe there'd be a way." Suddenly, a monster broke through another barricade, trampling over its companions' corpses, leaping into the crowd and lunging at Li Chenglong. "It's over," was Li Chenglong's first thought. Gritting his teeth, he shoved a torch into the monster's mouth, ready to die together. But then, something unexpected happened. All the monsters suddenly froze, as if stuck. The attacking monsters stopped. The ones eating people stopped. They were all motionless, like statues. Li Chenglong shoved the torch into the monster's mouth, and instead of reacting, the monster just let itself be burned to ashes. Huh? Everyone in the hall noticed. What's going on? The monsters aren't moving. Quick, whatever happens, kill them now. Li Ritian was the first to react. Jing Shu walked forward, staring in disbelief. All the mud mermen really had stopped, obedient as statues. It wasn't like Daji said, where you needed a strong desire to make things happen. She'd just silently thought it, and it worked. So easy. "All of you, retreat underground," Jing Shu commanded. But as soon as she gave the order, her head exploded with pain, as if something had been drained from her. The next second, the mud mermen, dumb as they were, turned around and headed back the way they came, retracing their steps. The hall, which had just calmed down, erupted in panic again, but this time, the monsters really did retreat like a receding tide. Only when all the surviving mud mermen had returned to the underground mudslide sea and completely left the building did Jing Shu, barely holding on, finally breathe a sigh of relief. At least this crisis was over. But did commanding these monsters have conditions? She'd have to test that. Who's there? Li Chenglong, who had just come out to check, immediately noticed someone in the shadows. Jing Shu summoned her black box from her space in advance, carrying it as she weakly replied, "It's me." "Sis? Sister Jing! It's you, thank goodness you're alive! I knew it!" Li Chenglong ran over excitedly. In the dim light, he smelled thick blood, and when he shone his flashlight, he was startled. Jing Shu's face was deathly pale. "What happened? Let me help you, are you okay?" Li Chenglong carefully supported Jing Shu and took the black box she never forgot. "What's so heavy in here?" Li Chenglong could barely lift it. Back in the crowded hall, no one dared go out. Who knew if the monsters were really gone? "I'm fine. I just want to rest for a bit." Who would have thought that upgrading the space wouldn't drain me, but giving that command just now left me completely exhausted. "Jingjie, where did you go? We searched everywhere and couldn't find you." Li Chenglong sounded a bit reproachful but also concerned. It was so dangerous. Why didn't she take better care of herself? Jing Shu: "I get it, sis. You must have been off doing something big. Maybe the reason all the monsters retreated has something to do with you." Li Chenglong helped Jing Shu sit down, then switched on his loudspeaker to tell his uncle that Jing Shu had been found. Junjie soon arrived with a large group of people. Seeing that Jing Shu was safe, Li Chenglong finally relaxed. "Now I can look forward to my turtle snake wine. Otherwise, my old rheumatism would kill me." Jin Baba, clutching 2 pigs, was still trembling. He muttered, "Look at you, so scared. You're not much better than me." Jin Baba never forgot about his rare Jinhua sows, even in a crisis. He was even prepared to eat them if things got desperate. Just looking at the pigs made his mouth water. "As long as you're okay. Chenglong, take the patrol team and check the area. Once it's safe, we'll head down." Junjie noticed Jing Shu was covered in blood and asked, "We couldn't find you earlier. What happened?" Jing Shu rested for a while, took a sip of the special hot water Xiao Lu handed her, and then called everyone to follow her to the old hot pot restaurant. Junjie quickly assigned tasks. Dr. Zhang was to check the wounded, Wang Miao was to tally up the current situation. After every battle, things were always chaotic, with countless details to handle. But right now, everyone was more worried about whether the monsters would come back. The hall was a mess, and many people had wet themselves in fear. Some, who'd been constipated for weeks, finally lost control. A warm stream in their pants. No one had felt that kind of warmth in a long time, though it was a bit sticky. There was an indescribable smell in the hall. Jing Shu quickened her pace. Xiao Lu followed proudly, not caring about the strange looks he got after handing over the hot water. He was proud. He never forgot his leader's thermos, and he knew the boss must have been doing something important with her black box. Everyone stared in amazement at the storage room, which now had a huge hole blasted in it. "This is it." Jing Shu kicked aside a pile of mud mermen corpses blocking the entrance to the secret vault. Jin Baba felt a chill down his spine. Everyone swallowed nervously. It was clear Jing Shu had killed a lot of monsters here. Once inside, they all gasped. The secret storage room was tiny, barely enough for a few people, and was packed with supplies. But the supplies were in bad shape. Rice and flour were scattered everywhere. The hanging sausages and smoked duck were embedded with tiny stones and shards, and there were bloodstains all over. But that wasn't the worst of it. It looked like a shockwave had swept through, shattering most of the supplies. Jing Shu figured Daji's explosion had destroyed some of the goods, and the bug's screech had damaged her eardrums. Probably that shockwave did the rest. The others weren't like Jing Shu, and their focus was different. Jing Shu was a little surprised by how much food and meat there was, but most of it was ordinary stuff, things she could produce in her own space. If it hadn't been contaminated, she might have considered storing it in her space. But now, with bloodstains and stone fragments everywhere, and knowing it was Daji's corpse, she felt disgusted. Who knew what would happen if they ate it? She immediately lost interest. There were still some weapons in the storage room, which Jing Shu had already stashed in her space during the chaos. A decent haul. She'd check them out later. In the apocalypse, weapons were priceless. If only there was ammo. Oh my god, so much food. This must be Boss Lu's storage room, right? Jing Shu nodded. Junjie gritted his teeth. He'd been wanting to ask, "Where's Boss Lu?" Jing Shu pointed to the floor. Everyone looked over and saw Li Ri-tian standing on a dried-up skin and some clothes. Junjie fell back onto a sack of rice and howled in pain. He'd been pricked by something. Li Ri-tian calmly kicked it aside, disgusted. Jing Shu explained, he was sucked dry by a powerful monster. No one asked where the monster went, because only Jing Shu had come out alive. Seeing the carnage, everyone looked at her with newfound respect. Her black box was like a treasure chest, with countless layers and supplies. She herself was even more mysterious, not only incredibly strong, but also full of unexpected abilities. Sausage? Jin Baba dropped his cage, not caring how impressive Jing Shu was, and grabbed a sausage to eat. He immediately broke a tooth and started bleeding. Ptooey, why are there so many sharp stones in this? Jing Shu didn't have the heart to tell him it was from Daji's corpse. Just then, Li Chenglong rushed in. Uncle, they're all gone, every last one. But on the second floor, all the food is gone, not a scrap left. What are we going to do? All of it? All of it. Including Jingjia's 2 truckloads of bug cakes. Even the tables, chairs, kitchenware, and the stoves we built. Nothing's left but a pile of crap. Li Chenglong was on the verge of tears. They were trapped on this island, counting on Jing Shu's 2 truckloads of bug cakes to survive. With food, they could make it. Now there was nothing left. Junjie pointed at the storage room, but before he could get excited, reality hit. With all this, how long can we feed everyone? This time, the casualties were severe. Unlike last time, most of the monsters had been held off by Jing Shu, with only a few making it upstairs and being scattered across the 7 floors. Li Ri-tian looked at the supplies and said, even with 1,500 people, if we ration carefully, this food will only last 3 or 4 days. The supplies were a mixed bag, prepared for personal use. Some could fill you up, some were just snacks. Zhao Lu said weakly, I had the driver and a few guys move out a few dozen boxes of bug cakes, but with so many people, that'll only last a day. This time, Jing Shu was powerless. Even her 2 truckloads of bug cakes had been eaten by the mud mermen. She couldn't conjure up any more food. Let's divide up the spoils first. We have to survive. First, you have to ensure your own survival. That's the rule of the apocalypse. No one can distribute everything selflessly, but you can at least take a little for yourself. It was clear. Wherever the monsters had been, nothing was left. Li Ri-tian clutched his chest in pain for a long time. The last bottle of liquor he'd hidden in the second-floor camp was now nothing but a pile of crap. The spoils of war were whatever was left in the storage room. With Boss Lu dead, these things were now ownerless. Junjie said, Jing Shu found this first, so you get first pick. The rest of us can each take only what we can carry. The remaining supplies will be handed over to logistics to make a communal meal for everyone. That's the so-called finders keepers. Li Chenglong rubbed his hands together, glad he'd arrived in time. Following Jingjie was definitely the right move. Boss Lu could never have imagined that all his precious supplies would be divided up so simply. No one was interested in talking about what had happened that night. The important thing was the food in front of them, their only hope for survival. Luckily, there weren't many people here, just a handful. Even if one person could eat for 10 years, once it was divided among thousands, it wouldn't last long. To be honest, Jing Shu didn't care much for these things. Otherwise, she would have already put them in her space, just like she did with the weapons. But she couldn't show any disdain. After all, in these years of the apocalypse, with so many species extinct, Boss Lu's stash was actually quite impressive. Nowadays, you couldn't buy stuff like this anywhere. Didn't you see how Junjia's eyes were shining? Gee, hurry and pick. Once you're done, I'll help you carry it, Li Chenglong said eagerly. Since Jing Shu found it, she got first pick. There were only so many good things. What if everyone wanted the sausages? That's what priority is for. Jing Shu carefully searched for food that hadn't been ruined by Daji's corpse, picking things from the corners. Fortunately, her night vision was good, and she finally found a batch of intact, unopened doomsday canned goods and military rations from various countries, as shown by the different languages on the packaging. Perfect. She'd never eaten most of these before, only seen them in review videos. All sorts of strange foods, which seemed kind of fun. She was curious about them. Jing Shu didn't hold back. With one hand, she picked up 6 big boxes of all kinds of odd doomsday rations. "I'll just take these." There really wasn't anything else in perfect condition or usable. Li Chenglong was stunned. He'd forgotten that Jing Shu was super strong. She could easily lift over 100 pounds with one hand. The others didn't hold back either. Junjia grabbed a bag of leaky rice. Jin Baba, even with blood in his mouth, insisted on taking all the sausages and a few smoked chickens. Li Ritian was practical. He grabbed rice. Li Chenglong dug around and found a lot of instant noodles, taking 2 boxes and as much other food as he could carry. Xiao Lu, copying Jing Shu, searched the corners. He didn't want to bite into a stone while eating. He finally found something he was satisfied with. The group hid their food together first, then began the real post-battle distribution. Junjia went to calm everyone down. After such a terrifying ordeal, he had to give people hope, telling them not to be afraid. The food on the second floor was gone, but Boss Lu had hidden a lot, so now it could be shared. Li Ritian led teams to clean up the storage room. There were too many sharp stones, some as big as a fingernail, some as small as sesame seeds. Bite into one and you'd break a tooth and bleed. Puddles of water and blood were mixed on the floor, with a sweet smell from broken glass jars, drinks, and condiments. There was spilled flour and rice everywhere, a total mess. But with food so scarce, nothing could be wasted. People had to pick everything clean, crushing it up bit by bit to cook in the communal pot. Li Chenglong led people to patrol and clean up the corpses, both human and monster. Jing Shu went along. Dr. Zhang had already started treating the wounded, checking if anyone bitten was still alive. Wang Miao was tallying up the situation and dispersing the crowd, telling everyone to get organized. He had to arrange the current housing situation, so he went with Li Chenglong to check the lower floors. 6th floor, a pile of crap. Step on it and it was soft and warm. 5th floor, a layer of crap. 4th floor, a thick layer of crap. 3rd floor, an even thicker layer of crap. 2nd floor, crap up to your knees. With each floor, Jing Shu's face got darker. Luckily, on the 6th floor, she quietly pulled 2 black plastic bags from her pocket and put them over her shoes. Maybe the mud mermen had eaten too much. This time, they'd devoured everything, even the furniture, doors, bedding, and anything else edible or not, leaving this spectacle behind. Just as Li Chenglong said, it was completely empty. Li Chenglong shook his head. Now there's really nothing left. Suddenly remembering something, Jing Shu hurried to the 1st floor hall. She was stunned. The once crowded 1st floor, filled with tables, screens, chairs, and even 3 villas, was now completely empty. Jing Shu trudged forward as if walking through a swamp, staring in disbelief at where her villa used to be. Only some broken walls and steel frames remained. Everything else was gone. The hall was a mess, trash everywhere, and the stench was indescribable. Jing Shu couldn't even describe her feelings. She felt like she'd been utterly screwed. The villa she'd spent so much money on was gone, but at least her space had upgraded, and she seemed to have gained an incredible new ability. If she could really command the mud mermen in the future, maybe it was worth it. Jing Shu tried to comfort herself. Wang Miao hadn't expected things to be this bad. Floors 1 to 6 were completely empty. No cooking tools, no eating utensils, no beds. Nothing. "Director Wang, how are we arranging places to sleep?" Jing Shu wanted some time alone to check on her Rubik's Cube space. What was outside was just too depressing. Wang Miao held back his nausea and said, "Everyone will have to stay on the 7th floor for now. There's nowhere else to go, so we'll have to squeeze in." Jing Shu said, "Let's clean up the 6th floor first. There's not as much crap there, and people can stay. Besides, the crap isn't totally useless. See if we can use it as fuel. At least we won't freeze. With so much crap, the fuel problem should be solved. But where would they find food? Jing Shu didn't want to think about these headaches for now. She just asked Jin Baba, who was following her everywhere with his Jinhua sows, what he wanted. Xiao Lu quietly blocked Jin Baba. He'd been feeling lately that a lot of people wanted his spot, so he had to be careful. Just then, Li Chenglong came running over with a bunch of skeletons. Jingjie, there are so many skeletons this time. I cleaned them all up and brought them to you. Dr. Zhang finished counting the people. No one was bitten by monsters, so we don't need the bone powder for that. I know you like this stuff, so I brought it all over. Li Chenglong reported, eager for credit. After all, during that life and death battle, he'd seen Jing Shu doing nothing but collecting skeletons. Jing Shu. Before long, the old hot pot restaurant was piled high with skeletons. After the mud mermen died, nothing was left but these useless bones. Well, I'll get going. We still have to clean out each floor, filter water, and figure out how to make clay pots and bowls since we have none left. Li Chenglong hurried off again. Dawn was breaking. Though it was still dim, at least there was some visibility. But no one could sleep. Everyone had to work. Cleaning up the building's filth, filtering water, boiling water. Everyone was busy. Not just ordinary people, even the managers were overwhelmed. Wang Miao had to tally up the post-battle situation and figure out where everyone would sleep. All the single rooms were gone, as were bedding, private food stores, everything. How would they survive the cold night? Junjie was busy organizing the last of the food in the Iron Fortress. This was their lifeline, and he had to figure out how to distribute it for maximum benefit. In the blink of an eye, only Jing Shu, Xiao Lu, and Jin Baba, clutching his pigs and staring wide-eyed, were left in the hot pot restaurant. This time, Jin Baba was determined to stick close to Jing Shu. His brother-in-law had told him, if you want to survive, stay with Jing Shu. Jing Shu stared at the mountain of bones, lost in thought. These bones, besides quickly healing and petrifying wounds from mud mermen bites, were also edible. Sure, you couldn't chew the bones without meat, but if you ground them into powder, you could cook them into a porridge. What was most abundant in the mudslide sea? Mud mermen, of course. Endless mud mermen. Jing Shu got excited. By this logic, as long as there were mud mermen, there would be food. No one would starve, and the apocalypse could be survived. With only 1,000 or 2 people now, and more mud mermen in the future, even more people could be fed. In other words, every part of the mud mermen was a treasure. She'd experimented before. Animals that ate too much white energy would petrify, but people who ate mud mermen bones had no abnormal effects. The chickens and fish she'd tested in her space were proof, though there were no other effects either. Oh, right. I still have a few mud mermen left in my space. Perfect for more experiments. Jing Shu sharpened her knife, cut a slice off a pig's butt, and let the mud mermen's saliva drip onto the wound. There was no other way. These poultry bled the most in her space, and she had plenty of pigs to spare. Blood flowed everywhere, but Jing Shu made sure to collect some pig's blood. It could be fed to the chickens who weren't picky. Then she sprinkled bone powder onto the wound. The pig's butt quickly petrified and healed, and the pig was soon running around again. Perfect. So the bone powder really works just as I thought. In the future, if anyone gets a wound, there's no need for medicine. Just smear on some mud mermen saliva, then bone powder, and it'll quickly stop the bleeding and petrify into a scab. In this apocalypse, where 99% of people can't afford medicine, this is a lifesaver. It was like A-B glue. Only when A and B were combined did it work. Jing Shu was very satisfied. Mud mermen saliva was easy to collect, and there was plenty of bone powder. If she packaged and sold this stuff, tisk tisk, it would really help people. So how did mud mermen reproduce? Jing Shu quickly figured it out. Mud mermen had no gender, or rather, they were hermaphrodites. They could mate with themselves and lay as many eggs as they wanted, but there was a condition. They had to be well-fed and have access to white energy to lay eggs. While exploring her space, Jing Shu noticed something odd. Instead of a big increase in space, there was a new, different little space. After the upgrade, her space should have been 10 by 10 by 10 nerio 1,000 cubic meters. With 1 cubic meter of spiritual spring and 60 cubic meters of land, there should have been 939 cubic meters of empty space left. In short, with each upgrade, she gained 6 cubic meters of land and, this time, 265 cubic meters of empty space. But now, under the spiritual spring, there was a new, milky white space. 4 by 4 by 4 EAs, 64 cubic meters. The remaining 261 cubic meters were her actual new space from the upgrade. In the center of this new space was a bubbling pool of milky white liquid about the size of a fist, much smaller than the spiritual spring. This milky white space, like the Rubik's Cube space, could be freely rearranged. Its use? When she put eggs or other items inside, they slowly dissolved, turning into a white liquid. If she put in living creatures, it was the same. The chicken would scream and die, then dissolve, as if digested. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow and put a mud merman inside. The mud merman cheered, making happy noises. Jing Shu's eyes reddened. While everyone else was busy, Jing Shu began frantically experimenting. This time, her upgraded space didn't give her any new passive abilities, but it did give her this extra little space. After many experiments, she named it the breeding subspace. As the name suggests, its main function was to rapidly and massively breed mud mermen and store their eggs in the space for later use. At first, Jing Shu didn't know this. She fed a mud merman a drop of the milky liquid, and it immediately started laying hundreds of thumb-sized eggs, which were perfectly preserved in the milky space. The milky liquid, like the spiritual spring, only increased by 1 drop per day. Very precious. She tried to use it to catalyze other creatures, but it didn't work. Maybe it only worked on dark creatures. She'd have to test that later. Its biggest advantage, within a 1-kilometer radius of the second-level Rubik's Cube space, it could directly absorb surrounding white energy, saving Jing Shu the trouble of fishing for energy. And of course, it had one more absolutely incredible function. Jing Shu was completely floored. We WLMQ are sealed. This function was just too practical. A couple of months ago, Jing Shu had come up with the idea of electrocuting the underground mud mermen to extract white energy, and she'd done experiments by catching some for study, hoping to fully understand this new apocalyptic species. But once the mud mermen absorbed white energy, they became dimensional creatures. Unless she personally touched them and brought them into her space, it wouldn't work. But now, the most powerful feature of the upgraded milky white space was that, within a 1-kilometer diameter of her expanded space, as long as there were mud mermen present, she could collect them into her space and then release them unexpectedly whenever she wanted. This range wasn't fixed. After the next Rubik's Cube space upgrade, it would be 11,1331 cubic meters, and the diameter would expand as well. In other words, the milky white space was basically a summoning gate. Within this range, as long as Jing Shu wished, she could summon endless mud mermen at any time, provided there were mud mermen in the area. And maybe not just mud mermen, but other dark creatures as well. Right now, the mud sea was filled with countless mud mermen. Jing Shu casually summoned a giant mud merman, fed it some diluted milky liquid, and it started laying eggs like a cannon. From now on, I'll have an inexhaustible supply of mud mermen. Jing Shu clenched her fist. The shadow of being stranded on a deserted island, on the verge of annihilation, finally faded away. In this apocalypse, Jing Shu now had another trump card. A true life-saving ace. As long as she didn't attract a nuclear strike, nothing could really threaten her. At worst, she could secretly summon an endless stream of mud mermen. Even in the worst-case scenario, these giant mud mermen were immune to bullets and physical attacks, making them perfect meat shields. Of course, Jing Shu had to think carefully about how to use this trump card discreetly. She also needed to redefine her own position. She thought, the year of the mudslide was almost over, and this mud sea wasn't a place to stay forever. To cultivate a hidden trump card, she needed to keep the mud mermen close by for easy deployment. That meant she had to take all the underground white energy with her. While mud mermen could survive on almost anything, they still needed a bit of white energy from time to time, and to reproduce, they needed white energy, the advanced form being the milky white liquid. But the milky liquid in her space was too precious, so before leaving, she had to collect all the white liquid into her space. Otherwise, with so many mud mermen, everyone that died would be a loss. So she'd have to stay in the mud sea a few more days to gather all the white energy. Jing Shu's expression turned odd again. Previously, the building had seemed to be caught in a vortex, circling for over 2 months before finally reaching this center. According to her intuition, all of this was orchestrated by the bug in her neck. The white bug was drawn by energy to the energy storm, and the reason the milky space could directly absorb white energy and summon mud mermen was probably the bug's ability. Now that the white bug was gone, the building had stopped moving. But in the end, all of this benefited Jing Shu. She absent-mindedly touched the small mark on her neck, lost in thought, when Junjia came rushing in with a group of people, sweating despite the cold. "I heard from Chenglong that you found something edible. What is it? Don't tell me it's poop. There's nothing left in this empty building but that. Are we supposed to eat dirt? That killed a bunch of people last time." Junjia started talking as soon as he arrived. Jing Shu led them to the room where bone powder was being made. "Eat bone powder, mix it into the supplies and cook it into a porridge. That should last us another 7 or 8 days. Junjia saw the room full of skeletons and was at a loss for words. Is this even edible? Isn't it even harder to digest than dirt? He'd heard that this stuff, when smeared on a bite wound, would petrify it instantly. Jing Shu hadn't publicized her earlier experiments, so she explained, "It's edible and actually tastes good. I was planning to take it back as a rare seasoning for the apocalypse, but now we're at the end of our rope." She then shared the details of her small experiment. Bone powder had a unique aroma. Jing Shu had thought of making more, not just as AB glue, but as a precious seasoning for the apocalypse to be added to bug cakes for sale. At worst, she thought, if she sold it nationwide, people could sprinkle bone powder on corpse-eating bugs to make them less disgusting. At least it would keep people from starving, and she'd be doing what she could to help. Junjia's eyes lit up. Trapped here, every extra day of survival was hope. Since it was edible and tasted good, he waved his hand happily. "Add it in then. Jing Shu, you've done it again. When you're starving, you'll eat anything, let alone bones. But who would have thought to grind bones into powder and eat them? No wonder Jing Shu had thrived in the apocalypse. This woman would try anything to see if it was edible. She must have suffered hunger before, and from the way she always carried food in her box, you could tell she had no sense of security. Yet she was so particular about food it was hard to understand. This is a great chance to promote bone powder and open up the market. It's also a large-scale experiment. People eating bone powder is no problem." The more Jing Shu thought about it, the happier she became. With a big worry off her mind, Jing Shu calmed down. She continued frantically collecting the dense white energy underground while thinking about how to get back. Suddenly, the countless mud mermen underground gave her an idea. Why not use this free labor force to move the building back? Sleds need deer to pull them, boats need fish, and even though the building was huge, the mud sea was full of mud mermen. Why not have them transport the building from below? It was perfect. Jing Shu wanted to collect white energy from different places, and if she missed a spot, she'd lose out. She could also collect wild mud mermen along the way. Out of sight, countless mud mermen swam to the base of the building, pressing their heads against it and slowly pushing it in one direction. The speed was slow, but the building was definitely moving. This proved that Jing Shu's method worked. As long as the building could move, they could return to Wucheng. The only downside was that Jing Shu couldn't fully control the underground mud mermen, not like the ones she bred in her space. So she couldn't have them spread out, map the area, or find routes. In other words, right now, Jing Shu was basically clueless about her exact location or which way to go. She only had a rough idea of the direction. But the mud mermen bred in the milky white space were different. Even if they went beyond her range, they could still carry out tasks. So Jing Shu planned to use the underground ones as labor, and send her space-bred ones to scout ahead. Maybe she'd find more treasures in this mud sea. Unlike everyone else who felt oppressed, Jing Shu was in a great mood. She could collect white energy to enrich the milky liquid in her space, gather scattered mud mermen, and, most importantly, finally head back to Wucheng. So, at lunch, even when Xiao Lu brought her a bowl of random stew, it didn't affect her mood at all. "Give it to the sow," she said. "She needs the nutrition. It's rare for her to get pregnant in these conditions." "Yeah, looks like she'll give birth soon." "That's great," Xiao Lu replied, happy as well. He knew the boss didn't eat communal meals, so he gave the food to the Jinhua sow. Even though things were tough, he didn't mind Jing Shu being picky. She was so capable, why shouldn't she be? Giving the sow extra nutrition was only right, and seeing the boss so happy, he figured she must have a plan. Jin Baba also wanted to give his food to the sow, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. He wasn't the same Jin Baba from 2 months ago. He knew the situation. There was only so much food, and not even enough for people. Who knew how long it would last? The building was busy all day, and they only managed to clean out 2 floors, but at least people could stay there. For sleeping arrangements, Junjia gathered everyone on the 7th floor and shouted himself hoarse, since there was no power for loudspeakers. It really felt like they'd gone back to the old days. He reported the casualties, over 1,600 survivors, with 600 dead in the battle at dawn. The dead left no bodies behind. Of those, 300 were from the town government. They'd been on the front lines. The rest were workers, auction staff, even Boss Lu and his people. Just among Jing Shu's college classmates, more than a dozen were gone. After this battle, everyone was much quieter. Watching friends get eaten was just too horrifying. The dead were gone. The living had to think about how to survive. Junjia gave another pep talk, promising they'd make it back to Wucheng alive. After rallying everyone, he assigned tasks for the next few days and divided people among the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors for sleeping. Who got to stay on the pristine 7th floor? This time, it was based on merit. Jing Shu, who'd fought monsters and saved Boss Lu's private stash, had contributed the most, so she got the hot pot restaurant to herself, and a whole room full of bone powder to look after. A big room to herself, and a whole room of fragrant bone powder. Countless people drooled with envy. Yes, after today everyone learned that monster bone powder was edible and actually delicious, though it was gritty like sand and would be better if ground finer. But the flavor was amazing. No wonder Jing Shu always collected so much bone powder. Who knew it had so many uses? With a whole room of bone powder, she can eat as much as she wants. So jealous. What's there to be jealous of? She earned it by killing monsters. The hot pot restaurant was connected to Boss Lu's iron fortress, which now had a huge hole chewed out by mud mermen. The storage room had been cleaned out. There wasn't a single grain of rice or bit of flour left. Jing Shu knew there had been some scattered flour, but to avoid waste, they'd washed it into the pot with water and cooked it all before leaving. So she didn't eat today's meal and didn't plan to eat the next ones either. She still had all kinds of military rations from different countries, plus food in her space. She wasn't about to let herself suffer. After being reborn, the thing Jing Shu hated most was feeling wronged. Now that her Rubik's Cube space had upgraded and she'd gained a trump card for survival, she was in an even better mood. She'd always envied the bug girl Xiao Wei for having a huge, fast-breeding, powerful, and obedient tribe. She never expected that today she'd gain the same ability. The process wasn't pleasant, but the result was all that mattered. With bugs and snakes outside for surveillance, Jing Shu happily took a bath, set up a thick tent, and had a big midnight snack before going to bed. So satisfied she could have laughed in her sleep. But just as Jing Shu was dreaming happily on her isolated island, a major event happened in Wucheng. Big things happened every day, ever since the building was swept away. Wucheng had been in chaos, with all kinds of troubles. But if it was a real big deal, it had to be about Jing Shu. Jing Shu was smiling, but her mother was crying, sobbing nonstop, joined by her sister-in-law and aunt, all genuinely heartbroken. Her uncle kept sighing. Of course, they weren't crying in the villa. They didn't want to worry the elders. In fact, nothing major had happened at home during Jing Shu's months-long disappearance. The family was almost used to her being gone for months at a time. To keep everyone calm, the leader Jin Tianqi told everyone that they were in contact, rescue was underway, and everyone was fine, just trying to find a way back. So the Jing family always thought things were as before. The building was gone, but they had plenty of supplies, and with Jin Tianqi's son in charge, there shouldn't be any big problems. If a helicopter found them, they'd be rescued first. They were worried, of course, mainly that someone might provoke Jing Shu and she'd chop everyone up. The whole family knew her strength. But it wasn't just the two women crying. Even Jin Tianqi's wife was sobbing. So at this moment, in Jin Tianqi's room, Jing Shu's father clenched his fists and asked with difficulty, "I just want to know. People from the investigation team said the building is gone. Everyone's dead. Is Jing Shu... is she really?" Jin Tianqi lowered his head, his hands trembling. He only had one son, but he was in bad shape, sick and bedridden. Junbao got up to comfort him. "Uncle, the investigation team just wants to take over the red thread bug cake factory." "As for the people in the building," Junbao said, his tone turning disdainful. "Even with all the planes and search teams we've sent out day and night, even using satellites, we still haven't found them, let alone this so-called inspection team who are just here to monitor things." But he couldn't say that out loud. If he did, Wu Cheng would drown in tears. The inspection team doesn't know anything. They're just making things up. Think about it. Who could possibly know more about the building's whereabouts and the rescue efforts than us? Junbao said confidently. Only when he saw his aunt stop crying did he finally let out a breath and purse his lips. At the same time, Junbao looked at his uncle. It seemed the mess in Wucheng would fall to him to clean up. It was just a bit earlier than expected. The official appointment hadn't come yet. In that instant, countless plans flashed through Junbao's mind. A cold, sharp aura emanated from him. The usually gentle, quiet young man suddenly seemed intimidating. Jing Shu's mom and dad finally let out a sigh of relief. "So they were just making things up. That's good, that's good." Aunt Wang Fang also breathed a sigh of relief, but then grew worried. What about the red thread bug cake factory? It's been shut down for days, and so many people rely on it for food and work. But the biggest problem was, the inspection team said the people had been missing for 3 months and would be reported as dead. The factory's shares were now split 3 ways. Jing Shu was the largest shareholder, then the Wucheng town government, and finally the scattered shares Jing Shu had given out to encourage everyone. The inspection team wanted to buy Jing Shu's shares. Even the eldest uncle's family owned a small portion, and that little bit had kept them well fed in the apocalypse. They'd only just started enjoying the good life, and now the bug cake factory was being seized. According to the inspection team, the factory would be handed over to the authorities. But with so many agencies above, who knew which one? Was it really for the people, or just for someone's personal gain? Or something else entirely? Jin Tianqi coughed a few times. "The bug cake factory is a tough issue. If Jing Shu were here, we could at least negotiate. But with the largest shareholder missing for 3 months and presumed dead under the new apocalypse laws, half goes to the next of kin, half to the state. Even if you two still hold a small portion, you must have received a notice to sell your shares, right?" Jing Shu's mom wiped her tears, her face full of anger. "They think they can buy all the remaining shares for just 8 million? 8 million virtual coins for a huge factory like that? What can you even buy with virtual coins now?" If it weren't for the town leaders being present, she would have started cursing. Even so, Jin Tianqi was embarrassed. Virtual coins used to be valuable, but now they were getting more and more worthless. An unavoidable reality. Jing Shu's mom was still indignant. These shameless people thought they could fool her with some digital numbers? But she had to admit, if Jing Shu was officially declared dead, they might not be able to keep the factory. Jing Shu's dad said, "As long as Jing Shu comes back alive, we don't care about anything else. If the authorities want to buy the bug cake factory, let them. They have the imperial edict in their hands." Jing Shu's mom tugged at him. The bug cake factory was their daughter's hard work. Even if she hadn't managed it much, she still visited every month or two. Junbao narrowed his eyes, stood up, and looked out at the increasingly frozen land. He said calmly, "I actually think this deal can be negotiated, but it needs to be carefully planned." Even though Jing Shu wasn't here, Junbao felt that Wucheng, as her stronghold, couldn't just let her family's property be taken away so easily. That would chill people's hearts, especially for someone who had contributed so much to Wucheng. Of course, he was only thinking this way because the inspection team had harmed Wucheng's interests. On this patch of land, if anyone dared to make a move on his logistics. The bug cake factory provided a tenth or more of Wucheng's food every year. Such a big hen that lays golden eggs. His uncle had always supported it, giving whatever was needed, whether machines, people, or money. He'd done everything but worship it. Junbao clenched his fists, a little angry. The next day, Junbao brought some Wucheng specialties, spicy chicken, smoked sausage, and honey wine, and hosted a banquet for the inspection team. Everyone enjoyed themselves. The inspection team thought Junbao, who'd come from the capital, was very tactful and clever. His suggestions hit the nail on the head. Jin Tianqi's nephew is easy to deal with, they thought. Meanwhile, Jing Shu had no idea her bug cake factory was about to be sold. She was in a great mood, humming songs and eating delicacies from her space. Now that she had more land and her space had expanded, she was getting ready for the upcoming migration by planting more crops and making semi-finished products. After all, with her phone battery at 5%, she felt no sense of security. She was also worried that her family's food stores would be depleted while she was gone, so she planned to quietly replenish them when she got back. It was worth mentioning that, at first, the underground army wasn't that impressive. But as the building moved, more and more wild mud mermen were attracted and put to work for Jing Shu. For the first few days, Jing Shu didn't have a clear goal. She just moved in the general direction. But once the mud mermen she'd bred in her space hatched, she sent them out to scout and map the area. Her space was small, so as soon as some hatched, she sent them out. Day after day, she lost count of how many she'd released, but the map in her mind grew clearer and clearer. With a goal and a direction, everything became easier. The building was moving. Based on the weather, darkness, and other factors, the people in the building quickly analyzed the situation. This time, where were they headed? Some experts soon deduced, it's very likely we're drifting back. When this news spread, everyone in the building was excited. They saw hope. And it's a straight line, unlike the circles we made on the way here. At this speed, we'll be back in Wucheng in just a few days. If that's the case, our rations will last. Everyone was thrilled. To survive, to make it back to Wucheng alive, who wouldn't be happy? Even though this disaster was inexplicable, no one could say why. Jing Shu, more than anyone, knew that she was the only one in the building who'd truly benefited. Others had just drifted around and suffered, but she'd gained a life-saving trump card. So from now on, she had to protect these people. At the very least, she had to make sure everyone could eat. Yeah, this whole journey was just too hard and too strange. Might as well call it a 90-day world tour. Suddenly, Junjia's mind flashed back to that night. The monsters retreating like a tide, Jing Shu emerging from the darkness with shining eyes, the later use of bone powder, and the endless supply of bones from underground that kept everyone fed. He couldn't shake the feeling that Jing Shu was somehow behind it all. While Junjia was lost in thought, another shout rang out. "Look! We're back at the building's original spot." "Great! The building's back where it started." "We went in a circle and came right back." Junjia looked outside. It was the familiar Wucheng. They'd made it back alive. Just as everyone was getting excited, thinking the building would finally stop, it kept drifting forward. The building was now in the suburbs, where there used to be roads and city planning. But now, it was all dark mud. No sign of the old streetlights or roads. There was only a huge new mudslide river, which had hardened a bit due to the weather, making the building move even slower. Where are we going? Why isn't it stopping? Is it going to drift away again? Junjia's face darkened. He wondered if they should just start evacuating people by helicopter. There was nothing left in the building worth taking. Maybe only the bone powder had any value. What if it drifted off to some godforsaken place again? He didn't hesitate. He grabbed the radio and started organizing the helicopter evacuation, having Wang Miao arrange people into groups and lines. Each of the 6 helicopters could only take a few people at a time, but since they were in Wucheng, each trip only took a few minutes. So the building drifted slowly, the scenery sliding by like a river cruise. Jing Shu took in the sight of Wucheng in the 4th year after the apocalypse. The disasters had been devastating: floods, earthquakes, mudslides. Jing Shu could barely recognize the city. It was ruined, decayed, barely hanging on. But there was a kind of beauty in the ruin, a tragic beauty, as if one day, when it was completely destroyed, it would finally return to nature. Gradually buildings appeared, abandoned factories, high-rises half buried in mud. Then, everyone's eyes lit up as they saw, on a hill, a cluster of buildings rising clean and untouched from the mud. Rows of giant stones were driven into the ground. Diversion channels guided the mudslide away, and the whole complex was perfectly protected, with a bright red gate visible from afar. But Jing Shu frowned. There should have been chimneys belching white smoke, a faint smell of cooking meat in the air. Not exactly fragrant, but not unpleasant either. Now, though, it was silent. The entire red thread bug cake factory was quiet. No production? Why? Boom! The building seemed to hit something and finally stopped. Everyone was thrilled. For months they'd hoped the building would hit a rock and stop, but it never did, until now, when it stopped as if it had eyes. No one expected it to stop so simply and right at the factory. The building had finally stopped. Junjia knew the red thread bug cake factory well. He stared in shock, not sure what to say. Was this a coincidence? He shook his head. Must be a coincidence. There's only one way here, and the mudslide river ends right at the factory gate. It could only stop here. Otherwise, who could explain a straight mudslide river that someone could control? Was this thing someone's private property, able to go wherever they wanted? Now that the building had stopped, everything was easier, especially since it was in Wucheng. Rescue and resettlement became simple. The helicopters left, replaced by buses that brought food or took people home or to treatment centers. Jing Shu took out her phone to call her dad and let him know she was safe and at the bug cake factory. After hanging up, she ignored the phone, which kept ringing. She could imagine how many messages her family had sent over the past few months. Now, she wanted to check on her factory. What had happened while she was gone? Had someone tried to take it over? But with Jin Tianqi there, and the town government holding 1/3 of the shares, it shouldn't have been possible, right? Jin Baba, holding his sow, wanted to see the legendary bug cake factory too, but his elderly mother was worried, so under Junjia's stern gaze, he reluctantly took the last helicopter home. The perks of being the leader's son. Before leaving, Junjia smiled. Let's all go home for now. We'll talk about the rest later. The building quickly emptied out, even the reporters left. In the old days, this would have been huge news. But now, with the top story dominating the headlines for 2 months, today's events were just a side note. Jing Shu, Xiaolu, and the driver returned to the bug cake factory. Her uncle, having heard the news, came to meet her, excitedly looking her up and down. You haven't lost weight? You look great. That's all that matters. He thought his niece looked even prettier. Was it his imagination? The rescued people he'd just seen looked worse than refugees. Then, as if remembering something, her uncle forced a smile uglier than a cry. The bug cake factory. It's been sold. Sold for 8 million virtual coins. Jing Shu frowned. Sure enough, trouble had come as soon as she left. She gestured to keep walking and said, "Where's the money?" Her uncle was so startled he hiccuped. Wasn't this the time to get angry and try to get the factory back? Why care about the money? Was this really the time to care about money? He said, "The money was sent to your mom." "That's good. I just happen to need some cash and I can't borrow from the town government again. The timing is perfect." Jing Shu rubbed her hands, glancing at the building. just when I needed a pillow, one showed up. So considerate. Huh? Let's go see what's become of our bug cake factory. Tell me what happened, Zhao Lu. Take notes. They returned to the familiar factory, which was now huge, not only producing a tenth or more of Wu Cheng's food, but also providing thousands of jobs and taking care of everyone's basic needs. The factory was shut down, but the workers were still there, banging their bowls in protest. What's going on? Jing Shu asked. The new boss doesn't even provide meals? Is it really that bad? Jing Shu's arrival caused a huge stir at the red thread bug cake factory. The sound of people banging their bowls grew even louder, and many started shouting, "Boss, Jing Shu! Boss, Jing Shu!" In the dead of winter, no one seemed to mind the cold. Well, to be accurate, they had nothing else to do. Then the loudspeaker blared, "Everyone, please quiet down. The factory will be up and running soon, and all your benefits and conditions will be restored to what they were before. Plus, we'll give each of you a bonus of 1,000 virtual coins." But the uproar only got worse. "We don't want your lousy virtual coins. What can virtual coins do? Can they get us eggs or rice? We just want white bread buns. If we can't eat, at least give us a working boiler. Give us heat. It's freezing out here. Are you trying to kill us? If there's no heat, at least give us hot water and a place to bathe. Why are all the old benefits gone?" The new factory manager, Wang Dazi, nearly coughed up blood. Was he running a factory or serving a bunch of spoiled lords? White bread buns? They could go eat dirt. Even people in the capital didn't get such luxuries. Having enough to eat was already a blessing for regular workers. He thought he was being generous, offering unlimited bug cakes at the cafeteria. He expected everyone to be grateful and eat their fill, but to his shock, the workers started a hunger strike. Not a single one came to eat. The only people at the cafeteria were his own staff, stuffing themselves. And to top it off, these clueless people were demanding heating? Even the capital had been without heat for years. Who had heating now? That required tons of coal and gas, both strictly rationed. And hot water for bathing? Did they think this was a charity, not a factory? He himself didn't live so well. As a well-connected manager parachuted in, his life was now worse than the workers used to be. The truth was, the factory really did used to offer all those perks. Jing Shu's uncle gave a helpless smile. You see, the new boss is generous, still paying wages and providing food during the shutdown, even offering free bug cake buffets. But the workers' tastes have been spoiled. Back when we were running things, as long as you worked hard, you could drink all the soy milk you wanted, eat all the eggs you wanted. People outside were desperate to get in. And now? Uncle sneered. Even a powerful outsider can't beat the local king. Supplies of gas and coal from Zhishan have been cut off. Aside from some leftover bug cakes, the factory has nothing. So as Jing Shu approached, everyone was excitedly shouting her name, which made the new manager, Wang Daji, very unhappy. Jing Shu waved her hand and the crowd quieted down. She said casually, "Some things have happened. I'm just here to check on the factory." "Boss, you're finally back." "Boss, we missed you." Wang Daji forced a smile, trying to act like a gracious host. "Welcome. Sorry for not greeting you properly." He acted like the real owner, but in truth, he was just a caretaker. "No need for formalities. I'm just here to see how things are going. Why did the factory shut down? This is Wu Cheng's lifeline. We can't let it stay closed for long. If you run into problems, you can always ask the old staff for help." Jing Shu smiled. "There is something I need your help with," Wang Daji said, face bitter. He didn't care about saving face anymore. He felt like he was being roasted over a fire. If this didn't get fixed, he and his whole team were doomed. Oh? Wang Dazi was a veteran of the business world, having managed many factories. He knew how important a factory's operations and its soul were. He was also humble enough to ask for help. In fact, he was starting to realize he'd jumped into a pit. No, his boss had jumped into a bottomless pit. Wang Daji had bought flour and eggs at high prices to appease the workers, then brought Jing Shu and her group to the red thread bug production plant. The production plant was right next to the processing plant. Walking down the now unfamiliar road, Jing Shu couldn't help but marvel. In just 2 years, the factory had expanded so much she barely recognized it. The warehouse, which she'd once thought was huge, had tripled in size. Her own share of bug cakes had already been moved to the town government's storage caves. Every day the factory's output was divided, some to Shishan, some to Wucheng, and 2 shares to the storage caves. Only a small amount was kept in the warehouse for daily use, so the 3 big warehouses were empty. The processing plant was also shut down. The once thundering distillation lines were silent. Only the big pool for breeding red thread bugs was still full, and the green algae pool next to it had just a little algae floating on top. Wang Dazi said awkwardly, "The factory shut down because the red thread bugs stopped reproducing." Jing Shu nodded, saying nothing. Otherwise, he'd have to be an idiot. Red thread bugs could produce dozens of tons of food a day, like a money printing machine. Why wouldn't you keep it running? Wang Dazi continued, even more embarrassed. "The only thing that makes the red thread bugs reproduce is this green algae. But the algae suddenly stopped growing. We asked all the staff, but they said they just followed the usual procedures and didn't know what happened." Jing Shu nodded again. Wang Dazi was nearly in tears. From his business experience, he knew this factory was special. It had a unique method for breeding red thread bugs. No one else in the country had managed it. If someone had, they must have used some secret trick. They'd bribed some people and gone through the whole process, discovering that the green algae was the key. They analyzed and tried to copy the method, thinking they'd figured it out. At first, the red thread bugs bred easily, so they pushed for the buyout and all the pressure that followed. But after just a week, the method stopped working. No matter what they tried, even breaking down and analyzing everything, they couldn't get it to work again. "So, could you tell us what the old method was? Why can't we breed red thread bugs and green algae anymore?" Jing Shu replied matter-of-factly. "Of course it's because only I can make the green algae and red thread bugs reproduce. They only listen to me. If I'm not here, how could they possibly breed?" Jing Shu's arrival caused a huge stir at the red thread bug cake factory. The sound of people banging their bowls grew even louder, and many started shouting, "Boss! Jing Shu! Boss! Jing Shu!" In the dead of winter, no one seemed to mind the cold. Well, to be accurate, they had nothing else to do. Then the loudspeaker blared. "Everyone, please quiet down. The factory will be up and running soon, and all your benefits and conditions will be restored to what they were before. Plus, we'll give each of you a bonus of 1,000 virtual coins." But the uproar only got worse. "We don't want your lousy virtual coins. What can virtual coins do? Can they get us eggs or rice? We just want white bread buns. If we can't eat, at least give us a working boiler. Give us heat. It's freezing out here. Are you trying to kill us? If there's no heat, at least give us hot water and a place to bathe. Why are all the old benefits gone?" The new factory manager, Wang Daji, nearly coughed up blood. Was he running a factory or serving a bunch of spoiled lords? White bread buns? They could go eat dirt. Even people in the capital didn't get such luxuries. Having enough to eat was already a blessing for regular workers. He thought he was being generous, offering unlimited bug cakes at the cafeteria. He expected everyone to be grateful and eat their fill, but to his shock, the workers started a hunger strike. Not a single one came to eat. The only people at the cafeteria were his own staff, stuffing themselves. And to top it off, these clueless people were demanding heating? Even the capital had been without heat for years. Who had heating now? That required tons of coal and gas, both strictly rationed, and hot water for bathing. Did they think this was a charity, not a factory? He himself didn't live so well. As a well-connected manager parachuted in, his life was now worse than the workers used to be. The truth was, the factory really did used to offer all those perks. Jing Shu's uncle gave a helpless smile. "You see, the new boss is generous, still paying wages and providing food during the shutdown, even offering free bug cake buffets. But the workers' tastes have been spoiled. Back when we were running things, as long as you worked hard, you could drink all the soy milk you wanted, eat all the eggs you wanted. People outside were desperate to get in. And now, Uncle sneered, even a powerful outsider can't beat the local king. Supplies of gas and coal from Zishan have been cut off. Aside from some leftover bug cakes, the factory has nothing. So as Jing Shu approached, everyone was excitedly shouting her name, which made the new manager, Wang Daji, very unhappy. Jing Shu waved her hand, and the crowd quieted down. She said casually, "Some things have happened. I'm just here to check on the factory." "Boss, you're finally back." "Boss, we missed you." Wang Dazi forced a smile, trying to act like a gracious host. "Welcome. Sorry for not greeting you properly." He acted like the real owner, but in truth, he was just a caretaker. "No need for formalities. I'm just here to see how things are going. Why did the factory shut down? This is Wucheng's lifeline. We can't let it stay closed for long. If you run into problems, you can always ask the old staff for help." Jing Shu smiled. "There is something I need your help with," Wang Daji said, face bitter. He didn't care about saving face anymore. He felt like he was being roasted over a fire. If this didn't get fixed, he and his whole team were doomed. "Oh?" Wang Dazi was a veteran of the business world, having managed many factories. He knew how important a factory's operations and its soul were. He was also humble enough to ask for help. In fact, he was starting to realize he'd jumped into a pit. No, his boss had jumped into a bottomless pit. Wang Daji had bought flour and eggs at high prices to appease the workers, then brought Jing Shu and her group to the red thread bug production plant. The production plant was right next to the processing plant. Walking down the now unfamiliar road, Jing Shu couldn't help but marvel. In just 2 years, the factory had expanded so much she barely recognized it. The warehouse, which she'd once thought was huge, had tripled in size. Her own share of bug cakes had already been moved to the town government's storage caves. Every day, the factory's output was divided, some to Zishan, some to Wucheng, and 2 shares to the storage caves. Only a small amount was kept in the warehouse for daily use. So the 3 big warehouses were empty. The processing plant was also shut down. The once thundering distillation lines were silent. Only the big pool for breeding red thread bugs was still full, and the green algae pool next to it had just a little algae floating on top. Wang Dazi said awkwardly, "The factory shut down because the red thread bugs stopped reproducing." Jing Shu nodded, saying nothing. Otherwise, he'd have to be an idiot. Red thread bugs could produce dozens of tons of food a day, like a money printing machine. "Why wouldn't you keep it running?" Wang Daji continued, even more embarrassed. "The only thing that makes the red thread bugs reproduce is this green algae, but the algae suddenly stopped growing. We asked all the staff, but they said they just followed the usual procedures and didn't know what happened." Jing Shu nodded again. Wang Daji was nearly in tears. From his business experience, he knew this factory was special. It had a unique method for breeding red thread bugs. No one else in the country had managed it. If someone had, they must have used some secret trick. They'd bribed some people and gone through the whole process, discovering that the green algae was the key. They analyzed and tried to copy the method, thinking they'd figured it out. At first, the red thread bugs bred easily, so they pushed for the buyout and all the pressure that followed. But after just a week, the method stopped working. No matter what they tried, even breaking down and analyzing everything, they couldn't get it to work again. "So, could you tell us what the old method was? Why can't we breed red thread bugs and green algae anymore?" Jing Shu replied matter-of-factly. "Of course it's because only I can make the green algae and red thread bugs reproduce. They only listen to me. If I'm not here, how could they possibly breed?" "You think this is your private business that whatever you say goes? These mindless plants and creatures actually listen to you? Who do you think you are? At most, you just have a secret recipe." Careless, really. He'd thought he'd gotten the recipe, but the most crucial step was still in Jing Shu's hands. Where exactly had they gone wrong? Wang Daji thought all this to himself, but outwardly he just nodded repeatedly, putting on a look of sudden realization. "So that's it. I was wondering why it didn't work for us, even though we were using the same method." Jing Shu just smiled and said nothing. The atmosphere grew awkward. No one spoke. Even thick-skinned Wang Daji felt embarrassed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Boss Jing, you survived disaster, so you're bound for good fortune. The inspection team thought you'd had an accident and left this huge mess behind, so we took over the bug cake factory for the sake of the people's livelihood." He didn't dare say too much, but he had to make both sides look good. "Now that you're back, of course the factory should be yours. We barely even got started, so we can't take advantage of you. And you don't have to return the 8 million virtual coins, just consider it compensation for the trouble and losses we caused your factory these days." Jing Shu's uncle was stunned. He hadn't expected them to give in so easily. Was this really the same aggressive Wang Daji from before? When they'd arrived, he'd even been pushed out of his position. Jing Shu replied politely, "The factory is mine, so it's only right to return it. I don't want the 8 million virtual coins. Give it back to you. I don't take advantage of others." Wang Daji finally blushed. Wasn't she saying they were the ones taking advantage? But he couldn't argue. No, you must keep the 8 million virtual coins. It's our compensation." "I don't want it." "You must." "I don't care for it." Wang Daji. "That's a bit much, isn't it?" Jing Shu's uncle and the others were dumbfounded. When did 8 million virtual coins become so worthless? "If you don't want it, I'll take it." No, this was too much of a reversal. "The factory was handed back just like that?" Wang Daji said, "Boss Jing, as the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. I admit defeat this time. Name your price for the red thread bug breeding formula. Money, power, status, anything you want." "Boss Jing, you're quietly making a fortune in Wucheng and we're doing the same in the capital. But it's not like before. Transportation is tough and expanding production to other regions is impossible. The costs, time, and losses are too high." Wang Dazi talked up the idea of sharing the formula, laying out all the pros and cons. A one-time buyout would make Jing Shu the local emperor of Wucheng. He finally understood. Without Jing Shu's formula, the bug cake factory couldn't run. Damn that two-faced Junbao. He'd given them all sorts of 5-year plans and made them so excited, but now... Wang Daji shivered, quickly running through 2 last-ditch options in his mind. Jing Shu shook her head innocently. "There really isn't a formula. You think I don't want to open factories all over the country? If you need any ingredient, any material for the formula, we can get it for you. With the whole country's resources, surely we can do it. Don't forget, the country is in crisis and food is scarce. If you hide the formula for your own benefit under the new law..." Wang Daji tried to threaten her, the inspection team's real mission being to find high-yield food sources nationwide. Jing Shu's uncle and the others grew nervous. "See? Here comes the threat. If she didn't hand over the formula, would it be seized?" Jing Shu just smiled and pulled out a knife. What are you doing? Don't do anything rash." With a sudden slash, blood dripped from her wrist, shocking everyone. Jing Shu frowned at the burning pain. She hadn't felt pain in a long time. Her blood dripped into the pool, rippling out. "What does this mean?" Wang Daji frowned. "I want to spread this method nationwide to let more people have enough to eat. But unfortunately..." Jing Shu shook her head, letting the blood flow. "Look at the pool." The green algae in the pool began to multiply at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone was stunned. Wang Dazi pointed at Jing Shu, then at the pool in disbelief. He seemed to understand. "Every month I have to draw my own blood, refine it, and send it here. That's the formula. Running even one factory is my limit. I've sent my blood to the capital's Bio-Research Institute for 2 years, hoping they could extract something useful, but they haven't succeeded yet. If you want, I can send you some. Try to extract the formula yourself." With the threat of seizure hanging over her, Jing Shu had to hide the real secret of her spiritual spring. Blaming it on her blood had its downsides, like being treated as a golden goose. But as long as the truth stayed hidden, it was a secret. No one would shout about discovering a Tang monk, a reference to someone whose flesh grants immortality. But she still had to be careful. And if her blood ever stopped working, she'd lose her value and could quietly step away. Jing Shu had already thought through all the escape routes and countermeasures. Besides, you have to feed the hen if you want eggs. You can't just kill the hen for them. so the amount of blood she gave could never be too much, or she'd risk her life. And if there were no more bug cakes, would she need to be protected for her blood? Wang Dazi fell to his knees, never expecting this. He cried, not because Jing Shu was a monster, but because he realized he was doomed. Jing Shu calmly bandaged her wrist. The two people behind her were so shocked they couldn't speak. Her uncle even started crying, patting Jing Shu. "Please save us," Wang Daji sobbed. "We've already opened factories in 8 cities, including the capital in Shanghai. We've borrowed tons of resources and virtual coins from the local governments. So much money, favors, and goods. There was no way to pay it all back. Everyone was counting on these factories. If they failed, it was all that damn Junbao's fault, with his 3-year plan, 5-year leap nonsense." Jing Shu opened her mouth, stunned for a long time. How could they? How dare they? After taking over her factory, they thought they'd mastered the technique and immediately started mass producing. That was just... Wang Daji tried to shift the blame. "It was Wu Cheng's Junbao who gave us the idea. Our boss figured since Junbao is from the capital and also part of the Wucheng town government, and most importantly, he's now acting in Jin Tianqi's position, meaning he holds 30% of the bug cake factory's shares. He must know how much can be produced, right? Bah! He talked a good game saying if we open factories everywhere and split the shares, we'd all get rich together. That guy is rotten to the core." Did Junbao really not know? No, the Wucheng town government knew perfectly well. Because of raw materials and other factors, this was already the limit. She'd said so before. Knowing that, why did he still encourage these people to open more factories? Jing Shu's expression turned odd. Could it be that Junbao had set them up on purpose? At such a critical moment, with everyone watching, if they couldn't produce bug cakes, how badly would they crash and burn? In a flash, Jing Shu smiled. She understood Junbao's intentions. Fine, she'd play along. Wang Daji wasn't wrong about one thing. Junbao really was rotten to the core. He wore a harmless smile, but his actions made people grit their teeth. This was already beyond Wang Daji's ability to fix. It affected too many people's interests. "Well, there's nothing more I can do. You know the formula now. You can collect some blood from the pool and try to analyze it. As for the rest, let the original factory manager handle the handover. I'm tired and need to go home and rest." Since Wang Daji couldn't make decisions, there was no point talking to him. Wang Daji understood too. He'd have to report up and see what happened next. Jing Shu turned to Xiao Lu. "Get the factory in order. Report everyone who sold out the factory to the town government for punishment under the new law. Uncle, contact Zhishan and the gas suppliers to get all the materials ready. I'll bring the formula later, and we'll try to restart production within 3 days." Even if it wasn't a technical issue, betrayal had to come with consequences. Everyone nodded repeatedly. Finally, Jing Shu said, "Oh, and the new manager said he'd give the workers benefits. When you do the handover, make sure he distributes the promised benefits and virtual coins before the handover." Wang Dazi. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Did I come here just to hand out benefits to everyone? Jing Shu rode home in her dad's bumpy BYD song. Most of the mudslides on both sides of the road had frozen solid in the cold, and the hybrid suspension was shot. For the first time ever, Jing Shu almost got carsick in her own car. She'd thought about putting the car in her space for the migration, but now it seemed unnecessary. After 5 years, it was full of little problems, missing parts, and the battery was weak. She was thinking about getting a new ride, maybe later. There wasn't much time left. She had to start preparing for the long migration. Cluck, cluck! The fat chicken ran up to Jing Shu, flapping its wings and nearly in tears. Its reaction was even bigger than Grandma and Grandpa Jing's. Who knew how it survived these months without spiritual spring water? It was like a smoker going through withdrawal, irritable and bad-tempered. The first month was okay, but after that, it always felt like something was missing, getting more and more anxious and cranky. But the fat chicken knew there was someone even scarier at home, Jing Shu's mom, and Grandma Jing, who doted on it. So it didn't dare lose its temper at home. It would sneak out during the day to vent, then come back to sleep at night. But after a few days without laying eggs, Grandma Jing started giving it strange looks. So before leaving each day, the chicken would lay 40 eggs just to stay in her good graces. Luckily, even without spiritual spring water, as long as it ate enough, the fat chicken could still lay plenty of eggs and keep its place in the family. The outside world was dangerous, and the chicken had run into some strange things while venting. It came over, flapping, and poured out all its feelings. Jing Shu understood. This was one of the downsides of the spiritual spring. But you have to pay a price for every benefit, and she could accept that. Strange things? Take me to see them when I have time. Jing Shu soothed the chicken, already smelling roast meat. My precious granddaughter, this mission took way too long. Since you rushed home, your grandpa secretly roasted a leg of lamb for you. Have some to tide you over, and I'll make you a big dinner tonight. If Jing Shu hadn't come home, they never would have eaten something so flavorful. But with her back, they wanted to make her favorites. You little rascal. If you make us worry like this again, just stay out there and don't come back. Her mom handed her a box of hand-cracked apricot kernels, her favorite. You must have been starving out there. Eat something first. Her dad grinned. She looks clean and even fairer than before, and she didn't lose any weight. I knew my girl wouldn't suffer. You're not allowed to be gone so long again. We were so worried. Jing Shu relaxed at home for 2 days, eating big meals. After being trapped and starved, she hadn't dared eat anything with a strong smell, not even hot pot, let alone roast meat. She hid in her room and ate everything she'd missed, finally satisfied. The fat chicken stopped going out, sticking to Jing Shu and showing how much it missed her over the past 3 months. After Jing Shu gave it some spiritual spring water, it calmed down, stopped being irritable, and looked like it could fly to the sky again. Jing Shu finally had time to reorganize the family's food stores. While she was gone, the most consumed items were rice, flour, and oil, almost gone. But there was no shortage of vegetables and fruit, since Grandma Jing had dried the extras for storage. As for chickens, ducks, sheep, and pigs, Grandpa Jing had slaughtered and preserved the extras as smoked meats, sausages, and hams. They didn't dare raise too many. Feed was a problem. Overall, anything they could grow or raise not only wasn't depleted, but had increased and been stored as reserves. Anything that couldn't be processed or grown had been eaten up. We figured we'd eat what we had, and if you didn't come back, we'd break the lock on the basement. No need to open the basement. Actually, we could trade for flour and rice, but we have to keep a low profile. Lots of people in Xinlan have already starved to death. Our Wucheng is much better off. This time no one starved to death. But we can't take out any more food. From now on, let's cut our meals in half. Who knows when these disasters will end? It's so hard to grow any grain these days. Jing Shu felt a pang of guilt. She hadn't given clear instructions before leaving, and her family treated the basement as their last lifeline, unwilling to break the lock unless it was truly desperate. Grandma, eat as usual. Our family eats a lot. No need to cut back. Don't worry about food. You've seen the basement. There's plenty of rice and flour. Jing Shu hauled up more rice, flour, and oil from the basement. Peanut oil, olive oil, canola oil. After these years, Grandma Jing knew which oil worked best for which dish, and her careful choices made everything taste better. Jing Shu started guiding her family to process everything into semi-finished or ready-to-eat meals, then freeze them outside. When they wanted to eat, they could just heat it up. The taste might not be as good as fresh, but with the blessing of the spiritual spring, it was still excellent. The big advantage was that combining ingredients made things more convenient, took up less space, and was easier to carry. With the weather now a natural freezer, it would be hard to make anything complicated on the road. So, while they could still afford to be extravagant, Jing Shu gave Grandma the complete recipe book and decided to work through the dessert section, then move on to other categories. Dreams are important. Drinking coffee, eating dessert, and sitting by a heater in the snow. That was her biggest dream for the migration. Whether it was the villa's cows or the ones in her space, there was still plenty of milk. She started with durian mille crepe, matcha mille crepe, and chocolate mille crepe. She'd eaten a lot of desserts brought back from America, and eating a cold slice of durian meal crepe in winter was pure bliss. Jing Shu spent these days obsessed with making desserts, using up lots of dairy and sugar. Her excuse was perfectly reasonable. It's getting colder, and a piece of cake is the best way to add calories and fat for winter. A week after returning to Wucheng, Junjia called. He'd finished the report on the building's journey, tallied all the losses and promised rewards, and said that in 10 days there would be a new auction and follow-up meeting at the town hall. He hoped she could attend. Jing Shu had to go. If the building had drifted elsewhere, it wouldn't matter. But now that it was back in Wucheng, she had to deal with it. The Red Thread Bug Factory was also back in operation. Jing Shu had been a hands-off boss for a long time, and after giving instructions, she left things to her team. She did, however, promote the driver 3 levels as a reward for his actions. As for Xiao Liu, Jing Shu said nothing. She had other plans for him. Zhu Daji finished all the handover work the next day, and on the 3rd day, Junbao invited her to dinner. For this man, gentle, scholarly, always smiling but ruthless in his methods, Jing Shu could only agree. The dinner was at Shishan's banquet hall, a place Jing Shu had never been. Junbao was the host, but the food and venue were provided by Qian Duo, who hadn't arrived yet. The banquet hall had once hosted VIPs before the apocalypse in a 2-story garden building. The outdoor garden was now bare, but there was still a fully enclosed indoor garden with a complete system. It used to house rare flowers, with a luxury glass enclosure for sunlight and warmth, bigger than Jing Shu's villa. Now it was Chanduoduo's private vegetable garden, and thanks to the climate control there were plenty of fresh vegetables and fruits. Jun Bao picked a cucumber, bit into it with a crunch, and handed one to Jing Shu. The two of them sat at a massive 16-seat rosewood round table, eating cucumbers as Jun Bao explained. Do you know how expensive this table set was before the apocalypse? These armchairs we're sitting in could each buy a villa. Jing Shu shifted uncomfortably. She wasn't used to these oversized armchairs. Too tall, too hard, and if she leaned back, her legs had to come up too. Ever seen a chair a meter deep? Well, this was it. Chanduoduo is quite a character. We'll look around more later. Junbao looked around, smiling mysteriously. Jing Shu's heart skipped a beat. She kept thinking about how to get Junbao and Chanduoduo to turn on each other. In this life, with the butterfly effect, she'd started the bug cake factory. There was the bug girl Xiao Wei, and now Chanduoduo was involved. At least Wucheng hadn't starved anyone yet. Even as Wang Daji arrived with his boss and the inspection team, Jing Shu was still lost in thought, even thinking about the mud mermen. How could she bring them into the open and add a new food source for everyone? Jing Shu? Jing Shu? What do you think? Junbao asked several times, smiling. Huh? Jing Shu raised an eyebrow and said coolly, I think Brother Zhou handled this badly. You tried to steal the technology before you'd even figured it out, then opened factories all over the country. Did you ever think about what would happen if it didn't work? Now you can't produce anything. And you come to me? Why not just kill me and take a few dozen kilos of blood? At least that would get you through the first round of production. Zhou Yun and the other inspection team members awkwardly rubbed their noses. Zhou Yun, Wang Daji's boss and a true third-generation official from the capital, was thick-skinned, but even he was embarrassed now. No one had ever imagined using a person's blood as a raw material. This was something even the whole country couldn't pull off. They'd bragged too much. Junbao said good-naturedly, It's partly my fault. I gave the idea at first. See, Brother Zhou said it too. The inspection team came from all over. He wanted to open a bug cake factory in the capital, and everyone else wanted one in their hometowns. So 1 factory per person, technology shared just right. Jing Shu picked up a dish she'd never tried, tasted it, and frowned. It was a bit odd. Chanduoduo was generous, serving a table of Michelin 3-star dishes. The only problem, there wasn't much of anything. A plate might have a radish carving, a sprig of cilantro, and a lump of something black with a dab of caviar. That was a dish. Not even enough to get stuck in your teeth. Supposedly, each dish had 36 steps, but Jing Shu couldn't tell. The inspection team seemed satisfied, though. Zhou Yun finally spoke. Miss Jing Shu, what's done is done. We're here today to talk about solutions. There had to be a solution. Jing Shu and Jun Bao played their roles perfectly. One the stern bad cop, the other the gentle good cop, keeping everyone on edge. The raw materials weren't something you could just buy with money. How much blood could one person give? Even if you forced someone to bleed until they died, what then? If Jing Shu had no backing or energy, maybe they could have captured her and kept her like a bear. But just now they learned from Jun Bao that Jing Shu not only had good relations with the town government, but was also Jin Tianqi's lifesaver, and owed the town government a huge debt. That meant Jing Shu's interests were tied to Wu Cheng's. Whether Jin Tianqi or the town government, they had to protect her. That was one thing. Then Jun Bao delicately mentioned Jing Shu also owed the capital's pharmaceutical association a large sum. She was currently building a new drug factory producing a nationwide vaccine funded and staffed by government subsidies. Repayment over 10 or 20 years would be even more complicated. Finally, Jun Bao said Jing Shu owed him a lot too. They had signed at least a 5-year agreement, during which Jing Shu had to supply various items. At that, everyone fell silent. No one dared offend the capital's pharmaceutical association. If they did, they'd have no medicine when sick. How did this woman get so deep in debt? That thought immediately killed any idea of using force. Messing with her meant messing with their own interests. Taking her wealth was like killing their own parents. Their imperial edicts were useless because her backing was too strong. Not only could they not demand anything, they probably wanted Jing Shu to live long and well until all debts were repaid. Just now, when she sneezed, Jun Bao nervously moved the heater closer, afraid she might fall ill and lose the ability to repay. Interests are the most loyal allies. Jun Bao smiled warmly. We in Wucheng would never let Jing Shu suffer. We never interfere with the bug cake factory's output. Whatever it produces is what it produces. It's already saved so many lives. We dare not ask for more. The implication was clear. If we in Wucheng won't force her or burden her, how could you? Though Jun Bao's words conflicted with his earlier statements, no one cared now. The big question was how to survive. What should they do? Jing Shu took a sip of rich cream corn mushroom soup and sighed contentedly. The soup was delicious, and she planned to make some to store in the RV for the migration, so she could enjoy it openly. She'd recently learned many new storage methods, opening a new chapter for her apocalypse food supplies. If they could make concentrated soup cubes, they could compress various soups into jelly-like forms, like this cream mushroom soup with added fish gelatin or gelatin sheets, chilled into jelly for easy storage and transport. Anytime, anywhere, just heat a piece like fish jelly and enjoy fresh, tasty soup. So this trip to Shishan was fruitful. At least she could learn new cooking and storage techniques. They had many alternative methods for making semi-finished products that could be heated and eaten instantly. So convenient. The early stages might be troublesome, but there would be plenty of meetings to handle that. Seeing Jun Bao fall silent, everyone stared at their soup expectantly. Jing Shu sighed. You've seen the situation. It's like this. Seeing their faces fall, some desperate, some even ready to fight to the death, she continued. But it's not impossible. Before, to prevent the factory from going under, I prepared some medicinal ingredients for emergencies. I can give them to you to help. It's not impossible. Everyone's expressions brightened. Wang Daji and Zhou Yun were the most excited. If the factory failed, it would not only disappoint people but bring punishments and drag down their families. Enemies would seize the chance to crush them. We agree. Yes, just tell us what you want. This wasn't how negotiations usually went, but this time, they had no choice. Jing Shu looked a little troubled. This time it's an emergency. What about next time? And the time after that? Right. If it only worked once, then the factory would shut down again. That would be even worse. Everyone's faces turned pale again. It wasn't Jing Shu's fault. They were just anxious, hoping for hope only to fall off a cliff again and again. Jing Shu hadn't expected her cooperation with Jun Bao to be so seamless. Jun Bao said firmly, I can't watch my friends walk into a dead end. I'll reduce Wu Cheng's factory output and give your share from the town government to you. Blood was limited, but if shared evenly, everyone could have some soup. Jing Shu gritted her teeth. Since Jun Bao says that, I'll provide more medicinal ingredients. At worst, I'll buy blood mushrooms from Qianduoduo at a high price. Unfortunately, blood mushrooms are rare and expensive, not easy to get. Jun Bao's gentle smile almost faltered. He glanced at Jing Shu, thinking she was ruthless. He knew the blood mushrooms came from her, then to Qianduoduo, who sold them at high prices in the capital. How they split the money, he didn't know. Since Miss Jing Shu is so understanding, we'll cover the cost of the blood mushrooms as part of our expenses. The 8 factories not only have shares from the Wucheng town government, but Miss Jing Shu must have shares too. Virtual coins aren't worth much now. We'll sign a long-term contract. Future profits will be paid in local specialty goods. These goods can be shipped back to Wucheng monthly, but shipping costs, we'll split those with Miss Jing Shu and the town government. Wucheng was too remote. They couldn't bear the shipping costs alone. Jing Shu smirked. If this were before, she'd never accept a deal without free shipping. But now, she was getting a huge bargain. Jing Shu and Jun Bao's cooperation hammered out the medicinal ingredient terms with threats and incentives, squeezing out half the profits. Jing Shu felt no guilt. It was a matter of winners and losers. When she disappeared, they tried to take her factory. Now she was back and they failed, so they had to pay. Everyone was satisfied with the meal, especially Jun Bao, who traded Wucheng's 30% share in the red thread bug factory for specialty goods from the 8 factories, goods far more valuable than bug cakes. Luo Junren was one of the 8-member supervisory group selected from the Chuanshu region, and he too carried a mission to search for new sources of food. Go out and see what people across the country are eating, see if there's anything we can introduce to each other, anything worth learning from? He didn't have the 3-generation official background of Zhou Yun, nor the business acumen of people from other regions. He simply followed along quietly, sharing a common front and common interests. When Zhou Yun said to open a factory, he followed suit, borrowing money, people, and materials from the Chuanshu town government to set up a factory. Over the past 3 months, he had witnessed the poverty in many regions. In most places, people only had 2 meals a day. In the current situation, just surviving was already considered good. Of course, there were indeed many local specialties, but most were unsuitable for introduction due to climate, geography, and other factors, and their yields weren't high either. The only exception was the red threadworm. People across the country had eaten it for a whole year and were quite familiar with it. In fact, many people didn't know that the incidents of parasites breeding out of control and consuming people from the inside were caused by the red threadworm. Luo Junren happened to be one of the insiders. Fortunately, there was now a vaccine, so there was no need to worry anymore. Otherwise, no one would dare eat those red threadworm cakes. A lot had happened in the past few days, ups and downs, but he hadn't reacted much. No matter how big the problem, Zhou Yun was always there to take the lead. See, wasn't today's issue resolved in the end? What cheap and edible specialty does Chuanshu have to offer Wucheng as an exchange? How can we maximize the benefit? This was what Luo Junren was troubled by now. They had a type of wild black rice with a decent taste, covered in sharp spikes, with grains the size of a fingernail. It couldn't be cooked soft or chewed through. Only after grinding it into powder and making a rice porridge could it be eaten. This was discovered after the second year's flood, and since then, it only grew in damp, dark places. Nothing else could be grown this year, so this wild plant could save a lot of rations. The key issue was that it was troublesome to process, requiring several steps. If it could be made into a semi-finished product, its value would increase, and it would be easier to transport. But it's not worth it. This stuff is rare now. Luo Junren shook his head. He was reluctant to give away grain, as that would mean people would starve. So what could he offer of equal value? And it had to be something the other party needed? The agreement was clear. It had to be needed and of equal value. Moreover, he wanted to get on Jing Shu's good side. To make up for their previous relationship, he would have to make some sacrifices. Luo Junren began to observe Jing Shu carefully. After the meal, Jing Shu toured the kitchen of the Michelin chef from Xishan and learned many new methods for preserving food and all sorts of creative cooking techniques. Jing Shu admitted that her thinking had been shackled by her previous life, but this time it was like opening the door to a new world. It turned out that many ingredients were prepared and frozen in advance. Take Buddha jumps over the wall, for example. The process was complicated, requiring various broths and ingredients with meticulous selection and luxurious materials. But once it was made, it could be frozen, vacuum sealed, and whenever you wanted to eat it, you just had to heat it up. So many ingredients ended up as just one pot. How much space did that save? The key was that it could be shared openly with family. Eager to part ways with the inspection group, Jing Shu hurried home to study these things. As for the medicinal primer, she found time to have Jun Bao deliver it. From then on, he would handle the follow-up, and Jing Shu could just be a hands-off manager, checking the accounts once a month and bringing Xiao Lu along. Of course, Jing Shu was well aware of how many red threadworms these medicinal primers could breed and how much profit they could bring. Since the output of red threadworms was limited, she naturally wouldn't disrupt the balance for nothing. Starting today, the output of Wucheng's worm cake factory would be reduced by 30%. The 8 factories would share 30% from the Wucheng town government, and Jing Shu would add another 20% for the 8 factories. It wasn't a small amount, but not a lot either. With frugality, each factory could barely support tens of thousands more people a day, which would help ease the local burden. Jing Shu actually had the chance to promote the benefits of the mudfish bone powder, but after thinking it over, she came up with a new plan. Now that Wucheng's grain reserve had a batch of worm cakes, it could at least be considered a reserve. Having surplus grain was a good start and a turning point for Chanduoduo's fate. But it wasn't enough. Far from enough. Even if Jing Shu's factory worked itself to death, it couldn't keep a whole city alive through the coming famine. Even with the bugs from the bug girl Xiao Wei and Chanduoduo's desperate expansion, it still wasn't enough. Oh, and even with the batch of grain grown with the energy-guzzling artificial sun, it still wasn't enough. Everyone was working hard, but what use was that in the face of natural disasters? Mudfish was a great staple food. How to bring it out into the open and even raise it in the future was already taking shape in Jing Shu's mind. This time, the person hosting the building auction was someone Jing Shu knew well, the building's logistics manager Wang Miao. Originally, it should have been Junjia, but he was traumatized and afraid the building would run away again, so even Jin Baba, who loved to join the fun, didn't dare come this time. Not to mention, very few survivors from the last time the building moved could come. Those who did had no choice. They had to settle losses and accounts. For example, the villa Jing Shu auctioned last time was gone. Since the auctioned property wasn't fully handed over to the buyer, the result of the loss assessment was that Jing Shu bore 60% of the responsibility for the disaster, the Greenfield Villa Company 20%, and the town government's poor auction management 20%. Getting some compensation was naturally good. And there was nothing else to auction in the building, just an empty building with a lingering stench of feces, much of it from the mudfish, which hadn't been cleaned up. A 7-story building, just cleaning up the feces would take a long, long time. Who would buy it? For living in, of course it was possible. Housing was extremely tight now. For example, in Banana Community, after 4 years of disasters, it had barely survived each time by sheer luck. The basement corridors and garages were packed with people. Places near the town government, with big canteens and management areas, were all prime real estate. You had to know, Wucheng now only had 3 district town governments. A house might be gone in the next disaster, but sticking with the town government meant security. If people said housing wasn't tight, it was only because there used to be lots of vacant homes in the city, but after years of disasters, most were uninhabitable. You could risk living in them, but it was hard. No people, no transport, no town government, no canteen, no fire, no water. Survival was tough. When Jing Shu excitedly arrived at the auction site in the building, eager to see who else would compete with her for this utterly useless building, She had no idea that there was a minimum purchase requirement set from above. Anyone who wanted to purchase this building had to have Wucheng residency, and if it was to be used for business, the sale or rental price could not exceed the market rate, with a tax rate set at 10%. The starting bid was 8 million virtual coins worth of equivalent goods, with no loans or installment payments accepted. However, if the buyer had the means, they could move the building to any location they wished. The premise was that you had the ability, move it wherever you want. Wucheng is so big, and much of the city is deserted anyway. These conditions alone excluded many people. Wucheng was probably afraid the building would run away again, so they issued water tickets, and also worried that buyers would use it for real estate speculation and profiteering. After all, with such a large space, a little renovation and some partitions could make for much better private spaces than a basement. But all these conditions were clearly overthinking it. In the past, even though the building was empty, at least the renovations were intact. A lot of the fixtures were still there, and many things could be salvaged and reused. The overall quality was still there, and the facilities were complete. But after the mudfish attack this time, even the stair railings had been gnawed away. There was nothing left. After Wang Miao announced these conditions, he felt a bit embarrassed. If Boss Lu were still around, this building could have fetched tens of millions at auction. Even though it was in the suburbs, it wasn't far from a district town government and could have been rented out as office space for factories, research, or business. But now? The location was right next to the red threadworm processing plant, with nothing else around. Even so, the town government had no intention of lowering the price. Although many people were invited this time, most didn't show up. Director Wang, what if the building doesn't sell? Why so many restrictions? 8 million. Who would buy it now? It's so broken, so filthy. Hurry up and finish the loss assessment for us. There were sighs and complaints from below. After surviving so much, everyone who had lived in the building was traumatized. Who would want to buy it? Just coming here made them feel like the monsters were still haunting the place. Wang Miao, holding a loudspeaker, said, "It doesn't matter if it doesn't sell. The town government plans to turn this into a supply station, right next to the worm cake factory. Maybe we'll even house refugees from the city here, which would make it convenient for the worm cake factory to distribute aid." Jing Shu shivered. No way. She didn't want to be neighbors with the town government. "If no one wants it for 8 million virtual coins, then I'll take it." Jing Shu finally raised her paddle. Wasn't this 8 million figure a little too coincidental? Did the town government know she had just gotten 8 million virtual coins and set the price on purpose? How did they know she wanted to buy this building? As it turned out, Jin Tianqi really did know about it. At the time, he said, "Just sell it for 8 million. If she wants it, fine. If not, we'll take it back and still make use of it." What could you do with a broken building for 8 million? Many people were puzzled, racking their brains but unable to figure out what benefit it could bring. But soon, everyone's attention was drawn to the loss assessment and compensation Wang Miao mentioned. Jing Shu still had 2 villas, which had just been transported to a plot of land behind the worm cake factory reserved for her. After a thorough cleaning, they were sealed up using the old method. If nothing unexpected happened, these 2 villas would be the second of Jing Shu's 3 boroughs. In the long apocalypse, they would come in handy. The compensation from Greenfield and the town government was in virtual coins. Liao Shengwu was gone, but at least there was some more virtual currency in the account. "Miss Jing, all the contracts for the building have been submitted to the big data system. You are now the owner. If you use it for business, you'll need to file a report." Wang Miao patiently explained the details to Jing Shu before leaving with everyone. Jing Shu called all the workers from the worm cake factory over. Everyone looked at the building in confusion, many covering their noses. The smell was unbearable, and the place was filthy and dilapidated. "So, what's our boss going to do with this broken building? We don't have enough dorms now, and no materials to build new ones. Maybe she wants to use it as a dormitory? I don't want to live here. I'd rather squeeze in with others." "An 8 million dormitory? That's way too extravagant." Everyone was talking until the boss on the stage waved her hand, and the crowd quieted down. Jing Shu said, I bought this building for a big purpose. Let me ask you all. Do you want to follow me in this apocalypse, eat well, dress warmly, and sleep soundly? Yes, I dream of it. After this break, I realized how good our factory's benefits are. We're already known as the second Shiyuan in the eastern suburbs. The first Shiyuan was, of course, Tianduoduo's in Shishan, since the conditions there were uniquely favorable. But now, even Shiyuan can't match our 4-star treatment. No matter how good Shiyuan is, can you eat meat every day? Take hot showers every day? Jing Shu nodded, then shouted, Since you want that, your first task is to clean this building until it's spotless. With a wave of her hand, Jing Shu sent thousands of factory workers to clean up. The building was suddenly bustling, shoveling poop, hauling poop, mopping floors, scrubbing walls. Everyone was working hard, no one slacking off since it counted as overtime with extra pay and even a late-night snack. Repairmen started fixing the damaged areas, construction workers were measuring, and in a few days the underfloor heating would be rebuilt. Even Zhao Lu, who had followed Jing Shu for months, didn't understand what she was up to. Looking at the financial outflows, Zhao Lu felt a bit distressed. Boss, this dried feces is still horribly smelly. Why don't we just burn it? Suggested the manager with a compulsive streak and a center parting. Dig a pit and bury it nearby, Jing Shu replied. The feces might be useless, but she'd noticed her snakes and bugs hated the smell. If she was right, it could repel pests. When it was time to migrate, she'd have people dig it up and take it along, which could help prevent seas of corpse-eating bugs. No need to suffer. Something's wrong. We just dug up a ton of white bones under the soil outside the building. Holy crap! Go check it out. Many people rushed out, driven by a mix of fear, excitement, and curiosity. When the bones were brought inside, everyone's faces turned serious. More and more bones were being found outside, and now everyone was getting scared. These don't look like human bones. They look like... At this moment, Zhao Lu stepped forward and said, These are mudfish bones. When we drifted with the building, a lot of mudfish crawled in and ate people. They're terrifying monsters, but as for their bones, it was especially fragrant and especially delicious. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Lu said, Once the bones are ground into powder, they can be used as a filling food or as a seasoning to enhance the flavor of other foods. Of course, they also have a strategic use. They can quickly heal external wounds, forming a kind of petrified skin on the surface. Everyone's eyes lit up inexplicably. In this apocalypse, food was more precious than anything else. As long as something could be used as food, it had great potential for development, let alone just a pile of animal bones. Jing Shu clearly saw the previously worried looks in everyone's eyes turn into eager, hungry stares, like a pack of wolves eyeing their prey. Shall we give it a try? Let's do it. Let's do it. Jing Shu knew that unless these people tried it themselves, they wouldn't really believe it. Very quickly, someone fetched grinding tools, others brought over pots, and some even brought mixed grain porridge and worm cakes. Jing Shu nodded, feeling quite gratified as she watched these veteran employees. After all, they'd worked in the factory for years and quickly understood the value these bones represented. The white bones were soon tested in batches. First, a big pot of bone powder porridge was cooked, and everyone tasted a spoonful. This time, the bone powder was ground as fine as soy milk, with very little residue. If you didn't chew carefully, you wouldn't even notice any grittiness. The texture was much thicker than soy milk, yet more fragrant and mellow, and a bit thinner than rice porridge. Just a single bone could make a whole pot of porridge. One skeleton can barely make 100 servings of thick porridge. The feeling of fullness isn't as strong as worm cakes. Probably after 2 hours you'll be hungry again. Then, the bone powder was added in different proportions to several large pots of mixed grain porridge. At this ratio, 5 parts mixed grain porridge to 1 part bone powder makes the best tasting new porridge, and it's more filling too. The key is, it saves a lot of grain. Next, bone powder was added in different proportions to worm cakes. With just 1/10 bone powder, the worm cakes taste much better, almost as good as steamed buns. Everyone's eyes grew even more eager as they looked at the bones. This was like discovering a new treasure. Even though the treasure didn't belong directly to them but to boss Jing Shu, the taste was genuinely good, and at least it would improve their meals in the future. Besides, the better the worm cake factory did, the better off they would be. Wow, boss spent 8 million on this building and got such a treasure trove with it, not a loss at all. Boss, why don't we stop cleaning today and just dig up all the bones under the building? Let's count how many there are. If there's a lot, we'll mix them into the worm cakes regularly. If there's not much, we'll treat them as rare goods. The bones couldn't be made into a standalone food like worm cakes. The residue was too much. Even though it tasted good, who eats star anise or cinnamon sticks whole? But mixed with other foods, not only did it taste better, it also saved a lot of other grains and increased satiety. Jing Shu quickly stopped everyone's enthusiasm, joking that this was her carefully planned move to bring mudfish into the open. We were attacked by these monsters before, tens of thousands of them. Later, they disappeared, and I suspect the area under this building is their graveyard and main nest. Don't dig them all up in case more monsters come out. Be careful these days. There might be more monsters appearing. Everyone shuddered and gave up the idea. Even the factory director, Jing Shu's uncle, decided to increase patrols. Each day, dig up and grind 100 skeletons into powder and mix it into the worm cakes at a 10-to-1 ratio. This batch of special worm cakes will be our upgraded product called mermaid worm cakes. The market price will be double that of the regular ones. If they don't sell out, store them. Don't lower the price. Stop selling only when all the bones are used up. The worm cake factory now had several types of worm cakes. The best sellers were the regular ones and the cheapest dirt worm cakes mixed with soil. Of course, each day we can dig up 1 or 2 extra skeletons to use as seasoning for everyone. That's my treat, Xiaolu. Put this on my personal account. The downside of a big factory was that everything extra had to be accounted for and recorded. In addition, dig up 20 more skeletons each day, grind them into powder, and sell them outside in equal portions to the worm cakes. A small portion for 1.5 virtual coins sold as seasoning and as Type A healing patches. I'll send you the detailed instructions and uses later. Next, recruit 20 more bone diggers, 20 more grinders, and then, her uncle asked, a bit confused. This Type A healing patch is 1.5 virtual coins. Is there a Type B healing patch? How much does it sell for, and where is it? Jing Shu laughed. If you have a serious external wound, just use this ground bone powder with my Type B healing potion, and you'll recover quickly. The only downside is it will petrify your skin. As for the Type B healing patch, let me think about it. I'll have to report it to the Pharmaceutical Association. For now, just sell the Type A. The technology was in Jing Shu's hands, the mermaid saliva was with her, and the entire mermaid species was under her control. She wasn't worried about leaks. No one could leak it. Just like when she started the factory, she always had a backup plan. The healing property seemed trivial to others, far less important than the ability to fill your stomach. In this apocalypse, there were few external injuries, mostly diseases and chronic illnesses. Those with serious injuries usually didn't survive anyway. Still, it was an extra layer of security. The bone powder workshop was set up in the building, and the processing of mermaid worm cakes was also done there. This building became a branch of the worm cake factory, the mudfish bone powder factory, or simply the bone powder factory. Hygiene still had to be maintained. To get transferred to the bone powder factory, employees worked extra hard. After all, the bone powder factory would need a whole new set of core staff, and it was rumored that the benefits there might be even better than at the worm cake factory. Most importantly, those who joined the bone powder factory would get a promotion. Xiaolu became the factory director and also handled the finances, since the two factories' accounts weren't separated. Jing Shu, of course, didn't sit idle. Ever since her space upgraded, batches of mudfish she raised in her space had matured, and she'd sent them to dig tunnels with Xiaowei the bug girl's insects. Under the bone powder factory building, there was now a dense mass of wild mudfish. Since they weren't born in her space, they couldn't form a strong mental bond or contract with Jing Shu, nor could they be commanded from a distance, so they were left to dig tunnels in Wucheng. Some, when old, would dig a pit under the building and wait to die. But no new wild mudfish were being born. Jing Shu had already figured out the process of cultivating mudfish. In other underground mud seas, there might still be countless sources of white energy, but in Wucheng, aside from the white emulsion that Jing Shu possessed, there were no other sources of power. Naturally, there were no more newly born wild mudfish in Wucheng, but Jing Shu would make full use of the characteristics of this species. In the apocalypse, countless species might go extinct, but at the same time, new survivors would rise. How to maximize their potential was the problem Jing Shu needed to consider at this stage. Simply put, it was about making use of waste. The flesh of the mudfish couldn't be eaten. It was like rubbery mud, and once the creature died, it turned into mud, leaving only a pile of white bones. Jing Shu kept wondering if there was any other use for this stuff. After thinking for a long time and coming up with nothing, she decided to just focus on digging tunnels for now. Fortunate people are blessed wherever they go. Who would have thought that even a broken building could yield treasures for her? Jin Tianqi coughed a few times, picked up a piece of the factory's new product, mermaid worm cake, and took a bite. Sure enough, it was fragrant, even better than a white steamed bun. Junjia looked regretful. If we'd known, we wouldn't have auctioned off the building. However many monsters attacked us back then, that's how many skeletons are under the building. That's all food now. They thought that after returning to Wucheng, those monsters and bones would be gone. But who knew? Hindsight is priceless. Junbao was typing away, handling Wucheng's paperwork. The Wucheng he took over wasn't exactly riddled with holes, but it was close. Among all the cities, Wucheng had a smaller, more remote population, so its economy was naturally much weaker. The key is, the weather is getting colder and colder. What are we going to do? Junbao sighed. Yeah, since she discovered it, it's hers. I think it's good stuff. Just buy it at the worm cake factory's price. If it doesn't sell in the open market, we'll buy it all and stockpile it, Jin Tianqi said, chewing the worm cake bit by bit. Mrs. Jin came in, took some, and said, Your throat isn't well. Have some milk tea instead. Don't eat these. By the way, your son Sao is about to give birth, so you need to get some nutrition. Junjia nodded. What could he say? He felt like he'd missed out on a fortune. Jin Baba fed the worm cake to his Sao, grinning. My uncle is still scared. He wouldn't dare go near that man-eating building, ha ha ha. Jin Tianqi ignored him and said, And those AB healing patches? If no one wants them, the town government will buy them all. They might not be in high demand in Wucheng, but if you send them to the life-loving folks in the capital, I guarantee there'll be buyers. We can trade them for some cold weather supplies. No one expected to get grain anymore. Everyone was running out of food, and people were starting to starve in many places. Junjia was a bit surprised. Jing Shu reported the price to the Pharmaceutical Association yesterday. One A-type healing patch is only 1.5 virtual coins, but one B-type healing potion is a whopping 100 virtual coins. The key is, the association actually agreed, and they're going to share it on their network nationwide. Whoever wants it can order it. The Pharmaceutical Association had its own internal transport channels, slow, but at least they could exchange what they needed. Wait, Junjia realized. Brother-in-law, how many virtual coins are you planning to spend? Buying all this up will cost tens of millions at least. Jin Tianqi just smiled and said nothing. Junbao said, That depends on what Jing Shu needs so many virtual coins for. So, even though the worm cake factory's output had been reduced, with bone powder making up the difference, and new products launched, they actually received more orders than before. They thought the mermaid worm cakes, priced at double the regular ones, would sell poorly, but to their surprise, they were a hit in all the canteens. Every day, as soon as they were delivered, people lined up to buy them out. The bone powder, sold as a seasoning, also did well. As a universal condiment, it could be added to porridge or all kinds of food, loved by rich and poor, young and old. When Jing Shu learned that the cheapest dirt worm cakes had been discontinued, she finally understood why. First, the impact of the mudslides was basically gone. The weather was getting colder, and Wucheng and the surrounding cities were all frozen solid. The mudslides had frozen hard as rock, so that disaster was finally over. No more walking in mud pits or worrying about being buried by mudslides. Of course, some nearby cities had been completely buried by mudslides and were now frozen over. So the soil that used to be easily dug up and filtered to make dirt cakes and dirt worm cakes was no longer available. There was a special kind of slime under the mudslides, and once it froze, it was almost impossible to dig up. Not that it couldn't be done, but the cost was too high. Now, people couldn't even afford to eat dirt. Everyone knew there was nothing left to eat, and food shortages were even worse. Chinese people have always had a sense of crisis, so now those with money would buy extra portions at the canteen to stock up. The second reason was that regular workers used to be able to eat rice or steamed buns, but now there was basically none left. So they had to settle for second best, and all the major organizations and companies were willing to buy the tasty mermaid worm cakes to replace rice and buns. There had to be some distinction and difference to motivate employees to work harder. So, the mermaid worm cakes were selling like crazy. Whatever was produced each day was sold out. The town government also placed large orders to use as holiday gifts for official workers. In just a few days, Jing Shu's parents received several boxes of mermaid worm cakes. Jing Shu's wealth value in the big data system kept rising. At first, she stared at it, checking every few minutes. Watching that number go up was truly satisfying. Money, to Jing Shu, was just a string of digits, but it was a string of happy digits. However, some things had happened at the Jing family home in recent days, and there was constant unrest. The reason was that Jing Shu's cousin, Wu Yuai, was going to the capital with her mentor to research ZS-880 synthetic meat. It was said they were at the final stage and about to succeed. The place they were going was one Jing Shu knew well, Junbao's Bio Research Institute. It was said to have more professional equipment and new ideas to try. Jing Shu heard that synthetic meat and the research on biological gigantism were somewhat similar and could be combined, so naturally, both teams would work together. The standard for success was to bring the cost down. The original synthetic meat was too expensive for the public to afford and couldn't become a staple food. Jing Shu was very supportive. The sooner it was developed, the sooner people wouldn't have to go hungry. If Shishan was saved, her shares would be safe, and so would she. Jing Shu had already figured out the process of cultivating mudfish. In other underground mud seas, there might still be countless sources of white energy, but in Wucheng, aside from the white emulsion that Jing Shu possessed, there were no other sources of power. Naturally, there were no more newly born wild mudfish in Wucheng, but Jing Shu would make full use of the characteristics of this species. In the apocalypse, countless species might go extinct, but at the same time, new survivors would rise. How to maximize their potential was the problem Jing Shu needed to consider at this stage. Simply put, it was about making use of waste. The flesh of the mudfish couldn't be eaten. It was like rubbery mud, and once the creature died, it turned into mud, leaving only a pile of white bones. Jing Shu kept wondering if there was any other use for this stuff. After thinking for a long time and coming up with nothing, she decided to just focus on digging tunnels for now. Fortunate people are blessed wherever they go. Who would have thought that even a broken building could yield treasures for her? Jin Tianchi coughed a few times, picked up a piece of the factory's new product, mermaid worm cake, and took a bite. Sure enough, it was fragrant, even better than a white steamed bun. Junjia looked regretful. If we'd known, we wouldn't have auctioned off the building. However many monsters attacked us back then, that's how many skeletons are under the building. That's all food now. They thought that after returning to Wucheng, those monsters and bones would be gone. But who knew? Hindsight is priceless. Jun Bao was typing away, handling Wucheng's paperwork. The Wucheng he took over wasn't exactly riddled with holes, but it was close. Among all the cities, Wucheng had a smaller, more remote population, so its economy was naturally much weaker. The key is, the weather is getting colder and colder. What are we going to do? Jun Bao sighed. Yeah, since she discovered it, it's hers. I think it's good stuff. Just buy it at the worm cake factory's price. If it doesn't sell in the open market, we'll buy it all and stockpile it, Jin Tianchi said, chewing the worm cake bit by bit. Mrs. Jin came in, took some, and said, "Your throat isn't well. Have some milk tea instead. Don't eat these. By the way, your son's sow is about to give birth, so you need to get some nutrition." Junjia nodded. What could he say? He felt like he'd missed out on a fortune. Jin Baba fed the worm cake to his sow, grinning. "My uncle is still scared. He wouldn't dare go near that man-eating building, ha 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 ha." Jin Tianchi ignored him and said, "And those AB healing patches, if no one wants them, the town government will buy them all. They might not be in high demand in Wucheng, but if you send them to the life-loving folks in the capital, I guarantee there'll be buyers. We can trade them for some cold weather supplies." No one expected to get grain anymore. Everyone was running out of food, and people were starting to starve in many places. Junjia was a bit surprised. Jing Shu reported the price to the Pharmaceutical Association yesterday. One A-type healing patch is only 1.5 virtual coins, but one B-type healing potion is a whopping 100 virtual coins. The key is, the association actually agreed, and they're going to share it on their network nationwide. Whoever wants it can order it. The Pharmaceutical Association had its own internal transport channels. Slow, but at least they could exchange what they needed. Wait, Junjia realized. Brother-in-law, how many virtual coins are you planning to spend? Buying all this up will cost tens of millions at least. Jin Tianchi just smiled and said nothing. Jun Bao said, "That depends on what Jing Shu needs so many virtual coins for." So, even though the worm cake factory's output had been reduced, with bone powder making up the difference and new products launched, they actually received more orders than before. They thought the mermaid worm cakes, priced at double the regular ones, would sell poorly, but to their surprise, they were a hit in all the canteens. Every day, as soon as they were delivered, people lined up to buy them out. The bone powder, sold as a seasoning, also did well. As a universal condiment, it could be added to porridge or all kinds of food, loved by rich and poor, young and old. When Jing Shu learned that the cheapest dirt worm cakes had been discontinued, she finally understood why. First, the impact of the mudslides was basically gone. The weather was getting colder, and Wucheng and the surrounding cities were all frozen solid. The mudslides had frozen hard as rock, so that disaster was finally over. No more walking in mud pits or worrying about being buried by mudslides. Of course, some nearby cities had been completely buried by mudslides and were now frozen over, so the soil that used to be easily dug up and filtered to make dirt cakes and dirt worm cakes was no longer available. There was a special kind of slime under the mudslides, and once it froze, it was almost impossible to dig up. Not that it couldn't be done, but the cost was too high. Now people couldn't even afford to eat dirt. Everyone knew there was nothing left to eat, and food shortages were even worse. Chinese people have always had a sense of crisis, so now, those with money would buy extra portions at the canteen to stock up. The second reason was that regular workers used to be able to eat rice or steamed buns, but now there was basically none left. So they had to settle for second best, and all the major organizations and companies were willing to buy the tasty mermaid worm cakes to replace rice and buns. There had to be some distinction and difference to motivate employees to work harder. So, the mermaid worm cakes were selling like crazy. Whatever was produced each day was sold out. The town government also placed large orders to use as holiday gifts for official workers. In just a few days, Jing Shu's parents received several boxes of mermaid worm cakes. Jing Shu's wealth value in the big data system kept rising. At first, she stared at it, checking every few minutes. Watching that number go up was truly satisfying. Money to Jing Shu was just a string of digits, but it was a string of happy digits. However, some things had happened at the Jing family home in recent days, and there was constant unrest. The reason was that Jing Shu's cousin, Wu Yui, was going to the capital with her mentor to research ZS-880 synthetic meat. It was said they were at the final stage and about to succeed. The place they were going was one Jing Shu knew well, Junbao's Bio Research Institute. It was said to have more professional equipment and new ideas to try. Jing Shu heard that synthetic meat and the research on biological gigantism were somewhat similar and could be combined, so naturally both teams would work together. The standard for success was to bring the costs down. The original synthetic meat was too expensive for the public to afford and couldn't become a staple food. Jing Shu was very supportive. The sooner it was developed, the sooner people wouldn't have to go hungry. If Shishan was saved, her shares would be safe. And so would she. When it comes down to it, in this apocalypse, it's not enough to just enjoy yourself. Sooner or later, you can't keep playing that way. In her previous life, Qian Duoduo lived even more comfortably than before the apocalypse. The entire Shishan was his, with 600 bodyguards at his command, all sorts of delicacies and luxury goods lined up for him to enjoy, and so many luxury cars that he could drive a different one every day for years. Jokingly, if Qian Duoduo's foolish son ever said, "I got lost in my own house," it wouldn't be bragging, it would be the truth. Qian Duoduo himself was a famous philanthropist, donating huge amounts of food and supplies every year. Yet, what was his end? The saying, "When the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold," is something everyone understands. So, if you want to live better, more comfortably, and more pleasantly in the apocalypse, there are some things you simply have to do. That's why I agree to Cousin Ui going to the capital. Jing Shu raised her hand to vote. Go for what? Ui isn't like you, wild girl, strong and good with a gun. Anyone who messes with you is just asking for trouble. Ui is even weaker than a fat chicken and stubborn to boot. She's not like you, used to traveling all over since you were little. The farthest she's ever been is Jinlin City. The capital is so far away. What if she gets bullied? Grandma Jing was very much against it. Jing Shu's dad nodded at his mother's assessment of his daughter. He knew his own child best, which is why he was at ease letting her roam the world. Wu Yui was too frail, always cooped up at home, and couldn't even tell east from west. In this man-eating apocalypse, it was safer to just stay put. Third Aunt was conflicted too, but it was rare to see Ui so passionate about something. Even though she didn't want her daughter to go so far, she still asked, Ui, what do you think? Do you really want to go to the capital? You know how hard it is to travel far these days and the risks involved? What she didn't say was that just a few days ago, she saw Jing Shu's parents crying with worry for their daughter, unable to eat or sleep. It was heartbreaking, and now it was her turn to feel the same. Wu Yui was calm. This research is about to bear fruit. My mentor and I have poured all our effort into it these past years. If I don't go, it'll be a lifelong regret. Actually, it's not about going or not, just finishing the last few rounds of calculations. But I want to witness the miracle myself, so that the big canteens don't have to serve this stuff anymore. If we succeed with synthetic meat, we can make all kinds of delicious beef and chicken patties. In that case, go and take care of yourself. Third Aunt said no more. At least she'd be going with her mentor, so her safety should be guaranteed. Third Aunt thought of that calm, steady young man with long hair, whose quiet smile made people feel safe and reliable. With Third Aunt's approval, even Grandma Jing couldn't object anymore. She turned away to prepare food for Yui's journey. Even if she couldn't give her the best, she could at least make those black sesame milk curds. Grandpa Jing even asked, Should we pack some of Jing Shu's stuff for you too? Wu Yui quickly shook her head, remembering how bizarre Jing Shu's supplies were. She even brought a portable toilet. Hearing that the trip was basically set and synthetic meat could soon be promoted, Jing Shu was happy too. She hoped that before the next migration they could produce more food so fewer people would starve. Before leaving, Jing Shu sent some specialty gifts to her friends in the capital via Wu Yui, like Tang Zhen Nantian and his group, the people guarding her grain, and the old folks at the Pharmaceutical Association. First, to maintain relationships, and second, to give Wu Yui some leverage in case she ran into trouble. Wu Yui never realized that Jing Shu had quietly built so many connections in the capital. Even Grandma Jing and Third Aunt didn't mind the gifts. After all, they were a form of protection for Yui. Even after trimming down her luggage, Wu Yui still had several suitcases and struggled to carry them. Luckily, her mentor, just like Yang Yang back in the day, was flamboyant. dressed in a flashy winter outfit like a comic book character, carrying almost nothing himself, so he could help Wu Yui with her bags. Her mentor even shamelessly said, "I knew you women would be a hassle, always bringing so much stuff." After a while he asked, "Did you bring your grandma's homemade food? I can't forget the taste. When we get back, you have to invite me over again." Wu Yui replied happily, "They know I love Tang Yuan, so they packed lots of frozen ones and some black sesame-filled snacks." The food looked terrible, just lumps of black stuff, but tasted great. To keep a low profile, Jing Shu's family had done everything they could. Who would dare flaunt food these days? After Wu Yui left, Jing Shu didn't idle either. The Jing family got even busier. Time moved into November and December, and soon it would be New Year's. This year was even harder than last, colder, with even less food. It was over -30 degrees, soon to hit -40. Before the apocalypse, Wucheng had never been this cold. It was the kind of weather that could freeze your ears off. Even with Jing Shu bundled up in layers, she still felt cold, let alone ordinary people. There were now people freezing to death in Wucheng. In this life, at least not many had starved, so freezing deaths were big news. Jing Shu realized she'd been negligent, always thinking about getting more food to prevent starvation, but forgetting that the cold was just as big a problem. How do I get supplies for warmth? I can't just make them out of thin air. Jing Shu sighed helplessly. Growing cotton or raising silkworms on a large scale wasn't realistic. It wasn't this cold everywhere in the country. Wucheng's latitude made it especially frigid. In the south, it was only -20, and in the warmest places, it was still over 10 degrees. Jing Shu refused to go out. She handled pharmaceutical association work remotely, the worm cake factory was running smoothly, and the only things she needed to worry about were the building renovations and the mudfish digging tunnels. The cold did slow the mudfish down, but not by much. The tunnels had to be wide and sturdy, dig wherever they could. Oh, and the first month's dividends from the 8 factories had already been distributed and were on their way. Jing Shu was looking forward to seeing if there was anything good in them. It was easy to foresee that, although Jing Shu didn't know exactly what was inside, this batch of goods was definitely valuable, maybe even worth more than this round of profit sharing. Wasn't that obvious? If they wanted to keep working happily with Jing Shu, they'd definitely have to send some good stuff this time. Jing Shu was already thinking that to save on shipping costs, everyone would probably send lighter items. If something was too heavy, transportation would be a big problem. For example, cheap foods like green grass would never be shipped. These were practical goods worth millions of virtual coins. Or maybe it would be some rare live livestock? Jing Shu hoped for breeds she didn't already have. She had chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep, but all were common varieties. In this apocalypse, where everything was on the verge of extinction, no one would complain about having more types of live poultry. Even ordinary chickens, free-range, 3 yellow, speckled, or the highly nutritious black bone chicken were all precious now. But clearly Jing Shu was overthinking it. Even the common breeds were nearly extinct, let alone rare ones. The first batch of dividends finally arrived at Wucheng's town government after half a month, transported from all directions along official roads. Jing Shu sent Xiao Lu to the town government to collect the goods. She sent a truck to pick up the supplies. While Xiao Lu was checking and signing for the goods, Jing Shu went to see Jin Baba's Jinhua sow. Jin Baba nervously stroked the sow, which had grown much fatter, and worried. Her belly's getting bigger and bigger. Who knows how many piglets are in there? I'm afraid she'll burst. Jing Shu's own black pigs, after drinking diluted spiritual spring water, would have a dozen piglets at a time, but they never looked this scary. Back then, to get more piglets, she'd secretly fed the sow some diluted spiritual spring water. It's probably because the sow was too skinny and now she's carrying so many piglets that it looks scary. I think she's about to give birth. You should send her to the breeding farm. They have more experience. Actually, Jing Shu was even more experienced. She squatted down and felt the sow's belly, and from a few details she could tell the pig was about to give birth. Why not help her out and take the piglets home right away? That would save a lot of trouble. So Jing Shu started massaging the sow. "Don't touch her! What if you hurt her?" Jin Baba was counting on the sow to have more piglets so he could eat pork sooner. Just then, the sow started grunting and a stream of water came out. "She peed! You touched her and she peed!" Jin Baba shouted excitedly. Jing Shu, "Get lost." "Oh, what a coincidence, she's about to give birth." Normally, a sow's labor isn't so quick. It usually takes most of a day, sometimes even a day or two, with lots of grunting before the piglets come. But Jing Shu used some tricks, and since this wasn't the sow's first litter, she soon started popping out piglets like beans. Jin Baba had never seen such a scene. He was both disgusted and excited, almost throwing up, but soon the sow gave birth to 8 piglets. Jing Shu took 3. There weren't supposed to be that many, but for various reasons, Jin Baba had agreed that if the sow had a lot, Jing Shu could take 3. Jing Shu left satisfied. Her goal was to make a batch of Jinhua ham before the next migration. After her space upgraded, she still had plenty of room left. She wouldn't feel at ease until her space was filled with food and supplies. On the other side, "How is it? Any good stuff?" Jing Shu asked Xiao Lu, who was handling the handover. Xiao Lu reported, "There was a batch of leftover cotton-padded clothes and fabric from before the apocalypse, which they really needed. These things were now very valuable, so they fit the dividend rules." Jing Shu nodded, looked over the 2 batches, and picked out some cotton clothes to set aside for holiday gifts. New Year was coming, and she needed to send presents to relatives and friends. Even in the apocalypse, the Chinese tradition of giving gifts during holidays hadn't changed in thousands of years. Her family received many gifts every year, some useful, some not. Grandma Jing always saved them, estimated their value, and then reciprocated to friends and relatives the next time. These cotton clothes and fabrics were extremely scarce now. Even giving 1 set per family member was a big gift. Jing Shu had even better stuff, but those were products cultivated in her space or with diluted spiritual spring water, and she was reluctant to give those away. There's also a batch of high-end products from the capital, new food grown under the artificial sun, called black sweet potatoes. It's a new product, very rare, and this batch is worth 10% more than the dividend share. Bringing it to Wucheng makes it even rarer. Red sweet potatoes are red, purple ones are purple, so black ones must be black? Jing Shu guessed right. "I heard the taste is fresh and fragrant, much bigger than red sweet potatoes, but a bit coarser. It was cultivated from wild varieties, and with careful research, it might be possible to grow them on a large scale in the future." Jing Shu didn't remember if there were black sweet potatoes in her previous life. Each one was as big as a watermelon, and there was only a small batch, so they were clearly valuable. "Zhou Yun's stuff is pretty good. Actual food, which really surprised me." Jing Shu weighed a black sweet potato and said, "Divide them into 3 parts. 1 for me to take home, 1 to be given out as year-end bonuses according to ranking, and the last to be sold to our major clients at the capital's price." Jing Shu planned to see if she could breed and cultivate these black sweet potatoes. The process sounded troublesome and the yield wasn't great, but she wanted to try. They didn't look very tasty, but at least they were novel. There were quite a few major clients, but even so, each system would only get a few. Wucheng's town government, Xishan, gas, and electricity companies all did business with her. After all, running a factory required coordination with many departments. Next, Jing Shu saw other local specialty goods, some new products of the apocalypse, some rare leftovers from before. So many things, and it still didn't fill a whole truck. In other words, after deducting shipping and other costs, this truckload was worth more than 30% of the worm cake factory's monthly profit. That was worth several truckloads of worm cakes. But these supplies were truly precious, absolutely top tier in today's world of scarcity. "That's all?" Jing Shu looked over the goods, a bit disappointed. There wasn't anything especially amazing, but under the circumstances, these were truly the best of the best. She couldn't help but sigh. Once productivity collapses, this is what you get. Luo Junren from Chuanshu sent a batch. Zhao Lu's expression was a bit odd, not sure how to explain. In the end, He brought Jing Shu to another separate truck and pointed. Look, he sent a batch of dark creatures saying they might be useful for Wu Cheng. Dark creatures? Jing Shu looked up, intrigued by the so-called dark creatures Xiao Lu mentioned. To be honest, some dark creatures were very valuable, while others were basically worthless. These creatures that could survive the apocalypse had abandoned photosynthesis and could live by eating all sorts of random things, even dirt, just to survive. What use could you expect from such creatures? In order to survive, many species had evolved to the point where they were no longer edible, which was really frustrating. Of those that could be eaten, they were extremely rare and often had major drawbacks, like being unable to reproduce, such as the dinosaur chicken. So Jing Shu's first question was, can you eat them? This was always her most important criterion for judging their value. Xiao Liu looked a bit embarrassed. No, you can't eat them. If you could, Luo Junren would have treasured them himself and wouldn't have come all this way to open a worm cake factory. Oh, Jing Shu lost interest. She casually grabbed a few round, fluffy balls. This batch of dark creatures filled a small truck? Maybe a few hundred balls? They didn't even seem to move. Each ball was a different size, about as big as a basketball. They looked a bit like sea urchins, covered in dense spines, or rather, hair. Each hair was thick and long, about 30 centimeters, as thick as a finger. What are they good for? Boss, these dark creatures are called long-haired balls. That's a fitting name, but their hair is a bit too stiff. Otherwise, it'd be great for knitting sweaters. Jing Shu was a little disappointed. Boss, they're called long-haired balls because of all this long hair. Although it's a bit stiff, I heard that if you boil it and treat it with saltpeter, it becomes very flexible. Then, using a cutting machine, each long hair can be split into a dozen fine threads, which can be spun into primitive yarn. Jing Shu's eyes lit up and she signaled for Xiao Lu to continue. The yarn made from long-haired balls isn't as soft as cotton or wool, but at least it keeps you warm. The material isn't breathable, so the clothes are stuffy, but at least they're warm. Jing Shu rubbed the long-haired ball in her hand. It was pitch black, with no visible eyes, nose, or mouth. The hair was as flexible as a soft sword, and no matter how she bent it, it didn't break. If this thing really worked as Xiao Lu said, and could be processed into warm clothing, then it was absolutely necessary. Did Luo Junren say anything about how to raise, breed, or any problems with them? Jing Shu asked. The species was good, and the function was great. But with just this small batch, it wouldn't make much of a difference. On the other hand, her family had already planted cotton, Grandma Jing was raising silkworms, and they had sheepskin, pigskin, and cowhide, so they weren't lacking in materials. Dark creatures can eat anything, so there's basically no problem raising them. They can eat dirt or garbage. Long-haired balls have been studied, but artificial breeding hasn't worked. They can only reproduce on their own. 1,000 long-haired balls can increase by about 100 a year. The oldest ones have lived several years. That's how dark creatures are, lots of drawbacks. But you can shear the hair off one long-haired ball and make a whole piece of clothing. And in 2 or 3 months, the hair grows back to full length. Basically, you can shear them endlessly. At this point, Xiao Lu's eyes were shining. This small batch of long-haired balls meant hundreds of pieces of clothing, and every 2 or 3 months, you could shear them again. These were dark creatures, no special care needed, and they could survive on their own. This was good stuff. Shave all their hair and use the method to make a batch of warm clothes. If you can find an old factory, use it. If not, give them to the town government and let the professionals handle it. As for the rest, bring them home for me. Jing Shu finally decided. She'd been interested in the black sweet potatoes, but now that the long-haired balls had arrived, she couldn't take her eyes off them. This was just too good. Nature's own hemp in the apocalypse. Of course, turning fiber into finished clothing took many steps. At home, it took Zijin and Grandma Jing a lot of time to turn silk into fabric. With nothing else available, everything had to go back to basics, step by step. But time waits for no one. After returning home, Jing Shu brought back a truckload of supplies. She kept a piglet in her space for breeding. She always kept one of everything in her space as a backup, just in case, since she was extremely security conscious. Then, she started researching the long-haired balls. Half were kept in her space, raised in a comfortable environment with diluted spiritual spring water and food, to see if they'd reproduce and grow hair faster. The other half were kept at the villa, divided into 3 groups. One fed dirt, one fed mixed nutrient feed, and one... Jing Shu thought about waste utilization and tried feeding them the mudfish's meat. Mudfish didn't really have meat, just tough dirt, and when they died, only white bones were left. The long-haired balls had no mouths. They fed through countless tiny mouths at the tips of their long hairs, which could suck up anything as food. If they were on the ground, they'd suck up dirt. If there was no dirt, they'd suck up water. They couldn't walk, couldn't move, and wouldn't attack people. Jing Shu wondered if they were evolved from plants or animals. Each bald, long-haired ball had many tiny mouths. She stuck them onto the mudfish and left them alone. Even experiments take time. She just checked on them every day and recorded their status. She'd pick the fastest reproducing, best hair-growing ones. Hey, did you hear? This year's year-end bonus isn't just that rare black sweet potato, but also a super warm, long-haired ball coat. What's a long-haired ball coat? Isn't it just a regular winter coat? I already have 2 cotton-padded jackets. Hey, look at Jian Yi, he's wearing one. A bunch of people looked enviously at this year's top performer, Jian Yi. The long-haired ball coat just looks like a black raincoat, nothing special. This thing is great. Just wear a shirt inside and this on top and no wind or cold will get through. Jian Yi, what do you think? Jian Yi took off his hat and panted. I walked around outside and actually got a bit hot. It's over minus 30 degrees out there, but this coat is warm even if it gets colder. But it's not breathable, so it's stuffy and uncomfortable and it feels like wearing plastic. Kind of stiff, not very comfy. But even as he said this, he was reluctant to take it off. Everyone around was envious. It was so cold now that no one wanted to go out unless they had to. The drawbacks Jian Yi mentioned might have been problems before, but now they didn't matter at all. When everyone was so cold they couldn't feel anything, all the so-called drawbacks didn't matter anymore. As the weather got colder, even regular winter clothes stopped working. If you could get one more long-haired coat to block the wind and cold, at least you could still walk outside. In just a few days, Jing Shu had a batch of even better, longer, and warmer long-haired coats. Unlike the worm cake factory's batch, these were made by the Wucheng Town government's garment department. That's right, long-term collection of dead people's clothes, second-hand fabrics, and all kinds of used clothing, which were then disassembled, washed, and remade into the supplies needed in the apocalypse and sold at market price. These places were called garment factories in the apocalypse. They had professional equipment and factories, so the clothes they made were of better quality. Wearing a down jacket with a hooded ankle-length long-haired coat over it, Jing Shu felt an unparalleled sense of security. Warm, even a bit hot. Looks like I can wear this on the coldest days. The first batch of long-haired coats was quickly distributed. Since they were meant as premium gifts, each coat used plenty of material. Except for those at the worm cake factory, all were made to reach the calves. After sending out a few hundred coats, not a single one was wasted. Jing Shu alone sent out over 100 to relatives and friends, 1 per person, and for big families like Yang Yang's, a dozen or so. Not long after, Yang Yang sent back a dozen boxes of brown sugar and wanted to buy more coats at a high price to give to relatives. Brown sugar was a luxury. Even Jing Shu didn't have much in stock. There was plenty of honey at home, but without sugarcane, she couldn't make brown sugar at will. Luckily, they only drank it during certain days and usually just boiled ginger to ward off the cold, so they didn't use much. As for Jin Tianqi, since he helped Jing Shu make so many coats, she had to send some to him as well. Once the coats were sent out, everyone knew how good they were. In this cold, they were even better than down jackets. The long-haired coats were basically waterproof, not breathable, and made of special material that wouldn't wear out. Unlike cotton-padded jackets, which got heavy when wet, or down jackets, which lost warmth after washing. These were tough and durable. True products of the apocalypse. The only pity was the low yield. Many people asked Jing Shu if these could be mass-produced. If they could, they'd be extremely rare and would save a lot of heating fuel. It started snowing, just like in her memories. When it got cold enough, huge ice flakes fell, bigger than goose feathers. Even inside the villa you could hear the swishing sound. Once it started snowing, it wouldn't stop. The truly difficult times of the apocalypse had arrived. Countless people would starve or freeze to death. The snowflakes in the apocalypse were much bigger than before, and not pure white, but a grayish color from pollution. At night they shimmered with a silvery light. The long-haired coats could even block the snow. Every time Jing Shu's parents went to work, they wore the coats. The heavy snowflakes didn't hit their faces but piled up on the coats. Once inside, they just patted and shook them off. If it were cotton-padded jackets, the snow would melt and soak them as soon as they warmed up. Jing Shu was running experiments on breeding long-haired balls, but there were no short-term results. Experiments 1, 2, and 4 all failed. Even in her space, the breeding speed wasn't ideal. The spiritual spring could speed things up, but if she used it, there'd be no point. Her daily supply and consumption of spiritual spring was already maxed out, and she tried to save a little every day. It seemed that large-scale breeding of long-haired balls would be very difficult. If it were easy, everyone in the country would have a set of long-haired clothes by now. But Jing Shu didn't give up. She still recorded all the data and methods every day. After all, she'd figured out how to breed red threadworms before. These days, you're not going anywhere. Stay home and help me prepare for the new year. These old bones of mine can't handle all this work. Grandma Jing nagged, holding Jing Shu's hand. There was no one else at home. Zijin wasn't around, Wu Yuai wasn't around, and Jing Shu was the only granddaughter left. Grandma didn't dare let her go. Speaking of Zijin, Jing Shu planned to bring her back in a few months. In her previous life, Zijin stayed put because Jing Shu wasn't around. In this life, Zijin had accomplished what Jing Shu wanted, but no matter what, Jing Shu wanted her by her side before the next migration, just to be safe. Grandma, the snow's getting heavier and the weather's getting worse. Natural gas will be even scarcer. We should cook and freeze as much food as possible now. Before, Jing Shu would at least make semi-finished products, but now that wasn't enough. She'd emphasized this before, and now Grandma Jing didn't object. They needed to store more food, just in case the gas ran out and they couldn't cook. What would the whole family eat then? This year, they didn't plan to keep many livestock. Wucheng was still okay, but in Jinlin and several nearby cities, many people had starved or frozen to death after the heavy snow. Many refugees were flocking to Wucheng, and security was tight. There had already been many attempts to sneak in just for a daily meal. Now that it was so cold, there were bound to be more. Grandma Jing, always afraid of exposing their situation, slaughtered more than half the chickens and ducks. We'll keep fewer animals this year and see how things go next year. Okay, and let's stop breeding dinosaur chickens for now in case someone gets ideas. Dinosaur chicken. Thank you for letting me catch my breath. I really don't want to be a breeding chicken. The snow would keep falling, sometimes heavy, sometimes light. Roads were blocked, and it felt like the whole world was buried under snow. When all the houses were covered and even shoveling was impossible, no one in Wucheng thought of leaving. The apocalypse was here. Where could you go that wasn't just about survival? Sigh, we'll have to go through it all again. Just as Jing Shu was feeling complicated, her merit reward finally arrived. Although the Wucheng town government was a bit slow, they did get things done. Earlier, Junjia had promised that her contribution of 2 truckloads of worm cakes, along with other events, would be recorded on the internal contribution value wall. Basically, it was just an internal system promising you a big pie. Jing Shu was all too familiar with this trick. The Pharmaceutical Association had an internal contribution system too. The higher your contribution, the more layers you could unlock, and you could exchange points for internal goods. So far, Jing Shu's contribution points at the Pharmaceutical Association couldn't get her the most confidential items. Those were just for show. She used to get excited, but now she was much calmer. But today, Jun Bao, who had just taken office and was already making waves, told her offhandedly, "Your contribution value can now unlock the most core items. Want to come take a look in exchange for something?" "Of course I want it. Absolutely," Jing Shu replied almost without hesitation. Even though she felt she was never the type to get a bargain from the town government, and with someone as stingy as Jun Bao, she wouldn't get any advantage. She had still supported over 2,000 people for so long, saved so many lives, and escorted everyone back to Wucheng. Surely that kind of merit should be worth something, right? "I look forward to your visit." So, despite having just sworn she wouldn't go out for anything, Jing Shu bundled up in thermal underwear, sweaters, padded pants, cotton clothes, and finally her long-haired coat, and headed out. After experiencing the cold in her previous life, she hadn't gotten used to it. Instead, she was even more afraid of the cold. She didn't want to suffer through it again. Covered in frostbite, life was worse than death. It was a psychological shadow for her. Banana community had changed a lot too. The snow kept falling without stopping. Wucheng issued an emergency snow clearing order, deployed snowplows, and opened up 30,000 road clearing jobs, each with a meal included. That was the only reason Wucheng wasn't buried under snowdrifts. The snowbanks on both sides of the community roads were thigh-high. If Jing Shu hadn't had the foresight to enclose her villa with tempered glass, the yard would have been filled with snow by now. Grandpa Jing went up to the roof every day to clear snow, pushing it away from the villa until the piles were taller than a person. On Jinke Road in Wucheng, which was a remote suburb before the apocalypse, there were 200,000 square meters of land with a transfer and storage center, originally planned as a trade and bulk goods hub. After the apocalypse, it stored a batch of supplies and food. Once those were used up, it became the largest resettlement site managed by the Wucheng town government. There were no high-rises here, just warehouses bigger than football fields, spaced every 30 meters, row after row stretching for several kilometers. Wucheng used to have 6 or 7 such large-scale storage and distribution centers, but after earthquakes and floods, only this one remained intact. Each warehouse could accommodate countless trucks for loading, transfer, and storage. Now, with the weather so cold, it was impossible to heat such a vast space with coal. Still, it was a bit warmer than outside. When Jing Shu arrived, she was amazed. She hadn't expected a place like this to exist. But the warehouse was a mess. To house more people, the town government had pulled in all sorts of vehicles that could be slept in, and even set up many mobile metal houses. "Hey, that's nothing. There's a comfort zone and a luxury zone in the back. The comfort zone is made up of train cars with bunks and toilets. Very convenient. The luxury zone even has a few mobile villas." This was Junbao's first big move after taking office, letting refugees from Tacheng and Jinlan into Wucheng and settling them here. Of course, it wasn't out of charity. Wucheng residency was precious, and many people wanted to get a residence permit. Rumor had it that to live in Wucheng, you had to pass some kind of test. Jing Shu didn't know if this happened in her previous life. She was nearly starving to death at the time. The storage center had been used for food and supply transfer for years, and only after everything was used up did it become available for resettlement. Otherwise, it would have been packed with Wucheng locals. But it really wasn't a good place. Too cold, too empty, no heating, no sewage system. A few days was fine, but long-term living was tough. Arriving here, Jing Shu felt that the core reward she was about to receive probably wasn't anything special. What did this have to do with her reward? "It really doesn't," Junbao said. "Jing Shu, are you kidding me?" When Jing Shu saw the other 6 people who had also won first prize and maxed out their contribution points, she felt even more cheated. Wasn't this just like those pre-apocalypse raffles where you always won the grand prize, only to be told you could buy a 10,000 yuan jade for 100 yuan? The key was, she even recognized some of the others. Su Mali's father, the coal boss she often worked with, and an old acquaintance, Lan Shao, who had been trapped in the mudslide sea with her. Oh, and his family was in the power grid business, controlling a source of energy and supplying electricity to part of Wucheng. Jing Shu was a bit surprised. He no longer looked sallow and thin, but had some flesh on his cheeks now. She didn't know the other people, but they all looked healthy, not skinny from hunger, and wore warm clothes, a major status symbol in the apocalypse. The group exchanged glances, sensing something odd. "Your contribution points can be exchanged for rewards. This is real," Junbao assured them. He led them to a different warehouse, fully sealed and heavily guarded. When the heavy doors opened, it revealed a warehouse packed to the brim with goods, stretching as far as the eye could see. Jing Shu's jaw dropped. The supplies of an entire city were far more impressive than what she could ever gather alone. Her eyes landed on a helicopter and couldn't move away. She recognized it. It was the one that had flown to the building before, its black metal gleaming, the huge rotor blades exuding a sense of power. Some were armed helicopters, some were regular, some were small, but Jing Shu immediately set her sights on the big one in the most prominent spot. She glanced at Junbao. Was this intentional? The others were clearly shocked too. "Take whatever you want. Some of these are the former leader's personal belongings. Some belong to the town government, some are collectibles. In short, you can have whatever you want. It's a rare opportunity," Junbao said with a smile. Some of it was even confiscated loot. There were all sorts of big items: tanks, restricted weapons, ammunition, and many other things, all either top quality or extremely rare. There was everything high-end you could imagine, all very valuable. Except food. But Jing Shu knew where Wucheng's real food storage was. That was the true material base. The others hesitated. Urged by Junbao, Lan Shao tentatively pointed at a tank. "I want this tank?" Everyone wanted a tank, including Jing Shu. Not only was it a weapon, but in the apocalypse it was the best off-road RV. "No problem. Deduct 1 million contribution points from your father's account, and you'll need to pay an additional 14 million virtual coins worth of food. We only accept food." Lan Shao: "Forget I said anything." So contribution points were basically vouchers. You could take whatever you wanted, but you still had to pay? Or rather, trade food for it? Well, that was disappointing. But soon someone caught on and quickly asked, "What can I get for 3 million contribution points?" "I'll only spend my points, not a single coin more." "Ah, yes, of course there are." Junbao pointed to another area. "That whole section is for items worth 3 million contribution points." "Great. Then I'll pick from those," someone said. Jing Shu snorted. Junbao continued, "Oh, right, you all made contributions, so the town government is rewarding you. But times are tough, so we'll waive other taxes and miscellaneous fees. You just need to pay a materials fee." "And what exactly is this materials fee?" "Just add 1/3 of the item's value in food," Junbao said with a smile. "You thought you could get something for nothing? Think again." Everyone smacked their lips, feeling the pain in their hearts and wallets. No matter how many contribution points you had, even if you bought something worth 3 million points, you still had to pay an extra 1 million worth of goods. But the items here were all top-notch. It was like a point system. You spent a lot to earn 10,000 points, and now you could exchange them for something worth 10,000, but you still had to pay an extra 300. If you paid, it hurt. If you didn't, you felt like you were missing out. "Oh, and today is the last day. The new year is about to start, and all your contribution points will be cleared," Junbao added, his words as tempting as the devil's. In the end, even Lan Shao couldn't resist. He scraped together enough to pick out items worth 1 million points and paid 300,000 in food. Apparently, it was the entire power grid staff's year-end bonus, all spent here. Jing Shu looked at her own contribution points, hesitating. This was just too much. Why not just pick a regular helicopter? It's only 1.4 million points. Why insist on the big black one? Well, the big black one is the most advanced armed helicopter after all. But since we're friends, I can pull some strings for you, Junbao said with a smile. What use was a regular helicopter? With the best one right in front of her, and in the apocalypse, armed power was everything. In the future, there might be aerial battles, or if she ever went to America, she could just pull out an armed helicopter and bomb away. What couldn't she get? No matter what, if she was going to trade, she wanted the best. It was her trump card, her deterrent. Your pulling strings isn't easy, Jing Shu said, eyeing the now even thinner Jun Bao. The newly appointed leader seemed to be facing a lot of trouble. In a flash, everyone else was gone, because Jun Bao said, "You don't need contribution points, you can just trade food, just a bit more than the points price." Everyone clutched their dwindling supplies and ran, afraid they'd lose even their pants if they stayed. Only a middle-aged man and Jing Shu were left. "Lao Wei, see anything you like? Don't be shy," Jun Bao said even more warmly. "Hey, young lady, how about I sell you my contribution points?" "Then you can buy the helicopter," Lao Wei said with a hearty laugh, though he wasn't as simple as he looked. "Huh?" Jing Shu was just worrying about this. She turned to the stranger and asked, "What do you do? How many points do you have?" "A few million wouldn't be enough." "I'm from the Tianshan Salt Lake Salt Works. All the salt in Wucheng these years has come from us. The town government owes us a lot, which was converted into contribution points." "Not much, just 15 million, Lao Wei said with a grin. Spending 15 million points would mean paying 5 million in goods, so he'd rather sell them to Jing Shu and avoid paying out of pocket. No wonder he was so rich. Salt was a necessity, not as high in demand as food, but with the apocalypse, everything was harder. Transport, materials, manpower. The more resources the town government gave to salt production, the fewer they had for other things. A single salt lake had to supply millions in Wucheng. With only 100 resource points, how could you survive? So the salt produced was just enough, and any extra was stored. There was no way they could afford to spread salt on the roads after snow like before the apocalypse. "Jun Bao, can I use this back door?" Jing Shu asked. Jun Bao was surprisingly agreeable. "Of course, I hope you'll return the favor for me someday." So he needed something from her too. Jing Shu didn't waste words. "Do you want virtual coins or something else? I can give you 14 million in virtual coins or 11 million in mixed meat cakes, but that would have to be in installments." Since this was a private deal, Jing Shu didn't want to use a large amount of public worm cakes. She'd use her own insect meat mixed cakes, her private property. "Of course I want the mixed meat cakes. If you ever want to buy salt, I can give you a 30% discount. I even have some high-end Tianshan salt from before the apocalypse," Lao Wei said enthusiastically. "Let's exchange contact info and talk more later." Most of the salt produced now was tainted by dark elements and tasted bitter. She'd have Zhao Lu handle the salt trade at a discount. Even if she traded worm cakes, the cost would be lower, and she'd avoid the virtual coin transaction fee. She could buy more high-end salt too. She'd need a lot for pickling things, and on the migration road, there'd be no way to restock. Lao Wei left happily. Jing Shu bought the contribution points, then paid over 7 million in worm cakes, and finally, with great joy, got Big Black, the nickname for the armed helicopter. Although Jing Shu would have preferred to just steal one for free, she never had the chance. Being able to buy one now was just as good. Now she was someone with a helicopter. She could fly anywhere she wanted, even migrate by air. She couldn't be happier. Unfortunately, her space still wasn't big enough to store a helicopter, which was a bit of a shame. Jing Shu sat in her helicopter excited, touching everything, until Jun Bao poured cold water on her. "You don't know how to fly a helicopter, do you?" She'd forgotten about that. "Our instructors can teach you for free. If you ever need help, you can hire them," Jun Bao said sincerely. Jing Shu eyed him suspiciously. He was being a little too nice. "These are snacks from the capital. I remember you like them," Jun Bao said, offering her sachima, osmanthus cake, and the chrysanthemum cookies she loved. "What do you want? Just say it. You're making me uncomfortable." "Do you know how many refugees have flooded into Wucheng this time?" "Tens of thousands?" Jing Shu guessed quietly. Was he asking for food? No. If it was about food, Qian Duoduo would be here. This must be something even he couldn't handle. After finishing the snacks, Jing Shu was still hungry, so she took out some milk curds to nibble on, and even gave one to Jun Bao. He hesitated, licked it, and nodded. Yep, it tasted like the Jing family's, and he could eat it without gagging. A few tens of thousands for now, but there's a much bigger wave coming. How big is a huge batch? Jing Shu's voice suddenly rose by 3 notches. Just these tens of thousands of people, Jun Bao's first big move had already nearly turned the entire Wucheng leadership upside down. If it weren't for his iron-fisted methods, the higher-ups would have lost control. Why? Because taking in people, no matter the motive, meant food. How much food did it take to feed tens of thousands? If you gave it to them, there'd be less for the higher-ups and their people. It was like digging up their ancestors' graves. Now, who in the 3 northwestern provinces doesn't know that Wucheng is the only place where no one starved to death? The previous mudslide buried so many supplies and buildings, and now it's all just mud and rocks. Those losses are gone forever. So, people keep flocking to Wucheng. Not just good citizens, even those without any identity, the wild ones, are coming here. But don't worry, the food isn't free. If they can't earn their keep, no one will care if they starve. Jing Shu could already imagine the scene. The food wasn't free, but where would it come from? Where else could it come from? Did you leak the news? Jing Shu's expression turned cold, and her tone followed. In her previous life, there was never news of people from all around flocking to Wucheng. Junbao nodded. Can I ask why you did this? These people weren't from Wucheng, didn't have Wucheng IDs. Even if you took them all in, there'd be no extra political credit, no extra benefits, no one handing out awards. Junbao answered seriously, to let more people survive. Are you a fucking saint? Jing Shu couldn't hold back anymore, her anger flaring. For years, she'd worked hard to run and expand the worm cake factory, just so Qianduoduo wouldn't get fleeced during famines, dragging down all the little guys like her and ruining her own quality of life in the apocalypse. She'd racked her brains for solutions. Now, after finally working with Qianduoduo, Wormgirl Xiaowei and others to secure more food, and after Jiang Jiang made sure no one in Wucheng starved, this guy wanted to take in a whole new batch of people? When there's not enough to go around, would they start slaughtering the fat sheep again? Junbao and Jing Shu had known each other for years, but this was the first time he'd seen her truly angry and cursing. But he knew she must have misunderstood, so he said gently, "Why don't you let me explain first?" Jing Shu was so angry she almost forgot this man was the tyrant of legend, who had done things that shocked even the gods just to keep more people in Wucheng alive. Still, after all this time, she knew his temperament a little. She took out her thermos, gulped down some milk tea, and said, "Go ahead. Tell me why you want to let more people survive." The idea was good. Who didn't want more people to live? The problem was, did he have a perfect solution? Or was he just planning to slaughter the fat sheep? If Junbao's answer was just, "I can't bear to see people starve, I'd rather sacrifice myself for the greater good, for the country," that kind of selfless talk, Jing Shu would cut ties with him on the spot, clean up her Wucheng assets, and take her family away. No more friendship. Seeing that Jing Shu was truly angry, Junbao sighed and smiled helplessly. "Did you know I have anorexia? An incurable kind?" Jing Shu nodded. This guy could barely eat anything except food from her house, or a few sweet snacks and crisp fruits and cucumbers. She'd never understood. How could someone have no appetite with so much good food around? Then Junbao began to speak. "My family once stayed over there, offended some people, and when I was a child, I was kidnapped." Jing Shu's eyes widened. "They did it purely for revenge, never intending to let me live. They just wanted to torture me." Junbao's voice was still gentle. "They just wanted to hear me beg for mercy. At first, I resisted and cursed, but eventually I had no strength left and gave up. I let them do whatever they wanted." Jing Shu was so shocked she didn't know what to say. In her mind, she could already picture a little boy being tortured. She remembered clearly how Wu Yui had been tortured, her flesh sliced off piece by piece. How could Junbao speak of all this so calmly? Maybe dying would have been easier. I was so young, and after experiencing a fate worse than death, I just wanted it to end. But they found it amusing. A child who wouldn't beg for mercy. They didn't want me to die. So they tried all sorts of things, made me eat all kinds of filthy things, forced it down my throat, gave me drugs and injections. So some wounds would heal and then be reopened, some would fester and attract flies and maggots. Jing Shu's fists clenched. "How long did this go on?" she asked, her voice trembling. I can't remember. Maybe a few weeks?" Junbao thought for a moment. "We were moved around a lot. Later at the border, I met a girl a few years older than me with a similar fate. Her family had also offended those people, so she was brought there too. She had it even worse. She was tied to a pillar in an abandoned yard, with guard dogs chained just far enough to bark at her. I was tied to a pillar too. Then those people got some news and left in a hurry, never coming back. I spent a few happy days with that sister, but happy times are always short. When the dogs got hungry, they lunged at us. She shielded me and got bitten, and soon she was gone. I felt like I was about to die too, and honestly, I didn't want to live anymore. It was so painful. But she insisted my life was saved by her, made me promise to live on, said she didn't believe in... I felt like I was about to die too, and honestly, I didn't want to live anymore. It was so painful. But she insisted my life was saved by her, made me promise to live on, said she didn't believe in fate, didn't believe good people go unrewarded. She wanted me to be a good person, to save people in trouble, to give them hope, and to help her find the answer. Do good people really get rewarded? Sigh, what a hassle. I was tied up in that abandoned yard for days, watching her turn to bones before rescue finally came. Junbao's knuckles turned white. The usual gentleness was gone, and for the first time he revealed the part of himself he cared about most. How did he survive those days? What did he eat or drink? He didn't say, but the answer was obvious. So his first question was, did she know he had an incurable anorexia? After eating all those filthy things and enduring all that torment, for this strong-willed man, it was all just a light sentence, except for the last part. If it had been a stranger, maybe it wouldn't matter. But this was his savior. The shadow and trauma were too deep. Did you ever find the answer? No, I'm not a good person. So how would I know if good people get rewarded? This twist made Jing Shu think Junbao was following his savior's wish to be a good person, so he wanted more people to survive. But, she thought, you don't have to be a good person to have other motives for wanting more people to live. If it were someone else, she might believe it was out of kindness, duty, or responsibility, but not someone like him. With no benefit and only trouble, Junbao would never do it. He might say he wants more people to survive, but who knows what he really wants? Exactly. I just want to show her that sometimes death is a relief, and living is the real suffering. Since she believed otherwise, I'll do whatever it takes to let more people live. As for how they live, or whether they want to keep living, that's not my concern. If it were you, what would you choose? To live is to have hope. No matter what I go through, I want to live, Jing Shu replied. As expected. Junbao looked a bit gratified, then continued. So, to let more people survive, I plan to dig tunnels and build roads. Don't worry, I'm really not here to ask you for food. Jing Shu frowned. But if a huge batch of people, and even opportunists from nearby, sneak in, what about all the food they'll need? Digging tunnels and building roads is a huge project. Weather, road conditions, tools, and all sorts of accidents will cause many deaths. If they go to work on the roads, the town government will provide 2 meals a day. If they're lucky and survive until the road is finished, they can join Wucheng. If not, at least they lived a little longer. If they don't want to work, they can just wait to die. No one's going to support freeloaders. Wucheng will also send some of its own people to work, and along the way we'll look for pre-apocalypse transfer stations. In ancient times, forced labor for road building killed countless people. Now, in the apocalypse, there's no way they have the same technology or materials. There might be some professional tools, but a lot of the work will be manual, so it really wouldn't require extra food collection, but many people would die. Even just migrating, half the people died. How many more would die digging tunnels? But if the tunnels are finished, migration won't be as deadly, and things won't be so tragic. Jun Bao was killing 3 birds with 1 stone and protecting his own people. But there was no other way. More and more people were starving to death everywhere else. If they didn't work on the roads, they'd die anyway. Jing Shu frowned, feeling something was off. In her previous life, there was no talk of building roads. They just walked, step by step, and encountered all sorts of disasters, with heavy casualties. Digging tunnels and building roads? To get rich? Build roads first, Jun Bao said with a smile. Seeing Jing Shu's serious face, he got serious too. I got inside information that our region's weather will keep getting colder, maybe even below -70 degrees C, while the south is warming up. The world's weather is in chaos, so we have to prepare. Should we stay in Wucheng, or should everyone migrate south? Will there be more disasters on the way, or will the temperature rise again? Qianduoduo's Xishan is a successful example. We started copying it early on, trying to build an underground city. Wucheng has rich natural gas, minerals, and oil. Even if we have to burn resources and use artificial suns to make some food, holding onto Wucheng means holding the richest resource area in the northwest. Before the apocalypse, Wucheng supplied natural gas to the rest of China. The resources were abundant. But after the apocalypse, disasters and the need for artificial suns meant even Wucheng couldn't supply itself. But if it doesn't work out, it's better to dig tunnels early and prepare to migrate. If we open up trade routes, at least we can bring in some outside goods. It really was different from her previous life. They were preparing in advance. In her last life, Wucheng ran out of food and many starved. Jing Shu's family even traded away their villa. They were sitting on a treasure trove of energy but couldn't use it. In this life, thanks to Jing Shu's butterfly effect, Wucheng barely avoided starvation, and Jun Bao was thinking bigger. Digging tunnels and building roads early was exactly what Jing Shu had wanted. But she'd run into problems. The tunnels she'd dug always collapsed. For migration, that wouldn't work. Later, she learned that a tunnel needs all kinds of technical and material support. Cement and steel pillars are essential. Just digging by hand, it's easy for them to collapse. With resources and materials tight, and the road so long, we'll build a buffer every mile so we don't have to reinforce everything. We'll follow the railway south, passing Xinlan, Shaanxi, Sichuan. If we run into new map areas, we'll have people report and correct the map, then dig around those areas. Delays are unavoidable. Jun Bao's eyes sparkled. He didn't know if Jing Shu understood his deeper meaning, but if they ran into new tectonic plates, they'd deal with it then. He'd talked to Yang about energy. He was still just researching it. Jing Shu nodded repeatedly. Digging along the railway, that was her plan too. So their routes would overlap? She suddenly looked up at Jun Bao. If he wasn't here for food, then... Jun Bao said, "There's a wild man leader in the south named Zhang Lang, who started with just a dozen people and now has thousands. Your friend Zhen Nantian went to check him out. Turns out when Zhang Lang was starving, he ate a flying cockroach which laid eggs in him. Now somehow he can spit out cockroaches and control them, though he started to grow whiskers and look like a cockroach himself. Research found he has new energy from the new tectonic plates, so he's classified as a new human and a key protected subject. Now Zhang Lang has joined Zhen Nantian's team, providing food for the capital's grain and oil supply. He's doing well. You might meet him someday. I know you also know a new human, the one you supply with giant bugs. I have no intention of reporting or interfering with your dealings. In the future, if anything comes up, you'll always be the mediator. You're from Wucheng, and your network is good for Wucheng too. Today, I want to ask you to be one of the road construction managers. Your job is to have the bugs lead the way in tunnel digging." Jing Shu pondered. She hadn't expected this. She'd originally planned to have Worm Girl Xiaowei's clan follow far behind during migration, not interacting with others. But maybe that wouldn't work. Still, she never planned to hide her ability to raise so many giant bugs from the authorities. She only wanted to hide Xiaowei herself. She'd been so shocked at first, worried that if Xiaowei was discovered, she'd be taken away for research. It was unexpected that all over the country, people like this had started to appear, and they were even given the name New Humans. Well, it made sense. This was the apocalypse. Whether you were a monster or an ordinary person, as long as you could produce food, you were valuable and would be respected. Even the fat chicken was so mutated, but Grandma Jing still treated it like a precious treasure. Even with Junbao's guarantee, Jing Shu would never expose the mudfish or reveal anything about Xiao Wei unless absolutely necessary. Right now they were useful, but if one day they weren't, wouldn't that be dangerous? Put yourself in their shoes. If the fat chicken ate a lot but stopped laying eggs, Grandma Jing would probably start to dislike it. Fat chicken. Don't worry, boss. I'll lay eggs every day. Jing Shu didn't refuse, nor did she agree, just replied reservedly, I'll give you an answer tomorrow. I want to think it over. Junbao nodded with a smile, knowing Jing Shu would go back and confirm the news, probably ask Zhen Nantian for details. Once she got the facts, it would be as good as settled. This was a huge help for him. With bugs as the vanguard, the speed would be several times faster. Time is money, after all. As for saving a few more lives, that was just a bonus. Jing Shu was capable and smart, but didn't like the spotlight. If she wanted, she could easily become a second Qianduoduo. Just look at those who hoarded oil, gas, and other resources and refused to let go, while Jing Shu had spent years quietly running the most ordinary red threadworm cake business, never touching other resources. Her caution was obvious. She was extremely insecure, but that was fine. In the coming web of interests, Junbao could bring her along, as long as she stayed useful and didn't get greedy. We'll also recruit people to build the underground city. Both projects will run in parallel. If the underground city is finished, the roadwork continues. It's like investing in a trade route. If you agree, you'll need to prepare quickly. The bugs will start digging and my people will follow behind to patch, reinforce, and finish up. The two teams will stay separate to avoid the bugs being exposed and causing a stir. Jing Shu nodded. The tunnel she'd dug was already quite long, just a section had collapsed. She'd started digging from the second station for secrecy, so now she just needed to connect the first station. So, she still had some time to make full preparations and arrange things for Xiao Wei and her clan. I'll only care about your work and your pay, and only about your progress and results. As for what you promise others or how many bugs you send, I won't interfere. Payment will be by tunnel completed. Have you decided what you want? Jing Shu hesitated. She wanted everything, but didn't dare ask for anything. She just said, I know the town government is struggling. No one has enough to eat, disasters keep coming, and there's no grain. Everyone's suffering. Besides, Wucheng is my home. When I was in trouble, it helped me and protected me. In such hard times, I really can't bear to ask the town for more. No, you can bear it, Junbao ruthlessly interrupted, then smiled. Don't worry, I really won't take your payback. Even if everyone else starves, I'll always give you a back door. I won't cut you out. After all, the worm cake factory still needs your panda blood. In your last life, you cut everyone else out, Jing Shu muttered to herself, then pulled out her phone, opened the contract, and quickly drafted an agreement, smiling. Then let's sign a contract and write up a property agreement. Junbao. She hadn't decided on her payment yet, but that could wait. She'd see what was most needed later. With the plan mostly settled, Jing Shu hurried home. She felt like she'd spent a fortune for nothing. The helicopter was useless since she couldn't fly it, so it had to stay in the warehouse for now. She was itching to use it, but could only wait until the roadwork and tunnel digging were arranged, then find someone trustworthy to learn from or hire to fly it. After thinking it over, Jing Shu set her sights on Wang Dazhao. As soon as she got back, she'd take Wang Dazhao to learn to fly the helicopter with her. Back home, the first thing Jing Shu did was video call Zhen Nantian. She didn't know what he was busy with, but he didn't answer at first. She called every few minutes and finally, after half an hour, he picked up. Zhen Nantian didn't waste words. He knew Jing Shu must have something important if she was video calling. Speak. Zhen Nantian was still as cold and serious as ever, but he looked straight at the camera. The connection wasn't great, so it took 4 or 5 seconds for him to hear Jing Shu's string of questions. She wanted to know the details about the new humans. How many new humans have been found? What are they like? What's the official attitude and how are they being handled? After a pause to make sure the connection was stable, Jen Nantian answered one by one. For example, so far, a dozen or so had been found nationwide, of all kinds. Not many could be bred for food. New humans were now top secret, highly valued, and placed in elite special teams in each city for protection. Jen Nantian was brief and to the point, and even called Zhang Lang over. Jing Shu saw Zhang Lang under the light, looking like an ordinary person, except for 2 finger-thick antennae in his hair. Jen Nantian said, "Transform." Zhang Lang, "Are you kidding? Isn't this top secret? You want me to transform on camera? What about my dignity?" "1 spoonful of honey," Jen Nantian said, a little reluctantly. So Zhang Lang transformed without another word. His mouth stretched wide and a full cockroach head emerged, looking exactly like a giant cockroach, even making strange noises. So he was still human, but the cockroach, like the little white worms in the building before, had fused with him. Normally a person would die, but with energy as a core, they merged and shared one body. Jen Nantian also said he'd received the gifts Jing Shu's cousin brought. She was at the Biological Research Institute, and he'd already sent 2 colleagues to protect her, so Jing Shu didn't need to worry. Speaking of the Research Institute, Jing Shu felt a bit sick. That most mysterious place still held a few people captive. These were the ones who had tortured Jun Bao back then, and they were still alive. Who knew what they were going through now? Probably wishing for death, but unable to get it. She'd heard one of them had been completely turned into a living fungus. She remembered visiting a house full of bacteria with the Institute people. Those moving bacteria, magnified tens of thousands of times, were actually man-made. From now on, Jing Shu swore she'd never touch any food developed by Jun Bao's research.